All around the hills, the armies of Mordor stormed and raged. The captains of the west were foundering, overwhelmed by a rising tide of foes. The sun burned a dull red, and under the wings of the ring-wraiths shadows of death fell dark across the earth. Aragorn stood silent and stern beneath his banner, like a man lost in thoughts of times long past or distant shores, yet his eyes shone like stars that grow brighter as the night deepens. Upon the hilltop stood Gandalf, white and untouchable, with no shadow falling upon him. Mordor's assault crashed against the besieged hills like a wave, voices roaring like a tidal surge amid the clangor and wreckage of battle. Then, as if granted a sudden vision, Gandalf stirred. He turned, gazing north where the skies were pale and clear. Lifting his hands, he cried out in a voice that rang above the tumult, "The eagles are coming!" And many voices took up the cry, "The eagles are coming! The eagles are coming!" The hosts of Mordor looked up, bewildered by this new sign. There came Gwaihir the Windlord, and Landroval his brother, greatest of the eagles of the north, mightiest of the descendants of ancient Thorondor, who made his eyries in the remote peaks of the misty mountains when the world was young. Behind them, in long, swift lines, came all their kin from the northern ranges, speeding onward upon a gathering wind. From the high airs they plunged, a sudden descent of beating wings that roared like a storm as they swept over the Nazgul. But the ring-wraiths wheeled and fled, dissolving into the shadows of Mordor, for a terrible call had issued from the Dark Tower. In that instant, a tremor ran through all the hosts of Mordor. Their confidence shattered, their laughter died, their hands grew unsteady, and their strength deserted them. The driving force that had filled them with hate and fury faltered, its will withdrawn, and in the eyes of their foes they now saw a deadly gleam and were afraid. A new hope, fierce and bright, filled the hearts of the captains of the West, and they shouted aloud. From the besieged hills, the knights of Gondor, the riders of Rohan, and the Dúnedain of the north drove forward in tight formation, their bitter spears cutting through the disarrayed enemy ranks. Yet Gandalf raised his arms, his voice clear and commanding above the din. "Stand fast, men of the West, stand and wait. The hour of doom is upon us." Even as he spoke, the very earth shuddered. Then, soaring swiftly upward from beyond the black gate, high above the mountains, a vast darkness leapt into the sky, flickering with wicked fire. The ground groaned, the towers of the Teeth swayed, tottered, and crashed down in ruin. The mighty rampart crumbled, and the black gate was blasted apart. From the distance came a growing sound, a drumming rumble that mounted into a roaring, echoing cataclysm. "The realm of Sauron is ended," Gandalf declared. "The ring-bearer has fulfilled his quest." As the captains looked south into Mordor, they saw against the pall of cloud a huge, impenetrable shape of shadow, crowned with lightning filling the sky. It reared up, enormous, stretching toward them a vast, threatening hand, terrible, yet utterly impotent. For as it leaned, a great wind took it, scattering it into nothingness, and a profound silence fell. The captains bowed their heads. When they looked again, their enemies were in flight, the power of Mordor scattering like dust before a gale, much like ants whose hill is shattered when their bloated queen is slain, wandering witless, feebly dying, so ran the creatures of Sauron. Orcs, trolls, and enslaved beasts milled in mindless panic. Some turned their weapons on themselves. Others cast themselves into pits or fled wailing to hide in lightless holes. But the men of Rhûn and Harad, the Easterlings and Southrons, witnessed the ruin of their war and the terrible majesty of the West. Those most deeply sworn to evil, who hated the West, yet were proud and bold, rallied for a final desperate stand. Most, however, fled eastward in disarray, many casting down their weapons to beg for mercy. Gandalf, leaving matters of battle and command to Aragorn and the other lords, stood upon a hilltop and called out. To him came the great eagle Gwaihir the Windlord. "Twice you have borne me, my friend," said Gandalf. "A third time shall repay all if you are willing. I will be little more a burden than when you carried me from Zirakshigil, where my old life burned away. I would bear you, Gwaihir answered, wherever you wish, even were you made of stone. Then come, said Gandalf, and let your brother accompany us, and another of your kindred who is most swift. We must have speed greater than any wind, to outmatch the wings of the Nazgul. The north wind blows, said Gwaihir, but we shall outfly it. He lifted Gandalf and sped away south, and with him went Landroval and the young, swift Meneldor. They flew over the desolation of Udun and the scorched plains of Gorgoroth, gazing down upon a world shattered and churning below. Ahead, Mount Doom raged, a furnace vomiting fire into the ashen sky. "I'm glad you're here with me, Sam," Frodo whispered. "Here at the very end of everything. I'm with you, Master," Sam replied softly, cradling Frodo's injured hand against his chest. "And you're with me. We've come all this way. Doesn't feel right to quit now, even if it is the finish. It just isn't in my nature, if you take my meaning." "Perhaps not, Sam," Frodo answered, his voice hollow, "but that is the way of the world. Hopes fade, an end arrives. We haven't long to wait now. We are trapped in this ruin and collapse with no way out. Well, sir, we could at least move a bit further from this dreadful spot, from this crack of doom. Couldn't we? Come, Mr. Frodo, let's just follow the path down," Sam urged, a stubborn energy cutting through the despair. "All right, Sam. If you wish to go, I'll follow," Frodo conceded. They struggled to their feet and began a slow, painful descent along the winding track. As they neared the trembling base of the mountain, the Sammath Naur roared. A colossal plume of smoke and steam exploded forth, the mountainside tearing open to unleash a river of fire that thundered down the eastern slope in a slow, devastating tide. They could go no farther. Their final reserves of strength, both of body and will, were draining away. They had stumbled onto a low hill of ash heaped against the mountain, but it offered no refuge. It had become a fleeting island in the torment of Orodruin, surrounded by yawning chasms that belched smoke and foul vapors. The mountain itself was in its death throes. Its flanks split open, and deliberate burning rivers began their inexorable crawl down the long inclines toward them. A rain of hot cinders fell. They stood together, and Sam, still holding his master's hand, gave it a gentle squeeze. He let out a weary sigh. "What a story we found ourselves in, Mr. Frodo," he said, almost laughing at the absurdity of it all. "I'd give anything to hear it told one day. Do you suppose they'll start with, 'And now comes the tale of Nine-Fingered Frodo and the Ring of Doom,' and then everyone will fall quiet, just like we did in Rivendell when they told of Beren One-Hand and the Silmaril? I do wonder how it all continues after our bit is done." Even as he spoke these words, a brave attempt to hold back the dread until the final moment, his gaze kept drifting northward, into the face of a rising wind that was beginning to shred the clouds. Far off, a patch of clear sky appeared as the cold gale pushed back the darkness. It was there that the keen eyes of Gwaihir the Windlord found them. Riding the wild tempest, braving the perilous sky, he circled. Two small, dark, forlorn shapes, hand in hand upon their tiny hill as the world quaked and rivers of fire crept closer. As he swooped down, he saw them fall, overcome by exhaustion, poisoned by fumes, or finally vanquished by despair, hiding their eyes from the end. Side by side they lay down, swept Gwaihir, and down came Landroval and Meneldor the Swift. Unaware of the fate that had befallen them, lost in a dream, the wanderers were lifted up and borne far away from the darkness and the flame. When Sam stirred back to consciousness, he found himself lying on a soft bed. Above him, wide beech branches swayed gently, and through their fresh young leaves a sunlight dappled green and gold. The air was full of a sweet, blended fragrance. He knew that scent. It was the fragrance of Ithilien. Good gracious, he thought. How long was I asleep? The aroma carried him back to a simpler time, to the day he'd lit a small cooking fire under a sunny bank. For a blissful moment, all the horror in between was wiped from his waking mind. He stretched and drew a deep, clean breath. "Well, what a nightmare I've had," he mumbled to himself. I'm glad to be awake. He sat up, and then he saw Frodo lying peacefully beside him, one hand tucked behind his head and the other resting on the coverlet. It was the right hand, and the third finger was gone. The rush of memory returned in full force, and Sam cried out, "It was real, then where are we?" A gentle voice spoke from behind him. "In the land of Ithilien, under the king's protection. He is waiting for you." Gandalf appeared before him, clad in white, his beard shining like fresh snow under the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. "So, Master Samwise, how are you feeling?" he asked. Sam could only lie back, his mouth agape, caught between confusion and overwhelming joy, unable to speak for a long moment. Finally, he stammered, "Gandalf, I believed you were gone. Then I was sure I had perished too. Can all the sorrow really be undone? What has become of the world? A great shadow has lifted," Gandalf replied. And then he laughed, a sound like clear music or fresh water in a dry land. To Sam, it seemed an eternity since he had heard such pure, joyful laughter. It washed over him like an echo of every happiness he had ever known, and he suddenly found himself weeping. But just as a gentle spring rain passes to let the sun shine brighter, his tears stopped, and his own laughter bubbled up. He sprang from the bed. "How do I feel?" he exclaimed. "I can hardly explain it. I feel like spring following a harsh winter, like sunlight on new leaves, like trumpets and harps and every song I've ever heard." He paused, his expression turning earnest. "But what of Mr. Frodo? His poor hand? I hope he's otherwise well. He endured so much." "Yes, I'm quite well, thank you," said Frodo, sitting up with a laugh. "I fell asleep waiting for you, Sam, you drowsy fellow. I woke early this morning, and now it must be nearly noon." "Noon," said Sam, puzzled. "Noon of which day?" "The 14th of the new year," Gandalf explained, "or, by Shire reckoning, the 8th day of April. But in Gondor, the new year will now always begin on the 25th of March, the day Sauron fell, and you were brought from the fire to the king. He has cared for you, and now awaits your company. You shall share a meal with him. When you are ready, I will take you to him." "The king?" Sam asked. "What king is this?" "The king of Gondor and lord of the western lands," said Gandalf. "He has reclaimed all his ancient realm. He will soon ride to his crowning, but he waits for you first." "What should we wear?" said Sam, glancing at their old, worn travel clothes folded beside the beds. "The very garments you wore on your road to Mordor," Gandalf answered. "Even the orc rags you carried in that dark land, Frodo, will be kept. No silks or armor could hold more honor. But perhaps later I can find you something else." He then extended his hands, and they saw a light gleaming in one. "What is that?" Frodo exclaimed. "Can it be?" "Yes, I have brought your treasures. They were found on Sam when you were rescued. The Lady Galadriel's gifts. Your phial, Frodo, and your box, Sam. You will be glad to have them safe again." After washing, dressing, and having a light meal, the hobbits followed Gandalf. They left the beech grove where they had rested and stepped onto a long, sunlit lawn bordered by tall trees with dark leaves and vibrant scarlet blossoms. Behind them, the sound of a waterfall murmured, and a stream flowed ahead between flower-lined banks, vanishing into a green wood at the lawn's edge. As they approached an opening in the trees, they were met by knights in gleaming mail and tall guards in silver and black, who greeted them with deep respect and bowed before them. Then a long trumpet blast sounded, and they moved onward along the path lined with trees, following the music of the flowing stream. They emerged into a vast green field, and beyond it a wide river shimmered in a silvery mist. From the haze rose a long forested island, with many ships anchored along its shores. Upon the field before them, a mighty army was arrayed in orderly ranks, their armor and weapons glinting under the sun. As the hobbits drew near, blades were drawn, spears were lifted, and a chorus of horns and trumpets joined with the voices of men crying out in many languages. "Long live the halflings! Honor them with the highest honor. Quioi feriein anan, aglani ferienath. Honor them with the highest honor. Frodo and Samwise, Daur Berhel, Conin and Anun, Eglerio, Honor them, Iglerio, Alitate, Litate, Andave Letuvalmet, honor them, Cormacolindor, Alita Tariena, honor them, the ring-bearers, honor them with the highest honor, with cheeks flushed and eyes wide with amazement. Frodo and Sam stepped forward. They saw that within the cheering multitude 3 high seats had been fashioned from green turf. Behind the right seat a banner waved, white upon green, bearing the image of a mighty horse running free. To the left, another banner showed a silver, swan-prowed ship sailing upon a blue sea. But behind the central and highest throne, a great standard caught the wind, displaying a white tree in blossom upon a black field, surmounted by a radiant crown and 7 shining stars. Upon that throne sat a man clad in mail, a great sword resting across his knees, his head bare. As they approached he stood, and though he was transformed taller and filled with a joyful majesty, the lord of men with his dark hair and grey eyes, they knew him. Frodo hurried to greet him, with Sam close at his heels. "Well, if this isn't the pinnacle of everything," Sam exclaimed. "Strider, or I'm still dreaming, indeed, Sam Strider," said Aragorn. "It is a long road, is it not? From Bree, where you first mistrusted my looks, a long road for all of us, but yours has been the darkest path." To Sam's astonishment and utter bewilderment, Aragorn then knelt before them. Taking Frodo by his right hand and Sam by his left, he led them to the throne and seated them upon it. Turning to the captains and soldiers gathered round, he raised his voice so that it carried over the entire host, declaring, "Honor them with the highest honor." When the joyous shout had risen and faded, a minstrel of Gondor came forward. He knelt and asked leave to sing. "Behold," he announced, "lords and knights, valiant men, kings and princes, fair people of Gondor, riders of Rohan, sons of Elrond, Dúnedain of the north, elf and dwarf, stout hearts of the Shire, and all free folk of the west, now hear my song, for I will sing to you of Frodo of the 9 fingers and the Ring of Doom." Hearing this, Sam laughed out loud from pure happiness. He sprang to his feet and cried, "Oh, what glory and splendor! All my wishes have come true." And then he began to weep. The entire host joined in both laughter and tears, and amidst this storm of emotion, the minstrel's clear voice rose like precious metal, hushing all he sang to them, now in the elven tongue, now in the common speech, until their hearts, pierced by the beauty of the words, overflowed. Their joy was as sharp as swords, lifting their thoughts to a place where pain and delight merge and tears become the very wine of bliss. As the sun declined from its peak and the shadows of the trees grew long, he finished. "Honor them with the highest honor," he said, and knelt once more. Then Aragorn stood, and the whole assembly rose. They departed to pavilions prepared for a feast, to eat, drink, and celebrate while daylight remained. Frodo and Sam were escorted to a separate tent. There, their travel-worn clothes were gently removed, folded, and set aside with respect, and they were given fresh, clean garments to wear. Gandalf arrived, carrying with him a sense of solemn restoration. To Frodo's quiet amazement, the wizard held the very items taken from him in the Dark Lands, the sword, the elven cloak, and the mithril coat, all seeming to gleam with a light they had not possessed before. For Sam, there was a coat of gilded mail and his own cloak, now cleansed and mended of every tear and stain from their journey. Gandalf then presented 2 swords before them. Frodo shook his head gently. "I have no desire for a sword," he murmured. "Yet for this evening you should bear one," Gandalf insisted, his tone leaving no room for debate. Relenting, Frodo picked up the smaller blade that had once been Sam's, the one laid beside him in the tower of Cirith Ungol. "This is Sting, Sam." "It belongs to you now," Frodo said. "Oh, no, sir," Sam protested, his voice thick with emotion. "Mr. Bilbo gave that to you, and it matches his silver coat. He wouldn't want it worn by any other, not now," Frodo yielded. And in a gesture both humble and grand, Gandalf knelt like a devoted esquire to fasten their sword belts. Rising, he placed delicate circlets of silver upon their heads. Thus arrayed, they proceeded to the great feast. finding seats at the king's own table beside Gandalf, King Eomer of Rohan, Prince Imrahil, and all the high captains. Gimli and Legolas were there as well. After the customary silence, wine was poured, and 2 esquires approached to serve the lords. One wore the silver and black of Minas Tirith's guard, the other white and green. Sam, puzzled, wondered why such youths were among these seasoned warriors. But as they drew nearer, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Mr. Frodo, look! Will you just look at that?" Sam cried out. "Well, I'll be if it isn't Pippin. Mr. Peregrine Took, I should say, and Mr. Merry. My goodness, haven't you both shot up? Bless me, but I can see there's a heap more stories to be heard than just our own." "That there are," said Pippin, turning with a grin, "and we'll get to all of them once this feast is done, for now you might pester Gandalf. He's grown less tight-lipped than he was, though he still laughs more than he explains. Merry and I are on duty, you see. We're knights of the city and of the mark, or hadn't you noticed?" The joyous day finally drew to a close. As the sun vanished and the full moon climbed slowly above the drifting mists of the great river, its light dappling through trembling leaves, Frodo and Sam found themselves seated beneath whispering trees in the sweet-scented air of Ithilien. Deep into the night they talked with Merry, Pippin, and Gandalf, and were later joined by Legolas and Gimli. There Frodo and Sam heard of all that had befallen the others after the fellowship was shattered that terrible day at Parth Galen by the falls of Rauros. Yet for every tale told, 3 more questions sprang to mind. Visions passed before Sam's weary mind. Orcs and walking trees, endless leagues of grass, thundering riders, glittering caves, white towers and golden halls, great battles and tall ships with sails like clouds. It was enough to make his head spin, but through all these marvels he kept circling back to one simple, astounding fact. "I just can't fathom it," he said, making Merry and Pippin stand back to back with Frodo and himself. He scratched his head in bewilderment. "At your age, it doesn't make sense. But it's plain as day. You're a good 3 inches taller than is right and proper, or I'm a dwarf." "A dwarf you are most certainly not," said Gimli with a chuckle. "But what did I tell you? Mortals can't go drinking Ent draughts and think it's no stronger than a pint of ale, Ent draughts," said Sam. "There you go on about Ents again. What they are is beyond me. Why, it'll take us weeks to get the full measure of all this." "Weeks, at least," Pippin agreed. "And then they'll have to lock Frodo in a tower in Minas Tirith to write it all down. Otherwise he'll forget half, and poor old Bilbo will be terribly put out." Finally, Gandalf rose to his feet. "The hands of the king are hands of healing, my dear friends," he said. "Yet you each stood at the very brink before he called you back, spending his strength to grant you this deep and merciful sleep. And though your rest has been long and blessed, the hour has come for sleep once more. And not only for Sam and Frodo," Gimli added, casting a look at Pippin, "but for you as well. My love for you is deepened by the hardship you have caused me, a pain I will always remember. I will also never forget discovering you upon that hill after the final battle. Were it not for Gimli the dwarf, you would have been lost to us then. At least I have learned the appearance of a hobbit's foot, even when it is the only part visible beneath a pile of the fallen. When I lifted that heavy body from you, I was certain you had perished. I nearly tore my beard out in despair. And to think, it was only a day ago you first rose and walked again. You must return to bed now. I shall do the same. And I," said Legolas, "will find my rest walking in the woods of this fair country. In time, if my lord permits, some of my kin may journey here, and our coming will bless this place for a while only, a month, a lifetime, 100 years of men. But the great river is near, and it flows ever down to the sea. To the sea, to the sea, to the sea. Can you hear the white gulls crying? The wind is rising, and the white foam flies. West, ever west, the round sun is falling. Grey ship, do you hear them calling, the voices of my people who have gone before me? I will leave the woods that raised me. For our days are ending, and our years are spent. I will cross the wide waters and sail alone. Long are the waves upon the last shore falling, Sweet are the voices from the lost isle calling, in Resea in elven home that no mortal may find, where the leaves are ever green, the land of my people for all time. Singing thus, Legolas walked away down the hill. The others then took their leave as well, and Frodo and Sam retired to their beds and slept. In the morning they awoke with hearts full of hope and peace. They spent many more days in the fair woods of Ithilien. The field of Cormallen, where the army was camped, lay near the hidden refuge of Henneth Annwn. Through the night they could hear the stream rushing from its falls, tumbling through a rocky passage before winding across flower-filled meadows to join the mighty currents of the great river by the Isle of Caer Andros. The hobbits wandered freely, revisiting spots they had seen before. Sam, with a persistent, almost cheerful stubbornness, peered into every wooded shadow and hidden glade, hoping for one more glimpse of a great Oliphaunt. When he learned that many of these creatures had been at the siege of Gondor only to be destroyed, he felt it was a terrible shame. "Well, I suppose a fellow can't be in two places at once," he mused. "Seems I missed quite a spectacle." During this time the host prepared for its return to Minas Tirith. The weary found rest and the wounded were healed. Some companies had labored long, battling the scattered remnants of Easterlings and Southrons until every foe was subdued. Last to return were those who had ventured into Mordor itself to break the northern fortresses. But finally, as the month of May drew close, the captains of the West began their march once more. They boarded their vessels with all their men and sailed from Caer Andros down the great river to Osgiliath, pausing there for a day. The following day they came to the green fields of the Pelennor and saw once more the white towers beneath tall Mount Mindolluin, the city of the men of Gondor, last enduring memory of Westernesse, which had come through darkness and flame into a new dawn. There, in the center of the fields, they pitched their pavilions and waited for morning, for it was the eve of May, and the king would enter his gates at sunrise. Over the city of Gondor, a cloud of doubt and deep dread had lingered. The fair weather and clear sun felt like a cruel joke to people whose days held little hope, who awoke each morning expecting word of doom. Their steward was dead and burned. The king of Rohan lay dead in their citadel, and the new king who had come to them in the night had left again to wage a war against a darkness too profound for any mere courage to overcome. And no news came. After the host departed from Morgul Vale and took the northern road under the shadow of the mountains, no word had returned, nor any whisper of what stirred in the brooding east. Only 2 days after the captains had ridden out, Lady Éowyn commanded the women attending her to bring her garments, and she would not be denied. She rose, and once they had dressed her and placed her arm in a linen sling, she went to the warden of the houses of healing. "Sir," she declared, "my spirit is troubled, and I can no longer abide in idle rest." "Lady," he replied, "you are not fully healed, and I was charged with your particular care. You were not to leave your bed for 7 days more, by strict order. I must ask you to return." "I am healed," she insisted, "in body at least, save for this arm, which is comfortable enough. Yet I will fall ill again if I have no purpose. Is there no news from the war? The women tell me nothing." "There is no news," said the warden, "save that the lords have ridden to Morgul Vale. Men speak of a new captain from the north who leads them, a great lord and a healer. It seems passing strange to me that a healing hand should also bear a sword. It is not the way in Gondor now, though tales say it was once so. For many long years we healers have only tried to mend the wounds made by men of the sword. Though truth be told, we would have work enough without them. The world is full of hurts and misfortunes without war to multiply them." "It takes but one foe to breed a war, Master Warden," Éowyn answered, "and those without swords may still perish upon them. Would you have the people of Gondor gather herbs, while the Dark Lord gathers armies? Nor is it always a blessing to be healed in body, and to die in battle, even in anguish, is not always an evil. If permitted, in this dark hour I would choose it." The warden studied her. She stood tall, her eyes bright in her pale face, her right hand clenched as she turned to gaze from his window toward the east. He sighed and shook his head. After a moment she faced him again. "Is there no task for me?" she asked. "Who commands in this city?" "I cannot say with certainty," he answered. "Such matters are beyond my charge. There is a marshal over the riders of Rohan, and Lord Hurin, I am told, commands the men of Gondor. But by right, the steward of the city is Lord Faramir." "Where may I find him?" "He is here in this house, my lady. He was gravely injured, but now mends. Yet I do not know. Will you take me to him? Then you shall know." Lord Faramir was walking alone in the garden of the Houses of Healing. The sun warmed him, and he felt new life in his veins. Yet his heart was heavy as he looked eastward beyond the walls. Approaching, the warden spoke his name, and he turned to see the Lady Éowyn of Rohan. Pity stirred in him, for he saw her injury, and his keen sight perceived her sorrow and disquiet. "My lord," said the warden, "this is the Lady Éowyn of Rohan. She rode with the king and was sorely wounded, and remains in my care. But she is restless and wishes to speak with the steward of the city." "Do not mistake him, lord," said Éowyn. "It is no lack of care that troubles me. No house could be fairer for those who wish to be healed. But I cannot lie idle, caged. I sought death in battle. I did not find it. Yet the battle continues. At a gesture from Faramir, the warden bowed and left them. "What would you ask of me, lady?" said Faramir. "I, too, am a prisoner of the healers." He looked at her, and, as a man easily moved by compassion, it seemed to him that her beauty, wrapped in grief, might pierce his very heart. She met his gaze and saw the grave tenderness in his eyes, yet she recognized, bred as she was among warriors, that here was a man whom no rider of the mark would surpass in battle. "What is your desire?" he asked once more. "If it is within my power, I will grant it," he replied. "I would have you command the warden and order him to release me," she said. Yet even as the proud words left her lips, her spirit wavered. For the first time she felt a flicker of doubt. She feared this grave and kind man might see her only as willful, a child lacking the resolve to finish a dreary duty. "I, too, am under the warden's authority," answered Faramir. "I have not yet assumed my full command in the city. Even if I had, I would heed his counsel and not oppose his judgment in matters of his own skill, save for the direst necessity." "But I do not want to be healed," she insisted. "My wish is to ride to war as my brother Éomer does, or as the King Théoden did, for he met his end with both honor and peace. The captains have ridden beyond your reach, my lady, even if your strength allowed it," said Faramir. "Yet death in battle may still find any of us, whether we seek it or not. You will be better ready to meet it in your own way if, while time remains, you follow the healer's orders. You and I, we must both bear these hours of waiting with patience." She was silent, but as he watched her, something in her sternness seemed to thaw, like a hard frost beginning to loosen at the first whisper of a distant spring. A single tear welled in her eye and traced a path down her cheek, shining like a drop of morning rain. Her proud head bowed slightly. Then, softly, almost as if speaking to herself, she murmured, "Yet the healers say I must keep to my bed for 7 more days. And my window, it does not face the east." Her voice was now that of a young woman, full of a quiet sorrow. Faramir smiled, though his heart ached with pity. "Your window does not look eastward," he said. "That is a thing we can mend. In this I will indeed command the warden. If you will consent to remain here in our care, lady, and take your rest, then you may walk in this garden in the sunlight as you wish. You shall look east, where all our hopes now journey. And here you will find me, also walking and waiting, and looking eastward. It would lighten the burden I carry if you would sometimes speak with me, or walk a while beside me." Then she lifted her head and met his gaze once more. A faint color touched her pale cheeks. "How could I lighten your care, my lord?" she asked. "And I do not crave the company of living men." "Would you have my honest answer?" he asked. "I would." "Then, Éowyn of Rohan, I tell you that you are beautiful. In the valleys of my homeland There are flowers bright and fair, and maidens fairer still. Yet in all of Gondor I have never seen flower or lady so lovely and so full of grief. It may be that only a handful of days remain before darkness covers our world, and when it comes, I hope to stand firm. But it would gladden my heart if while the sun still shines I could look upon you. For both you and I have passed under the shadow's wing, and the same hand has drawn us back. Ah, not me, Lord, she cried. The shadow still lies upon me. Do not look to me for healing. I am a shield maiden, and my hand is not gentle. But I thank you for this, at least, that I need not remain shut in my room. I will walk outside by the grace of the steward of the city. And she gave him a courteous bow and turned back toward the house. Faramir, however, walked alone in the garden for a long time after, his gaze drifting more often to the house than to the eastern walls. Upon returning to his own chamber, he summoned the warden and listened to all he could tell of the Lady of Rohan. "Though I suspect, Lord," the warden added, "you might learn more from the halfling in our keeping, for he rode with the king's company, and they say was with the lady at the last." Thus Merry was sent for, and through the long hours of that day they spoke together. Faramir learned much, even more than Merry said aloud, and he began to feel he understood something of the deep grief and unrest that lay upon Éowyn of Rohan. In the gentle light of evening, Faramir and Merry walked again in the garden, but she did not come. The next morning, as Faramir left the houses of healing, he found Éowyn already upon the battlements, her white gown glowing in the early sun. He called to her, and she descended, and they passed the hours walking in the garden or resting beneath an old willow, sometimes speaking softly, sometimes wrapped in a comfortable quiet. This became their daily custom. The warden, watching from his window, felt a lift in his spirits. As a healer, he saw their strength returning, a fragile but growing light against the heavy dread that lay upon the city. So came the 5th day since Éowyn first sought Faramir's company, and they stood together once more on the high wall, gazing northward. No news had arrived, and a gloom had settled over every heart. The fair weather had broken, replaced by a bitter cold. A northern wind rising since dawn cut keenly across the grey and desolate landscape. They were wrapped against the chill, and over her other garments Éowyn wore a great mantle of deep blue, like a midsummer night sky, embroidered at its edges and collar with silver stars. Faramir had requested it for her, and seeing her thus, he thought she appeared both fair and regal. The robe had been made for his mother, Finduilas of Dol Amroth, a fleeting memory of grace and his first profound sorrow. It seemed to him a garment suited to Éowyn's own beauty and melancholy. Yet she trembled under the starry cloth, her eyes fixed on the distant hard line of the horizon where the wind seemed to originate. "What do you see, Éowyn?" Faramir asked. "Is the Black Gate not out there?" she replied. "Has he not reached it by now? A full week has passed since he rode away." 7 days, Faramir echoed. "Yet forgive me if I confess they have brought me a joy and a sorrow I never anticipated. Joy in your presence, sorrow, for now the fear of this shadowed time feels heavier than ever. Éowyn, I do not wish for the world to end now, nor to lose so quickly what I have only just found." "Lose what, my lord?" she answered, turning to him with a grave but kind expression. "I do not know what in these dark days you could have found to lose, but let us not speak of it, my friend. Let us not speak at all. I feel as if I stand on a terrible ledge, and the chasm before me is pure blackness. Whether any light remains behind me, I cannot say, for I dare not yet turn. I am waiting only for the final blow to fall." "We are all waiting for that blow," said Faramir. They fell silent then, and as they stood upon the wall, the world itself seemed to hold its breath. The wind dropped away, the light grew dim and sickly, and all sound ceased. No voice, no bird, no rustle of leaf, not even their own breathing. Time itself seemed to stop. Without conscious thought, their hands found each other and clasped tightly. They waited, unknowing. Then, far off beyond the mountain ridges, a new and monstrous shape began to rise. a towering wave of shadow threatening to swallow the sky, flickering with silent lightning. A deep tremor shook the earth, making the very stones of the city quiver. A vast sigh seemed to rise from the land itself, and suddenly their hearts began to beat again. "It recalls Numenor to me," Faramir said, surprised at his own words. "Numenor?" asked Éowyn. "Yes," he said, "the lost land of the west, and the great dark wave that climbed over the green country and the hills, an inescapable darkness. I dream of it often." "So you believe the darkness is coming?" Éowyn whispered. "An inescapable darkness?" And in that moment she moved closer to him, seeking shelter from the growing chill. "No," Faramir replied, his gaze steady upon her face. "It was only an image in my thoughts. I cannot say what is occurring. My waking mind insists a terrible shadow has fallen, and that we stand upon the edge of the world's ending, yet my heart refuses it. My body feels weightless, and a hope and a joy have found me that no logic can dismiss. Éowyn, Éowyn, White Lady of Rohan, in this moment I cannot believe any darkness will last." He bent and kissed her forehead. There they remained upon the ramparts of the city of Gondor as a mighty wind surged, lifting their hair, raven dark and sunlit gold, to weave together in the rushing air. The shadow melted away, the sun broke free, and light sprang across the land. The waters of the Anduin glittered like polished silver, and from every home in the city rose song, a joy swelling in hearts from some unknown profound source. Before the sun had drifted far from its peak, a great eagle came winging from the east, bearing tidings that surpassed all hope, crying out, "Sing now, people of the Tower of the Sun, for the realm of Sauron is ended forever, and the Dark Tower lies in ruin. Sing and rejoice, people of the Tower of God, for your vigil was not in vain. The Black Gate is shattered, your king has passed through, and he is victorious. Sing and be glad, all children of the West, for your king shall return, and he will dwell among you all the days of your life. The tree that was withered shall be restored, and he will plant it upon the high places, and the city shall be blessed. Sing, all you people," and the people sang in every street of the city. The days that followed were bathed in gold, as if spring and summer had joined hands to dance across the fields of Gondor. Swift riders arrived from Caer Andros with news of all that had happened, and the city busied itself preparing for the king's arrival. Merry was called and departed with the wagons carrying supplies to Osgiliath, to travel then by ship to Caer Andros. But Faramir did not go. For now, restored to health, he took up his authority and the stewardship once more, though he knew it was only for a brief time. His duty was to prepare for the one who would take his place. Éowyn also remained, though word came from her brother pleading for her to come to the field of Cormallen. Faramir wondered at her staying, but he saw her rarely occupied with countless tasks. She continued to dwell in the houses of healing, walking alone in the garden, her face growing pale again, so that in all the rejoicing city she alone seemed ill and sorrowful. The warden of the houses grew concerned, and spoke to Faramir. Then Faramir came and found her, and once more they stood together upon the walls. He said to her, "Éowyn, why do you linger here and not go to the celebration in Cormallen beyond Caer Andros, where your brother waits for you?" She said, "Do you not know?" He answered, "There may be two reasons, but which is true I cannot tell." She replied, "I do not wish to play at riddles. Speak more plainly." "Then, if you will have it so, lady," he said, "you do not go because only your brother has called for you, and to look upon the Lord Aragorn, heir of Elendil, in his triumph would bring you no joy now, or because I do not go, and you still wish to be near me, and perhaps for both these reasons, and you yourself cannot choose between them. Éowyn, do you not love me, or will you not?" "I wanted to be loved by another," she answered. "But I desire no man's pity." "That I know," he said. "You wanted the love of the Lord Aragorn because he was noble and mighty, and you wished for renown and glory to be lifted far above the common things that crawl upon the earth. To you he seemed admirable, as a great captain might to a young soldier. For so he is, a lord among men, the greatest now living. But when he offered you only understanding and pity, then you wanted nothing, unless it was a brave death in battle. Look at me, Eowyn, Faramir urged, his voice steady and clear. She met his gaze, holding it with a newfound stillness. Do not mistake the compassion born of a gentle heart for scorn, he continued. Yet what I offer you is not pity. You are a lady of great courage and honor, whose deeds will be remembered long after this day. Your beauty, I believe, surpasses even the most eloquent descriptions in any tongue. I love you once. My heart ached for your sorrow. But now, even if you were free of all grief and fear, were you the joyous queen of Gondor herself, my love would remain unchanged. Eowyn, can you not find it in your heart to love me in return? Then something shifted within Eowyn, as if a long-held truth had finally broken through to the light. The cold winter that had gripped her spirit melted away, and she felt a warmth she had long forgotten. I stand here in Minas Tirith, the tower of the guard, she said, her voice soft with wonder, and see the darkness has lifted. I wish to contend with riders and battles no more, nor find my worth only in tales of war. I will turn my hand to healing and cherish all living things that thrive and bring life. Her eyes found Faramir's once more. I no longer hold any desire to be a queen. Faramir's laughter was a bright, merry sound. A fortunate thing, he replied, for I am no king. Still, I would gladly wed the White Lady of Rohan, if she would have me. Should she consent, let us journey across the Anduin River. In the fair woods of Ithilien, in days of peace, we could make a home and tend a garden. All things would flourish there for joy, if the White Lady were to come. Then am I to leave my people, son of Gondor? Eowyn asked. Would you have your proud countrymen whisper, look at the lord who subdued a wild shield maiden from the north? Could he find no woman of Númenorian blood? I would bear those whispers gladly, Faramir said. And then he drew her into his arms and kissed her, there under the open sky, heedless of the many eyes upon the walls. And many did see them, marked by a light that seemed to glow around them as they descended and walked hand in hand to the houses of healing. To the warden there, Faramir declared, here is the Lady Eowyn of Rohan. She is healed. The warden bowed his head. Then I release her from my care and wish her well. May she know health and happiness from this day. I entrust her to the stewardship of the city until her brother's return. Yet Eowyn spoke again. Though I am free to go, I choose to stay. This place has become the most blessed of homes to me. And so she remained until King Eomer arrived. The city was now prepared for celebration, and people gathered from every corner of the land, from the mountain vales to the distant coasts, all hastening to Minas Tirith. The streets filled once more with women and children returning to their homes, their arms laden with blossoms. Skilled harpers came from Dol Amroth, and musicians with viols, flutes, and silver horns joined clear-voiced singers from the southern vales. On the final evening, the pavilions of the field were visible from the walls, and lights burned through the night as watch was kept for the dawn. When the sun rose, clear and bright over the eastern mountains, mountains free of shadow at last, all the bells pealed out. Banners unfurled and streamed in the wind, and upon the white tower, the standard of the stewards, a plain field of silver bright as sunlit snow, was raised over Gondor for the final time. The captains of the West then led their host toward the city, and the people watched the lines advance, rank upon rank, gleaming like a river of silver in the sunrise. They halted a short distance from the walls before the gateway, where no new gates yet hung, but a barrier lay across the entrance, guarded by men-at-arms in silver and black. Their long swords drawn before the great gate stood Faramir, steward of the realm alongside Húrin, keeper of the keys, and other commanders of Gondor. With them was the Lady Eowyn of Rohan, Marshal Elfhelm, and many knights of the Mark. A vibrant crowd of citizens, dressed in bright garments and wearing flower garlands, pressed close on either side of the entrance. The open ground before the walls of Minas Tirith was now encircled by the soldiers of Gondor and Rohan, and by people from the city and every corner of the land. A deep quiet settled over all as a company of the Dundain, clad in silver and grey, stepped forward from the host. Walking before them at a measured pace came Aragorn. He was armoured in black mail, edged with silver, and a long white cloak was fastened at his throat by a great green jewel that gleamed from a distance. Upon his brow, bound by a slender silver band, was a single star. He was accompanied by Éomer of Rohan, Prince Imrahil, and Gandalf, who was robed entirely in white. Behind them walked 4 small figures that drew murmurs of wonder from the crowd. "No, dear cousin, those are not children," whispered Irith to her relative from the Flower Valleys, who stood beside her. "They are the Perianath, from the distant land of the Halflings, where they are said to be lords of great renown. I ought to know, for I helped care for one in the houses of healing. Small they may be, but their courage is vast. Why, one of them, so the stories in the city tell, journeyed with only his companion into the very heart of the Black Land, stood against the Dark Lord himself, and put his tower to the torch. That one there, walking beside our Lord Elfstone, is that very Halfling. They are the closest of friends, so I hear. And he himself, the Lord Elfstone, mind you, his words can be firm, but he possesses a heart of gold, as the saying goes. His hands hold the gift of healing." "The hands of the king are the hands of a healer," I declared. "And that, you see, is how the truth was revealed. And Mithrandir told me, 'Ioreth, your words will long be remembered,' but Ioreth's enlightening discourse for her country cousin was cut short, as a solitary trumpet call rang out, followed by an absolute stillness. Then Faramir, with Húrin of the Keys, advanced from the gate. Only 4 guards of the citadel, wearing high helms and full armor, followed, bearing a great casket of black Lebathron wood bound with silver. Faramir met Aragorn in the centre of the assembly, knelt, and said, "The last ruling steward of Gondor begs leave to surrender his charge." He offered a white rod. Aragorn, however, took the rod and returned it, saying, "That office is not ended. It shall belong to you and your heirs for as long as my line endures. Now perform your duty." Faramir rose and proclaimed in a voice that carried to all, "People of Gondor, hear the steward of this realm. Behold, one has come at last to reclaim the kingship. Here stands Aragorn, son of Arathorn, chieftain of the Dundain of Arnor, captain of the host of the west, bearer of the Star of the North, who wields the sword reforged, victorious in war, whose hands bring healing, the Elfstone, Elisar of the line of Valandil, son of Isildur, son of Elendil of Númenor. Shall he be king and enter the city to dwell here?" The entire host and all the people shouted their assent with one mighty voice. Ioreth leaned toward her kinswoman and said, "This is but a formality, cousin, for he has already entered, as I was explaining," and he said to me once more she was forced into silence, for Faramir began to speak again. "People of Gondor, the lawkeepers tell us that of old, the custom was for a king to receive the crown from his father before his death. If that could not be, he would go alone and take it from his father's hands, within the tomb where he lay. Yet circumstances now demanded a different course. Acting with the authority of the steward, I have this day brought forth from the tombs of the kings the crown of Eärnur, the last king, whose reign faded into legend in the time of our distant forefathers. The guards advanced, and Faramir opened the casket, lifting high an ancient crown. Its form echoed the helms of the citadel guard, yet it stood taller, wrought entirely in white. The wings on either side were crafted from silver and pearl, shaped like the wings of a gull, the emblem of those monarchs who crossed the great sea. 7 adamant gems were set within its circle, and upon its peak rested a single jewel whose light leaped upward like a clear flame. Aragorn received the crown, holding it aloft, and he spoke, "Et erello enderena utulian. Sinomi maruvan ar hildinyar 10 ambar meta." These were the words Elendil spoke when he first came to these shores upon the wind. "Out of the great sea to Middle-earth I am come. here shall I dwell, and my heirs until the world's ending." To the astonishment of the assemblage, Aragorn did not place the crown upon his own head. Instead, he returned it to Faramir, saying, "Through the toil and courage of many, I have come into my inheritance. In recognition of this, I wish for the ring-bearer to bring the crown to me, and for Mithrandir to set it upon my head, if he is willing. For he has been the guide of all that we have achieved. This victory is his as much as any." Frodo then stepped forward, taking the crown from Faramir and carrying it to Gandalf. As Aragorn knelt, Gandalf placed the white crown upon his brow and declared, "Now come the days of the king. May they be blessed for as long as the thrones of the West endure." When Aragorn rose, a profound silence fell upon all who saw him, for it was as if they beheld him truly for the first time. He stood as tall as the sea kings of legend, towering above those near him. He seemed both ancient with wisdom and in the very prime of his strength. Knowledge rested upon his brow, and a power for healing was in his hands, with a radiant light about him. Then Faramir cried out, "Behold the king!" In that instant all the trumpets sounded. King Elessar moved forward to the gate, where Hurin, keeper of the keys, drew it back to the music of harps, viols, and flutes, and the singing of clear voices. The king walked through streets laden with blossoms, proceeding to the citadel and entering within. The banner of the white tree and the 7 stars was unfurled from the highest tower. And so began the reign of King Elessar, of which many songs tell. Under his rule, the city was restored to a beauty surpassing even its earliest glory. It became filled with trees and flowing fountains. Its gates were wrought of mithril and steel, and its streets paved with white marble. The dwarves of the mountains labored there gladly, and the elves of the woodlands came with joy to visit. All wounds were healed, every wrong set right. The houses were filled with men, women, and the laughter of children. No window was dark, no courtyard empty. Preserving the memory and splendor of the past, the city bridged the end of the Third Age into the new. In the days following his crowning, the king sat upon his throne in the great hall and delivered his judgments. Embassies arrived from many lands and peoples, from the east and the south, from the borders of Mirkwood and from Dunland in the west. The king pardoned those Easterlings who had surrendered, sending them home in freedom, and he made peace with the lords of Harad. The slaves of Mordor he freed, granting them all the lands around Lake Nuinen for their own. Many were brought before him to receive praise and reward for their valor. Lastly, the captain of the guard brought forth Beregond to stand judgment. The king said to him, "Beregond, by your sword blood was shed in the Hallows, where such an act is forbidden. Furthermore, you abandoned your post without permission from either your lord or your captain. In times past, such actions were punishable by death. Thus I must now declare your sentence. Your bravery in battle has earned you a full pardon, and even more so because every deed you performed was out of loyalty to Lord Faramir. However, you can no longer serve in the guard of the citadel, and you must depart from the city of Minas Tirith." At these words, Beregond grew pale, his heart heavy as he lowered his head. Yet the king continued, "This is necessary, for you have been assigned to the White Company, the personal guard of Faramir, Prince of Ithilien. You shall lead them as captain, making your home in the hills of Emin Arnon, where you will live with honor and in peace, serving the very man you risked everything to save from death." Understanding the king's profound mercy and fairness, Beregond's sorrow turned to joy. He knelt, kissed the king's hand, and left with a heart full of contentment. Aragorn then granted Faramir the princedom of Ithilien, instructing him to reside in the hills of Emin Arnon within sight of the city. "Minas Ithil in the Morgul Vale," he explained, "shall be completely razed. Though it may one day be cleansed, no one will live there for many long years to come." Finally, Aragorn turned to Éomer of Rohan. They embraced warmly, and Aragorn declared, "Between us there can be no talk of gifts or repayment, for we are brothers. It was a fortunate hour when Eorl rode from the north, and no alliance has ever been more blessed. Neither of us has failed the other, nor ever shall. As you know, we have laid the renowned Theoden to rest in a tomb in the Hallows, where he may remain forever among the kings of Gondor if you wish, or if you prefer, we will journey to Rohan and return him to his own people." Eomer replied, "From the moment you rose before me on the green hills, I have loved you, and that love will never fade. Yet now I must return for a time to my own kingdom, where much needs healing and order concerning the fallen king. When all is prepared, we shall come for him, but let him rest here a while longer." Eowyn then said to Faramir, "I too must go back to my homeland, to see it once more and aid my brother in his work. But once he who was like a father to me is finally laid to rest, I will return." Thus the days of celebration continued. On the 8th of May, the riders of Rohan prepared and set out on the North Way, accompanied by the sons of Elrond. Crowds lined the road to honor them. From the city gate to the walls of the Pelennor, others who had come from afar returned to their homes rejoicing, while within the city many willing hands worked to rebuild, renew, and erase the scars and memories of the dark times. The hobbits remained in Minas Tirith with Legolas and Gimli, for Aragorn was reluctant to see the Fellowship part ways. "All things must eventually end," he said, "but I ask you to stay a little longer. The conclusion of the deeds you shared in has not yet arrived. A day I have long awaited approaches, and when it comes, I wish to have my friends by my side." He would say nothing more about that day. During this time, the companions of the ring lived together in a pleasant house with Gandalf, coming and going as they pleased. Frodo asked Gandalf, "Do you know what day Aragorn means? We are happy here, and I am in no hurry to leave, yet the days are slipping by. Bilbo is waiting, and the Shire is my home." "Regarding Bilbo," Gandalf answered, "he awaits the same day and understands what delays you. As for the passing time, it is only May. High summer has not yet come. Though it may feel as if an age has passed and everything has changed, to the trees and the grass, less than a year has gone by since you began your journey." Frodo turned to Pippin and remarked, "Didn't you mention that Gandalf seems less guarded than he used to be? He was tired from his work then, I believe. Now he is healing." Gandalf replied, "Many people wish to know what will be served before the meal, but those who have worked to create the feast prefer to keep it a surprise, for wonder amplifies the praise. Aragorn himself awaits a sign." One morning, the companions realized Gandalf was missing and wondered what was happening. Under the cover of night, Gandalf led Aragorn out of the city to the southern base of Mount Mindoluin. There, they discovered an ancient path, now rarely traveled, which wound up the mountain to a sacred high place once frequented only by kings. They climbed by steep trails until they reached a high meadow just below the snow-capped peaks, overlooking the great cliff behind the city. As dawn broke, they stood together surveying the land. The city's towers far below gleamed like white pencils in the sunlight. The Vale of Anduin appeared as a vast garden, and the mountains of shadow were draped in a golden haze. To the east, their gaze stretched to the grey Emyn Muil, where the shimmer of Rauros sparkled like a distant star. To the south, they saw the river like a ribbon stretching toward Pelargir, and beyond, a faint glow on the horizon whispered of the sea. Gandalf said, "This is your kingdom, and the core of the greater realm to come. The third age has closed, and a new age dawns. It is your duty to shape its beginning and safeguard what can be preserved, for though much has been rescued, much will now fade, and the power of the three rings is spent. All the lands you see, and those surrounding them, shall become the home of men. The time of the dominion of men is here, and the elder kindred will diminish or depart." "I understand this, dear friend," Aragorn answered, "yet I still seek your guidance." "Not for much longer," Gandalf said. "The third age was my time. I stood against Sauron. My task is complete. I will leave soon. The weight now rests on you and your kin." "But I am mortal," Aragorn said. "Though my lineage from the west grants me a longer life than most, it is still brief. When those yet unborn have grown old, I too will age. Who then will rule Gondor and those who see this city as their sovereign, if my hope is not fulfilled, the tree in the court of the fountain remains withered and lifeless. When will I see a sign that this will change? Turn from the green world and look where all seems desolate and cold, Gandalf urged. Aragorn turned and saw a rocky slope descending from the snow line. There, alone in the barren landscape, stood a living plant. He climbed to it and found a young sapling, no taller than 3 feet, rising from the very edge of the snow. It had already unfolded elegant leaves, dark on top and silver beneath, and on its delicate crown rested a single cluster of flowers, their white petals glowing like sunlit snow. Aragorn exclaimed, "Yea, Utuvienjas, I have found it. Behold, a descendant of the eldest of trees. But how can it be here? It is not yet 7 years old." Gandalf approached and examined it. Indeed, this is a sapling from the line of fair Nimloth, which was a seedling of Galathilion, itself a fruit of Telperion of many names, the eldest of trees. Who can say how it arrived here at this destined moment? This is an ancient holy site, and before the kings faltered or the tree in the court withered, a fruit must have been planted here. It is told that while the fruit of the tree ripens only on rare occasion, the life within may slumber for many long years, and none can foresee the moment of its awakening. Hold this truth close, for should a fruit ever come to maturity, it must be planted, so that its line does not vanish from the world. Here it has rested in secrecy upon the mountain, much as the heirs of Elendil once remained hidden in the northern wilderness. Yet the line of Nimloth reaches back far beyond your own King Elisar. Aragorn then rested his hand softly upon the young tree, and behold, it seemed barely anchored to the soil, lifting away unharmed. He carried it with care back to the citadel. The old withered tree was taken from the earth with deep respect, not burned, but laid to rest within the quiet of Rath Dinnan. Aragorn placed the sapling in the courtyard beside the fountain, where it quickly and joyfully took root. When June arrived, it was already covered in white flowers. "The sign has been given," Aragorn declared, "and the day draws near." He posted watchers along the walls. On the day before midsummer, riders arrived from Amon Din to the city, bearing news. A company of fair folk was approaching from the north, nearing the Pelennor fields. The king said, "They are here at last. Let the city prepare." On the eve of midsummer, under a sapphire sky where white stars kindled in the east and the west still glowed with gold, the air cool and sweet, the riders approached the gates of Minas Tirith down the north way. First came Elrohir and Elladan, bearing a silver banner, followed by Glorfindel, Erestor, and all the household of Rivendell. After them rode the Lady Galadriel and Celeborn, Lord of Lothlorien, upon white horses, accompanied by many fair people of their land, cloaked in grey, with white gems shining in their hair. Last came Master Elrond, mighty among elves and men, carrying the scepter of Anúminas, and beside him, on a grey palfrey, rode Arwen, his daughter, the Evenstar of her people. When Frodo saw her approaching in the twilight, glimmering with stars upon her brow and a sweet fragrance surrounding her, he was filled with awe. He said to Gandalf, "Now I see why we waited. This is the ending. Now not only the day shall be dear to us, but the night also will be beautiful and blessed, and all its dread shall fade away." The king welcomed his guests, and they dismounted. Elrond presented the scepter and placed his daughter's hand into the hand of the king. Together they ascended into the high city, as all the stars bloomed overhead. Aragorn, King Elisar, wed Arwen Undamil in the City of the Kings on Midsummer's Day, and the long tale of their waiting and their labors was finally fulfilled. When the days of celebration had passed, the companions turned their thoughts toward returning to their homes. Frodo went to the king, who sat with Queen Arwen by the fountain, while she sang a song of Valinor, and the young tree flourished nearby. They welcomed Frodo and rose to greet him. Aragorn said, "I know what you have come to say, Frodo. You wish to go back to your own country. Indeed, dearest friend, a tree grows strongest in the land of its forebears. Yet for you, in all the lands of the West, there will always be a welcome. And though your people have earned little mention in the legends of the mighty, they shall now be remembered with more honor than many vast kingdoms that are gone." "It is true, I wish to return to the Shire," Frodo replied. "But first I must journey to Rivendell. For if anything could be lacking in so blessed a time, I have missed Bilbo deeply. It grieved me that among all the household of Elrond he did not come." "Do you wonder at that, ring-bearer?" said Arwen. "You know the power of that thing which is now unmade. All that was wrought by that power is now fading. But your kinsman held that thing longer than you did. He is now very old as his kind measures time, and he waits for you, for he will not undertake another long journey save the final one." "Then I ask permission to leave soon," Frodo replied. "We will set out in 7 days," said Aragorn. "We shall ride with you a great distance, even as far as the borders of Rohan. In 3 days Éomer will return here to escort King Théoden back to his final rest in the Mark, and we will ride with him to honor the fallen. But before you go, I affirm the promise Faramir made to you. You are granted freedom within the realm of Gondor for all time, as are all your companions. If any reward could match your deeds, it would be yours. Instead, ask for whatever you wish, and it shall be yours to take. You shall ride from this city with honor, clothed as princes of this land." Then Queen Arwen spoke. "I have a gift for you. I am Elrond's daughter. I will not sail with him now when he leaves for the Havens, for I have made the choice of Lúthien. I have chosen both joy and sorrow. But in my place, ring-bearer, when the time comes, and if you wish it, you may go. If your wounds still pain you and the memory of your burden remains heavy, you may journey into the West, where all hurt and weariness find healing. Until then, wear this in memory of the Elfstone and the Evenstar, with whose fate your own has been entwined." She unfastened a white jewel, shining like a star, that hung from a silver chain about her neck, and placed it around Frodo's. "When the memory of fear and shadow troubles you," she said softly, "this will bring you comfort." 3 days later, as the king had foretold, Éomer of Rohan arrived at the city, accompanied by a company of the Mark's finest riders. He was welcomed with honor. That evening, as they feasted together in Merrithrond, the great hall, he looked upon the beauty of the ladies present, and was struck with awe. Before retiring, he sent for Gimli the dwarf. "Gimli, son of Glóin," Éomer began, "is your axe close at hand?" "Not at this moment, my lord," Gimli answered, "though I can fetch it quickly if there is need." "You may decide the need," said Éomer. "Certain hasty words about the Lady of the Golden Wood still stand between us. Now I have seen her with my own eyes." "Well, my lord," said Gimli, "what is your judgment now?" Éomer sighed. "Alas, I cannot say she is the fairest lady who lives." "Then I must go for my axe," Gimli replied, though a glint of humor touched his eyes. "But first, hear my defense," Éomer said, raising a hand. "Had I seen her among any other company, I would have said all you hoped to hear. Yet now I must place Queen Arwen Evenstar above all others, and I am prepared to defend that claim against any who challenge it. Shall I call for my sword?" Gimli bowed deeply. "You are excused, lord. As far as I am concerned, you have given your heart to the evening. Mine belongs to the morning, and something in my spirit warns that soon that morning may fade from this world forever." At last the day of departure arrived. A noble company gathered to ride north from the city. The kings of Gondor and Rohan went together to the silent tombs in Rath Dinan. There they placed King Théoden upon a golden bier, and carried him through the streets in a solemn procession. The bier was then set upon a great wagon, surrounded by riders of Rohan with his banner lifted high. Merry, as the king's esquire, rode upon the wagon guarding Théoden's arms. Steeds were provided for the other companions, according to their kind. Frodo and Samwise rode beside Aragorn. Gandalf sat upon Shadowfax. Pippin rode with the knights of Gondor, and Legolas and Gimli, as always, shared the horse Arod. With them went Queen Arwen, Celeborn, and Galadriel with their people, Elrond and his sons, the princes of Dol Amroth and Ithilien, and many captains and knights. No king of the Mark had ever travelled homeward with such a host as now accompanied Theoden, son of Thengel, on his final journey. They moved without hurry, with a quiet peace, into Anorion, reaching the grey wood beneath Amon Din. There, they heard a sound like drums echoing through the hills, though no living creature was in sight. Aragorn then commanded the trumpets to sound, and his heralds declared, "Behold, King Elessar has arrived. The forest of Drordan he grants to Gonburigan and his people to be theirs forever. Let no man enter these woods henceforth without their permission." The drums thundered in response before falling silent. After a journey of 15 days, the wagon bearing King Theoden passed through the green fields of Rohan and arrived at Edoras, where all rested. The golden hall was adorned with beautiful tapestries and filled with light, hosting the grandest feast it had seen since its founding. 3 days later, the people of the Mark prepared Theoden's funeral. He was laid in a stone chamber with his weapons and many treasured possessions, and a great mound was raised over him, covered with green grass and white cymbal-minna. Now there were 8 mounds on the eastern side of the barrow-field. Riders of the king's house on white horses circled the barrow, singing together a song of Theoden, son of Thengel, composed by his minstrel Gleowin, who never made another. The slow, solemn voices of the riders stirred the hearts of all listeners, even those who did not know their tongue. For the people of the Mark, the words kindled a light in their eyes, calling to mind distant thunder of northern hooves, and the voice of Eorl crying out on the field of Celebrant. The tale of the kings unfolded, the horn of Helm ringing loud in the mountains, until the darkness came and King Theoden arose, riding through the shadow to the fire, dying in splendor as the sun, returning beyond hope, gleamed upon Mindor Luin at dawn. Out of doubt, out of dark to the day's rising, he rode singing in the sun, sword unsheathed. Hope he rekindled, and in hope ended, over death, over dread, over doom lifted out of loss, out of life, unto long glory. Merry stood at the foot of the green mound and wept. When the song ended, he rose and cried, Theoden King, farewell for a little while. You were as a father to me, farewell." Once the burial was complete, and the women's weeping had quieted, Theoden was left at last in his barrow. The folk then gathered in the golden hall for the great feast, setting aside their sorrow, for Theoden had lived to full years and ended in honor equal to the greatest of his forebears. When the time came in the custom of the Mark to drink to the memory of the kings, Eowyn, Lady of Rohan, came forth, radiant as the sun and fair as snow, bearing a filled cup to Eomer. A minstrel and lawmaster stood and recited all the names of the lords of the Mark in order: Eorl the Young, Brego, builder of the hall, Aldor, brother of the hapless Baldur, and Freya, Freewine, Goldwine, Dior, and Gram, and Helm, who hid in Helm's Deep when the Mark was overrun. Thus ended the 9 mounds of the west side, for in that time the line was broken. Then came the mounds of the east side, Frialaf, Helm's sister son, and Leofa, Walder, Folker, Folquin, Fengel, Thengel, and Theoden, the last. When Theoden's name was spoken, Eomer drained the cup. Eowyn then bade the servers to fill the cups again, and all assembled rose and drank to the new king, exclaiming, "Hail, Eomer, king of the Mark!" Finally, as the feast drew to a close, Eomer rose and said, "This is the funeral feast of Theoden the king. Yet I will speak before we part of joyful tidings, for he would not begrudge it, as he was ever a father to my sister Eowyn. Hear then, all my guests, fair folk of many realms, such as have never before been gathered in this hall. Faramir, the steward of Gondor and prince of Ithilien, declared his wish for Eowyn of Rohan to become his bride, and she consented with a joyful heart. Their betrothal was thus announced before the assembled company. The two came forward, joining hands as all present raised their cups in a glad toast. Eomer proclaimed, "Here is a new bond sealing the friendship between the Mark and Gondor, and my own heart rejoices all the more for it." Aragorn, with a warm smile, said to Eomer, "You show a king's generosity, gifting to Gondor the most radiant treasure of your realm." Éowyn then turned her gaze to Aragorn, saying, "Wish me joy, my lord and healer." He met her eyes and replied, "Joy has been my wish for you from our first meeting. To see you now, truly happy, brings a healing of its own to my spirit." After the feast concluded, the departing company took their leave of King Éomer, while Aragorn and his knights, alongside the folk of Lorien and Rivendell, prepared to ride Faramir and Prince Imrahil, chose to remain in Edoras. Arwen Undomiel stayed as well, bidding farewell to her brothers. None witnessed her final parting from her father Elrond, for they withdrew into the hills to speak privately, their sorrow profound and destined to last beyond the circles of the world. Before the guests departed, Éomer and Éowyn sought out Merry. "Farewell, Meriadoc of the Shire, hold wine of the mark," said Éomer. "Ride with good fortune, and return soon to a warm welcome." Éomer continued, "The kings of elder days would have heaped upon you gifts no wagon could carry, for your valor on the Pelennor fields, yet you ask for nothing but the arms already bestowed. I must allow this, for I possess no gift worthy enough. However, my sister entreats you to accept this token in memory of Dernhelm and the horns of the mark at dawn's first light." Éowyn then presented Merry with an ancient horn. It was small, yet masterfully crafted of pure silver, with a green baldric. Artisans had engraved a line of swift horsemen winding from its tip to its mouth, and runes of great power were set upon it. "This is an heirloom of our house," Éowyn explained. "Forged by dwarves, it came from the hoard of Scatha the Worm. Eorl the Young bore it from the north. He who sounds it in need will plant fear in the hearts of foes and gladness in the hearts of friends, and they will hear its call and come." Merry, understanding the gift could not be refused, accepted the horn. He kissed Éowyn's hand, and they embraced him before parting. The guests, now ready, drank a final stirrup cup, and departed amid great praise and friendship. Their journey brought them at last to Helm's Deep, where they rested for 2 days there. Legolas fulfilled his promise to Gimli, and ventured with him into the glittering caves. Upon returning, Legolas was uncharacteristically quiet, stating only that Gimli alone could find words fitting to describe them. "Never before," Legolas remarked with a wry grin, "has a dwarf bested an elf in a battle of descriptions. So now let us journey to Fangorn Forest and settle this score properly." From the Deeping Combe they rode to Isengard, witnessing the remarkable industry of the Ents. The entire ring of stone had been dismantled and carried away. The land within was transformed into a lush garden of orchards and trees, with a sparkling stream winding through. At its center lay a clear lake, and from the waters the Tower of Orthanc rose. Still tall and unassailable, its dark stone reflected perfectly in the pool. The travelers paused where the old gates once stood, now flanked by 2 tall trees like sentinels at the head of a green path leading toward the tower. They marveled at the work, yet saw no living creature near or far. Soon, however, they heard a familiar voice calling, "Whom hom, whom hom?" And there came Treebeard striding down the path to greet them, with Quickbeam at his side. "Welcome," he boomed, "to the Treegarth of Orthanc. I knew you were coming, but I was busy up the valley. There is still much work to be done, yet I hear you have not been idle in the south and east, and all the news that reaches me is good, very good indeed." Treebeard spoke warmly of their deeds, of which he seemed to know every detail, and then he fell silent, studying Gandalf for a long moment. "Well then," he said at last, "you have proven the mightiest, and all your efforts have borne fruit. Where do you go now, and what brings you here?" "To see how your own labors fare, my friend," Gandalf replied, "and to give thanks for your help in all that has been accomplished." "Whom? Well, that is fair enough," said Treebeard, "for certainly the Ents have played their part, and not only in dealing with that cursed tree-slayer who lived here. For there was a great flood of those Burarum, those black-eyed, black-handed, bow-legged, flint-hearted, claw-fingered, foul-bellied, bloodthirsty vermin. But since you are hasty folk, and their full name is as long as years of torment, let us just call them orcs. They came over the river, and down from the north, all around the wood of Lorelin, which they could not enter, thanks to the great ones who dwell there. He bowed toward the Lord and Lady of Lorien, and these same foul creatures were more than a little surprised to meet us out on the wold, for they had never heard of us before, though I suppose the same might be said of better folk. Not many will remember the encounter, for not many escaped with their lives, and the river took most of those. But it was well for you, for if they had not met us, the king of the grasslands would not have ridden far, and even if he had, there would have been no home to return to. We know it well, said Aragorn, and it will never be forgotten, neither in Minas Tirith nor in Edoras. Never is too long a word, even for me, Treebeard answered. Not while your kingdoms last, you mean, but they would have to last a very long time indeed to feel long to an end. The new age begins, said Gandalf, and in this age it may well be that the kingdoms of men outlast you, Fangorn, my friend. But come, tell me of the task I set you. What of Saruman? Has he not grown weary of Orthanc yet? I cannot imagine he thinks you have improved the view from his windows. Treebeard gave Gandalf a long, almost cunning look, or so Merry thought. Ah, he said, I thought you would come to that. Weary of Orthanc? Very weary at last, but not so weary of his tower as he was weary of my voice. Whom? I gave him some long tales, or at least what you hasty folk would consider long. Then why did he stay to listen? Gandalf asked. Did you enter Orthanc's? Whom? No, not into Orthanc's, Treebeard replied, but he came to his window and listened because he could get news no other way, and though he hated the news, he was greedy to hear it. I made certain he heard everything, and I added a great many things to the news that were good for him to think about. He grew very weary. He was always hasty. That was his downfall, I notice. My good Fangorn, said Gandalf, that you choose your words with great care. You say dwelt was grew. What about is? Is he dead? No, not dead. So far as I know, Treebeard answered, but he is gone, yes. He left 7 days ago. I let him go. There was little left of him when he crawled out. And as for that worm creature of his, he was like a pale shadow. Now, do not tell me, Gandalf, that I promised to keep him safe. I know it. But things have changed since then, and I kept him until he was safe from doing any more harm. You should understand that above all I hate caging living things, and I will not keep even such creatures as these imprisoned beyond great need. A snake without fangs may go where he pleases. You may be right, Gandalf said, but this snake still had one tooth left, I think. He had the poison of his voice, and I suspect he persuaded even you, Treebeard, finding the soft spot in your heart. Well, he is gone, and there is no more to be said, however. The Tower of Orthanc now returns to the king, its rightful owner, though perhaps he will have little use for it. Aragorn replied, that remains to be seen. Yet I grant to the Ents this entire valley, to tend as they wish, provided they guard Orthanc and ensure none enter without my permission. Treebeard answered, it is sealed. I compelled Saruman to lock it and surrender the keys. Quickbeam holds them, Quickbeam inclined like a sapling in a breeze, presenting to Aragorn 2 large, intricately wrought black keys, linked by a steel ring. Again I thank you, said Aragorn, and I say farewell. May your woods flourish anew in tranquility. Once this vale is replenished, there is ample space west of the mountains, in lands you knew long ago. A shadow crossed Treebeard's ancient face. Forests may regrow, he murmured. Groves may expand, but not Ents. There are no young Entings to be found, Aragorn offered. Yet perhaps now there is greater hope for your quest. Lands to the east, long shut, may open to you once more. But Treebeard shook his great head. The road is too long, and in these times too many men dwell there. Ah, but I forget courtesy. Will you not stay and rest a while? Perhaps some among you would welcome a path through Fangorn Forest, shortening your journey home. His gaze turned to Celeborn and Galadriel. Yet all except Legolas declared they must now depart, traveling south or west. Come, Gimli, Legolas exclaimed. With Fangorn's blessing, I wish to explore the deep heart of the Entwood and behold trees unmatched anywhere in Middle-earth. You shall accompany me and honor your pledge. Thus we will travel on together to our own lands, in Mirkwood and beyond." Gimli consented, though without much enthusiasm, it seemed. So here, at last, the Fellowship of the Ring reaches its parting, Aragorn said. "Still, I trust you will return to my realm before long, with the aid you vowed." Gimli answered, "We shall come, if our own lords permit. Farewell, my hobbits. Your road home should now be safe, and I will no longer lie awake, fearing for your dangers. We will send messages when possible, and some of us may yet cross paths in days to come, but I fear we shall never all gather together again." Then Treebeard bade farewell to each in turn, bowing 3 times with deep reverence to Celeborn and Galadriel. "Long, long has it been since we met by stock or stone, O beautiful ones, parents of beautiful ones," he said. "It is sorrowful to meet only now at an ending. For the world is changing. I feel it in the water, I feel it in the earth, and I catch its scent upon the air." "I do not believe we shall meet again," Celeborn responded. "I cannot say, eldest, but Galadriel said, 'Not in Middle-earth, nor until the lands now drowned beneath the sea rise once more. Then, in the willow meads of Tassarenan, we may meet in the spring farewell.'" Lastly, Merry and Pippin said their goodbyes to the old Ent, and his mood seemed to lighten as he regarded them. "Well, my cheerful friends," he said, "will you share one last drink with me before you go?" "Gladly," they replied, and he led them aside into the shade of a great tree, where a large stone jar had been placed. Treebeard filled 3 bowls, and they drank. They noticed his peculiar eyes watching them over the rim of his own bowl. take care," he chuckled, "for you have already grown taller since last I saw you." They laughed and finished their draughts. "Well, goodbye," he said, "and do not forget, if you hear any tidings of the Entwives in your land, you must send word to me." Then he raised his great hands in a final salute to all the company and moved away into the trees. The travelers now rode with greater speed, making for the Gap of Rohan, and Aragorn finally took his leave near the very place where Pippin had once gazed into the Stone of Orthancs. The hobbits were heavy-hearted at this separation, for Aragorn had never failed them and had been their steadfast guide through countless dangers. "I wish we had a stone that could let us see all our friends and talk to them from miles away," Pippin sighed. "Only one such stone remains that you might use," Aragorn replied. "You would not want to see what the stone of Minas Tirith would reveal. The Palantir of Orthanc will stay with the king, to watch over his realm and the deeds of his servants. Do not forget, Peregrine Took, you are a knight of Gondor, and your service is not ended. You go on leave now, but I may call you back. And remember, dear friends of the Shire, my kingdom also reaches to the north. I will return there one day." Aragorn then said farewell to Celeborn and Galadriel. The lady spoke to him gently. "Elfstone, through darkness you have reached your hope and hold all you desired. Use your days well," but Celeborn said, "Farewell, kinsman. May your fate differ from mine, and may your treasure stay with you until the end." They parted as the sun began to set. After riding a short distance, the hobbits glanced back and saw the King of the West upon his horse, his knights around him. The setting sun bathed them in a fiery glow, their armor shining like red gold, and Aragorn's white cloak seemed to burn with light. Then Aragorn raised a green stone, and a green fire sprang from his hand. The company, now smaller, followed the river Isen westward through the gap into the barren lands beyond, then turned north across the borders of Dunland. The Dunlandings hid in fear, though elves rarely came to their land. The travelers paid them no mind, for they were still a sizable group, well supplied, and they journeyed without hurry, pitching their tents when they chose. On the 6th day after leaving the king, they traveled through a wood that sloped down from the hills at the base of the Misty Mountains, which now rose on their right. As they emerged into open country at dusk, they came upon an old man leaning on a staff, dressed in tattered grey and dirty white, with another beggar shuffling and whining at his heels. "Well, Saruman," Gandalf called out, Where are you headed? What is that to you? Saruman snapped. Will you still command my steps? Are you not satisfied with my ruin? You know the answers, Gandalf said calmly. No and no, but my own labors are nearly done. The king has taken up the burden. Had you waited at Orthanc, you would have seen him, and he would have offered you wisdom and mercy. All the more reason to have left sooner, Saruman retorted bitterly. I want neither from him. If you must have an answer, I am looking for a way out of his realm. Then you are going the wrong way again, Gandalf replied. I see no hope in your path, but will you refuse our help? We offer it freely. To me, Saruman sneered. Please do not smile at me. I prefer your frowns. And as for the lady here, I trust her not. She always despised me and plotted for your side. No doubt she led you this way to delight in my misery. Had I known you followed, I would have denied you that satisfaction. Saruman, Galadriel said, her voice cool and clear, we have other tasks and concerns far more pressing than hunting you. Consider yourself met by chance and given one final opportunity. If it is truly the last, I am glad, Saruman spat. It spares me the trouble of refusing again. All my hopes are ashes, but I will not share yours if you have any. For an instant, his eyes flashed with a faint, defiant fire. Go, he hissed. My long studies were not wasted. You have doomed yourselves, and you know it. As he prepared to wander off, he found a bitter satisfaction in the thought that in ruining his own home, they had also torn down theirs. What ship will carry you back over such a vast ocean? He taunted. It will be a grey ship, filled with phantoms. His laugh was a harsh, broken sound. Get on your feet, you fool, he yelled at the other beggar, who had slumped to the earth, and he struck him with his stick. Turn around. If these fine people are heading our direction, we'll choose another path, move, or you'll get no bread tonight. The beggar turned and shuffled away, muttering, poor old Grima, always beaten and cursed. How I hate him. I wish I could get away. Then leave him, Gandalf stated. Yet Wormtongue merely shot a look of sheer fright from his clouded eyes toward the wizard before scurrying past to follow Saruman. As the miserable pair moved by the travellers, they paused near the hobbits. Saruman stopped and fixed his gaze on them, but they returned it with sympathy. So you've also come to mock a beggar, have you, my little urchins? He sneered. You don't concern yourselves with what a beggar goes without, do you? You have everything. Plenty of food, fine clothes, the best pipeweed for your pleasure. Oh, I know all about it. I know exactly where it comes from. You wouldn't spare a pipeful for a beggar, would you? I would, if I had any with me, Frodo replied. You can have what I have left, Merry offered, if you'll wait a moment. He dismounted and rummaged in the bag tied to his saddle. Then he handed Saruman a small leather pouch. Take what's in there, he said. You're welcome to it. It came from the wreckage of Isengard. Mine. It was mine and dearly paid for, Saruman exclaimed, snatching at the pouch. This is but a small token in return, for you took far more, I am certain. Still, a beggar must show gratitude, even when a thief gives back a mere scrap of what was his. Well, it will serve you right when you return home to find things not quite as pleasant in the South Farthing as you might wish. May your land long suffer a shortage of leaf. Thank you for that kind wish, Merry said dryly. In that case, I'll take my pouch back, since it isn't yours and has travelled many miles with me. You can wrap the weed in a rag of your own. One thief matches another, Saruman retorted, turning his back on Merry. He gave Wormtongue a sharp kick and trudged away toward the woods. Well, I like that, Pippin exclaimed. Calling us thieves, what about our grievance for being waylaid, wounded, and dragged by orcs all through Rohan? Ah, Sam murmured, and he said bought. I wonder how. And I didn't care for his words about the South Farthing. It's time we were heading back. I'm sure it is, Frodo agreed. But we can't hurry any faster if we are to visit Bilbo. Whatever happens, I'm going to Rivendell first. Yes, I believe that is the best course, Gandalf said. But what a pity for Saruman. I fear he is beyond any redemption now. He has shriveled into nothing. Still, I am not certain Treebeard is correct. I suspect he might yet cause trouble in some petty, spiteful manner. The following day they journeyed on into the northern reaches of Dunland, a green and lovely land where no people lived any more. September arrived with days of gold and nights of silver, and they rode without haste until they came to the Swanfleet River. There they found the ancient ford east of the waterfalls, where the river plunged down to the lowlands. Far to the west, veiled in haze, lay the Meres and small islands through which the river twisted its way toward the grey flood, a realm of reeds where countless swans made their home. Thus they entered Eregion, and at last a bright morning broke, shimmering through gleaming mists. From their camp on a low hill, the travelers gazed eastward and saw the sun lighting three peaks that pierced the sky through drifting clouds: Caradras, Celebdil, and Fanuidhol. They were nearing the gates of Moria. Here they lingered for 7 days. For the time was approaching for another farewell they were reluctant to face. Soon Celeborn and Galadriel, along with their people, would turn eastward. They would travel by the Redhorn Gate, descend the Dimrill Stair to the Silverlode, and journey on to their own land. They had travelled the western roads, for there was much to discuss with Elrond and Gandalf, and they lingered still in quiet conversation with their companions. Long after the hobbits had fallen asleep, they would sit beneath the stars, remembering ages past and all their joys and toils in the world, or taking counsel about the days ahead. If some wanderer had happened by, little would he have perceived, and it might have seemed to him only that he glimpsed grey figures like stone carvings, monuments to forgotten things now lost in empty land. They did not move or speak aloud, communicating mind to mind. Only their gleaming eyes flickered and brightened as their thoughts travelled back and forth. But at last all was spoken, and they parted once more for a time until the hour came for the three rings to depart. Fading swiftly into the stone and shadow, the grey-cloaked folk of Lothlorien rode toward the mountains, and those bound for Rivendell sat upon the hill and watched, until a flash emerged from the gathering mist. Then they saw nothing more. Frodo understood that Galadriel had lifted her ring in a final gesture of farewell. Sam turned away with a sigh. I wish I were going back to Lothlorien. Finally, one evening, they crossed the high moors and came, as it always seems to weary travellers, abruptly to the edge of the deep valley of Rivendell, where far below the lamps glowed in Elrond's house. They descended, crossed the bridge, and reached the doors, finding the whole house bright with light and echoing with song in celebration of Elrond's return. Before even eating, washing, or removing their cloaks, the hobbits went looking for Bilbo. They found him alone in his small chamber, which was strewn with papers, pens, and pencils. Bilbo sat in a chair before a cheerful little fire, looking very old yet peaceful and drowsy. He opened his eyes as they entered. "Hello, hello," he said. "So you've returned, and tomorrow is my birthday. How clever of you. Did you know I'll be 129? One more year if I'm spared, and I'll match the old Took. I'd like to outlast him, but we shall see." After Bilbo's birthday celebration, the four hobbits remained in Rivendell several days, spending much time with their old friend, who now stayed mostly in his room except at meals. For these he remained remarkably punctual, rarely failing to wake in time. Gathered around the fire, they took turns recounting all they could remember of their travels and adventures. At first Bilbo pretended to take notes, but he often dozed off. Waking, he would exclaim, "How splendid! How wonderful!" But where were we then? They would resume the tale from where his nodding began. The only part that truly captured his attention was the description of Aragorn's crowning and wedding. "I was invited to the ceremony, of course," he remarked, "and I've waited quite long enough. But when it came to it, I found I had too much to do here. Packing is such a nuisance." When nearly 2 weeks had passed, Frodo looked from his window and saw that a frost had settled in the night, turning cobwebs into delicate white nets. Suddenly he knew he must depart and bid Bilbo farewell. The weather remained calm and fair, following one of the most beautiful summers anyone could recall, but October had arrived, and soon it would break into rain and wind. There was still a very long journey ahead, yet it wasn't really the weather that moved him. He felt deeply that it was time to return to the Shire. Sam felt the same. Just the previous night he had said, "Well, Mr. Frodo, we've been far and wide and seen a great deal, yet I don't believe we've found any place better than this. This place has a bit of everything, if you catch my meaning. The Shire, the Golden Wood, Gondor, royal halls, cozy inns, wide meadows, and tall mountains, all blended together. Still, I can't shake the feeling we should be moving on soon. Truth be told, I'm fretting about my old dad." Frodo had replied to Sam earlier, and he thought of it again now. A bit of everything, Sam, but not the sea. That was the one thing missing. Frodo spoke with Elrond that day, and they settled on departing the following morning. To their great joy, Gandalf announced, "I believe I'll join you, at least as far as Bree. I have a mind to pay old Butterbur a visit." That evening they went to bid Bilbo farewell. "Well, if you must be off, then you must," he sighed. "I'm sorry to see you go. I shall miss having you nearby. It's been a comfort just knowing you were around. But I find I'm growing very drowsy these days." He then presented Frodo with the mithril shirt and the sword Sting, having quite forgotten he'd already given them. He also handed over 3 volumes of lore he had compiled in his spidery handwriting, their red backs labeled "Translations from the Elvish by B.B." To Sam, he gave a small pouch of gold, nearly the last of the Smog vintage, he said with a wink. "Might prove handy, Sam, if thoughts of settling down ever cross your mind." Sam's ears turned pink. "For you 2 young rascals," he said to Merry and Pippin, "I haven't much to offer but good counsel." After providing them with a generous dose of it, he added a final piece of advice in the true Shire manner. "Mind your heads don't swell too big for your hats. But if you delay growing up much longer, you'll find hats and trousers a costly business." "But if we're aiming to outdo the old Took," Pippin chimed in, "I don't see why we shouldn't have a go at surpassing Bull-Roarer Took as well." Bilbo chuckled and drew from his pocket 2 exquisite pipes with pearl mouthpieces, finely bound with silver. "Think of your old uncle when you smoke them," he said. "The elves crafted them for me, but I've given up the habit." Then he suddenly nodded off for a moment. Waking, he said, "Now, where were we? Ah, yes, the gifts. Which reminds me, Frodo, my lad, whatever became of that ring of mine, the one you took away?" "I lost it, dear Bilbo," Frodo answered gently. "I set out to be rid of it, you remember." "What a shame," Bilbo exclaimed. "I should have liked another look at it, but no, how foolish of me. That was the whole point of your journey, wasn't it? To destroy the thing? Yet it all gets so muddled, for such a heap of other matters seem tangled up with it. Strider's business, and the White Council, and Gondor, and the riders of Rohan, and the Haradrim, and those great Oliphants. Did you truly see one, Sam? And endless caves and towers and trees of gold, and goodness knows what else." He gave a wistful sigh. "I rather think I returned from my own adventure much too directly. Gandalf might have taken me on a proper tour, but then I suppose the auction would have been finished before I got back, and I'd have had even more bother than I did. Ah, well, it's all past now, and honestly I find it far more agreeable to sit here and listen to the tales. The fire is so warm, the food is excellent, and there are elves about when you need them. What more could one ask for?" His voice softened as he began to recite. "The road goes ever on and on out from the door where it began. Now far ahead the road has gone. Let others follow it who can. Let them a journey new begin. But I at last, with weary feet, will turn towards the lighted inn, my evening rest and sleep to meet." As Bilbo murmured the final line, his head sank to his chest, and he fell into a deep sleep. The room grew darker as evening settled, making the firelight seem brighter. They watched the old hobbit as he slept, a peaceful smile on his face. For a long while, no one spoke. Then Sam, gazing around at the room and the dancing shadows on the walls, said quietly, "I don't believe, Mr. Frodo, that he's done much writing while we've been gone. He'll never get our story down now." At that, Bilbo opened one eye almost as if he'd heard. He stirred himself. "You see, I am getting so very sleepy," he murmured. "And when I do find the time for writing, all I truly wish to write is poetry." Bilbo stirred, his voice soft but clear. "Frodo, my dear boy, would you do an old hobbit a favor before you leave? Gather up all my scattered notes and papers, and my diary as well, and take them with you. I'm afraid I simply don't have the time for sorting and organizing it all. Enlist Sam's help. Once you've got everything into some semblance of order, come back and I'll have a look. I promise I won't be too harsh a critic." "Consider it done," Frodo replied warmly, "and I will return before long. The roads are safer now with a true king to mend them. The danger has passed. A tremendous weight off my mind." Bilbo sighed, his eyes already closing. "Thank you." He was asleep again in moments. The following morning they bid Bilbo farewell in the comfort of his room, the air outside having grown quite chilly. Their final goodbyes were said to Lord Elrond and his household. As Frodo paused in the doorway, Elrond spoke to him alone, his blessing carrying a quiet prophecy. "I do not believe you will need to return, Frodo, unless you do so very quickly. When the leaves turn to gold but have not yet fallen, seek Bilbo in the woods of the Shire. I will be there beside him." Frodo carried these words in his heart, sharing them with no one. Chapter 7. Homeward bound finally, their journey turned toward home. A deep longing for the Shire filled them all, yet they set a gentle pace, for Frodo was quiet and withdrawn. At the ford of Bruinen he stopped his pony, strangely reluctant to enter the water. For a time his gaze seemed turned inward, blind to his friends and the landscape around him. He spoke little the entire day. It was October the 6th. Riding beside him, Gandalf asked quietly, "Are you in pain, Frodo?" "I am," Frodo admitted. "My shoulder aches. The memory of that darkness feels heavy upon me. It was a year ago today." "Some wounds," Gandalf said with sorrow, "cannot be fully healed." "I fear that is the nature of mine," Frodo replied. "There is no true going back. Even if I reach the Shire, it will feel altered, for I'm not the same hobbit who left. I carry wounds from blade, sting, and tooth, and the memory of a long, terrible burden. Where does one find rest after that?" Gandalf offered no easy answer, yet by the following evening the shadow had lifted and Frodo's spirits revived as if the previous day's gloom had never been. The miles began to pass more swiftly after that, their travel leisurely. They spent pleasant hours in sun-dappled forests where autumn painted the leaves in brilliant reds and yellows. It was almost a holiday, a thought that would have seemed impossible months before. When they approached Weathertop, evening was drawing in, the hill's long shadow stretching dark across the road. Suddenly merry Frodo made a joke about the hill's dreary reputation, urging them to pick up their pace. Yet he did not look toward its crest, riding through the gloom with his head down and his cloak wrapped tightly around him, a fleeting chill touching their company. That night the weather broke. A blustery west wind brought a cold, driving rain that rattled the branches and sent yellow leaves spinning through the air like frantic birds. By the time they reached the Chetwood, the trees were nearly bare, and a great grey curtain of rain hid Bree Hill from view. Thus, on a wild and sodden evening in late October, the 5 travelers rode up the ascending road to Bree's south gate. It was shut fast. Rain stung their faces, and low, ragged clouds raced across a darkening sky. Their hearts sank a little, for they had hoped for a warmer welcome. After many calls, the gatekeeper finally appeared. Hefting a large club, he studied them with open fear and mistrust. But recognizing Gandalf, and seeing that the others were hobbits despite their travel-worn clothes, his face cleared, and he managed a welcome. Come in," he said, fumbling with the lock. "No sense standing out here trading news in this miserable cold and wet. A right nasty night for honest folk. Old Barley will surely welcome you at the Pony, where you can learn all the news," the gatekeeper said. Gandalf chuckled, and we'll likely hear later everything you've said, and then some. How is Harry faring? The gatekeeper's expression darkened. Gone, he replied curtly. You'd do better asking Barliman, good evening to you. They returned the farewell and moved on, noticing then a long, low hut built behind the roadside hedge, with several men who had emerged to watch them over the fence. When they reached Bill Ferny's old place, they saw the hedge was ragged and neglected, the windows all boarded shut. Do you suppose your apple finished him off, Sam? Pippin asked. Sam shook his head. I wouldn't count on it, Mr. Pippin, but I often wonder what became of that wretched pony. The thought of him, with the wolves howling and all, has troubled me many a night. Finally, they arrived at the prancing pony, from the outside, at least. It appeared unchanged. Red curtains glowed with lamplight in the lower windows. They rang the bell, and Nob opened the door just a slit to peer out. Recognizing them under the lantern, he let out a startled cry. Mr. Butterbur. Master, he shouted. They've returned, have they now? I'll teach them, came Butterbur's voice, and he rushed out brandishing a club, but he halted abruptly when he saw them, his fierce scowl melting into wonder and joy. Nob, you wool-brained fool, he cried. Can't you call old friends by name? You shouldn't frighten a man like that. Not in these times. Well, well. Where in the world have you come from? I never thought to see any of you again. Truth be told, vanishing into the wild with that Strider fellow and all those black riders abroad, but I'm mighty glad to see you, Gandalf, most of all. Come in the same rooms as before. They're free. Truth is, most rooms are empty these days, and I won't hide it, for you'll see soon enough. I'll see about supper straight away, though we're short-handed just now. Hey, Nob, you laggard, fetch Bob. Ah, but I forget. Bob's gone home to his family at nightfall now. Well, take the guests' ponies to the stable, Nob, and you'll be stabling that fine horse yourself, Gandalf, I expect. A splendid animal, just as I said when I first saw him. Come now, make yourselves at home. Mr. Butterbur certainly hadn't changed his way of talking, still caught in his same breathless flurry. Yet the place felt hollow and still. From the common room came only the low murmur of 2 or 3 voices. In the light of the 2 candles he lit and carried before them, the landlord's face seemed more lined and weary. He led them down the passage to the same parlour they had used on that strange night over a year before. They followed, uneasy, for it was clear old Barliman was putting a brave face on some private trouble. Things were not as they had been. They kept silent and waited, as expected. Mr. Butterbur came to the parlour after supper to see if everything was to their liking, and it was, for the beer and food at the Pony had not yet suffered any decline. Now, I won't be so bold as to ask you to join the common room tonight, said Butterbur. You must be tired, and there aren't many folk there this evening anyway. But if you could spare me half an hour before you turn in, I'd dearly love a quiet word with you, just ourselves. That suits us perfectly, Gandalf replied. We aren't tired, we've been taking our time. We were wet, cold, and hungry, but you've mended all that. Come, sit down, and if you have any pipe weed, we'll be in your debt. Well, Butterbur sighed, if you'd asked for anything else, I'd be happier. That's precisely the item we're running low on, considering we only have what we can cultivate here, and it's never sufficient. We can't get any from the Shire any more these days. Still, I'll see what I can manage. Upon returning, he provided them with a supply to last a couple of days, a bundle of uncut leaf. Southlinch, he announced, the finest we produce here, though I'll always be loyal to Bree in most things. If you'll pardon my saying, it still doesn't quite compare to the South Farthing quality, just as I've always maintained. They settled him into a large armchair near the crackling wood fire, with Gandalf taking a seat on the opposite side of the hearth and the hobbits in smaller chairs between them. For a good while they conversed, sharing all the news that Mr. Butterbur was eager to hear or to tell himself. Much of what they recounted was met with sheer astonishment and confusion by their host, far beyond his ordinary understanding. His responses were mostly limited to exclamations of, "You don't say," uttered repeatedly as if challenging the evidence of his own ears. "You don't say, Mr. Baggins, or is it Mr. Underhill? I'm all turned around. You don't say, Master Gandalf. Well, I never. Who would have imagined such things happening in our day? He had plenty to say from his own perspective, however. Matters were far from good, he insisted. Business wasn't just slow, it was downright terrible. Nobody from outside comes near Bree anymore, he explained. And the local folk, they mostly stay indoors with their doors bolted. It all started with those newcomers and wanderers beginning to travel up the Greenway last year, as you might recall, but even more arrived later. Some were just poor souls fleeing hardship, but most were rough men, full of theft and trouble, and we had real violence right here in Bree, serious violence. Why, there was a proper clash, and some folks were killed dead and gone, if you can credit it. I believe it completely, Gandalf replied. How many were lost? 3 of the big folk and 2 of the little, said Butterbur, meaning men and hobbits. There was good Matt Hithertoes, and Rowley Appledore, and young Tom Pickthorn from over the hill, plus Willie Banks from Upperway, and one of the Underhills from Staddle, all decent folk, and they're sorely missed. And that Harry Goatleaf, who used to mind the West Gate, and that rascal Bill Ferny, they sided with the strangers and ran off with them. I'm convinced they helped let them in, on the night of the brawl, I mean, and that was after we'd shown them the gates and shoved them out before the year's end. That was the fight happened early in the new year, right after that heavy snowfall we had. Now they've turned to robbery, living out in the wild, hiding in the woods beyond Arquette and in the northern wastes. It's like a page from the dark old tales, I tell you. The roads aren't safe, nobody travels far, and people lock up early. We have to post lookouts all around the fence and set extra men on the gates at night. Well, nobody bothered us, remarked Pippin, and we travelled slowly without keeping any watch. We thought we'd left all that trouble behind us. Ah, but you haven't, master. More's the pity, Butterbur responded. But it's no surprise they left you alone. They wouldn't tackle armed travellers, with swords and helmets and shields and all. That would make them think twice, it would. And I must admit, it gave me quite a start when I first saw you all. It was then that the hobbits suddenly understood the astonished looks they had received. It wasn't merely surprise at their return, but wonder at their equipment. They had grown so accustomed to conflict and riding in well-equipped groups that they had forgotten how strange their own countrymen would find the glint of polished mail beneath their cloaks, the helms from Gondor and Rohan, and the elegant designs on their shields. And Gandalf, too, now rode his tall grey horse, robed entirely in white, with a sweeping cloak of blue and silver, the long sword glamdring at his hip. Gandalf gave a soft laugh. Well, well, he said, if they are frightened of just 5 of us, then we have certainly faced far more formidable foes on our journey. Still, they'll at least ensure you have quiet nights while we remain, Gandalf offered. How long might that be? Butterbur asked, scratching his chin. I won't pretend we wouldn't be pleased to have you around a while longer. Truth is, we're not accustomed to this sort of trouble. The Rangers have all gone off, or so I'm told. I don't believe we ever truly appreciated what they did for us until they weren't here to do it. It's been more than just thieves last winter. We heard wolves howling right outside the fences. And there are shapes in the woods at dusk, things you don't want to picture when you're trying to sleep. It's been unsettling, to put it mildly. I can well imagine, Gandalf replied. These are troubled times for nearly every corner of the land, deeply troubled. But take heart, Barliman. You've skirted the edge of very grave dangers, and it gladdens me to know you haven't been pulled into the heart of them. Brighter days are coming, perhaps brighter than any in living memory. The Rangers have returned. We travelled back alongside them, and there is a king again, Barliman. His attention will soon turn northward. The Greenway will be cleared and made safe once more. His couriers will ride this way, traffic will flow, and the wicked creatures will be chased from the wild places. In time, those wastes won't be wasted at all. You'll see homesteads and ploughed fields where now there is only emptiness. Butterbur gave a doubtful shake of his head. A few more decent, respectable travellers on the roads wouldn't hurt, he conceded. But we've no need for more rabble and ruffians, and we don't want outsiders here in Bree or even near it, if I'm honest. We like our peace. I don't fancy a whole host of strangers setting up camp here, putting down roots there, and hacking up the countryside. You shall have your peace, Barliman, Gandalf assured him. There is land enough for new realms between the Ison and the Grey Flood, or along the southern coasts beyond the Brandywine, without a soul settling within a week's ride of Bree. Why, many people once lived far to the north, 100 miles or more from here, at the Greenway's end, on the North Downs, or near the shores of Lake Vendim. Way up by Deadman's Dyke, said Butterbur, his expression growing even more sceptical. That's accursed ground, or so they say. No one but a cutthroat would venture there. The Rangers go there, Gandalf stated. Deadman's Dyke, you call it. That has been its name for many long years. But its true name, Barliman, is Fornost Erain, the Norbury of the kings. The king will return there one day, and when he does, you'll see some truly noble folk passing through your village. Well, that does sound a bit more promising, I'll grant you, Butterbur allowed, and it would be good for trade, no question, so long as he leaves Bree to itself. He will, said Gandalf. He knows this place and holds it in affection. Does he indeed? Butterbur looked thoroughly perplexed. Though for the life of me I can't fathom why he would, sitting on a grand throne in some far-off castle hundreds of miles away, sipping wine from a golden goblet, I shouldn't wonder. What's the prancing pony to him, or a tankard of ale? Not that my ale isn't good, Gandalf. It's been exceptionally good since you stopped by last autumn and spoke kindly of it. That's been a real comfort lately, I must say. Ah, Sam interjected, unable to stay quiet any longer. But he says your ale is always good. He says that. Course he does. He's Strider, the leader of the Rangers. Haven't you wrapped your head around that yet? The truth finally struck home. Butterbur's face became a masterpiece of astonishment. His eyes, set in his broad face, went perfectly round. His mouth fell open, and he drew a sharp, startled breath. Strider, he finally managed to exclaim. Him, with a crown and all, and a golden cup. Well, what is the world coming to? Better times for Bree at the very least, Gandalf said with a smile. I hope so, I'm sure, Butterbur murmured, still dazed. Well, this has been the finest conversation I've had in an age, and I won't deny I'll sleep easier tonight and with a lighter heart. You've given me an awful lot to ponder, but I'll save all that thinking for tomorrow. I'm for my bed, and I've no doubt you'll be glad of yours as well. Hey, Nob, he called, moving toward the door. Nob, you dawdler, Nob, he said to himself, giving his own forehead a light slap. Now, what does that bring to mind? Butterbur wondered aloud. I hope it's not another letter you've misplaced. Mr. Butterbur, Merry teased. Oh, don't you start on that, Mr. Brandybuck. You've gone and scattered my thoughts now. Where was I? Ah, yes, Nob, the stables. I've got something of yours. You recall that business with Bill Fernie and the stolen pony, the one you bought? Well, it's turned up here. Came back on its own, it did. Though where it's been is more your guess than mine. It was shaggy as a stray dog and thin as a fence post, but alive. Nob's been tending to it. My Bill, Sam exclaimed, his face lighting up. Well, I'll be born under a lucky star, no matter what my old gaffer claims. Another wish granted. Where is he? Sam refused to settle for the night until he'd paid a visit to Bill in the stable. The company lingered in Bree the following day, and by that evening Mr. Butterbur certainly couldn't complain about trade. Curiosity had finally outweighed caution, and the inn was packed. Out of courtesy, the hobbits spent some time in the common room, fielding question after question. With Bree folk memories being long, Frodo was asked repeatedly if he'd finished his book. Not yet, he replied. I'm heading home now to organize my notes. He assured them the astonishing events at Bree would be included, adding a dash of excitement to a volume otherwise likely to dwell on drier, more distant matters from away south. Then one of the younger locals called for a song. A sudden quiet fell over the room. The request met with stern looks and not repeated. Clearly no one was eager for another strange occurrence in the common room. Their stay in Bree was peaceful, no daytime troubles, no unsettling sounds at night. Yet the next morning they rose early. The rain persisted, and they hoped to reach the Shire before dark, knowing it was a long ride. The people of Bree turned out to bid them farewell in brighter spirits than they'd known in a year. Those who hadn't seen the travellers in their full gear stared in amazement at Gandalf with his white beard and a light that seemed to glow from within, as if his blue cloak merely veiled a hidden sun, and at the four hobbits looking like riders from tales almost faded from memory. Even those who had scoffed at talk of the king now wondered if there might be truth to it. "A safe journey to you, and a fortunate homecoming," said Mr. Butterbur, "though I feel I should mention, from what we hear, all's not well in the Shire either. Odd happenings, they say. But one worry drives out another, and I was wrapped up in my own troubles. Still, if I may say so, you've returned changed from your travels. You look like folk who can handle trouble when it arises. I've no doubt you'll sort things out. Good luck to you, and the more often you return, the happier I'll be." After bidding him farewell, they rode out through the west gate, turning toward the Shire. Bill the pony was with them, carrying a fair load as usual, but he trotted contentedly beside Sam. "I wonder what old Barliman was hinting at," Frodo mused. "I can guess a bit of it," Sam said, his tone somber. "What I saw in the mirror, trees felled, and my old gaffer turned out of his home. I should have hurried back sooner, and something's clearly amiss in the South Farthing," Merry added. "There's a widespread shortage of pipeweed. Whatever it is," Pippin declared, "you can bet Lotho's at the heart of it." "In deep, but not at the very heart," Gandalf corrected. "You are forgetting Saruman. His interest in the Shire began before Mordor's." "Well, we have you with us," said Merry, "so matters will be settled soon enough." "I am with you now," Gandalf replied, "but not for long. I will not be going into the Shire. You must manage its affairs yourselves. That is what your journey has prepared you for. Do you not see that yet? My part in this tale is done. It is no longer my place to mend what is broken or to guide others in doing so. And as for you, my dear companions, you require no such guidance. You have come of age. You stand tall now, counted among the great, and I harbor no more fear for any of you. Yet if you wish to know, I shall soon depart from the road. I go to share a long conversation with Tom Bombadil, a talk unlike any I have known in all my years. He is a gatherer of quiet, growing things, while I have been a stone fated to roll. But my rolling is nearly done, and at last we shall have a great deal to say to one another." Before long they reached that bend in the east road where they had last bid farewell to Bombadil. They half hoped, half expected to see him waiting there to welcome them as they passed. Yet there was no sign of him. To the south, a grey haze clung to the Barrow Downs, and a thick shroud lay over the distant old forest. They paused, and Frodo gazed southward with a pang of longing. "I would give much to see the old fellow again," he murmured. "I wonder how he fares, as well as ever." "You can be certain of that," replied Gandalf, "perfectly undisturbed, and I rather doubt he takes much interest in all we have done or seen, save perhaps for our visit to the Ents. A time may come later for you to call on him. But if I were you, I would make haste for home now, or you will not reach the Brandywine Bridge before they lock the gates." "But there aren't any gates," said Merry. "Not on the road. You know that perfectly well. There's the Buckland Gate, of course, but they'd let me through that at any hour." "There weren't any gates, you mean," Gandalf corrected. "I suspect you will find some now, and you may have more difficulty even at the Buckland Gate than you imagine. But you will manage well enough. Farewell, my dear friends. Not for the final time. Not yet. Farewell." He turned Shadowfax from the road, and the great horse cleared the green dyke that ran beside it with a single bound. Then, at Gandalf's cry, he was gone, speeding toward the Barrow Downs like a wind from the north. "Well, here we are, just the four of us who set out together," said Merry. "We've left all the others behind, one by one. It feels almost like a dream that has slowly dissolved." "Not to me," said Frodo quietly. "To me it feels more like falling asleep once more." Chapter 8. The Scouring of the Shire. It was after nightfall when the travellers, weary and drenched, finally reached the Brandywine, only to find their path blocked. At each end of the bridge now stood a tall, spiked gate. On the far side of the river, they could make out the shapes of new buildings, two-story structures with narrow, rigid windows, bare and dimly lit, casting a gloomy and distinctly un-Shire-like shadow. They hammered on the outer gate and called out, but at first there was no reply. Then, to their astonishment, a horn blast sounded, and the lights in the windows were abruptly extinguished. A voice shouted from the darkness, "Who goes there? Be off! You can't enter. Can't you read the notice? No admittance between sundown and sunrise." "Of course we can't read the notice in the dark," Sam shouted back, his patience fraying. "And if hobbits of the Shire are to be left standing in the wet on a night like this, I'll rip that notice down the moment I lay hands on it." At that, a window slammed shut, and a crowd of hobbits, bearing lanterns, streamed out of the house to the left. They opened the far gate, and several crossed the bridge. When their lantern light fell upon the travellers, they appeared startled and afraid. "Come along now," said Merry, recognizing one among them. "If you don't know me, Hob Hayward, you ought to. I'm Merry Brandybuck, and I'd very much like to know what this is all about, and what a Bucklander like you is doing here. You used to mind the Haygate. Bless my heart. It's Master Merry, sure enough, and dressed for a fight," exclaimed old Hob. "Why, they said you were dead, lost in the old forest, by all accounts. I'm right pleased to see you alive after all." "Then stop staring at me through the bars and open this gate," said Merry. "I'm sorry, Master Merry, but we have our instructions," came the reply from the other side of the gate. "Instructions from whom?" Frodo demanded. "The chief's orders from up at Bag End." "Chief? You can't mean Lotho," Frodo asked, his voice sharp with disbelief. "I suppose it is Mr. Lotho, sir," the hobbit guard stammered. "But we're only to call him the chief now." "Is that so?" Frodo said, a cold edge to his words. "Well, I'm pleased he's abandoned the Baggins name, at least, clearly. It's past time his relatives reminded him of his proper standing." A tense silence fell over the hobbits stationed there. "It ain't wise to speak like that," one finally muttered. "Word gets back, and all this racket might rouse the chief's big man." "Perhaps we'll rouse him in a manner he won't expect," Merry countered, swinging down from his pony. In the lantern light, he spotted the posted notice, ripped it from the gate, and tossed it over the top. The guards shrank back, making no move to unbolt it. "Come on, Pippin," Merry called. "Two of us will suffice, together." They scaled the gate, sending the frightened hobbits scattering. Another horn blast sounded, and from the larger house to the right, a bulky shape filled the lit doorway. "What's this disturbance?" the man snarled, stomping forward. "Breaking in? Get lost, or I'll snap your scrawny necks." He halted abruptly, the glint of drawn swords catching his eye. "Bill Ferny," Merry stated, his voice dangerously calm. "You have 10 seconds to open this gate. Refuse, and you'll feel my steel. Once it's open, you will walk through it and never come back. You're nothing but a common robber." Ferny flinched, fumbling with the lock before swinging the gate open. "Hand over the key," Merry commanded. Instead, the ruffian hurled it at Merry's head and bolted into the darkness. As he fled past the ponies, one let loose a well-aimed kick that caught him squarely. With a pained yelp, Bill Ferny vanished into the night, never to trouble the Shire again. "Clean hit, Bill," Sam said, praising the pony. "So much for your big man," Merry remarked. "We'll settle with the chief in due time. For now, we require lodging, and since you've seen fit to tear down the old Bridge Inn and erect this dreary post, you'll have to accommodate us." "Begging your pardon, Mr. Merry," said Hob hesitantly, "but that's not permitted." "What's not permitted?" "Taking in strangers on a whim, handing out extra provisions, all that," Hob explained. "It's against the rules." "What's happened here?" Merry pressed. "Was it a poor season?" "I understood. The summer and harvest were plentiful." "The year was fine enough," Hob admitted, his voice dropping to a weary murmur. "We grow plenty, but it just vanishes. It's these gatherers and sharers going about tallying and measuring, hauling it off to storage. Seems there's a powerful lot more gathering than sharing, and we never lay eyes on most of it again." "Oh, for goodness sake," Pippin said, stifling a yawn. This is all too dreary for tonight. We have our own supplies. Just find us a room to sleep in. It'll be better than plenty of places we've been." The gate guards still fidgeted nervously, clearly troubled by this breach of protocol. Yet they could hardly argue with four determined armed travelers, two of whom were notably tall and formidable. Frodo directed that the gate be locked once more. It seemed prudent to keep a watch, with ruffians possibly still lurking. The companions then entered the sparse guardhouse, doing their best to make it hospitable. It was a bleak, unwelcoming space, with a miserable little fireplace that refused to hold a decent blaze. Upstairs, rows of hard cots lined the rooms, and every wall was plastered with notices and lists of regulations. Pippin promptly tore them down. There was no ale and scant food, but with the travellers' own contributions, they managed a satisfactory meal. In a quiet act of rebellion, Pippin broke what was labelled as Rule 4 by feeding most of the next day's wood allotment into the fire. "Now then," he said, settling back, "how about a pipe, while you tell us just what has been going on in the Shire?" "There's no pipe weed to be had now," Hob said, "except what's kept for the chief's own men. All the stocks have vanished. We heard that wagon after wagon of it was hauled down the old road from the South Farthing, past Sarn Ford. That was near the end of last year, after you'd gone. But it had been slipping away quietly long before that, bit by bit." "That Lotho?" "Hold your tongue, Hob Hayward," several of the others shouted at once. "You know that kind of talk is forbidden. If the chief hears of it, we'll all be for it." "He wouldn't hear a thing if some of you weren't such informers," Hob shot back, his face flushed. "All right, that's enough," Sam cut in. "I don't need to hear another word. No welcome, no ale, no smoke, and nothing but a heap of new rules and nonsense instead. I was hoping for a rest, but it's plain there's trouble brewing. Let's get some sleep and worry about it tomorrow." The new chief clearly had his ways of getting information. It was a solid 40 miles from the bridge to Bag End, yet someone had covered the distance in a rush. Frodo and his friends found this out soon enough. They hadn't made firm plans, only a vague notion to head down to Crickhollow together first for a little rest. But seeing how things stood, they decided to make straight for Hobbiton instead. The following day, they set out along the road at a steady pace. The wind had died down, but the sky was a dull grey. The countryside looked weary and deserted, though to be fair, it was the 1st of November and the tail end of autumn. Even so, there seemed to be an uncommon amount of burning going on, with columns of smoke rising from numerous points in the distance. A great dark plume was drifting up far off toward the woody end. As dusk approached, they were nearing Frogmorton, a village right on the road, about 22 miles from the bridge. They intended to spend the night there. The floating log at Frogmorton had always been a fine inn, but as they reached the eastern edge of the village, they found a barrier blocking the way with a large sign that read Road Clode. Behind it stood a sizable group of sheriffs, staves in hand and feathers in their caps, looking both self-important and thoroughly nervous. "What is the meaning of this?" said Frodo, almost laughing at the sight. "This is the meaning, Mr. Baggins," declared the leader of the sheriffs, a hobbit with 2 feathers in his cap. "You're under arrest for gate-breaking, tearing up official rules, assaulting gatekeepers, trespassing, sleeping in Shire buildings without permission, and bribing guards with food." "Is that all?" asked Frodo. "That'll do for a start," said the sheriff leader. "I could add a few more charges if you like," Sam offered, "such as calling your chief names, wishing to punch his pimply face, and thinking the lot of you sheriffs look like a bunch of tomfools. Now, see here, mister, that's quite enough. The chief's orders are for you to come along quietly. We're to take you to Bywater and hand you over to the chief's men. You can have your say when he hears your case, but if you don't fancy a long stay in the lockholes, I'd keep my say short if I were you," to the great discomfort of the sheriffs. Frodo and his companions all burst out laughing. "Don't be ridiculous," said Frodo. "I will go where I please, and in my own time. It so happens I'm going to Bag End on business. But if you insist on tagging along, well, that's your own lookout." "Very well, Mr. Baggins," said the leader, moving the barrier aside. "But don't forget you've been arrested." "I won't forget," Frodo replied. "Never. But I might forgive you. Now, I am not traveling any further today. If you would be so kind as to escort me to the floating log, I'd be obliged." "I can't do that, Mr. Baggins. The inn's shut down. There's a sheriff house at the other end of the village. I'll take you there." "Very well," said Frodo. "Lead on, and we'll follow." Sam had been eyeing the sheriffs closely and recognized one among them. "Hey, you there, Robin Smallburrow," he called out. "I need a word with you," Sam said firmly. With a nervous look toward his superior, who appeared furious but unwilling to intervene, Sheriff Smallburrow dropped back to walk beside Sam as he dismounted. "Listen here, Robin," Sam continued. "You were raised in Hobbiton and should know better than to ambush Mr. Frodo like this. And what's this nonsense about the inn being shut?" "All the inns are closed," Robin replied quietly. "The chief disapproves of ale. At least, that's how it began. Now, I suspect his men have taken it all for themselves. He also doesn't like people traveling freely. If you need to move about, you must report to the sheriff house and justify your reason." "You should be ashamed to take part in such foolishness," Sam scolded. "You always preferred being inside a tavern to outside it. Whether on duty or off, you were forever ducking in for a pint." "I still would, Sam, if I could," Robin said with a sigh. "But don't judge me too harshly. What choice do I have? You remember I joined the sheriff 7 years ago, before any of this started. It gave me a chance to wander the countryside, meet folks, hear the news, and learn where the good brew was kept. Everything's different now." "Then quit," Sam insisted. "If the job's no longer respectable, stop doing it." "We aren't permitted to resign," Robin murmured. Sam's temper flared. "If I hear 'not allowed' one more time, I won't be responsible for what I say." "Wouldn't mind seeing that, truth be told," Robin whispered, glancing around. "If enough of us got angry together, maybe things could change. But it's these men, Sam, the chief's men. They're everywhere. If any of us common folk stand up for ourselves, they haul us off to the lockholes. They took old Mayor Will Whitfoot first, the one we called Flordumpling, and they've seized plenty more since. Lately, it's grown even uglier. Often they beat folks now." "Then why are you doing their dirty work?" Sam demanded, his voice rising. "Who ordered you to Frogmorton?" "No one sent us. We're stationed here in the large sheriff house. We call the 1st East Farthing Troop now. There are hundreds of sheriffs altogether, and they want more with all these new rules. Most serve against their will, but not all. Even in the Shire, some enjoy bossing others around and acting important. And there's worse, a few work as spies for the chief and his men." "Ah," Sam said, a bitter edge to his tone. "So that's how you knew we were coming?" "Exactly. We're forbidden to use the old postal service ourselves, but they still operate the quick post with special runners at certain points. One arrived from Whitfurrows last night with a secret message, and another carried it on from here. This afternoon orders came back. You were to be arrested and taken to Bywater, not straight to the lockholes. Evidently, the chief wants to see you immediately." Sam gave a grim smile. He might regret that eagerness once Mr. Frodo has a word with him. The sheriff house in Frogmorton was as dismal as the bridge house had been. Single-storied and built of poorly laid pale bricks, it featured the same narrow windows inside. The air was damp and gloomy. Supper was served on a long, grimy table that hadn't seen a scrub brush in weeks. The unappetizing meal fit the dreary setting perfectly. The travelers were relieved to depart Bywater, lay about 18 miles off. They set out at 10 in the morning, having delayed their start partly to irritate the sheriff leader, whose frustration was plain to see. The west wind had swung north, bringing a colder bite, though the rain had cleared. The procession that left the village had a ridiculous air. A dozen sheriffs assigned as an escort to the prisoners were made to march in front by Merry, while Frodo and his companions rode behind. Merry, Pippin, and Sam chatted, laughed, and sang with ease, while the sheriffs trudged along, attempting to appear stern and official. Frodo, however, rode in silence, his expression somber and pensive. The few villagers who watched them pass seemed uncertain whether laughter was still permitted, studying the traveller's unusual get-up with wary curiosity. The final person they encountered was a robust old fellow trimming a hedgerow. "Well, well," he called out mockingly, "seems the tables have turned on. Who's taking who in?" Two of the sheriffs broke from the group and moved toward him. "Leader," Merry commanded, "call your men back to their positions this instant, unless you wish for me to handle them myself." At a sharp order, the two hobbits returned, though their expressions were sour. "Now keep moving," said Merry, and from that point the travelers made certain their ponies maintained a brisk trot, forcing the sheriffs into a hurried march. The sun emerged, and despite the cool breeze, the sheriffs were soon breathing heavily and sweating. By the time they reached the 3 Farthing Stone, they surrendered. They had covered nearly 14 miles with only a brief noon halt. The hour was now past 3. They were hungry, their feet ached terribly, and they simply could not maintain the pace. "Very well, follow at your own speed," Merry told them. "We are riding ahead. Farewell, Cock Robin," Sam called. "I'll expect you outside the Green Dragon, assuming you recall where that might be. Try not to tarry too long. You're violating your arrest, plain and simple," the leader said mournfully, "and I won't be held accountable for it. We intend to violate a great many more things before we're done, and we certainly won't seek your permission," Pippin retorted. "Best of luck to you." The companions urged their ponies forward. As the sun began its descent toward the distant white downs on the western horizon, they arrived at Bywater and its broad pool. It was here they received their first truly heart-wrenching blow. This was Frodo and Sam's own homeland, and they realized now, with a sharp pang, how deeply they cherished it above all other places. Numerous familiar houses were simply gone. Some appeared to have been destroyed by fire. The cheerful row of old hobbit holes in the north bank of the pool stood empty, and the tidy little gardens that once sloped brightly to the water's edge were now choked with wild, unruly weeds. More distressing was a complete line of ugly new houses all along poolside, where the Hobbiton road skirted the bank. A lovely avenue of trees had once stood there. Every one was now missing. Peering with growing dread up the road toward Bag End, they spotted a tall brick chimney in the distance, belching thick, black smoke into the twilight sky. Sam was nearly overcome. "I'm riding straight on, Mr. Frodo," he cried. "I must see what's happened. I need to find my old gaffer." "We should learn what we're walking into first, Sam," Merry advised, his tone shifting from concern to a weary sarcasm. "I have a feeling this chief will have a charming collection of thugs at his disposal. It might be wise to locate someone who can explain the current local customs." But in the village of Bywater, every door was shut, every window dark, and no one came out to welcome them. They soon understood why. When they approached the Green Dragon, the last building on the Hobbiton side, now standing silent with shattered windows, they were alarmed to find half a dozen rough-looking men leaning idly against the inn wall. They were a sallow-faced, squint-eyed lot. "Reminds me of that unsavory friend of Bill Ferny's back in Bree," Sam observed quietly. "Reminds me of quite a few I saw at Isengard," Merry muttered in reply. The ruffians carried clubs and had horns at their belts, but bore no other visible weapons. As the travelers rode up, they pushed off from the wall and stepped into the road, blocking it completely. "Just where do you think you're headed?" asked one, the largest and most menacing of the bunch. "The road ends here for you."
"And where are those precious sheriffs of yours?"
"Oh, they're coming along just fine," Merry replied airily. "A bit tender in the feet, perhaps. We promised to wait for them here."
"See? What did I say?"
the ruffian snarled to his companions. "I told Sharkey it was useless relying on those little fools. He should have sent some of our own lads. And what exactly would that have accomplished, I wonder?" said Merry. "We aren't accustomed to highwaymen in these parts, but we know perfectly well how to manage them." "Highwaymen, is it?" the man spat. "So that's your attitude. You'd better adjust it, or we'll adjust it for you. You little folk are getting above yourselves. Don't rely too much on the boss's generous nature. Sharkey has arrived, and his word is law now, the man declared. Frodo kept his voice low as he asked, "And what exactly does Sharkey command?" The ruffian sneered. "This sleepy little country needs a firm hand to set things straight, and Sharkey's the one to do it. He'll make it tough if you force his hand. You lot need a proper leader, and you'll have one before the year ends if there's any more fuss. Then you'll learn your place, you little vermin." "Is that so? I'm fascinated to hear your plans," Frodo replied calmly. "I'm actually on my way to visit Mr. Lotho. He might find this news quite interesting as well." The ruffian let out a harsh laugh. "Lotho? Oh, he's well aware. Don't you fret about him. He does what Sharkey tells him. If a so-called boss causes problems, we simply replace him. Understand? And if any little folks stick their noses where they don't belong, we know how to deal with them. Clear enough?" "Perfectly clear," said Frodo. "What's also clear is that you're badly out of touch with recent events. Much has changed since you left the southern region. Your time, and the time of all your kind, is finished. The Dark Tower lies in ruins, and a king now rules in Gondor. Isengard has been obliterated, and your precious master is nothing but a vagrant in the wild. I saw him myself on the road. The king's own couriers will be traveling the Greenway now, not thugs from Isengard." The man glared, a mocking grin spreading across his face. "A vagrant, is he? Go on, boast all you like, you puffed-up little rooster. But your tall tales won't stop us from enjoying this soft, comfortable land you've been lazing in for too long." He snapped his fingers contemptuously close to Frodo's face. "And the king's messengers, that's what I think of them. I'll believe it when I see one." This was more than Pippin could bear. His mind flashed to the honor of Cormallen, and here was this vile, squint-eyed rogue daring to insult the ring-bearer. In one swift motion, he threw back his cloak, his sword flashing into the open. The emblem of Gondor, silver and sable, shone upon him as he urged his pony forward. "I am a messenger of the king," he stated, his voice ringing with authority. "You address a dear friend to the king, a hero known across the western lands. You are nothing but a fool and a brute. Get down on your knees in this road and beg for forgiveness, or I will let this blade taste your foul blood." The steel caught the light of the setting sun. Merry and Sam promptly drew their own swords and moved to flank Pippin, though Frodo remained still. The ruffians recoiled. Their expertise lay in terrifying simple farmers and intimidating confused hobbits. The sight of resolute hobbits with gleaming swords and stern expressions was a shock. Moreover, the tone in these newcomers' voices carried an unfamiliar, chilling authority that sparked real fear within them. "Leave," commanded Merry. "Trouble this village again, and you will deeply regret it." As the three hobbits advanced, the ruffians finally broke, turning to flee up the Hobbiton road, though they sounded their horns in retreat. "It seems our return was just in time," Merry observed. "Perhaps not a day too soon," Frodo said, a somber note in his voice. "Though it may already be too late to help Lotho. A wretched fool, but I pity him none the less." "Save Lotho?" Pippin exclaimed, utterly bewildered. "I'd have thought destroying him was the point." "You're not seeing the full picture, Pippin," Frodo explained. "Lotho never intended for things to reach this state. He has been a wicked and foolish tool, but now he's trapped. These brutes are in control, looting and terrorizing everyone in his name. Soon they won't even bother with his name. He's likely a terrified prisoner in Bag End right now. We should attempt to free him." "I am completely astounded," Pippin cried. "Of all the conclusions to our long journey, this is the last I imagined. Battling ruffians and their ilk here in the Shire itself, all to rescue Lotho Pimple. Battle," Frodo mused. "It may come to that, I suppose, but hear this clearly. There will be no killing of hobbits. Not even those who have truly turned to the wrong side, and I mean truly turned. Not just those obeying out of fear. No hobbit has ever purposefully slain another within the Shire, and that will not start today. And if it is within our power, no one at all is to be killed. Keep your heads and don't make a move until you absolutely have to," Merry insisted. But if there's a whole gang of these thugs, Merry continued, then a fight is coming. We won't save Lotho, or the Shire for that matter, just by standing around looking heartbroken, Frodo. Pippin nodded in agreement. Scaring them off again won't be simple. We caught them off guard before you all heard that horn, right? That means more of them are nearby. They'll grow a lot braver once they gather in numbers. Maybe we should find somewhere to lay low for the night. There's only 4 of us, weapons or not. Sam suddenly brightened. I've got a thought. Let's head to old Tom Cotton's place down on South Lane. He's as solid as they come. He's also got a house full of sons who've always been good mates of mine. Absolutely not, Merry cut in sharply. Hiding is the worst thing we could do. That's exactly what everyone else has been doing, and it's exactly what these bullies want. They'll just swarm the place, trap us, and then smoke us out or burn it down. No, we need to act, and we need to act now. Act how? Pippin asked. Rouse the Shire, Merry declared, his voice firm. Right now, wake everyone up. You can see they all hate what's happening, every last one of them, save for a handful of troublemakers and a few clueless fools chasing a bit of power. But folks here have had it easy for so long, they've forgotten how to push back. They're dry tinder, though, just waiting for a spark. The chief's men know it. They'll try to crush us fast before that spark catches. We're out of time, Sam. If you want, make a run for the cotton farm. Tom's the most important man in these parts and the toughest. Let's go. I'm going to sound the horn of Rohan and give them a melody they won't soon forget. They wheeled their ponies back to the village center. There, Sam broke away, urging his mount into a gallop down the southern lane. He hadn't gone far when a single, piercing horn call sliced through the air, echoing over hills and fields. The sound was so urgent it nearly pulled Sam back. His pony shied and whinnied. Easy, boy, onward, Sam urged. We'll be heading back before long. Then he heard Merry shift the tune, and the fierce horn cry of Buckland erupted, seeming to vibrate the very ground. Awake! Awake! Fear, fire, foes, awake! Behind him, Sam heard a sudden clamor, shouting the bang of doors. Ahead, lanterns flared to life in the deepening dusk. Dogs barked, running feet pounded the earth. Before he even reached the lane's end, Farmer Cotton appeared with 3 of his sons, young Tom, Jolly, and Nick, rushing toward him, axes in hand, blocking the path. Hold on! This isn't one of those villains, Sam heard the farmer say. It's hobbit-sized, but dressed mighty strange. Hey there, he shouted. Who are you? And what's all this racket about? It's Sam Gamgee. I'm back. Farmer Cotton stepped closer, peering at him in the fading light. Well, I'll be, he exclaimed. The voice fits. And your face hasn't improved a bit, Sam. But I'd have walked right past you on the road in that outfit. You've been off in foreign lands, by the look of it. We'd given you up for lost. Not me, said Sam. Nor Mr. Frodo. He's here with his friends. And that's what the fuss is about. They're raising the Shire. We're going to drive out these ruffians and their so-called chief, too. We're starting tonight. Good, good, cried Farmer Cotton, a fierce grin spreading across his face. So it's finally starting. I've been sitting on my hands all year, but nobody would budge. I had the wife and my Rosie to consider. These brutes stop at nothing. But come on, lads, Bywater's awake. We can't miss this. What about Mrs. Cotton and Rosie? Sam asked, a sudden worry hitting him. It's not safe to leave them alone yet. Nibs is with them, but you can head over and lend him a hand if you're worried, Farmer Cotton said with a knowing chuckle. Then he and his sons sprinted toward the village noise. Sam hurried to the farmhouse. By the large round door at the top of the steps from the broad yard stood Mrs. Cotton and Rosie, with Nibs planted firmly in front of them, gripping a hay-fork. It's just me, Sam called out as he jogged up. Sam Gamgee. So don't go poking at me, Nibs. Besides, I'm wearing a mail shirt. He hopped off his pony and climbed the steps. They all just stared at him without a word. Good evening, Mrs. Cotton, he said. Hello, Rosie. Hello, Sam, Rosie replied. Where on earth have you been? Everyone said you were dead, but I've been waiting for you since spring. You certainly took your time, didn't you? Maybe I did, Sam said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "But I'm making up for it now. We're dealing with those ruffians, and I need to get back to Mr. Frodo. I just wanted to stop by and see how Mrs. Cotton was doing, and you too, Rosie." "We're managing just fine, thank you," said Mrs. Cotton. "Or we would be if it weren't for these thieving scoundrels." "Well, you'd better get going then," Rosie said. "If you've been taking care of Mr. Frodo all this time, why would you leave him the minute things get dangerous?" That question hit Sam harder than he expected. It would take a week to properly answer, or maybe it was better not to answer at all. He turned around and got back on his pony. But as he started to ride off, Rosie hurried down the steps. "I think you look wonderful, Sam," she told him. "Now go on, but be careful and come straight back as soon as you've sorted out those ruffians." By the time Sam returned, the entire village was awake and buzzing. Aside from plenty of younger boys, over 100 sturdy hobbits had already gathered, armed with axes, heavy hammers, long knives, and solid staves. A few even carried hunting bows. More were still arriving from outlying farms. Some of the villagers had lit a large fire, partly to lift everyone's spirits, and partly because it was something the chief had forbidden. It burned brightly as night began to fall. Following Merry's instructions, others were setting up barricades across the road at both ends of the village. When the sheriffs reached the lower barricade, they were completely stunned, but once they saw how things stood, most of them took off their official feathers and joined the rebellion. The rest simply slipped away. Sam found Frodo and his companions by the fire, deep in conversation with old Tom Cotton, while a crowd of admiring Bywater residents stood around watching. "So what's the next step?" asked Farmer Cotton. "I can't say yet," Frodo answered. "Not until I know more. How many of these ruffians are there exactly?" "That's difficult to pin down," Cotton said. "They move around, coming and going. Sometimes there are about 50 of them up in the sheds near Hobbiton, but they roam out from there, stealing or gathering, as they call it. Still, there's rarely fewer than 20 hanging around the boss, as they name him. He's at Bag End, or he was, but he doesn't venture outside the grounds anymore. In fact, no one's seen him for a week or two, but his men won't let anyone get close." "Hobbiton isn't their only spot, is it?" Pippin asked. "No. Worse luck," Cotton replied. "I hear there's a fair number down south in Longbottom and around Sarn Ford, and some more hiding out in the Woody End. They've got sheds at Waymeet too. And then there are the lockholes, what they call the old storage tunnels at Michel Delving that they've turned into prisons for anyone who stands up to them. Still, I'd guess there aren't more than 300 of them in the whole Shire, maybe even fewer. We can handle them if we all stick together." "What kind of weapons do they have?" Merry inquired. "Whips, knives, and clubs. Enough for their nasty business," Cotton said. "That's all they've shown so far. But I expect they've got other gear if a real fight breaks out. Some have bows, anyway. They've already shot 1 or 2 of our people. There you have it, Frodo." Merry exclaimed. "I knew we'd end up fighting. Well, they started the killing." "Not exactly," Cotton corrected. "At least not the shooting. The Tooks started that part. You see your father, Mr. Peregrine, he never had any dealings with this Lotho from the start. He said if anyone was going to act the chief nowadays, it ought to be the proper Thane of the Shire and not some upstart. And when Lotho sent his men, they got absolutely nowhere with him. The Tooks have been fortunate, with their deep dwellings in the green hills, the great smiles and such. The ruffians can't get at them there, and the Tooks won't permit them on their land. If they try, the Tooks hunt them down. They shot 3 for trespassing and theft. That only made the ruffians more vicious. Now they watch the borders of Tookland closely. Nobody goes in or out." "Good for the Tooks," Pippin shouted, "but someone is about to get back in. I'm heading for the Smeals. Is anyone coming with me to Tuckborough?" He rode off with several young hobbits on their ponies. "I'll see you all soon," he called back. "It's only about 14 miles cross-country. I'll return by morning with an army of Took." Merry sounded a horn call after them as they vanished into the deepening dusk, and the crowd cheered. Yet Frodo, speaking to those nearby, said, "I wish for no bloodshed, not even of these ruffians, unless it becomes absolutely necessary to stop them from harming our people." "Understood," said Merry. "But I expect a visit from the Hobbiton gang at any moment. They won't be coming for a friendly chat. We'll attempt to handle them cleanly, but we must be ready for anything. Now I have a strategy." "Very well," Frodo replied. "You make the preparations." At that moment, some hobbits who had been posted toward Hobbiton came running back. "They're coming," they cried, a score or more, but two broke off and headed west across the fields. "That'll be for Waymeet," said Cotton, "to fetch more of their lot. Well, that's 15 miles each way. We needn't worry about them yet." Merry rushed off to issue command. Farmer Cotton cleared the lane, sending everyone inside except for the older hobbits, who carried some form of weapon. They did not have to wait long. Soon, loud, rough voices could be heard, followed by the heavy tramp of boots. A full squad of the ruffians came down the road. They spotted the makeshift barrier and laughed, believing nothing in this quiet little country could stand against 20 of them together. The hobbits opened the barrier and moved aside. Much obliged, the men sneered. "Now, run along home to bed before you get a whipping." They marched up the street, shouting, "Douse those lights, get inside and stay there, or we'll haul 50 of you off to the lockholes for a year. Move, the boss is losing his patience." No one obeyed their commands. Instead, as the ruffians passed, the hobbits closed in quietly behind and followed them. When the men reached the central fire, there stood Farmer Cotton, entirely alone, warming his hands. "Who are you, and what do you think you're doing?" growled the ruffian leader. Farmer Cotton looked at him slowly. "I was just about to ask you the same thing," he said. "This isn't your country, and you're not welcome here." "Well, you're wanted anyway," the leader retorted. "We want you. Seize him, lads, off to the lockholes with him, and give him something to remember us by." The men took a single step forward and then froze. A roar of voices erupted all around them, and they suddenly realized Farmer Cotton was not alone. They were surrounded. In the dark fringe of the firelight stood a wide ring of hobbits who had crept silently from the shadows. There were nearly 200 of them, each holding some weapon. Merry stepped forward. "We've met before," he said to the leader. "I warned you not to return. I warn you again, you are standing in the light covered by archers. If you lay a finger on this farmer, or on anyone else, you will be shot immediately. Lay down your weapons." The leader looked around. He was trapped, but he wasn't frightened, not with 20 of his comrades at his back. His ignorance of hobbits blinded him to his true danger. Foolishly, he chose to fight, thinking it would be simple to break through. "At 'em, lads!" he yelled. "Give it to 'em!" With a long knife in one hand and a club in the other, he charged at the ring, trying to burst through back toward Hobbiton. He aimed a vicious swing at Merry, who stood directly in his path. He fell dead, struck by 4 arrows. The rest of the men gave up without another fight. Their weapons were taken. They were bound together with rope and marched off to one of their own empty huts, where they were secured and placed under guard. Their fallen leader was hauled away to be buried. Cotton wiped his brow. "Seems it went smoother than we feared, doesn't it? I knew we could handle them, but we needed a spark. You returned at just the right moment, Mr. Merry." Merry shook his head, his expression still serious. "This isn't over. If your count is correct, we've only dealt with a small fraction of them. But with night fallen, our next move must wait for daylight. Then we will pay a visit to this so-called chief." "Why wait until morning?" Sam asked urgently. "It's barely past 6, and I need to see my old gaffer. Do you know how he's faring, Mr. Cotton?" "He's holding on, Sam," the farmer replied. It was a hard blow when they dug up Bagshot Row. He's been put in one of those new houses the chief's men threw up before they stopped all real work, about a mile from the end of Bywater. He manages to slip over to my place when he can, and I make sure he gets a decent meal, though it's strictly against the rules.
I would have taken him in, but that wasn't permitted.
"I'm deeply grateful, Mr. Cotton, and I won't forget it," said Sam. "But I have to see him now. That boss and his sharky might stir up more trouble before sunrise." "Very well, Sam," Cotton agreed. Pick a couple of lads and go bring him to my house. You can avoid the old Hobbiton village across the water. My boy Jolly will guide you." After Sam departed, Merry organized night watches around the village and posted guards at the barriers. Then he and Frodo accompanied Farmer Cotton to his home. They gathered in the warm kitchen, where the Cotton family asked a few polite questions about the travelers' journeys, but were far more eager to discuss the troubles in the Shire. "It all started with Pimple, as we call him," Farmer Cotton explained, "and it began almost the moment you left, Mr. Frodo. Pimple had some peculiar notions, wanted to own everything himself and boss everyone else around. Turns out he already owned more than was healthy, and he was always snatching up more mills, malt houses, inns, farms, tobacco fields. Rumor has it he'd even bought Sandyman's mill before he ever moved into Bag End. He began with plenty of property down in the South Farthing from his father, and apparently he'd been quietly shipping out the best leaf for a year or two. But late last year, he started sending away wagon loads of all sorts of goods, not just leaf. Supplies grew scarce with winter coming on, and people grew angry. But he had his answer ready. A bunch of men, rough types mostly, arrived with big wagons, some to haul the goods south, others to stay. More kept coming. Before we knew it, they were scattered all over the Shire, cutting down trees, digging and building sheds and houses wherever they pleased. At first, Pimple paid for things, but soon they just took what they wanted and threw their weight around. There was a bit of resistance, but not enough. Old Mayor Will set off for Bag End to complain, but he never made it. Ruffians grabbed him, locked him in a storage hole at Michel Delving, and he's still there. After that, not long after New Year, there was no more mayor. Pimple started calling himself Chief Sheriff, or just the chief, and did as he pleased. Anyone who got uppish ended up following Will, so things just kept getting worse and worse. The smoke had cleared, save for what the men made, and the chief had no use for beer except for his own men, shutting every inn. Everything grew scarce, except for rules dwindling day by day, unless you managed to hide a little something for yourself. When the rough fellows came around collecting goods for fair sharing, that meant they took it all and we got nothing, except for the scraps you could fetch at the sheriff houses if you could bear to eat them. It was all going very poorly. But ever since Sharkey arrived, it's been nothing but outright destruction, Mary asked. "Who is this Sharkey?" I overheard one of those ruffians mention the name. Cotton replied, "Seems he's the worst of the whole lot. We first caught word of him around last harvest time, maybe the end of September. None of us have laid eyes on him, but he's holed up at Bag End. He's the true chief now, I reckon. All the rough ones jump at his command, and his orders are mostly just chop, burn, and wreck everything. Now it's gotten to murder. There isn't a shred of sense left in any of it. They'll fell a tree and just leave it to rot, burn a house down and never think to rebuild. Take the mill, for instance. Sandyman's place was knocked down almost as soon as that Pimple fellow settled into Bag End. Then he brought in a crew of grimy-looking men to put up a bigger one, stuffed it full of wheels and strange machinery. Only that fool Ted was happy about it, working there cleaning wheels for the men, where his own father had been the miller and his own boss. Pimple claimed it was to grind more and grind faster. He's got other mills just like it, but you need grain before you can grind anything, and there wasn't any more work for this new mill than for the old one. But since Sharkey came, they don't grind corn at all anymore. It's just constant hammering, belching smoke, and a foul stench, so there's no peace left even at night here in Hobbiton. And they dump filth on purpose. They've spoiled the whole lower water, and it's creeping into the Brandywine. If their aim is to turn the Shire into a wasteland, they're certainly on the right path. I don't believe that fool Pimple is behind all this. It's Sharkey, I tell you." Young Tom chimed in, "That's the truth. Why, they even took Pimple's old mother Lobelia, and he was fond of her, even if nobody else was. Some of the Hobbiton folks saw it happen. She was coming down the lane with her old umbrella. Some ruffians were heading up with a large cart. 'Where do you think you're going?' she says to them. 'To Bag End,' they answer. 'What for?' she asks. 'To put up some sheds for Sharkey,' they tell her. Who said you could? She demands. Sharky did, they say. So get out of the road, you old hag. I'll give you Sharky, you dirty, thieving ruffians, she shouts, and up goes her umbrella as she goes for the leader, a man nearly twice her size. So they took her, dragged her off to the lockholes, and at her age, too. They've taken others we miss a great deal more, but you can't deny she showed more backbone than most. In the middle of this conversation, Sam burst in with the gaffer. Old Gamgee didn't look much older, but he was a little harder of hearing. Good evening, Mr. Baggins, he said. I'm truly glad to see you back safe, but I've a bit of a grievance to air, if I may be so bold in a manner of speaking. You never should have sold Bag End, like I always said. That's what began all this trouble. And while you've been traipsing about in foreign lands, chasing after black men up mountains, from what my Sam says, though he never rightly explains why they've gone and dug up Bagshot Row and ruined all my potatoes, Frodo said. I'm very sorry, Mr. Gamgee, but now that I'm back, I'll do everything I can to set things right. Well, you can't speak fairer than that, said the gaffer, Mr. Frodo Baggins is a true gentle hobbit. I've always said, whatever anyone might think of some others with that name, begging your pardon, and I hope my Sam has behaved himself and given satisfaction. Perfect satisfaction, Mr. Gamgee, Frodo answered. It was hard for Sam's father to accept, but the truth was his son had become a celebrated figure across the land. Tales of his bravery were being sung from the Shire all the way to the distant sea and the lands beyond the Brandywine River. Sam felt his cheeks grow warm, but he gave Frodo a thankful look, for Rosie was beaming at him with admiration. It's a mighty tall tale to swallow, the gaffer admitted, shaking his head, though I can see he's been keeping odd company, and where's his proper waistcoat gone? I've no liking for all this clanking metalwork, no matter how sturdy it is. The household of Farmer Cotton and all their visitors were stirring at first light. The night had passed quietly, but everyone knew more danger was looming with the sunrise. Looks like the scoundrels have cleared out from Bag End, Cotton reported. But that nasty bunch from Waymeet will be marching down the road any minute now. After a quick breakfast, a rider arrived from the Tookland, his spirits high. The Thane has called up the whole country, he announced. Word is spreading like wildfire. Those ruffians who were watching our borders have run off south, those that made it out alive. The Thane has gone to head off the main gang down that way, but he's sent Mr. Peregrine back with every able-bodied hobbit he can spare. The next report was not so cheerful. Merry, who had been out scouting all night, rode in around 10 o'clock. There's a large band about 4 miles off, he said grimly. They're coming up the road from Waymeet, and they've been picking up stray troublemakers along the way. Must be nearly 100 of them now, and they're burning farms as they come. A curse on the lot of them. This bunch won't stop for a chat, Farmer Cotton said, his face set. They'll kill on sight if they get the chance. If the Tooks don't arrive soon, we'd best find good cover and start shooting. There's going to be a fight before this is over, Mr. Frodo. Fortunately, the Tooks arrived sooner than expected. Not long after, a force of 100 sturdy hobbits from Tuckborough and the Green Hills marched in, with Pippin leading them. Now, Merry had enough good hobbit folk to confront the ruffians. Scouts brought word that the enemy was staying in a tight group. They knew the countryside had turned against them and clearly intended to crush the rebellion at its heart in Bywater. Yet, for all their grim purpose, they seemed to have no real commander who understood battle. They advanced carelessly, taking no precautions. Merry swiftly made his plans. The ruffians came tramping along the east road, and without stopping turned up the Bywater road, which wound for a stretch between high banks crowned with low hedges, rounding a bend about a furlong from the main road. They found their way blocked by a sturdy barricade of overturned farm carts that brought them to a halt. At that same moment, they realized the hedges on both sides, just above their heads, were lined with hobbits. Behind them, more hobbits pushed out additional wagons that had been hidden in a field, blocking their retreat. A voice called down to them from above. "Well, you've walked right into a trap," said Merry. "Your friends from Hobbiton did the same. One is dead, and the rest are our prisoners. lay down your weapons, then back up 20 paces and sit down. Anyone who tries to run will be shot." But these ruffians were not so easily intimidated. A handful obeyed, only to be attacked by their own comrades. About 20 broke ranks and charged the wagons behind them. 6 were shot down, but the rest broke through, killing 2 hobbits, and then scattered into the countryside toward Woody End. 2 more fell as they fled. Merry blew a loud blast on his horn, and answering calls sounded in the distance. "They won't get far," Pippin said. "That whole area is swarming with our hunters now back in the lane." The trapped men, still about 80 strong, tried to scramble over the barricade and up the banks. The hobbits were forced to shoot many of them, or cut them down with axes. Yet many of the strongest and most desperate managed to clamber out on the west side. There they turned and attacked their enemies with a fierce rage, caring more for bloodshed now than for escape. Several hobbits fell in the clash, and the line began to falter, until Merry and Pippin arrived from the eastern flank and led a fierce countercharge. Merry cut down the hulking, squint-eyed leader himself, a brute who seemed more orc than man. He then skillfully pulled his fighters back, surrounding the last of the men with a wide circle of archers until they surrendered. When the dust settled, nearly 70 ruffians lay dead, with a dozen taken captive. The Shire's losses were 19 hobbits slain and about 30 wounded. The fallen men were loaded onto wagons and hauled to an old sandpit for burial, a site later known as the Battle Pit. Their own dead were laid to rest together on the hillside, where eventually a great stone was placed within a garden. Thus concluded the Battle of Bywater in the year 1419, the final conflict on Shire soil, and the only one since the Greenfields fight up in the North Farthing long ago. Though mercifully brief in lives lost, it earned its own chapter in the Red Book, with a roll of names remembered by every Shire historian. The Cottons saw their families' standing rise considerably from that day. Yet, at the very top of every account stood the names of Captains Meriadoc and Peregrine. Frodo had been present, but he never drew his sword. His main role was to restrain his fellow hobbits from killing those enemies who surrendered in the heat of their grief and anger. Once the field was cleared and the grim tasks arranged, Merry, Pippin, and Sam joined him, and they rode back with the Cottons after a late midday meal. Frodo sighed and said, "I suppose it's time we dealt with the chief." "Absolutely. And the sooner the better," Merry replied, his tone hardening. "And don't go easy on him. He's the one who brought these thugs here and allowed all this ruin." Farmer Cotton gathered an escort of about 24 sturdy hobbits. "We're only guessing that no ruffians are left at Bag End," he cautioned. "We can't be sure." They set out on foot, with Frodo, Sam, Merry, and Pippin leading. It proved one of the most sorrowful walks of their lives. The great chimney loomed ahead, and as they approached the old village across the water, they passed rows of cheap, ugly new houses lining the road. The new mill stood before them in all its grim, dirty bulk, a brick monstrosity straddling the stream and fouling it with a steaming, stinking outflow. Every tree along the Bywater road had been chopped down. Crossing the bridge and looking up the hill, they gasped. Not even Sam's vision in the mirror had fully prepared him for the devastation. The old grange on the west side was gone, replaced by rows of tarred sheds. All the chestnut trees had vanished. Hedgerows and banks were torn up. Large wagons stood scattered in a field stripped bare of grass. Bagshot Row was now just a gaping quarry of sand and gravel. Up beyond Bag End was hidden behind a clutter of large huts. "They've cut it down," Sam cried out, his voice breaking. "They've cut down the party tree." He pointed to the empty space where the great tree had stood, under which Bilbo once gave his farewell speech. Now it lay hacked and lifeless in the field. As if this final blow broke him, Sam burst into tears. A harsh laugh cut through his grief. A surly, grimy-faced hobbit lounged against the low wall of the mill yard, his hands black with filth. "Don't he like it, Sam?" he sneered. "But you always were soft. Thought you'd sailed off on one of them ships you used to babble about. What did you come back for? We've got real work to do in the Shire now." So I see, Sam answered, wiping his eyes, his sorrow turning to cold anger. No time for washing, but plenty of time for leaning on walls. But listen here, Master Sandyman. I've a score to settle in this village. Don't make it longer with your jeering, or you'll face a bill too steep for your purse. Ted Sandyman spat over the wall. Go on, he scoffed. You can't touch me. I'm a friend of the boss's. Watch your tongue, or he'll be the one dealing with you, Sam warned sharply. Frodo cut in. Don't waste your breath arguing with a fool, Sam. I pray there aren't many more hobbits who've turned out this way. That would be a greater ill than all the damage done by the men. Merry fixed Ted Sandyman with a cold stare. You're filthy and rude, Sandyman, and you're also badly mistaken. We're on our way up the hill to deal with your precious boss. His men have already been handled. Ted's jaw went slack as he finally noticed the armed escort waiting at Merry's signal, now crossing the bridge. He scrambled back into the mill and rushed out, blowing a horn in panic. Save your effort, Merry called out with a laugh. I've got a better one. He raised his own silver horn and blew a clear, ringing note that echoed across the hill. In response, hobbits began streaming from every hole, shed, and ramshackle house in Hobbiton, cheering loudly as they fell in behind the company on the road to Bag End. The party paused at the top of the lane, and Frodo with his companions went on alone toward the place they once loved. The garden was now a cluttered mess of huts and storage sheds, some built so close to the old westward windows that they blocked the light completely. Heaps of rubbish lay everywhere. The door was battered, the bell chain hung broken, and the bell itself was silent. Knocking brought no reply, so they pushed the door open and stepped inside. A foul stench filled the air. The place was filthy and in disarray, looking as though it hadn't been used in quite some time. "Where is that wretched Lotho hiding?" Merry asked after they had searched each room, finding nothing alive except scuttling rats and mice. "Should we send the others to check the sheds?" "This feels worse than Mordor," Sam said quietly, his voice thick with emotion. "In a way, it's much worse. It hits closer to home, as they say, because this was home, and you remember how it used to be before all this ruin." Frodo nodded slowly. "Yes, this is Mordor's work, just one of its many deeds. Saruman was carrying out its will all along, even when he believed he was acting for himself. The same goes for those he deceived, like Lotho." Merry glanced around, his face a mix of dismay and disgust. "Let's get out of here," he muttered. "If I'd known the full extent of the harm he caused, I would have shoved my pouch right down Saruman's throat. No doubt, no doubt. But you didn't, and so I'm here to welcome you home." Saruman himself stood in the doorway, looking well-fed and thoroughly pleased, his eyes glinting with malice and amusement. A realization struck Frodo. "Sharky!" he exclaimed. Saruman chuckled. "So you've heard that name, have you? All my followers in Isengard used it, I believe. A mark of affection, perhaps. But clearly you didn't expect to find me here." "I did not," Frodo replied, "though perhaps I should have guessed. Petty mischief in a mean spirit. Gandalf warned me you were still capable of it." "Quite capable," Saruman said smoothly. "And far more than just a little. You amused me. You hobbit lordlings, riding about with all those important folk, so confident and pleased with yourselves. You believed you'd come out on top and could now saunter back to enjoy a quiet country life. My home could be destroyed, and I could be cast out, but no one would touch yours. Oh no, Gandalf would see to your comforts." Saruman laughed again, a dry, mocking sound. "Not him. Once his tools have served their purpose, he discards them. Yet you trailed after him, dawdling and chatting, taking twice the road you needed. Well, I thought, if they're such fools, I'll get ahead and teach them a lesson. One ill turn deserves another. It would have been a harsher lesson if you'd given me a bit more time and more men. Still, I've accomplished enough that you'll find it difficult to repair in your lifetimes, and it pleases me to think on that, a small compensation for my own losses." "Well, if that is what brings you pleasure," Frodo said quietly, "then I pity you. I fear it will only be a pleasure of memory. Leave now and do not come back." The local hobbits had watched Saruman emerge from one of the cottages, and they quickly gathered around the entrance to Bag End. Hearing Frodo's order, they grumbled with anger, shouting, "Don't let him leave! He's a scoundrel and a killer! End him!" Saruman glanced at their unfriendly expressions and gave a cold smile. "End me?" he taunted. "Go ahead. If you believe you have the numbers, my courageous little folk." He straightened his posture and fixed them with a piercing stare from his dark eyes. "Yet do not imagine that losing my possessions means I have lost all my strength. Anyone who harms me will be cursed. Should my blood taint the Shire, this land will sicken and never recover." The hobbits drew back, uneasy. Frodo spoke firmly. "Do not listen to him. His power is gone, except for the voice that can still frighten and trick you if you allow it. But I will not have him killed. Answering vengeance with more vengeance heals nothing. Leave, Saruman, and take the quickest path." "Worm, Worm!" Saruman shouted. From a nearby hut, Worm-tongue crept out, almost on all fours, like a dog. "Back to the road, Worm," Saruman declared. "These fine gentlemen and little lords are casting us out once more. Come along." Saruman began to walk away, with Worm-tongue shuffling behind. Yet, as Saruman moved near Frodo, a knife suddenly gleamed in his hand, and he thrust quickly. The blade struck hidden armor and broke. A group of hobbits, led by Sam, rushed forward with shouts and threw the villain to the ground. Sam pulled out his sword. "No, Sam," Frodo said. "Do not take his life even now. He has not harmed me. Besides, I do not want him slain in such a dark state of mind. Once he was great, of a noble sort we should not dare to strike. He has fallen, and his healing is beyond us. Yet I would still show mercy, hoping he might someday find redemption." Saruman stood up and gazed at Frodo, an odd mix of astonishment, grudging respect, and bitter hatred in his eyes. "You have changed, halfling," he said. "Indeed, you have changed greatly. You are both wise and ruthless. You have stolen the satisfaction from my revenge, and now I must depart in bitterness, indebted to your pity. I despise it and you. Very well, I go and shall trouble you no further, but do not expect me to wish you health or long years. You will have neither. Yet that is not my doing. I only predict." He walked off, and the hobbits opened a path for him to pass, though their knuckles turned white as they clutched their weapons. Worm-tongue paused, then trailed after his master. "Worm-tongue," Frodo called, "you do not have to follow him. I know of no wrong you have done to me. You may rest and eat here a while, until you are stronger and can choose your own path." Worm-tongue stopped and looked back, half inclined to stay. Saruman turned. "No wrong?" he sneered. "Oh, certainly not. Even when he slips out at night, it's merely to gaze at the stars. But did I hear someone wondering where poor Lotho has gone? You know, don't you, Worm? Will you tell them? Worm-tongue hunched down, whining." "No, no, then I will," said Saruman. "Worm murdered your chief, that pitiful little fellow, your dear little boss. Isn't that right, Worm? Stabbed him as he slept. I believe buried him too, I hope, though Worm has been quite hungry lately. No, Worm isn't truly pleasant. You had best leave him to me." A flash of fierce hatred ignited in Worm-tongue's reddened eyes. "You ordered me to. You forced me," he whispered harshly. Saruman laughed. "You do what Sharky says always, don't you, Worm? Well, now he says, follow." He kicked Worm-tongue in the face as he cowered, then turned to stride away. But at that moment, something inside Worm-tongue shattered. He leaped up, drawing a concealed knife, and with a growl like a wild animal, he lunged onto Saruman's back, yanked his head back, slit his throat, and with a scream dashed down the lane. Before Frodo could react or utter a word, 3 hobbit bows sang out, and Worm-tongue fell lifeless. To the horror of the onlookers, a pale, smoky mist began to gather around Saruman's fallen form. It rose like a column of vapor, taking the shape of a tall, shrouded figure that towered over the hill. It lingered for a moment, seeming to gaze toward the west, but a chill wind swept in from that direction, bending the spectre away until it sighed and vanished into the air. Frodo stared down at the body with a mix of pity and dread, for it now appeared as a withered husk, the long years of its decay laid bare in an instant. The face collapsed into mere tatters of skin. stretched over a ghastly skull. Gently, he lifted the edge of the grimy cloak lying nearby and drew it over the remains before turning away. "Well, that's that," Sam muttered. "A grim sight, and one I'd rather not have seen, but good riddance all the same." "Let's hope it's the final act of this whole wretched war," said Merry. Frodo sighed. "I hope so too. The last stroke, yet to think it would land right here on the very doorstep of Bag End. In all my worrying, I never imagined that." Sam, however, shook his head gloomily. "I won't call it finished until we've sorted out this mess, and that's going to mean a mountain of work." The task of setting things right did demand tremendous effort, though it progressed faster than Sam had anticipated. The morning after the confrontation, Frodo rode to Michel Delving to free the captives from the lockhold. Among the first they discovered was Fredegar Bolger, no longer fitting his nickname Fatty. He had been captured when ruffians flushed out his band of rebels from their hideouts in the Brockenbors near the hills of Scary. "You really should have come with us after all, old friend," Pippin said softly as they carried him out, too frail to stand. Fredegar managed to open one eye and attempt a brave smile. "Who's this loud young giant?" he whispered. "Can't be little Pippin. What size hat do you wear these days?" Then there was Lobelia. The poor hobbit looked terribly aged and thin when they led her from a cramped, dark cell. She insisted on hobbling out unaided, and the reception that met her, leaning on Frodo's arm but still gripping her umbrella tightly, was so warm, with such applause and cheering, that she was deeply moved and departed in tears. Popularity was a new experience for her. Yet the news of Lotho's murder shattered her spirit, and she refused to return to Bag End. She gave the property back to Frodo and went to live with her relatives, the Bracegirdles of Hardbottle. When she passed away the following spring, she was, after all, over 100 years old. Frodo was both surprised and touched to learn she had left what remained of her, and Lotho's money for him to use in aiding hobbits left homeless by the Troubles. Thus, the long-standing feud was laid to rest. Old Will Whitfoot had endured the lockholes longer than anyone, and though he may have been treated slightly better than some, he required considerable care and feeding before he could resume his duties as mayor. Frodo agreed to serve as deputy mayor until Mr. Whitfoot was fit again. Frodo's main act in that role was to restore the sheriffs to their proper limited function and number. The job of rooting out the last of the ruffians fell to Merry and Pippin, and it was swiftly accomplished. The southern gangs, upon hearing of the Battle of Bywater, fled the Shire and put up little fight against the Thane's forces. Before the year's end, the few remaining stragglers were gathered from the woods, and those who surrendered were escorted to the borders. All the while, the work of repair moved ahead quickly, keeping Sam exceedingly busy. Hobbits can labor with the diligence of bees when the spirit moves them and necessity calls. Now there were thousands of willing hands of every age, from the small, quick fingers of the youngsters to the tough, calloused hands of the elders. By Yule, not one brick remained standing of the new sheriff houses or any structure built by Sharkey's men. Instead, those bricks were used to mend many an old smeal, making them cozier and more weather-tight than before. The Shire was soon overflowing with supplies, as the ruffians had hoarded vast quantities of goods, food, and ale in sheds, barns, and abandoned hideouts, particularly within the tunnels of Michel Delving and the old quarries near Scary. This unexpected bounty meant the Yule celebrations were far more festive than anyone had dared to anticipate. In Hobbiton, even before the unsightly new mill was torn down, efforts turned to restoring the hill and Bag End, with Bagshot Row being rebuilt with care. The gaping front of the new sand pit was filled and transformed into a spacious, sheltered garden, while new brick-lined holes were dug into the southward slope of the hill. The gaffer was happily reinstated at number 3, and he took to saying loudly for all to hear, "It's an ill wind that blows nobody any good, as I always say, and all's well that ends better." There was brief talk about what to name the rebuilt row. Suggestions like Battle Gardens or Better Smiles were floated, but in typical Hobbit fashion they settled on the practical new row, though locally in Bywater, folks would sometimes chuckle and call it Sharky's End. The most heartbreaking damage was to the trees, which had been ruthlessly felled across the Shire on Sharky's orders. Sam took this loss harder than anything else, knowing the land would need generations to recover. He feared only his great-grandchildren would see the Shire restored to its proper glory. Then, one quiet afternoon after weeks of relentless work, he finally remembered the gift from Lady Galadriel. Fetching the box, he showed it to his fellow travelers, as they were now known, and asked what he should do. "I was wondering when you'd think of it," Frodo said with a smile. "Open it." Inside, nestled within a fine grey dust, was a single seed that looked like a small nut encased in a silver shell. "But what am I to do with this?" Sam asked. Pippin suggested toss it into the air on a breezy day and let it work its magic. When Sam questioned where, Merry advised choosing one spot as a nursery to observe. Yet Sam felt uneasy. "I'm certain the lady wouldn't want me to keep it all for my own garden, not when so many have suffered," he reflected. Frodo gently guided him. "Use your own good sense and knowledge, Sam. Let the gift aid your work and improve it, but use it sparingly. Every grain here is precious." So Sam set to work, planting young saplings wherever especially beautiful or beloved trees had been lost, and he placed a single grain of the magical dust at the roots of each. He travelled up and down the Shire on this mission, and though he gave particular care to Hobbiton and Bywater, no one begrudged him that. In the end, he found he had a small amount of dust remaining. He journeyed to the 3-farthing stone, considered the heart of the Shire, and cast the remainder into the air with a heartfelt blessing. The little silver nut he planted in the party field, where the old tree had once stood, curious what might come of it. All through the long winter he practiced patience, resisting the urge to constantly check for growth. But when spring arrived, it surpassed his wildest dreams. The trees he had tended sprouted and grew with astonishing speed, as if a single year was trying to accomplish the work of 20. In the party field, a stunning young sapling shot up, with silver bark and long leaves that burst into golden blossoms come April. It was a Malorn tree, a living marvel that became the talk of the neighborhood. As the years passed, and it grew in grace and beauty, people traveled from afar to see it. The only Malorn west of the Misty Mountains and east of the sea, and one of the most splendid in all the world. All in all, the year 1420 in the Shire was truly marvelous. The year was blessed with more than just sunshine and timely rain. It carried a richness in the air, a gleam of beauty that felt beyond the fleeting summers of the world. Every child born that year was strong and fair, many with a golden hue to their hair that had once been rare among hobbits. Fruit was so abundant that youngsters practically swam in strawberries and cream, later lounging beneath plum trees and feasting until they'd built little mountains of discarded stones, like monuments to their own contentment. Illness was forgotten and joy was widespread, save perhaps for those tasked with mowing the overgrown lawns. In the South Farthing, vines drooped with grapes, and the pipeweed harvest was extraordinary. While grain was so plentiful, every barn was filled to bursting. The North Farthing's barley yielded a beer so memorable that decades later an old hobbit in a tavern might sigh into his pint and declare, "Now that was a proper 1420 brew." Sam initially stayed with the Cottons alongside Frodo, but once the new row was finished, he moved back with the gaffer. Between his forestry duties across the Shire and overseeing the restoration of Bag End, he was often away. Consequently, he was absent in early March and missed Frodo's brief illness. On the 13th, Farmer Cotton discovered Frodo in bed, clutching a white gem on a chain, murmuring as if in a dream, "It is gone forever, and now all is dark and empty." Thankfully, the spell passed. By the time Sam returned on the 25th, Frodo had regained his strength and chose not to speak of the episode. Bag End was soon put to rights, with Merry and Pippin bringing back furniture from Crickhollow until the old smile looked much as it always had. When everything was finally arranged, Frodo asked, "So, When will you come and join me here, Sam?" Sam shifted uncomfortably. "There's no rush if you'd rather not," Frodo added. "Your gaffer is nearby, and Widow Rumble will see to him well enough." "It's not that, Mr. Frodo," Sam replied, his face flushing. "Then what is it?" "It's Rosie, Rose Cotton," Sam confessed. "Seems she wasn't pleased about my travelling far away, poor lass, but since I hadn't spoken my mind, she held her peace, and I held back because I had a task to finish first. Now I've spoken, and she says, 'You've wasted a year, so why wait longer?' Wasted. I wouldn't call it that. Still, I understand her point. I feel pulled in two directions, if you take my meaning." Frodo smiled. "You wish to marry, yet also wish to live here with me. But, my dear Sam, the answer is simple. Marry as soon as you can, then bring Rosie here. Bag End has room enough for the largest family you could ever imagine." And so it was decided. Sam Gamgee married Rose Cotton in the spring of 1420, a year already famed for its many weddings, and they took up residence at Bag End. If Sam considered himself fortunate, Frodo felt even more so, for no hobbit in the Shire was tended with greater devotion. Once the repairs were well in hand, Frodo settled into a quiet life, writing often and sorting through his notes. That midsummer at the Free Fair, he stepped down as deputy mayor, allowing dear old Will Whitfoot another 7 years of presiding over banquets. Merry and Pippin stayed on together at Crickhollow, with much visiting between Buckland and Bag End. The two young travellers became quite the sensation in the Shire, dazzling everyone with their stories, their songs, their fine clothes, and their marvellous gatherings. The people of the Shire spoke of them with admiration, calling them lordly in the kindest sense, for the sight of them riding past in their gleaming mail and splendid shields, their laughter and songs of distant lands filling the air, brought warmth to every heart. They had grown in stature and magnificence, yet their spirits remained unchanged, if anything more gracious, more jovial, and more filled with merriment than ever. Frodo and Sam, in contrast, returned to their simple, everyday clothes, though on occasion they would don finely woven grey cloaks fastened at the throat with elegant brooches. Frodo also wore constantly a white jewel upon a chain, which his fingers often sought. Life flowed smoothly, with a hopeful air that better days were still to come, and Sam found himself as happily occupied as any hobbit could desire. That entire year was nearly perfect for him, marred only by a persistent, quiet worry over his master. Frodo had withdrawn gently from the affairs of the Shire, and it pained Sam to see how little recognition his own country afforded him. Most folks neither knew nor cared to hear of his great deeds. Their admiration was reserved chiefly for Meriadoc and Peregrine, and, though Sam never quite realized it, for Samwise Gamgee himself. As autumn deepened, a shadow of past troubles seemed to stir. One evening, entering the study, Sam found Frodo looking strangely distant, his face pale, his eyes fixed on some far-off vision. "What's the matter, Mr. Frodo?" Sam asked, his heart sinking. "I am wounded," Frodo replied softly. "Wounded? It will never truly heal." But then he rose, the moment passed, and by the next day he seemed his usual self. Only later did Sam remember the date, October the 6th. 2 years before, on that very day, darkness had fallen in the dell beneath Weathertop. Time carried on, and the year 1421 arrived. Frodo was taken ill again in March, but he hid it with great effort, for Sam now had other, happier concerns. On the 25th of March, Sam and Rosie's first child was born. "Well, Mr. Frodo," Sam said, beaming yet flustered, "Rose and I had our hearts set on naming him Frodo with your blessing. But it's not a him, it's a her. A prettier little lass you never saw, taking after her mother more than me, thank goodness. So now we're a bit stuck." Frodo smiled. "Well, Sam, why not follow the old customs? Choose a flower name like Rose. Half the little girls in the Shire have such names, and what could be lovelier?" "I suppose you're right, Mr. Frodo," Sam mused. "I've heard some mighty fine names in my travels, but they always seemed a bit too lofty for everyday life, if you take my meaning. The gaffer always says, make it short so you won't have to shorten it later. But if it's to be a flower, then the length don't matter a bit. It just has to be a beautiful one, because you see, I think she's the most beautiful thing, and she's only going to grow more so. Frodo considered for a moment. What about Eleanor, Sam? The sun star. You remember the little golden flowers in the grass of Lothlorien? You've done it again, Mr. Frodo, Sam exclaimed, delighted. That's the very one. Little Eleanor was nearly 6 months old when Frodo called Sam into the study one autumn day. Thursday will be Bilbo's birthday, Sam, he said. He will surpass the old Took. He'll be 131. So he will, said Sam. He's a marvel, and no mistake. Sam, Frodo continued, I'd like you to ask Rose if she can spare you, so that you and I might go off together for a bit. You can't go far or for very long now, of course, he added, a touch wistfully. Sam shifted. His loyal heart pulled in 2 directions. No, sir, not very well. I can't. Of course not. But never mind that. You can see me on my way. Tell Rose you won't be gone more than a fortnight, and that you'll return safe and sound. I wish I could go all the way with you to Rivendell, Mr. Frodo, and see Mr. Bilbo, Sam confessed, his voice thick with emotion. And yet the only place I truly want to be is right here. I feel fair, torn in two. Dear Sam, Frodo said gently, I'm afraid it will feel like that. You will be whole again, the voice assured him. You were made to be solid and complete, and so you shall be. In the days that followed, Frodo sorted through all his writings and papers with Sam's help, finally passing over his keys. Among the items was a large volume bound in simple red leather, its many pages now nearly full. The early sections were filled with Bilbo's thin, wandering script, but the greater part was in Frodo's own firm, flowing hand. The work was divided into chapters, yet the 80th remained unfinished, followed by several blank leaves. The title page was a history of its own, bearing many names each crossed out in turn. My diary, my unexpected journey, there and back again. And what happened after Adventures of 5 Hobbits, the tale of the Great Ring, compiled by Bilbo Baggins from his own observations and the accounts of his friends. What we did in the War of the Ring. Here Bilbo's writing ended, and Frodo had inscribed the downfall of the Lord of the Rings, and the return of the King, as witnessed by the little people, being the memoirs of Bilbo and Frodo of the Shire, supplemented by the accounts of their friends and the learning of the wise, together with extracts from books of lore translated by Bilbo in Rivendell. My goodness, Mr. Frodo, you've nearly finished it, Sam exclaimed, a touch of awe in his voice. You've really kept at it, I must say. I have finished, Sam, Frodo replied gently. The last pages are for you. They departed together on the morning of September 21st. Frodo rode the same pony that had carried him all the long miles from Minas Tirith, now called Strider, while Sam was upon his beloved Bill. It was a golden fair morning, and Sam did not ask their destination, for he believed he knew. They took the stock road over the hills toward the woody end, allowing their ponies to amble at a leisurely pace. They made camp in the green hills, and on the 22nd, as the afternoon began to fade, they rode gently down into the first stands of trees. Why, if that isn't the very tree you hid behind when that black rider first appeared, Mr. Frodo, Sam said, pointing to the left. It all seems like a dream now, doesn't it? Evening found them with stars already glimmering in the east, as they passed the ruined oak and turned down the hill between thickets of hazel. Sam was quiet, lost in recollection. After a time he became aware that Frodo was singing softly to himself, an old walking song, yet the words were not quite the same. Still round the corner there may wait a new road or a secret gate. And though I oft have passed them by, a day will come at last when I shall take the hidden paths that run west of the moon, east of the sun. And as if in answer, voices rose from the road below, coming up from the valley. Elbereth Gilthaniel, Silivrin, Penna Miriel, Omenel Aglar Elinath, Gilthaniel, Elbereth. We still remember, we who dwell in this far land beneath the trees, the starlight on the western seas. Frodo and Sam halted, sitting silent in the soft shadows until they saw a shimmer as the travelers approached. There was Gildor with many of the fair elven folk, and to Sam's astonishment, there also rode Elrond and Galadriel. Elrond wore a mantle of grey with a star upon his brow, a silver harp in his hand, and upon his finger a ring of gold set with a great blue stone, Villiers, mightiest of the three. Galadriel sat upon a white palfrey, robed all in glimmering white like clouds about the moon, for she seemed to shine with a gentle light of her own. On her finger was Nenya, the ring wrought of mithril, set with a single white stone that flickered like a frosty star. Riding slowly behind on a small grey pony, and seeming to nod in his sleep, was Bilbo himself. Elrond greeted them gravely and with grace, and Galadriel smiled upon them. "Well, Master Samwise," she said, "I hear and see that you have used my gift well. The Shire shall now be more than ever blessed and beloved." Sam bowed, finding no words. He had forgotten how radiant the lady was. Then Bilbo stirred, opened his eyes and looked about him. "Hello, Frodo," he called out. "Well, I've outlived the old Took as of today, so that matter is settled, and now I feel I'm truly prepared for one more journey. Will you be joining me?" "Yes, I will join you," Frodo replied. "Those who bore the ring ought to travel together. Where are you heading, Master?" Sam cried out, finally grasping what was taking place. "To the Havens, Sam," Frodo answered, "and I cannot bring you along. Not yet, Sam, not beyond the Havens at any rate. You also carried the ring, however briefly. Your own time may still arrive. Do not let your heart break, Sam. You cannot remain divided forever. You must become whole and complete for many long years ahead. You have so much to cherish, to become, and to accomplish." "But," Sam said, tears welling in his eyes, "I believed you would enjoy the Shire as well, for years upon years after everything you've endured." "I once believed that too," Frodo admitted. "But the wounds run too deep, Sam. I fought to save the Shire, and it is saved, yet not for me. It must often be this way, Sam, when something precious is threatened. Someone must surrender it, let it go, so that others may hold it safe. But you are my heir. All I possessed and all I might have had, I leave to you. And you have Rose and little Eleanor. Frodo lad will arrive, and Rosy lass, and Merry, and Goldilocks, and Pippin. Perhaps even more I cannot foresee. Your hands and your wisdom will be needed everywhere. You will be mayor, naturally, for as long as you wish, and the most celebrated gardener in all history. You will read aloud from the Red Book and keep the memory of this fading age alive, so that people remember the great peril and love their dear land all the more fiercely. That will keep you as occupied and as content as anyone could hope to be, for as long as your chapter in the story continues. Now come, ride beside me." Then Elrond and Galadriel rode onward, for the Third Age had ended, the days of the rings were gone, and the tale and song of those years had reached its close. With them went many of the High Elves who would linger no longer in Middle-earth, and among them, bearing a sorrow that was somehow blessed and free of bitterness, rode Sam and Frodo and Bilbo, and the elves were honored to accompany them. They rode through the heart of the Shire all that evening and through the night, yet none saw them pass except the wild animals, or now and then a lone wanderer in the darkness who glimpsed a swift glimmer beneath the trees, or a wash of light and shadow moving through the grass as the moon traveled west. When they had left the Shire, rounding the southern edges of the White Downs, they reached the Far Downs and the towers, and gazed upon the distant sea, and so at last they rode down to Mithlond, to the grey havens in the long estuary of the Lune. As they approached the gates, Círdan the shipwright came forward to welcome them. He stood very tall, his beard was long, and he seemed grey and aged, yet his eyes shone as keen as stars. He looked upon them and bowed, saying, "All is now prepared." Then Círdan guided them to the havens, where a white ship lay at rest, and on the quay beside a tall grey horse stood a figure robed entirely in white, waiting for them. When he turned and approached, Frodo saw that Gandalf now wore openly upon his hand the third ring. Narya the Great, its stone glowing red as flame. Then those who were to depart felt a surge of joy, for they understood that Gandalf too would sail with them. But Sam's heart was heavy with grief, and it seemed to him that if the farewell was painful, the lonely road back would be harder still. Yet even as they stood there, with the elves boarding and all being readied to sail, Merry and Pippin rode up in great haste. Through his tears, Pippin laughed. "You tried to slip away from us once before, and didn't manage it, Frodo," he said. "This time you almost succeeded, but you failed again. It wasn't Sam who gave you away this time. It was Gandalf himself." "Indeed," said Gandalf, "for it will be a better journey back if three ride together than if one rides alone." And so, dear friends, our fellowship reaches its final chapter here on the shores of the great sea. Travel in peace. I will not tell you not to weep, for sorrow is not always a mark of darkness. With those words, Frodo embraced Merry and Pippin, and finally he held Sam close before stepping onto the waiting ship. The sails rose, catching a wind that seemed to sigh with the weight of the moment, and the vessel began its slow journey down the long grey inlet. The light from the phial of Galadriel, which Frodo carried, shone like a distant star upon the water before it faded from sight. The ship moved onto the open ocean, steering ever westward, until one evening, as a soft rain fell, Frodo caught the scent of blossoms on the air and heard a melody drifting across the wave. Then, as in his long-ago dream in Tom Bombadil's house, the grey curtain of rain transformed into shimmering light and parted, revealing to him white beaches and beyond them a vast verdant land under a rapidly brightening sky. For Sam, standing at the harbour, the twilight deepened into a profound night. He watched the grey water until the last shadow of the ship vanished into the west. He remained there long into the dark hours, listening to the endless whisper of the waves upon the shore, a sound that settled heavily within him. Merry and Pippin stood beside him, all three wrapped in a shared, wordless silence. Eventually, they turned from the sea, and without a single backward glance, they began the slow ride home. They did not speak along the long, dusty road back to the Shire, yet each found a solid comfort in the mere presence of his friend. They crossed the hills and took the east road, where Merry and Pippin eventually turned off for Buckland. Before they were out of sight, Sam could already hear the beginnings of a familiar, cheerful song returning to their voices. Sam, however, continued on to Bywater and made his way up the hill as another day drew to a close. He approached his home, where a warm yellow light glowed in the windows and the hearth was lit within. Supper was waiting, and he was awaited. His wife, Rose, welcomed him inside, guided him to his chair by the fire, and placed their little daughter, Eleanor, gently in his arms. Sam took a long, deep breath, feeling the simple weight of the child and the warmth of his own hearth around him. "Well," he said quietly, "I'm home. Appendix Annals of the Kings and Rulers. Most of the material found in the following appendices, particularly sections A through D, draws from sources mentioned in the note concluding the prologue. The segment titled A3, concerning Durin's folk, likely originated with Gimli the dwarf, who sustained his friendship with Peregrine Took and Meriadoc Brandybuck, meeting with them often in the lands of Gondor and Rohan. The available sources contain a vast wealth of legend, historical record, and lore. What is presented here are merely selections, frequently much condensed. Their chief aim is to shed light on the War of the Ring and its beginnings, and to provide context for certain events only briefly touched upon in the main narrative. The ancient tales of the First Age, which held such fascination for Bilbo, are mentioned only in passing, as they pertain chiefly to the lineage of Elrond and the Lords of Númenor. Direct passages from longer chronicles and stories are enclosed in quotation marks. Additions made in later years are placed within brackets. Notes appearing inside quotes are from the original sources. All others are editorial, unless marked SA for Second Age or FA for Fourth Age. The dates provided belong to the Third Age. This age was considered to have concluded when the three rings departed from the world in the September of the year 3021, though for the official records of Gondor, the fourth age began on the 25th of March in that same year. For a comparison of the dating systems used in Gondor and the Shire, consult the earlier volumes. In the lists that follow, a single date after a ruler's name typically indicates the year of their death. The symbol denotes a death that was untimely, whether in battle or by other means, though a full account of the event may not always be included in these annals. The Numenorean kings. In Numenor, in skill of craft and depth of knowledge, Fëanor was the greatest among the Eldar, yet he was also the most prideful and stubborn of will. He created the three great jewels, the Silmarils, and within them he captured the brilliant light of the two trees of Valinor, Telperion and Laurelin, which once illuminated the realm of the Valar. The Silmarils were objects of immense desire for Morgoth, the Dark Lord. After he destroyed the two trees of Valinor, he stole these radiant jewels and carried them to Middle-earth, locking them away within the impregnable depths of his fortress, Thangorodrim. Defying the counsel of the Valar, the proud elf lord Fëanor abandoned the Blessed Realm. He led a great host of his people into exile, driven by a fierce oath to reclaim the jewels through strength of arm. This act ignited a long and tragic conflict, the desperate war of the elves and the Edain against the power of Thangorodrim, a struggle that ultimately ended in their crushing defeat. The Edain, known also as the Atani, were three distinct families of men. Journeying from the east, they were the first of humankind to reach the western shores of Middle-earth, and recognizing a common foe, forged an alliance with the Eldar. From this alliance sprang three legendary unions: the love of Lúthien and Beren, of Idril and Tuor, and much later of Arwen and Aragorn. It was through this final marriage that the long-separated lines of the half-elven were joined once more, restoring their legacy. Lúthien Tinúvil, daughter of King Thingol of Doriath, and the Maya Melian, performed a deed of unmatched daring with Beren, a mortal man of the first house of the Edain. Together, they infiltrated Morgoth's very throne room and pried a single Silmaril from his iron crown. For her love, Lúthien chose a mortal fate, departing from the eternal life of the elves. Their grandson was Dior, and his daughter was Elwing, who became the guardian of that recovered jewel. In the hidden city of Gondolin, another union bloomed. Idril Celebrimbor, daughter of King Turgon, wed Tuor of the renowned house of Hador, the third house of the Edain. Their son was Eärendil, the mariner, who would later wed Elwing. Using the light of the Silmaril she safeguarded, Eärendil braved the impassable shadows and sailed to the uttermost west. There he pleaded as an ambassador for both elves and men, securing the aid that led to Morgoth's final overthrow. As a consequence, he could not return to mortal shores. His ship, bearing the Silmaril, was set to voyage the heavens as a brilliant star, the star of Eärendil, an enduring emblem of hope for all in Middle-earth who resisted the shadow. The Silmarils were unique, for they alone held the unsullied light of the two trees before Morgoth corrupted them. Of the three, one now shone in the sky, while the other two were lost to the world at the end of that ancient age. The full depth of this history, and so much more, is recounted in the Silmarillion. Eärendil and Elwing had two sons, Elros and Elrond the half-elven. In them, the heroic lineage of the Edain chieftains was preserved. Following the fall of the last High King Gil-galad, they also became the sole remaining descendants of the High Elven kings in Middle-earth. When the First Age ended, the Valar offered the brothers a solemn and irreversible choice: to belong to the kindred of elves or of men. Elrond chose the path of the elves, becoming a lord of profound wisdom. He was granted the grace given to the High Elves, the right to depart from the Grey Havens for the West when he grew weary of the mortal world, a privilege that endured even after the world was changed. Yet a choice was also laid upon his children, to remain with him as elves or to stay in Middle-earth and become mortal. This fate meant that for Elrond, every turn in the War of the Ring was shadowed by personal grief. Elros, however, chose to be counted among men and to remain with the Edain. He was granted a lifespan many generations long. In reward for their great sacrifices in the war against Morgoth, the Valar gave the Edain a gift, a safe land far removed from the perils of Middle-earth. Most of them sailed over the sea, guided by the Star of Erendil, to the great Isle of Elena. There, on that westernmost of mortal lands, they established the realm of Númenor. At the island's heart rose the tall mountain Meneltama, and from its peak those with the keenest sight could glimpse, on a clear day, the distant white tower of the elven haven in Tol Eressëa. From the Eldar, the Edain received great wisdom and many treasures, yet a single command was placed upon the people of Númenor, the ban of the Valar. They were not to sail so far westward that their own shores vanished from sight, nor ever to seek to land upon the undying land. For while they were granted a lifespan thrice that of ordinary mortals at their beginning, they were to remain mortal. The Valar could not take from them the gift of men, later known as their doom. Elros became the first king, taking the high elven name Tar Miniatur. His line was long-lived, yet still subject to death. In later years, as their might swelled, they grew to resent the choice of their forefather, coveting the unending life within the world that was the birthright of the Eldar, and they muttered against the ban. Thus began the rebellion that, fed by the corrupt teachings of Sauron, led to the downfall of Númenor and the shattering of the ancient world, as recorded in the Akallabeth. The chronicle of its rulers is as follows: Elros Tar Miniatur, then Vardamir, Tar Amendil, Tar Elendil, Tar Meneldur, Tar Aldarion, Tar Ankalime, the first ruling queen, followed by Tar Anarion, Tar Surion, Tar Telperion, the second queen, Tar Minastir, Tar Siriatin, and Tar Atanamir the Great. After him came Tar Ankaliman, Tar Telemite, Tar Vanimelde, the third queen, Tar Alcarin, Tar Kalmasil, and Tar Ardamin. Following Ardamin, the kings took their royal names in the Númenorian tongue: Ar Adunahor, Ar Zimrathon, Ar Sakalthor, Ar Gimilzor, and Ar Inziladun. This last Inziladun turned away from the path of his predecessors and reclaimed an elven name, calling himself Tar Palantir the Farsighted. His daughter was to be the fourth queen, Tar Miriel, but the king's nephew seized the scepter, ruling as Ar-Pharazôn the Golden, the final king of Númenor. In the time of Tar Elendil, the ships of Númenor first returned to the shores of Middle-earth. His eldest was a daughter, Silmarien. Her son was Valendil, founder of the Lords of Undunier in the western lands, ever known for their friendship with the Eldar. From him descended Amundil, the last lord, and his son Elendil the Tall. It was under the sixth king, who had but a single daughter, that the law was established. The eldest child, be it son or daughter, would inherit the scepter. Thus she became the first queen. Númenor's realm lasted to the close of the Second Age, ever growing in power and splendor. For the first half of that age, its people increased in wisdom and contentment as well. The first shadow fell in the days of Tar Minastir, the 11th king. He it was who dispatched a mighty host to aid Gil-galad. He loved the Eldar, yet a secret envy festered in his heart. By now the Númenorians were unmatched mariners, charting every eastern sea, and their hearts began to yearn for the forbidden west. Ironically, the greater their joy, the sharper their longing for the immortality denied to them. After Minastir, the kings grew hungry for wealth and dominion. Where once they had come to Middle-earth as guides and allies to lesser men oppressed by Sauron, their havens now became fortified strongholds, holding vast coasts under their yoke. Tar Atanamir and those who followed him demanded crushing tribute, and their ships came home heavy with plunder. It was Atanamir who first dared to speak openly against the ban, claiming the life of the Eldar was rightfully his. So the shadow deepened, and the dread of death clouded the minds of the people. Thus the Númenorians were split. On one side stood the kings and their followers, who grew estranged from both Eldar and Valar. On the other were the few who kept the old ways, calling themselves the Faithful. These dwelt mostly in the western parts of the land, their loyalty a quiet flame in the gathering dark. Over time, the kings and their people drifted away from the elven languages. The 20th monarch took a royal name in the Númenórean style, declaring himself Ar Adunakor, the Lord of the West. To the faithful, this was a dark portent, as that title had always been reserved for the Valar or the Elder King. True to their fears, Ar Adunakor began to oppress the faithful, punishing any who dared speak the elven tongues openly. The elves ceased their visits to Númenor altogether. Despite this, the island's might and riches grew. Yet its people found their lives shortening as their dread of death deepened, their happiness fading like a forgotten melody. King Tar-Palantir tried to reverse this decay, but the rot had set in too deeply, leading to open rebellion and conflict across the land. Upon his death, his nephew, the rebellion's ringleader, seized the scepter and was crowned King Ar-Pharazôn. Ar-Pharazôn the Golden stood as the most arrogant and formidable of all the kings, his ambition burning for nothing less than dominion over the entire world. He determined to confront Sauron the Great for mastery of Middle-earth, eventually sailing forth himself with an immense fleet, making landfall at Umbar. The sheer grandeur and power of the Númenóreans was so overwhelming that Sauron's own forces abandoned him. In a calculated show of submission, Sauron humbled himself, offering homage and begging for mercy. Blinded by pride, Ar-Pharazôn foolishly took him as a captive back to Númenor. It wasn't long before Sauron had ensnared the king's mind, becoming his chief advisor, and he swiftly twisted the hearts of nearly all Númenóreans, save the steadfast remnant of the faithful, back toward the shadows. With smooth deceit, Sauron whispered to the king that everlasting life belonged to whoever possessed the undying lands, claiming the ban was merely a trick by the Valar to keep human kings from surpassing them. But great kings seize what is rightfully theirs, he insisted. Eventually, Ar-Pharazôn, feeling his own days dwindling and consumed by the terror of death, heeded this poisonous counsel. He assembled the greatest military force the world had ever witnessed, and when all was prepared, he ordered the trumpets blown and set sail, shattering the ban of the Valar to make war upon the lords of the West and steal eternal life. Yet, the moment Ar-Pharazôn's foot touched the blessed shores of Aman, the Valar relinquished their guardianship and appealed to the One, and the world was transformed forever. Númenor was cast down and engulfed by the sea, while the undying lands were taken away from the circles of the world. Thus the glory of Númenor met its end. The final leaders of the faithful, Elendil and his sons, escaped the cataclysm aboard 9 ships. They carried with them a sapling of Nimloth and the 7 seeing stones, gifts from the Eldar to their house. A tremendous storm wind bore them and cast them onto the shores of Middle-earth. There, in the northwest, they founded the exiled Númenórean realms of Arnor and Gondor. Elendil ruled as High King from Annúminas in the north, while governance in the south was entrusted to his sons, Isildur and Anarion. They established the city of Osgiliath, situated between Minas Ithil and Minas Anor, perilously close to the borders of Mordor. They clung to one hope born from the ruin, that Sauron too had been destroyed. But they were wrong. Sauron had been caught in Númenor's downfall, and the fair form he long wore was destroyed. He fled back to Middle-earth as a spirit of pure malice, carried on a dark wind. He could never again take a shape that seemed fair to mortal eyes, becoming instead a black and terrible figure, ruling thereafter through fear alone. He returned to Mordor, biding his time in silence. His fury knew no bounds when he discovered that Elendil, whom he despised above all, had escaped and was now building a kingdom on his very doorstep. Therefore, after a period of gathering strength, he made war upon the exiles before they could firmly establish themselves. Orodruin erupted into flame once more, and in Gondor it was given a new dread name. Amon, Amarth, Mount Doom Sauron moved before his strength was fully renewed, while Gil-galad's might had only grown in the intervening years. In the great war of the last alliance, forged against the Dark Lord, he was defeated, and the One Ring was wrested from his hand. Thus concluded the Second Age. The story then turns to the kingdoms founded by the exiles from the downfall of Númenor. The northern line, the heirs of Isildur, ruled the realm of Arnor. The line began with Elendil, who perished in the war against Sauron, and continued through his son Isildur, who was lost soon after, and then Valandil. The kings followed: Eldacar, Arantar, Tarsil, Torondor, Volandur, who met an untimely end, Elendor, and finally Eärendor. After Eärendor, the kingdom fractured. His eldest son, Amlaeth, ruled the region of Arthedain from Fornost. The line continued with Beleg, Malor, Selefan, Celebrimbor, Malvegil, Argileb Borfurpet, who fell in battle, Arveleg, Arafor, Argileb II, Arvegil, Arveleg, Arafant, and finally Arvedui, the last king, whose loss marked the end of the North Kingdom. Leadership then passed to the chieftains of the Dúnedain: Aranarth, Arahel, Aranuir, Aravir, Aragorn the Firsters, Arahald, Araswil, Arathorn the First, Argonui, Arador, Arathorn the Second, and at last Aragorn the Second, who would one day restore the kingdom. The southern line, the heirs of Anarion, ruled Gondor. After Elendil and his sons Isildur and Anarion, the crown passed to Menelndil, Anarion's son. The kingship moved through Semendur, Eärendil, Anardil, Osterhair, Romandasil Betherned, Barros Toro, Turambar, Atanatar, Aferned, and Siriondil. Then came the four great ship kings, Taranon Falastur, who died without an heir, Irnil I, Siriondil, and Hjarmandasil I, born Siriaher, under whom Gondor's power reached its zenith. The line continued with Atanatar II, called the glorious Narmasil I, who also died childless, his brother Calmasil, and then Minalcar, who served as regent before ruling as Romandasil II. His son Valakar's reign saw the beginning of the kin strife, a bitter civil war. His son Eldacar was deposed by the usurper Castamir, but later returned to reclaim his throne. After Eldacar came Aldemir, Hjarmandasil II, Minardil, and Telemnar, whose entire house was wiped out by a terrible plague. His nephew Tarondor took the crown, followed by Telumitar Umbardashil, Namatsil II, Kalamitar, and Ondoher, who fell in battle with his sons. After a year of uncertainty, the crown was given to the victorious general Eärnil II, a distant relative. His son Eärnur was the last king for many ages, vanishing after accepting a challenge from the Witch King. The line of kings ended to remain dormant until its restoration centuries later by Elisar Telcontar. In the interim, the realm was governed by the stewards. The stewards of Gondor hailed from the house of Húrin. Pellindur served after Ondoher's fall and famously counselled against the claim of Arvedui of the north. Vorondil the Hunter followed. Then came Mardil Voronwe, the first of the ruling stewards, a title his successors held for generations, gradually abandoning the use of High Elven names. The ruling stewards were Mardil, Eredin, Herion, Belegorn, Húrin I, Turin, I, Hedor, Barahir, Dior, Denethor, I, Boromir, and Sirion, in whose time the Rohirrim first came to the land of Calenardon. They were followed by Halas, Húrin II, Belecthor, I, Orodreth, Icthalion, Igalmoth, Beren, Beregund, Belecthor II, Thorondir, Turin II, Turgon, Ecthelion II, and finally Denethor II, the last ruling steward. He was succeeded by his son Faramir, who served as steward to the returned king Elisar. The ancient geography tells us that Eriador was the name for all the lands lying between the Misty Mountains and the Blue Mountains. Its southern border was marked by the rivers Greyflood and Glanduin, which met near the old crossing at Tharbad. In its prime, the realm of Arnor encompassed nearly all of Eriador. The only exceptions were the far western lands beyond the River Lune and the eastern territories between the Grey Flood and Loudwater rivers, which held the hidden valleys of Rivendell, and the long deserted region once known as Hollin beyond the River Lune lay the quiet, green lands of the elves, a place where men did not go. Yet to the east of the Blue Mountains, particularly in the regions south of the Gulf of Lune, the dwarves made their home, as they still do today, tending to mines that remain active. For ages, long before our kind settled the Shire, they traveled the great road eastward, as was their custom. At the Grey Havens lived Círdan the shipwright, and some tales say he remains there still, waiting until the final ship departs into the west. During the time of the kings, many of the high elves who stayed in Middle-earth resided with Círdan or in the coastal lands of Lindon. Should any yet linger, their numbers are surely few. Concerning the North Kingdom and the Dúnedain, following Elendil and Isildur, 8 high kings ruled Arnor. After King Erendur, disputes among his sons fractured the realm into 3 separate kingdoms: Arthedain in the northwest, Rhudaur in the northeast, and Cardolan in the south. Arthedain's lands stretched between the Brandywine and the Lune rivers, extending north of the Great Road to the Weather Hills. Rhudaur lay between the Etten Moors, the Weather Hills, and the Misty Mountains, also holding the angle between the Horwell and Loudwater rivers. Cardolan was bounded by the Brandywine, the Grey Flood, and the Great Road. Only in Arthedain did the true line of Isildur endure. In both Cardolan and Rhudaur, the royal lineage quickly faded. Endless strife between these kingdoms, often flaring over control of the Weather Hills and the lands near Bree, hastened the decline of the Dúnedain. A particular point of contention was the possession of Amon Sul, or Weathertop, which sat on the disputed border. This tower held the principal palantir of the north, while the other 2 seeing stones remained under the guard of Arthedain. It was during the reign of Malvegil of Arthedain that a shadow fell upon Arnor. From the cold north, beyond the Etten Moors, the realm of Angmar arose. Its territories sprawled on both sides of the mountains, drawing in wicked men, orcs, and all manner of vile creatures. When Argileb, son of Malvegil, took the throne, he asserted lordship over all Arnor, as no true heirs of Isildur remained in the other kingdoms. Rhudaur resisted this claim. There, the Dúnedain was scarce, and power had been usurped by a chieftain of the Hillmen, who was secretly allied with Angmar. In response, Argileb fortified the Weather Hills, yet he fell in battle against the combined forces of Rhudaur and Angmar. His son, Arveleg, with aid from Cardolan and Lindon, pushed the enemy back from the hills. For a time, Arthedain and Cardolan maintained a guarded frontier along the Weather Hills, the Great Road, and the lower Horwell. It is even whispered that during this period, Rivendell itself faced a siege. Then, in the year 1409, a vast host poured out of Angmar, forded the rivers, and swept into Cardolan, surrounding Weathertop. The Dúnedain were overrun, and Arveleg was slain. The tower of Amon Sul was burned and broken, though its palantir was rescued and borne away to Fornost. Rhudaur was overrun by men in thrall to Angmar, its remaining Dúnedain killed or driven west, while Cardolan was laid waste. Though Arafor, son of Arveleg, was still young, his courage was fierce. With support from Círdan, he drove the enemy back from Fornost and the North Downs. A loyal remnant of Cardolan's Dúnedain held fast in Tirn Gorthad, the Barrow Downs, or sought shelter in the old forest behind them. It is said the threat of Angmar was checked for a time by elven forces from Lindon and by aid brought by Elrond from Lórien over the mountain. Amidst this turmoil, the Stores who had lived in the angle between the rivers fled westward and southward, driven not only by war and the fear of Angmar, but also by a creeping change in the very land and climate of Eriador, which grew harsh and unwelcoming, especially in the east, after the fall of the kingdom. Some folk made their way back to Welderland, settling along the Gladden River to live as a community of fishers. In the time of King Argileb II, a terrible plague swept into Eriador from the southeast. It ravaged the land of Cardolan, wiping out most of its people, with Minheriath suffering the worst. Hobbits and other races endured great loss, though the sickness weakened as it moved north, sparing much of Arthedain. This was the end for the Dundain of Cardolan. With the land emptied, malevolent spirits from Angmar and Rudar crept into the forsaken burial mounds, making them their home. These barrows, known in elder days as Tirn Gorthad, are ancient indeed. Many were raised in the First Age by the ancestors of the Edain, long before they crossed the Blue Mountains into Beleriand, of which only Lindon now remains. After their return, the Dunedain held these hills in deep reverence, using them as the final resting place for many of their lords and kings. Then, in the year 1974, the shadow of Angmar stretched forth once more. The Witch King descended upon Arthedain before the winter had fully loosened its grip. He seized Fornost and forced the surviving Dunedain, including the king's own sons, to flee over the river Lune. King Arvedui made his final stand upon the North Downs before escaping northward with a handful of his guard, their swift horses saving them. For a time he found refuge in the old dwarf mine tunnels deep in the mountains, but hunger finally drove him to seek aid from the Lossoth, the snowmen of Forochel. He found a small camp of them by the frozen shore. They were reluctant to help, as he had little to offer save a few jewels they cared nothing for, and they feared the Witch King, whom they believed could command the frost and thaw. Yet, moved by a mix of pity for the starving king and fear of his men's weapons, they shared a little food and built snow huts for shelter. There, Arvidui waited, his horses dead, hoping for rescue from the south. When Tirdan the shipwright learned from Aranath, Arvidui's son, of the king's flight north, he immediately dispatched a ship to Forochel. Contrary winds delayed the voyage for many days. When the sailors finally arrived, they spotted from a distance the small, desperate fire of driftwood the stranded men kept burning. Winter clung fiercely that year. Even in March, the ice was just beginning to crack, stretching far out from the land. The sight of the ship astonished and frightened the snowmen, who had never seen its like. They had grown somewhat friendlier, however, and used their sliding carts to carry the king and his surviving companions across the ice as far as they dared, allowing a ship's boat to reach them. But the Lossoth grew uneasy. "We smell danger in this wind," they said. Their chief warned Arvedui, "Do not board this sea monster. Let the sailors bring us supplies if they have them. Stay here until the Witch King retreats. His power fades in summer, but now his breath is deadly, and his cold arm is long." Arvedui, however, did not heed this advice. In a moment of grim irony, he thanked the chief, and upon parting gave him his royal ring. "This is a thing of value beyond your counting, if only for its great age," he said. "It holds no magic, only the honor of those loyal to my house. It will not aid you, but if you are ever in need, my kin will ransom it with a wealth of anything you desire." As it happened, the counsel of the Lossoth proved wise, whether by luck or foresight. The ship had scarcely reached open water when a furious storm blew in from the north, bringing blinding snow. It hurled the vessel back onto the ice, piling ice high around it. Even Círdan's seasoned mariners were powerless. In the darkness, the ice crushed the hull, and the ship was lost. Thus fell Arvidui, the final king, and with him the seeing stones were lost beneath the wave. Only much later did word of the shipwreck at Forochel reach the ears of others, carried by the snowmen. The folk of the Shire endured, even as war washed over their borders, driving most into hiding. They had sent bowmen to aid the king, none of whom came home. Others fought in the great battle that broke Angmar's power, a tale better told in southern chronicles. In the peace that followed, the Shire governed itself and flourished. They selected a thane to stand in the king's stead, and were satisfied, though for many years, hearts still held a quiet hope for the monarch's return. That hope slowly faded into memory, surviving only in the old saying, "When the king comes back," spoken of a longed-for remedy or an irreparable wrong. The first Thane was Buka of the Marish, ancestor of the Oldbucks, who took up the title in the year 379 by Shire reckoning. With Arvedui, the northern kingdom truly ended, for the Dúnedain had grown few, and all the peoples of Eriador had lessened. Yet the royal line persisted through the chieftains of the Dúnedain, beginning with Aranarth Arvedui's son. His heir, Arahael, was raised in Rivendell, as were all the sons of the chieftains after him. There, too, were guarded the treasures of their house, the ring of Barahir, the shards of Narsil, the star of Elendil, and the scepter of Anúminet. Once the kingdom faded, the Dúnedain slipped into the shadows, a secret and wandering folk whose deeds were rarely sung or written. Little is recalled of them since Elrond's departure. Even before the watchful peace crumbled, dark things began to assail Eriador once more, yet the chieftains mostly lived out their long years. Aragorn, it is told, met his end from wolves, a danger that lingered in Eriador and is not wholly gone. In the days of Arahad Vuruks, who had long been secretly fortifying holds in the misty mountains blocking the passes into Eriador, suddenly showed their hand. In the year 2509, Celebrian, wife of Elrond, was traveling to Lorien when she was ambushed in the Redhorn Pass. Her escort was scattered by the sudden onslaught, and she was captured. Though her sons, Elladan and Elrohir, pursued and freed her, she had endured torment and a poisoned wound. Brought back to Rivendell and healed in body by Elrond, she nonetheless lost all joy in Middle-earth, and the following year departed for the Grey Havens and crossed the sea. Later, under Arasweel, orcs, multiplying again in the mountains, began to raid the lands, fought by the Dúnedain and Elrond's sons. It was during this time that a large band pushed so far west that they entered the Shire, only to be driven off by the formidable Bandobras Took. 15 chieftains came before the 16th and last, Aragorn II, who would reclaim the kingship of both Gondor and Arnor. We name him our king, and when he journeys north to his restored house at Anúminas by Lake Evendim, every heart in the Shire lifts, yet he does not enter the Shire itself, bound by his own law that no big folk shall cross its borders. Instead, he rides often with a fair company to the great bridge, where he greets friends and any who wish to look upon him. Some ride back with him to stay at his house as long as they please. Thane Peregrine has visited many times, as has Master Samwise the Mayor. Sam's daughter, the fair Eleanor, serves among the Queen's maids. It was the enduring pride of the northern line that, though their might waned and their numbers shrank, the succession from father to son remained unbroken through every generation, even as the lifespan of the Dúnedain continued to shorten in Middle-earth. The decline accelerated more rapidly in Gondor, following the fall of its monarchy. In the north, many of the chieftains still reached twice the age of ordinary men, living far beyond the years of our eldest Aragorn. Himself lived to the age of 210, a span unmatched since the days of King Arvegil. In him, the majesty of the ancient kings was restored. The line of Anarion in Gondor saw 31 kings after his fall before the Dark Tower. For over a millennium, despite constant border conflicts, the Dúnedain of the south expanded in wealth and influence across both land and sea. This golden age peaked under Atanatar II, known as Alcarin the Glorious, yet the seeds of decay were already sown. The nobles of Gondor married late and bore few children. The first king to die without an heir was Falastur, followed by Narmatil Fano, son of Atanatar. It was Ostoher, the 7th king, who restored Minas Anor, making it the royal summer residence instead of Osgiliath. During his rule, Gondor faced its first assaults from wild tribes of the east. His son Tarastar repelled these invaders, earning the name Romandasil, or East Victor, though he later fell in battle against renewed easterling hordes. His son Turambar secured vengeance and expanded Gondor's eastern borders. The era of the Ship Kings began with Tiranan, the 12th monarch, who forged powerful navies, and extended Gondor's dominion along the coasts west and south of the Anduin's mouths. To honor his military triumphs, he took the name Falastur, Lord of the Coasts. His nephew and successor, Eärnil I, restored the old port of Pelargir and constructed a formidable fleet. He besieged and captured Umbar, transforming it into a mighty harbor and fortress for Gondor. Yet Eärnil's victory was brief. He perished with many ships and men in a fierce storm off Umbar's coast. His son Ciriandil continued to strengthen the navy, but the men of the Harad, led by lords exiled from Umbar, mounted a massive assault. Ciriandil fell in battle in Haradwaith. Umbar endured a long siege, held secure by Gondor's naval supremacy. Ciriaha, son of Ciriandil, waited patiently, gathering his forces. When the moment was right, he launched a coordinated assault by land and sea from the north. Crossing the river Harnen, his armies crushed the men of the Harad, compelling their kings to swear fealty to Gondor. Siraya then assumed the name Hiarmendasil, South Victor. His long reign, 134 years, the second longest of Anarion's line, was marked by unchallenged power. Under him, Gondor's realm stretched from the Field of Celebrant and the southern edge of Mirkwood in the north to the Grey Flood in the west, the inland sea of Rhun in the east, and south to the river Harnen and the peninsula of Umbar. The peoples of the Anduin valleys submitted to its rule, while Haradrim kings paid homage, their sons held as honored hostages in the king's court. Mordor, though desolate, was guarded by great fortresses at its passes. Thus concluded the line of the ship kings. Atanatar, Alcurin, son of Hoyar-Mendasil, reveled in such opulence that it was said in Gondor precious stones were like pebbles for children to play with. But here's the twist. All that glitter truly was not gold. Atanatar adored comfort and did precisely nothing to uphold the empire he inherited, a negligence shared by his two sons. The slow fade of Gondor's strength began even before his death, a decline its enemies surely noted. The vigilant watch over Mordor, utterly forgotten. Yet it was during the reign of Valakar that Gondor faced its first true calamity, the kin strife, a brutal civil war that brought immense destruction and left scars that never fully healed. Minalcar, son of Calmasil, was a man of formidable energy, and in the year 1240, King Narmasil, seeking relief from the burdens of rule, appointed him regent of the kingdom. From that moment, Minalcar governed Gondor in the king's stead until he eventually took the throne himself. His primary focus lay with the Northmen, whose numbers had swelled under the protective peace maintained by Gondor's might. The kings viewed them favorably, recognizing them as the closest in blood among lesser men to the Dúnedain, largely descended from the ancient peoples who had given rise to the Edan of old. As a bulwark against the men of the east, they granted these Northmen expansive territories beyond the great river Anduin, south of the vast Greenwood. Historically, Easterling assaults had swept across the plains between the inland sea and the Ash Mountains. During Narmasil's reign, these raids resumed, though initially with little strength. The regent learned, however, that the loyalty of the Northmen was not absolute. Some, driven by plunder or entangled in princely feuds, would occasionally ally with the Easterlings. In response, Minalcar mustered a great host in 1248 and marched north. Between Rovanion and the inland sea, he crushed a large Easterling army, razing their camps and settlements east of the waters. To commemorate this victory, he took the name Roman-Dasil. Upon his return, he fortified the western banks of the Anduin as far as the inflow of the Limelight, declaring that no outsider could travel down the river beyond the Emyn Muil. It was he who ordered the raising of the mighty pillars of the Argonath at the entrance to Nen Hithoel. Needing soldiers and wishing to cement the alliance, Roman-Dasil enlisted many Northmen into his forces, awarding high command to some. He showed particular favor to Vidugavia, who had aided him in the campaign. This prince styled himself the King of Rovanion and was the most powerful northern lord, though his actual domain lay between the Greenwood and the river Kelduin. In 1250, aiming to deepen ties, Roman-Dasil sent his son Valakar to live for a time as an ambassador with Vidugavia, to learn the language, customs, and politics of the Northmen. Yet Valakar went far beyond his father's intentions. He grew to cherish the northern lands and their people, and he took Vidumavi, daughter of Vidugavia, as his wife. He remained there for several years before returning home. This union would later ignite the kin strife. The nobility of Gondor already viewed the Northmen in their midst with suspicion. It was unprecedented for a crown heir or any king's son to wed one of lesser and alien lineage. Rebellions simmered in the southern provinces as King Valakar aged. His queen had been noble and fair, yet her life was brief, as is the fate of lesser men. The Dunedain feared her descendants would inherit this mortality and diminish the majesty of the kings of men. They also refused to accept her son as their lord. Though he was now called Eldakar, he had been born in a foreign land and bore in his youth the name Vinitharia from his mother's people. Thus, when Eldakar succeeded his father, war erupted across Gondor, but Eldakar was not easily stripped of his birthright. To the noble line of Gondor he joined the fierce heart of the Northmen. He was both handsome and brave, and showed no sign of aging more swiftly than his father. When rebels led by royal descendants rose against him, he resisted with all his strength. He was eventually besieged in Osgiliath, holding the city long and stubbornly until famine and the rebels' superior numbers forced him out, leaving the city ablaze. During that terrible siege and fire, the tower of the dome of Osgiliath was destroyed, and its seeing stone, the Palantir, was lost forever in the river's dark waters. Eldakar managed to slip away from his pursuers, finding refuge in the north among his kin in Rovanion. There, a host rallied to his cause, including Northmen who served Gondor and many of the Dúnedain from the northern provinces. A growing number of these lords had come to respect him, while even more had grown to despise the usurper, Castamir. As the grandson of Calimitar and grandnephew of Roman Desil II, Castamir was close in the line of succession, yet his true power stemmed from his role as captain of ships. His rebellion was fueled by the support of the coastal folk, and the great ports of Pelargir and Umbar, Castamir's reign, quickly revealed his harsh and arrogant nature, a cruelty first displayed during the brutal sack of Osgiliath. He ordered the execution of Eldakar's captured son, Ornandil, and commanded such excessive slaughter in the city that it seemed driven by malice rather than military necessity. This was not forgotten in Minas Anor or the woods of Ithilien. Discontent grew when it became clear the new king cared little for the heartlands, dreaming only of his fleets and plotting to move the capital to Pelargir. He was, in the eyes of many, a ruler more concerned with the sea spray than the soil of his kingdom. Thus, when Eldakar judged the moment right, he marched south with a mighty army a mere decade into Castamir's rule. Men from Calanadon, Anorion, and Ithilien flocked to his banners. The decisive clash came at the crossings of Erui in Lebenin, a battle so fierce it spilled the finest blood in Gondor. In the thick of the fight, Eldakar himself struck down Castamir, avenging his son. Castamir's sons, however, escaped. With other kin and numerous fleet loyalists, they fortified themselves in Pelargir, holding out until they could gather every available ship. Since Eldakar possessed no navy to blockade them, they eventually sailed away, carving out a new independent lordship at Umbar. This port became a haven for all enemies of the king and a sovereign realm hostile to Gondor. For generations, Umbar remained a thorn in Gondor's side, a constant threat to its coasts and sea lanes. The region of South Gondor turned into a contested no-man's land between the kings and the corsairs of Umbar, a conflict unresolved until the time of Elisar. The loss was a deep wound to Gondor, diminishing its southern realm and weakening its influence over the men of the Harad. It also carried a bitter historical sting, for it was at Umbar that Ar-Pharazôn the Golden, last king of Númenor, had once landed in triumph to humble Sauron. The followers of Elendil, despite the evil that followed, still held pride in that memory. On the highest hill above the haven, they had raised a great white pillar, topped with a crystal globe that captured the light of the sun and moon, shining like a steadfast star visible from Gondor's shores and far out to sea. This monument stood until Sauron's power grew again, when his servants overran Umbar and cast down the pillar that symbolized his ancient defeat. Following Eldakar's restoration, the bloodlines of the royal house and other noble families of the Dundain became more blended with that of other men. The kin strife had claimed many of the great, and Eldakar, grateful for the Northmen's crucial aid, welcomed their people into Gondor, replenishing its numbers from Rovanion. This mixing did not immediately accelerate the fading of the Dundain, as some had feared, yet their slow decline continued inexorably, a fate tied more to the very nature of Middle-earth and the diminishing legacy of Númenor after its fall than to any single event. Eldakar lived to be 235 years old, ruling for 58 years, a decade of which he had spent in exile. The second and most devastating calamity struck Gondor during the rule of King Telimnar, the 26th sovereign. His father, Minardil, son of Eldakar, had been killed at Pelargir in a raid by the corsairs of Umbar, led by the ruthless captains Angamaiti and Sangayando, descendants of the usurper Castamir. Not long after this tragedy, a virulent plague swept out of the eastern shadows upon dark wind. The king and his entire line perished, and the sickness claimed multitudes across the realm, with the great city of Osgiliath suffering the heaviest toll. The land was left so exhausted and depopulated that the vigilant watch upon Mordor's borders faltered. The fortresses in the mountain passes stood empty and silent. Observers later connected this collapse of defense with a deepening gloom in the forest of Greenwood, where many long dormant evils began to stir, clear omens of Sauron's returning power. Ironically, Gondor's enemies were not untouched by the plague, or they might have crushed the weakened kingdom entirely. Yet the Dark Lord could afford patience, and perhaps this unguarding of Mordor was the very outcome he had hoped to engineer. With Telimnar's death, even the white tree in Minas Anor withered, a symbol of the realm's fading vitality. His nephew, Terondor, who succeeded him, proved to be a ruler of remarkable endurance, enjoying the longest reign of any Gondorian king. He planted a new sapling of the tree in the citadel and made the decisive move to shift the king's seat permanently to Minas Anor, for Osgiliath was now half abandoned and crumbling into decay. Few of those who had fled the plague into the woods of Ithilien or the Western Vales dared to return to the stricken cities. Terondor's rule, though long, was consumed by the slow internal work of rebuilding and conserving his realm's depleted strength, a tedious but necessary gardening of a wounded land. His son Telemater, however, was of a more fiery temperament. Chafing under the memory of his grandfather's murder and the constant insulting raids by the corsairs along the coasts as far as the Anfalas, he rallied Gondor's forces. In the year 1810, he launched a furious assault and recaptured Umbar by storm, wiping out the last of Castamir's line in the process. For this deed, he took the name Umbardasil. Yet this triumph proved fleeting. In the fresh disasters that soon engulfed the South Kingdom, Umbar was lost again, falling under the control of the men of Harad. The third great evil was the invasion of the Wainriders, a confederacy of eastern peoples who traveled in massive wagons and whose chieftains rode to war in chariots. Better organized and armed than any previous eastern host, and secretly stirred by Sauron's agents, they launched a sudden, brutal offensive. King Narmatil II was slain fighting them east of the Anduin in 1856. The lands of eastern Rovanion were enslaved, and Gondor's frontiers shrank back to the line of the Anduin and the Emyn Muil. His son, Calimitar, aided by a rebellion among the oppressed men of Rovanion, avenged this defeat with a decisive victory on the Dagor Lad in 1899, securing a temporary respite. It was during the reigns of King Arafant in Arnor and King Ondoher, son of Calimitar, in Gondor, that the long-divided Dundain kingdoms finally resumed contact, realizing at last that a single malignant will was coordinating the assaults on all the descendants of Númenor. To seal this renewed alliance, Arvedui, heir of Araphant, wed Firiel, daughter of Ondoher, in 1940. Yet neither kingdom could spare aid for the other, as Angmar attacked Arnor anew, while the Wainriders returned in overwhelming force. This time, many of the Wainriders swung south of Mordor, joining with warriors from Khand and near Harad to launch a coordinated assault from north and south that brought Gondor to the brink of annihilation. In 1944, King Ondoher and both his sons, Artamir and Faramir, were killed defending the northern approach to the Morannon, and the enemy flooded into Ithilien. The day was saved only by the brilliant tactics of Eärnil, captain of the southern army, who routed the invading host from Harad in a great battle in South Ithilien, destroying their forces that had crossed the river Porok. Racing northward, he rallied every available soldier from the scattered northern army and launched a surprise assault on the main encampment of the Wainriders. The invaders were deep in celebration, feasting and reveling in the belief that Gondor had already fallen, and that only the gathering of spoils remained. Eärnil's forces stormed the camp, setting the supply wagons ablaze and routing the enemy completely from Ithilien. Many of those who fled before him would later meet their end, lost in the treacherous dead marshes. Following the deaths of Ondoher and his heirs, Arvedui of the Northern Kingdom stepped forward to claim the crown of Gondor. He based his right on his direct descent from Isildur and his marriage to Firiel, Ondoher's sole surviving child, yet his claim was firmly rejected, largely due to the influence of Pelendur, who had served as steward to the late king. The Council of Gondor issued a clear response. The crown and royal authority of Gondor belongs solely to the heirs of Meneldyl, son of Anarion, to whom Isildur entrusted this realm. Here, inheritance is reckoned through the male line alone, and we have not heard that the law differs in Arnor. Arvedui countered with a pointed argument. Elendil had 2 sons, he reminded them, and Isildur was the elder, the rightful heir to his father. To this day, Elendil's name stands first in the line of Gondor's kings, for he was recognized as the High King of all Dúnedain lands. While Elendil lived, joint rule in the south was entrusted to his sons. After Elendil fell, Isildur journeyed north to assume his father's high kingship, but in doing so he did not surrender his royal claim over Gondor, nor did he intend for Elendil's realm to remain divided forever. He added, with a hint of dry irony, besides, in ancient Númenor the scepter passed to the king's eldest child, whether son or daughter. True, war and exile have often disrupted that tradition, but it remains the law of our people, a law we invoke now, especially since the sons of Ondohyr died without issue. Gondor offered no reply to this reasoning. Instead, the crown was claimed by Eärnil, the victorious commander, and granted to him with full support from Gondor's Dúnedain, given his own royal lineage as a descendant of Alcirius, brother of Narmasil II. Arvedui did not press the matter further. He lacked both the power and the desire to oppose the will of Gondor's people. Yet his descendants never forgot the claim, even long after their own kingship had faded. Arvedui's name, given at his birth by the seer Malbeth, proved prophetic. It meant last king. Malbeth had told his father, "You shall name him Arvedui, for he will be the final king in Arthedain. Yet a choice will one day come to the Dúnedain. If they take the path that seems less hopeful, your son will change his name and rule a great kingdom. If not, then sorrow and the passing of many lives will follow, until the Dúnedain rise again, united in Gondor." Only one king followed Eärnil. Some later reflected that if the crown and scepter had been reunited then, the line of kings might have endured and great suffering been avoided. But Eärnil, wise and free of arrogance, even if, like most in Gondor, he regarded the northern realm as a modest thing despite its noble blood, acted with careful diplomacy. He sent word to Arvedui, acknowledging that he had taken the crown of Gondor under the laws and needs of the southern kingdom, yet adding, "I do not forget the royalty of Arnor, nor deny our kinship, nor wish the realms of Elendil to remain estranged. When you have need, I will send aid to the best of my ability." It would be a long time, however, before Eärnil felt secure enough in his own realm to fulfill that promise. King Arafant fought on with fading vigor to repel the assaults from Angmar, and his son Arvedui, upon taking the crown, carried on that grim defense. Yet in the fall of 1973, urgent word reached Gondor that Arthedain was on the brink of collapse, and the Witch King was marshalling his forces for a final, crushing blow. Eärnil, the king of Gondor, immediately dispatched his son Eärnur northward with a fleet, sailing with all possible speed and every soldier he could spare from the southern realms. They arrived too late. By the time Eärnur's ships approached the havens of Lindon, Arthedain had already fallen, and King Arvedui was lost. Nevertheless, when the Gondorian fleet finally anchored at the Grey Havens, a wave of awe and relief swept through both elves and men. The vessels were so numerous and their hulls so deep that they strained the capacity of the harbors, filling not only the main quays, but the outlying ports as well. From these ships disembarked a formidable host, equipped for a prolonged campaign of kings. To the beleaguered peoples of the north, it appeared as if the full might of the south had come to their aid, though in truth this was merely an advance contingent of Gondor's strength. The cavalry, in particular, drew admiration. Many steeds hailed from the vales of Anduin, ridden by tall, fair-haired warriors and proud lords from the eastern plains of Rovanion. Círdan the shipwright called all willing allies to arms from Lindon's shores to the remnants of Arnor. Once assembled, the combined host crossed the river Lune and marched north to confront the Witch King. He had made his seat in Fornost, corrupting the ancient seat of kings with his minions. Blinded by arrogance, he chose not to weather a siege within its walls. Instead, he rode out to meet his foes on the open field, confident he could drive them into the river, as he had done to so many before. The host of the west, however, descended from the hills of Evendim, and a fierce battle erupted on the plains between Lake Ninuil and the North Down. Just as the Angmar forces began to falter and retreat toward Fornost, the main body of Gondor's cavalry, which had circled around the hills, swept down from the north and shattered their ranks into a panicked rout. The Witch King, gathering what broken remnants he could, fled north toward his own land. Before he could reach the safety of Carndum, the riders of Gondor, led by Eärnur, caught his fleeing host. Simultaneously, an elven force commanded by Glorfindel arrived from Rivendell. The defeat of Angmar was so total that not a single man or orc of that realm remained west of the mountains. Yet when all seemed lost, the Witch King himself emerged, a cloaked and masked figure upon a midnight steed. Dread gripped all who saw him. He fixed his malice upon the captain of Gondor, and with a piercing shriek charged directly at Eärnur. The prince stood ready to meet him, but his own horse, terrified, reared and bolted, carrying Eärnur helplessly from the field before he could regain control. The Witch King's laughter then cut through the air, a sound of such chilling horror that none who heard it would ever forget. But at that moment, Glorfindel advanced on his white horse, and the laughter died in the Nazgul's throat. He turned and fled into the deepening shadows, vanishing as night fell across the battlefield. Eärnur, having mastered his mount, returned seething with fury, eager to pursue. Glorfindel, gazing into the gloom, counseled restraint. "Do not follow him. He will not come back to these lands. His doom lies far off, and not by the hand of man shall he fall." Many remembered those prophetic words, but Eärnur burned with humiliation, desiring only vengeance for his public shame. Thus the realm of Angmar was brought to an end, and thus Eärnur earned the Witch King's deepest enmity, a hatred that would fester for years before its consequences were fully known. In the reign of King Eärnur, as later events revealed, the Witch King escaped the north and journeyed to Mordor. There he gathered the other ring-wraiths, his brethren in shadow, and bided his time. It was not until the year 2000 that they issued from Mordor through the pass of Cirith Ungol and laid siege to Minas Ithil. The city fell 2 years later, and with it they captured the tower's seeing stone. The shadow of Minas Ithil deepened, its fair name lost to memory, as it became Minas Morgul, a a fortress of dread. The people of Ithilien fled its borders, leaving their homes to the growing darkness. Eonor, who took the crown in the year 2043, was a king cut from a different cloth than his wise father. His strength was legendary, his temper fiery, and his heart belonged not to a queen, but to the clash of steel. In the training yards of Gondor, no man could best him, making him seem more a lone champion than a ruler destined for a throne. He carried this fearsome prowess well into his later years, long past the prime of most men. The Lord of Minas Morgul, seeing this temperament, sent a mocking challenge, accusing Eärnur of having fled from him once before. The steward Mardil, with careful counsel, managed to calm the king's wrath for a time. The capital, Minas Anor, was in those days renamed Minas Tirith, the Tower of God, a constant watch against the evil festering in the Morgul Vale. Yet peace was fleeting. After a mere 7 years, a second challenge arrived, its taunts more biting, questioning not just the king's past courage, but his present strength. This time, no counsel could hold him. With a small band of knights, Eärnur rode to the very gates of the enemy's city and vanished from all knowledge. Gondor believed its king had been treacherously captured and had died in torment, yet without proof, the noble steward Mardil ruled in his name, the throne sitting empty. The line of kings had grown thin, its numbers devastated by the old kin strife. Later monarchs, paranoid and watchful, had driven many of their own kin into exile in Umbar or into marriages that diluted the ancient blood. The result was a realm with no clear heir of pure lineage whom all would accept. The memory of civil war haunted everyone, a collective fear that such division would spell the end of Gondor. And so the stewards governed year after year, while the crown of Elendil gathered dust in the silent tomb where Eärnur had last placed it. The stewardship, once a delegated duty, became a hereditary office, passed from father to son. Each new steward swore an oath to rule only until the king returns, but as decades stretched into centuries, the vow became a hollow formality. They wielded the full power of a king, yet they never dared sit upon the ancient throne, wore no crown, and carried only a simple white rod. Their banner, too, was plain white, a stark contrast to the royal standard of a white tree and 7 stars upon a black field. Ironically, this long stewardship began in a time of uneasy quiet, known as the Watchful Peace, when the enemy's shadow temporarily receded. The House of the Stewards, called the House of Húrin, traced its line back to a trusted officer of high Númenorian blood. For generations they served faithfully, their rule becoming the new normal, while common folk still whispered hope that a true king would one day return. Perhaps even from the forgotten line in the north, the ruling stewards hardened their hearts against such fanciful tales. They were the practical shepherds of a kingdom in a long twilight, from Mardil the first to Denethor the last, holding the realm together against the slow, patient return of the night. From the reign of Denethor I onward, true peace became a distant memory for Gondor. Even in times without open conflict, the kingdom's borders faced relentless pressure. During Denethor I's final years, a new and terrible threat emerged from Mordor, the Uruks, immense black orcs of fearsome power. In the year 2475, they surged through Ithilien and captured Osgiliath. It was Boromir, son of Denethor, the namesake of the later member of the Fellowship, who rallied a defense, driving them back from Ithilien. Yet Osgiliath was left in ruins, its great stone bridge shattered, becoming a desolate place where none would live again. Boromir was a formidable leader, a captain whose very name gave pause to the Witch King himself. He possessed a noble bearing and a strong will, but the war left him with a Morgul wound that slowly consumed him. His final years were marked by pain and a withering of his once robust frame, leading to his death just 12 years after his father passed. Following him, the steward Cirion began a long and watchful rule. Gondor's power had diminished, stretching his efforts thin as he could do little more than guard its frontiers. His enemies, guided by a dark power he could not directly confront, gathered strength for blows he was powerless to prevent. Corsairs plagued the coasts, but the gravest danger festered in the north. In the vast lands of Rovanian between the dark canopy of Mirkwood and the river Running, a fierce people known as the Bolchoth had settled, living wholly under the influence of Dol Guldur. Their frequent raids through the forest left the vales of the Anduin south of the Gladden largely abandoned. Their numbers were ever swelled by newcomers from the east, while the population of Calenardon dwindled, leaving Syrians struggling to maintain the line of the great river. Seeing the storm gathering, Syrian finally sent north for aid, but his call came too late. In 2510, the Balkoth, using a fleet of boats and rafts built on the Anduin's eastern shores, swarmed across the river and overwhelmed its defenders. A Gondorian army marching from the south was cut off, driven north over the Limelight, and there ambushed by a horde of orcs descending from the mountains, pressed back toward the Anduin in a desperate fight. Then from the north, help arrived beyond all hope, the thunder of hooves and the clear call of war horns, a sound never before heard in Gondor. Eorl the Young and his riders swept onto the field, scattering the enemy and pursuing the Bolchoth to their utter defeat across the plains of Calenardon. In gratitude, Sirion granted that land to Eorl and his people for their dwelling, and in return Eorl swore the oath that bound his line in perpetual alliance to the lords of Gondor. A far greater peril arose in the days of Beren, the 19th steward. 3 massive fleets, long in the making, sailed from Umbar and the Harad, assaulting Gondor's coasts with overwhelming force. Landings were made even as far north as the Ison's mouth. Simultaneously, Rohan was attacked from east and west, overrun and driven to seek refuge in the dales of the White Mountains. The year 2758 then brought the long winter, a 5-month siege of brutal cold and deep snows from the north and east. Helm of Rohan and both his sons perished. Misery and death gripped Eriador and the Mark, yet south of the mountains, Gondor fared somewhat better. Before spring, Beregond, son of Beren, managed to rally and defeat the invaders. He immediately sent what aid he could to Rohan. A brilliant captain, the greatest since Boromir, Beregond succeeded his father in 2763, and under his stewardship Gondor began to regain its strength. Rohan's recovery, however, was painfully slow, its wounds deeper. It was in this vulnerable state that Beren extended a fateful welcome to Saruman, granting him the keys to Orthanc in 2759. From that year, the wizard took up residence in Isengard. Later, during Beregond's rule, the distant war of the dwarves and orcs raged in the Misty Mountains from 2793 to 2799. Only rumors of the great conflict drifted south until its aftermath spilled into Rohan as orcs fleeing the Battle of Nanduhirion tried to cross the land and claim a foothold in the White Mountains. For years, fighting echoed in the mountain dales before that lingering danger was finally extinguished upon the death of Belecthor II. The 21st steward, the white tree in Minas Tirith, withered and died. It was left standing in the courtyard, a solemn monument to await the king's return, as no new seedling could be discovered. In the time of Steward Turin II, the shadow in the east began to stir anew. Sauron's power was growing, his re-emergence imminent. The people of Ithilien, save the most resilient, abandoned their homes, crossing the Anduin to the west as Mordor's orcs infested the land. Turin constructed hidden refuges for his rangers throughout Ithilien, with Henneth Annwn being the most secret and well-guarded of these outposts. He also renewed the fortifications on the island of Caer Andros to protect Anorion. Yet the gravest threat came from the south, where the Haradrim had overrun South Gondor, leading to constant clashes along the Poros River. When a massive force invaded Ithilien, King Fulquin of Rohan honored the ancient oath of Eorl and repaid the debt owed for Beregond's aid, dispatching a strong host of riders to Gondor's defense. With their help, Turin achieved a decisive victory at the Poros crossing, though Fulquin's twin sons both perished in the fray. The Rohirrim buried them, as was their custom, in a single high barrow upon the river shore known as Hod in Gwanur. For generations, the enemies of Gondor feared to pass that mound. Turgon followed Turin as steward. His rule is chiefly marked by the event that occurred 2 years before his death. Sauron openly declared himself and re-entered Mordor, a land long prepared for his return. The Dark Tower of Barad-dûr was rebuilt. Mount Doom erupted in fire, and the last inhabitants of Ithilien fled forever. Upon Turgon's passing, the wizard Saruman seized Isengard, fortifying it for his own purposes. His son, Ecthelion II, was a wise ruler. With the power still at his command, he worked to strengthen Gondor against the looming assault from Mordor. He welcomed men of skill and valor from all lands into his service, granting rank and reward to those who proved loyal. In many of his endeavors, he relied on the aid and counsel of a mighty captain he esteemed above all others. In Gondor, this man was called Thorongil, the Eagle of the Star, for his speed, sharp sight, and the silver star he wore. None knew his true name or origin. He had come to Ecthelion from the court of King Thengel in Rohan, though he was not of the Rohirrim. A peerless commander on land and sea, he nonetheless vanished into the shadows from whence he came before Ecthelion's days were done. Thorongil often warned that the rebel corsairs of Umbar posed a grave danger to Gondor, a threat that would become fatal if Sauron began open war. Finally, with the steward's leave, he assembled a small fleet and launched a surprise night attack on Umbar, burning a large portion of the corsairs' ships. In a fierce fight on the quays, he slew the captain of the haven himself before withdrawing his forces with minimal loss. Yet, upon returning to Pelagia, to the astonishment and sorrow of all, he refused to go back to Minas Tirith, where high honors awaited him. He sent a final message to Ecthelion: "Other duties now summon me, Lord. Much time and many perils must pass before I might return to Gondor, if such is my fate." While none knew the nature of these duties or what summons he had heard, his path was clear. He took a boat across the Anduin, bid farewell to his companions, and set out alone, last seen turning his face toward the mountains of shadow. The city was dismayed by Thorongil's departure, a loss felt by all, save perhaps by Denethor, Ecthelion's son, a man now ready for the stewardship. He succeeded his father 4 years later. Denethor II was a proud man, tall and valiant, possessing a kingly bearing unseen in Gondor for many generations. He was wise, far-sighted, and deeply learned in lore. Indeed, he bore such a striking resemblance to Thorongil that one might think them close kin, yet he always found himself second in the hearts of the people and in the esteem of his own father. Many at the time believed Thorongil had chosen to depart before his rival could claim superiority over him, though in truth Thorongil never saw himself as Denethor's competitor, nor did he place himself above the role of a loyal servant to the steward. Their counsel to Ecthelion diverged on a single crucial point. Thorongil repeatedly urged the steward to place little faith in Saruman the White at Isengard, and instead to extend a warm welcome to Gandalf the Grey. But Denethor himself harbored no affection for Gandalf, and after Ecthelion's passing, the Grey Pilgrim found even colder reception within the walls of Minas Tirith. In later years, when the full truth emerged, many were convinced that Denethor, a man of subtle intellect who peered further into the future than his contemporaries, had uncovered the stranger Thorongil's true identity and grew to suspect that he and Mithrandir conspired to usurp his position. Upon becoming steward in the year 2994, Denethor revealed himself as a lord of formidable will, gathering all authority firmly into his own grasp. He spoke sparingly, heard counsel, yet ultimately followed only the dictates of his own mind. He had married late, in 276, wedding Findulas, daughter of Adrahil of Dol Amroth. She was a woman of remarkable beauty and gentle spirit, yet she lived less than 12 years after their marriage before passing away. Denethor loved her, in his own manner, more deeply than any other, save perhaps for the elder of the 2 sons she bore him. To observers, however, It seemed she faded within the stone confines of the guarded city, like a blossom from the coastal valleys, transplanted onto a barren cliff. The growing shadow in the east filled her with a creeping dread, and her gaze turned perpetually southward, longing for the sea she had left behind. After her death, Denethor grew even more stern and withdrawn, spending long hours alone in his high tower, brooding over the certainty that Mordor's assault would fall within his lifetime. It was later widely believed that, driven by a need for knowledge, yet constrained by his pride and an overconfidence in his own mental fortitude, he dared to gaze into the palantir of the White Tower. No steward before him had risked such a thing, not even the kings Eärnil and Eärnur after the fall of Minas Ithil, when Isildur's seeing stone was captured by the enemy. For the stone of Minas Tirith was the palantir of Anarion, which resonated most closely with the one now held by Sauron himself. Through this perilous act, Denethor acquired an immense knowledge of events within his realm and far beyond its borders, a foresight that astonished his people. But the price was steep, aged prematurely by his relentless mental struggle against Sauron's dominating will. His pride swelled in tandem with a deepening despair. He came to view the unfolding conflict not as a war of many nations, but as a solitary duel between the Lord of the White Tower and the Lord of the Barad-dûr, growing distrustful of all who opposed the Dark Lord unless they served his own command exclusively. Thus the years marched toward the War of the Ring, and Denethor's sons reached manhood. Boromir, the elder by 5 years, and his father's favorite, mirrored him in countenance and in pride, but in little else. He was a man cut from the cloth of King Eärnur of old, taking no wife and finding his chief joy in the arts of war, fearless and mighty, yet with scant interest in lore beyond the chronicles of ancient battles. Faramir, the younger, shared his brother's looks but little of his temperament. He possessed his father's shrewd insight into the hearts of men, yet what he discerned moved him more often to compassion than to contempt. Of gentle demeanor, he was a scholar and a lover of music, and for this many in that martial age mistakenly deemed his courage lesser than Boromir's. But this was untrue. His bravery simply did not chase glory in purposeless peril. He welcomed Gandalf whenever the wizard came to the city, eagerly learning from his wisdom, a habit, among others, that greatly displeased his father. Yet a profound love endured between the brothers, a bond forged in childhood, when Boromir was ever Faramir's helper and protector. No jealousy or rivalry ever grew between them, not for their father's favor, nor for the acclaim of others. Their loyalty remained a quiet, steadfast constant in a house increasingly ruled by shadow and suspicion. Faramir found it difficult to imagine anyone in Gondor who could stand as an equal to Boromir, the heir of Denethor and captain of the White Tower, a sentiment his brother shared. The truth, however, was revealed in time. The full account of their deeds during the War of the Ring is recorded elsewhere. With the war's end, the long rule of the stewards concluded, for the true king, heir of Isildur and Anarion, returned to reclaim the throne. The banner of the White Tree was raised again upon the Tower of Ecthelion. Here follows a portion of the tale of Aragorn and Arwen. Arador was the king's grandfather. His son, Arathorn, desired to wed Gilren the Fair, daughter of Dirhal, himself a descendant of Aronath. Dirhal opposed the match, for Gilren was still young, not yet of the customary age for marriage among the women of the Dunedain. Furthermore, he declared, Arathorn is a grim man, already in his full strength, and will become chieftain sooner than expected. My heart warns me his life will be brief. His wife, Ivorwen, who also possessed the gift of foresight, replied, Then there is all the more reason for haste. The shadows grow long before the storm breaks, and mighty events are approaching. If these two marry now, hope may be born for our people. Should they wait, such hope will not arise again in this age. It came to pass that Arathorn and Gilrain had been wed but a single year, when Arador was captured and slain by hill trolls in the cold northern wastes above Rivendell, and Arathorn rose as chieftain of the Dunedain. The following year, Gilrain bore him a son named Aragorn. Yet, when the boy was only 2, Arathorn rode to battle orcs alongside Elrond's son. An orc arrow took his life, piercing his eye, thus fulfilling the prophecy of his short years, for he was but 60 when he fell, young for one of his lineage. Thereafter Aragorn, now the heir of Isildur, was taken with his mother to live in Elrond's house. Elrond became a father to him, loving him as his own son. He was called Estel, meaning hope, and his true name and ancestry were concealed by Elrond's command, for the wise knew the enemies sought to find Isildur's heir, if any yet lived. When Estel was 20, he returned to Rivendell from perilous ventures with Elrond's sons. Elrond observed him with pride, seeing he was fair and noble, a man grown, though greater stature of body and spirit still lay before him. On that day, Elrond revealed his true name and lineage, presenting the heirlooms of his house. "Here is the ring of Barahir," he said, "a token of our ancient kinship. Here, too, are the shards of Narsil. With these great deeds may yet be done. I foresee your life will be long, surpassing the measure of other men, unless some evil strikes you down or you falter in the trial to come. But that trial will be hard and enduring. The scepter of Annuminus I keep yet, for you have still to earn it." The following day at sunset, Aragorn walked alone in the woods, his spirit light. He sang aloud, filled with hope and the beauty of the world. Abruptly, as he sang, he beheld a maiden walking upon a green lawn between the white trunks of birch trees. He stopped, astonished, wondering if he had wandered into a dream or been granted the elven minstrel's gift of making their songs manifest before a listener's eyes. For Aragorn had been singing a verse from the Lay of Lúthien, which tells of Lúthien and Beren's meeting in the forest of Neldareth. And lo, there was Lúthien herself before him in Rivendell, robed in silver and blue, as fair as twilight in the elven land. A sudden wind stirred her dark hair, and her brow was circled with star-like gems. For a long moment Aragorn stood in quiet awe, watching her. A sudden fear gripped him, that she might vanish into the twilight, lost forever, and he found himself calling out, "Tinuviel! Tinuviel!" just as Beren had in the ancient tales. The maiden turned, a soft smile touching her lips. "Who are you?" she asked. "And why do you name me so?" "Because I thought you were she," he replied, "the very Lúthien Tinuviel of my song. If you are not her, then you wear her likeness as your own." "Many have said the same," she answered, her tone solemn. "Yet that name is not mine. My fate, perhaps, may echo hers. But tell me, who are you?" "I was called Estel," he said, "but I am Aragorn, son of Arathorn, Isildur's heir, Lord of the Dunedain." Even as he spoke the proud titles, they felt suddenly hollow and small against her grace and beauty. But she laughed, a sound like clear water. "Then we are kin from afar, for I am Arwen, Elrond's daughter, and I am also named Undomiel. Often in perilous times," said Aragorn, "men conceal their greatest treasure. Yet I marvel at Elrond and your brothers. Though I have lived in this house since boyhood, I have never heard a whisper of you. How have we never met? Surely your father has not kept you locked away like some prized jewel." "No," she said, her gaze lifting toward the eastern peaks. "I have been dwelling for a time with my mother's people in distant Lothlorien. I have only just returned to visit my father again. It has been many long years since I last walked in Imladris." Aragorn was puzzled, for she appeared no older than he, who had seen but 20 summers in Middle-earth. Yet Arwen looked into his eyes and said gently, "Do not wonder. The children of Elrond share the life of the Eldar." Then Aragorn felt humbled, seeing the timeless light in her gaze and the wisdom of ages within them. And from that hour he loved Arwen Undomiel, daughter of Elrond. In the days that followed, Aragorn grew quiet and withdrawn. His mother Gilrain sensed a change in him, and, with patient urging, at last drew from him the story of the twilight meeting beneath the trees. "My son," she said, "your hope is set high, even for one of royal line. This lady is the noblest and fairest now upon the earth. It is not fitting that a mortal should wed with the elf kind. Yet we share some part in that kinship, Aragorn replied, if the tales of my forefathers that I have learned are true. They are true, said Gilran, but that was long ago in another age of the world, before our race faded. Therefore, I am afraid, without Master Elrond's good will, the line of Isildur will soon reach its end. And I do not believe you will have Elrond's blessing in this. Then my days will be bitter, said Aragorn, and I will walk alone in the wilderness. That may well be your fate, Gilran answered. Though she possessed some measure of her people's foresight, she spoke no more of her dread to him, nor did she tell another what her son had revealed. But Elrond saw much and perceived the thoughts of many hearts. One day, before the autumn faded, he summoned Aragorn to his chamber. Aragorn, son of Arathorn, lord of the Dúnedain, hear me, he said. A great doom awaits you. You shall either rise above the glory of all your fathers since the days of Elendil, or fall into darkness with all that remains of your kin. Many years of trial lie ahead. You shall take no wife, nor pledge your troth to any woman until your time comes and you are proven worthy. Aragorn was troubled. Has my mother spoken of this? Not at all, said Elrond. Your own eyes have revealed it. Yet I do not speak of my daughter alone. You shall be pledged to no one's child yet. Yet Arwen the Fair, Lady of Rivendell and of Lothlorien, the even star of her people, is of a lineage far beyond your own. She has walked this earth for so many ages that to her you are but a sapling beside an ancient birch. She stands too high above you, and I believe she would see it so herself. But even were that not the case, and her heart leaned toward you, my sorrow would remain, bound as it is to the fate decreed for our kind. Aragorn asked, What fate is that? Elrond replied, It is this. While I remain here, she shall live with the undying youth of the Eldar, and when at last I depart, she shall accompany me, if that is her choice. I understand, said Aragorn, a bitter clarity dawning. I have set my heart upon a treasure as rare and guarded as the Silmaril Beren sought. Such is my fortune, then. As if the foresight of his line stirred within him, he added, But look now, Master Elrond. The years of your stay here are finally waning. Soon the choice must come to your children, to part with you or to part with Middle-earth itself. True, Elrond acknowledged. Soon as we elves reckon time, though many years of men must yet unfold. But for Arwen, my daughter, there will be no such choice, not unless you, Aragorn, son of Arathorn, stand between us and force a parting more bitter than the world's end. You do not yet grasp what you ask of me. He fell silent. Then, after a long moment, his gaze heavy upon the young man, he spoke once more. The years will bring what they must. We shall speak no further of this until many have passed. The shadows lengthen, and great perils lie ahead. With a heavy heart, Aragorn bid a fond farewell to Elrond. The following day he said his goodbyes to his mother, to the house of Elrond, and to Arwen, before turning his steps to the wilderness. For nigh on 30 years he toiled in the long struggle against Sauron, becoming a trusted friend to Gandalf the Grey, and gaining deep wisdom from him. Though he undertook many dangerous journeys at the wizard's side, as time wore on he more frequently walked alone. His paths were arduous and long, carving a grimness into his features that only a rare smile could soften. Yet to those who saw him truly, he carried the bearing of a king in exile, worthy of all honor. He traveled under many names and in many disguises, winning renown across the lands. He rode with the hosts of Rohan and fought for the steward of Gondor on land and sea. Then, in a moment of hard-won victory, he vanished from the knowledge of the West, journeying alone into the distant East and the deep South. There he sought to understand the hearts of men, both fair and foul, and to unravel the secret schemes of Sauron's servants. Through these trials he became the hardiest of living men, master of their crafts and lore, yet he was more, for he was wise in the ways of the elves, and a light shone in his eyes that few could meet when it was kindled. His countenance was stern and sorrowful under the weight of his doom, yet a well of hope remained deep within him, from which a resilient joy would sometimes rise like a clear spring from stone. It happened when Aragorn was 49 years of age, returning from dangers on the bleak margins of Mordor, where Sauron had rebuilt his strength. Weary in spirit, he longed for the peace of Rivendell, hoping to rest there a while before venturing into distant lands once more. On his journey north, he came to the borders of Lothlorien and was granted entry into that hidden realm by the Lady Galadriel. Unbeknownst to him, Arwen Undomiel was also there, having returned for a time to dwell among her mother's kin. The mortal years had left her untouched, yet a new gravity rested upon her, and her laughter had grown rare. Aragorn, however, had come into the full height of his stature, both in body and in wisdom. Galadriel urged him to lay aside his travel-stained clothes, and she clad him in silver and white, with a cloak of elven grey and a bright gem upon his forehead. Thus arrayed, he appeared greater than any king of men, resembling rather a lord of the elves come from the undying land. And so it was that Arwen saw him once more after their long separation. As he walked toward her beneath the golden trees of Caras Galadhon, his arms filled with bright golden blossoms, her decision was sealed and her fate set. For a time they wandered the sun-dappled paths of Lothlorien together, until the hour came for him to leave. On a midsummer evening, Aragorn, son of Arathorn, and Arwen, daughter of Elrond, climbed the fair hill of Serin Amroth at the heart of that land. There they walked barefoot upon the everlasting grass, with Elenor and Nifredil brushing their ankles. Upon that high place they gazed east toward the gathering shadow and west to the fading twilight, and there they pledged their faith to one another, their hearts full of joy. Arwen spoke then, her voice soft yet sure. "Dark indeed is the shadow, yet my spirit soars, for you, Estelle, will stand among the mighty, whose courage shall break it." But Aragorn shook his head, a weight upon him. "I cannot see that future," he replied. "How it may come to pass is veiled from my sight. Yet I will cling to your hope as my own. The shadow I cast away utterly. But nor, my lady, does the twilight belong to me. I am mortal. If you bind your life to mine, Evenstar, then you too must turn from the twilight forever." For a long moment she stood motionless, like a pale tree rooted in the earth, her eyes fixed on the distant west. Finally she turned to him. "I will bind myself to you, Dunedain, and forsake the twilight. Yet there remains the land of my people, the long home of all my kindred." Her love for her father was a deep and piercing ache in her heart. When Elrond learned of his daughter's choice, he was wordless, though his grief was profound, and the long-dreaded doom no easier to bear. Later, when Aragorn returned to Rivendell, Elrond summoned him. "My son," he began, "the years ahead are clouded. Hope will dwindle, and what lies beyond is unclear to my sight. Now a shadow falls between us. Perhaps it is ordained that through my loss the kingship of men may be renewed. Therefore, though I hold you dear, I tell you this: Arwen Undomiel shall not diminish the grace of her immortal life for anything less. She shall not wed any man who is not the king of both Gondor and Arnor. For me, even our victory would bring only sorrow and final parting, but for you, a hope of joy, however brief. Alas, my son, I fear that for Arwen the doom of men may prove bitter indeed at the last." So the matter stood thereafter between Elrond and Aragorn, and they did not speak of it again. Aragorn went back into the world to peril and endless labor. As darkness deepened and dread crept across Middle-earth, with the power of Sauron swelling and the tower of Barad-dûr climbing ever higher, Arwen remained in Rivendell. When Aragorn was away, her thoughts followed him from afar, and out of hope she crafted for him a great and royal standard, such as could only be borne by one claiming the lordship of the Númenóreans and the heirship of Elendil. After some years, Gilrain took her leave of Elrond and returned to her own folk in Eriador, living there in solitude. She seldom saw her son, for his journeys took him into many distant lands. but once, when Aragorn had come back to the north, he visited her. Before he departed, she said to him, "This is our last parting, Estelle, my son. Care has aged me as it would a woman of lesser race. Now that the end nears, I cannot bear to watch the darkness of this age as it closes upon Middle-earth. I will soon depart from it." Aragorn sought to comfort her. "There may yet be a light waiting beyond this darkness," he urged. "If it is so, I would have you see it and take heart." But she answered him only with these words, "I gave hope to the Dunedain. I have kept no hope for myself." And Aragorn left her then, his heart heavy. Gilrain died before the next spring. Thus the years moved on toward the War of the Ring, a tale told in full elsewhere, how an unforeseen way was revealed to overthrow Sauron, and how a hope beyond all hope was realized. And it came to pass that, in a moment of seeming defeat, Aragorn came up from the sea and unfurled Arwen's standard upon the fields of Pelennor. On that day he was first hailed as king, and so, in the fullness of time, he came into his birthright, accepting the crown of Gondor and the scepter of Arnor. At the height of summer, in the very year Sauron fell, he clasped the hand of Arwen Undomiel, and they were joined in marriage within the royal city. Thus concluded the Third Age, a time marked by triumph and a bright future, though it was shadowed by a profound sorrow, the eternal parting of Elrond and his daughter. They were separated by the vast sea and a fate that stretched beyond the confines of the world. With the One Ring destroyed and the power of the Three faded, Elrond's weariness finally overcame him, and he departed from Middle-earth, never to look upon its shores again. But Arwen had chosen the path of mortality, a fate that would not grant her release until all she held dear had slipped away. As queen, beloved by both elves and men, she reigned beside Aragorn for 120 years in splendor and profound joy. Yet the weight of years, however long deferred, came at last. Sensing the end of his long life approaching, Aragorn spoke to Arwen. "My lady Evenstar, most beautiful and cherished in all this world, my time is ending," he said. "See, we have gathered our joys, and we have spent them fully. Now the appointed hour is upon us." Though she had long foreseen this moment, Arwen was overwhelmed by a wave of grief. "My lord, would you depart before your time, leaving your people, who yet depend on your guidance?" she asked. "It is not before my time," he replied gently. "If I do not choose this path now, I will soon be compelled to walk it regardless. Our son Eldarion is a man fully prepared for the crown." Aragorn then went to the house of the kings in the Silent Street and lay upon the long bed prepared for him. After bidding farewell to Eldarion and entrusting to him the winged crown and the ancient scepter, all departed save for Arwen, who stood alone by his side for all her noble lineage and wisdom. She could not help but plead with him to remain a little longer. She was not yet weary of life, and in that desperate wish she tasted the true bitterness of the mortal existence she had chosen. "Lady Undomiel," said Aragorn, "this hour is cruel, yet it was ordained from the day we met in Elrond's garden beneath the white birches where none now walk. On the hill of Seren Amroth, when we turned from both shadow and twilight, we embraced this destiny. Consider, my love, and tell me truly, would you have me linger until I wither, a king unmanned and bereft of sense upon his throne? I think not. I am the last of the Númenóreans, the final king from the elder days. To me was given not only a life thrice the span of other men, but also the grace to relinquish it willingly to return the gift. Therefore I will now sleep. I offer you no comfort, for within the circles of this world there is none for such pain. The final choice remains before you, to repent and seek the havens, carrying into the West only the evergreen memory of our days, or to remain and face the doom of men. That choice was made long ago, dear lord," she answered. "No ship remains that would carry me from these shores. I must abide the doom of men, willing or not, the loss and the everlasting silence. But I tell you, King of the Númenóreans, only now do I understand the full tale of your people and their downfall. Once I scorned them as foolish, but now I find pity in my heart. For if this is truly the gift of the one to men, as the Eldar say, then it is a bitter gift to receive. So it may seem, he said, yet let us not fail this last test. We who long ago renounced the shadow and the ring, we go forth in sorrow, but not in despair. Behold, we are not bound forever to the world, and what lies beyond it is more than memory. Farewell, Estel, Estel, she cried out, and as he took her hand and kissed it, he fell into a deep and final sleep. In the quiet that followed, the weight of her choice settled upon her, a lonely vigil in the silent hall, where the only sound was the fading echo of her own heart. Then a profound beauty was unveiled within him, so that all who later arrived gazed upon him in awe, for they perceived the grace of his youth, the courage of his prime, and the wisdom and majesty of his later years, all woven into one. And there he rested long, a vision of the magnificence of the kings of men in undimmed glory, as if preserved from the dawn of time. But Arwen departed from the house, and the light faded from her eyes, appearing to her people as cold and pale as a starless winter twilight. After bidding farewell to Eldarion, her daughters, and all she held dear, she left the city of Minas Tirith and journeyed to the land of Lorien, dwelling there in solitude beneath the waning trees until winter arrived. Galadriel had departed, and Celeborn was also gone, leaving the land in silence. There at last, as the Malorn leaves fell while spring still tarried, she laid herself to rest upon Serin Amroth, and there her green grave remains until the world itself is remade, and all the days of her life fade from the memory of those who follow, and Eleanor and Nifredil cease to bloom east of the sea. This tale concludes here, as it has reached us from the south, and with the passing of the Evenstar, no more is recorded in this book of the ancient days. Eorl the Young was the lord of the men of Eotheod. Their homeland lay near the headwaters of the Anduin River, nestled between the farthest reaches of the Misty Mountains and the northernmost expanses of Mirkwood. The Eotheod had migrated to that region during the reign of King Inil II, originating from the vales of Anduin between the Carrock and the Gladden, and they were closely related by blood to the Burnings and the men living along the forest's western fringe. Eorl's ancestors claimed lineage from the kings of Rovanion, whose realm once stood beyond Mirkwood before the invasions of the Wainriders, and thus they considered themselves kin to the kings of Gondor, descended from Eldacar. They cherished the open plains above all, finding joy in horses and every feat of horsemanship. Yet the middle vales of Anduin were populous in those days, and the shadow of Dol Guldur was stretching longer. Upon hearing of the Witch King's defeat, they sought more space in the north, driving the remnants of Angmar's people from the eastern slopes of the mountains. However, by the time of Leod, Eorl's father, their numbers had swelled, and they once again felt confined within their borders. In the year 2503 age, a new danger loomed over Gondor. A vast force of wild men from the northeast surged through Rovanion and, descending from the Brown Lands, crossed the Anduin on rafts. Simultaneously, whether by chance or design, the Orcs, then at the peak of their strength before their war with the Dwarves, poured down from the mountain. The invaders overwhelmed Calenardon, and Cirion, steward of Gondor, sent north for aid, owing to the long-standing friendship between the peoples of the Anduin Vale and Gondor. Yet men in the river valley were now scarce and spread thin, slow to muster what help they could. When word finally reached Ull of Gondor's plight, though it seemed belated, he rallied a great host of riders and set out. Thus he arrived at the battle upon the field of Celebrant, the name given to the green land lying between the Silverlode and Limlight rivers. There the northern army of Gondor faced disaster, beaten in the wold and severed from the south. It had been forced across the Limlight only to be ambushed by the Orc host driving it toward the Anduin. All hope seemed lost when, unexpectedly, the riders emerged from the north and shattered the enemy's rear. In a stunning reversal, the tide of battle turned, and the foe was driven back with great slaughter over the Limlight. Eorl and his riders gave chase, and the terror inspired by the horsemen of the north was so immense that the invaders upon the wold were themselves seized by panic. The riders drove them across the broad plains of Calenardon. That land had been left sparsely populated after the Great Plague, and the brutal Easterlings had slaughtered most of those who remained. In gratitude for this crucial aid, Steward Syrian granted the territory between the Anduin and Isen rivers to Eorl and his people. They summoned their families, children, and possessions from the north and made it their home. They christened it the Mark of the Riders, calling themselves the Eorlingers, though in Gondor it was known as Rohan and its people the Rohirrim, the Horse Lords. So Eorl became the first king of the Mark, selecting for his seat a green hill at the base of the White Mountains which formed the southern barrier of his realm. There the Rohirrim dwelt ever after as a free people under their own kings and laws, yet bound in an unbreakable alliance with Gondor. Their songs, which still echo with memories of the north, recount many lords and warriors and countless fair and valiant women. It is said their chieftain Frumgar first led the people to the Eotheod. Of his son Fram, the tales tell how he slew Scatha, the great dragon of the Grey Mountains, bringing peace from the Long Worms. Fram gained a vast hoard, yet this sparked a feud with the dwarves, who laid claim to Scatha's treasure. Fram refused to part with a single coin, and in a move of spectacular audacity, sent them a necklace fashioned from the dragon's teeth. "Jewels like these you will not find in your treasuries," he declared, "for they are exceedingly rare." Some believe the dwarves killed him for this insult, and so there was little love between the Eotheod and Dwarvenkind. Eorl's father was named Leod, a tamer of the wild horses that then roamed the land in great numbers. He captured a magnificent white foal, which grew into a horse of exceptional strength, beauty, and a fierce, proud spirit that defied all attempts to break it. When Leod finally dared to mount the stallion, it bolted, ultimately throwing him so that his head struck a stone, killing him. He was only 42, and his son Eorl, a youth of 16. Consumed by grief and fury, Eorl swore vengeance. He hunted the horse for many days, and when at last he sighted the stallion, his companions expected him to draw his bow. Instead, Eorl stood tall and cried out, "Come hither, Mansbane, and receive a new name." To their astonishment, the horse turned, approached, and stood calmly before the young man. "I name you Falarof," Eorl proclaimed. "You loved your freedom, and for that I do not blame you. But now you owe a great debt for my father's life. You will surrender that freedom to me until your days are ended." Eorl then mounted, and Falarof yielded, carrying him home without bit or bridle, a practice Eorl maintained ever after. The horse understood human speech, though he tolerated no rider save Eorl. It was upon Falarof that Eorl rode to the fateful field of Celebrant, for this horse lived as long as a man, as did his descendants. These were the Meras, who would bear none but the king of the Mark or his sons until the days of Shadowfax. Men said their sire must have been brought from the west over the sea by Bema, whom the elves name Orome. Of the kings who ruled between Eorl and Théoden, the most is sung of Helm Hammerhand, a grim and powerfully strong man. In his time lived a lord named Freka, who claimed lineage from King Freowine, though gossip held he had much Dunlandish blood and was dark-haired. He grew wealthy and powerful, holding wide lands on both sides of the Adorn River. He built a stronghold near its headwaters and showed scant respect for the king. Helm distrusted him deeply, but still summoned him to council, which Freka attended only when it suited him. On one such occasion, Freka rode to the council with a large retinue and boldly demanded the hand of Helm's daughter for his son. Wulfhelm looked at Freka and remarked, "You've certainly grown since your last visit, though I suspect much of it is around the middle." The men in the hall chuckled, for Freka was indeed a man of considerable girth. This mockery ignited Freka's temper, and he began to hurl insults at the king, concluding with a thinly veiled threat. Old kings who refuse a helping hand may soon find themselves brought low. Helm's response was cool and dismissive. "Enough. Your son's proposed marriage is a minor concern. Freka and I will settle it privately later. For now, the king and his council have weightier matters to discuss." Once the council adjourned, the king rose and placed a heavy hand on Freka's shoulder. "Brawling is forbidden in the king's hall," Helm stated, "but men enjoy more liberty under the open sky." He compelled Freka to walk ahead of him out of Edoras and into the fields. When Freka's men approached, Helm commanded, "Leave us. This is a private discussion. Go and converse with my guards instead." Seeing the king's men and allies vastly outnumbered them, Freka's followers withdrew. "Now, Dunlending," said the king, "it is just you and Helm, and I am unarmed. You have spoken freely. Now it is my turn. Freka, your foolishness has swollen alongside your belly. You speak of a staff. When Helm is presented with a crooked staff, he does not accept it, he breaks it." With that, the king struck Freka a tremendous blow with his fist. The man fell, stunned, and died shortly after. Helm then declared Freka's son and close kin enemies of the crown. They fled immediately, for the king swiftly dispatched riders to the western borders. 4 years later, in 2758, grave perils beset Rohan. Gondor could send no aid, as its coasts were assailed by corsair fleets. Simultaneously, Rohan faced a new invasion from the east. The Dunlendings, seizing their opportunity, crossed the Isen River and descended from Isengard. Their leader was revealed to be Wulf. Their forces were formidable, strengthened by enemies of Gondor who had landed at the mouths of the Lefnui and Isen. The Rohirrim were defeated and their lands overrun. Those not killed or captured fled to the mountain valleys. Helm was forced into a costly retreat from the crossings of Isen and found refuge in the stronghold of the Hornburg and the ravine behind it, later known as Helm's Deep. There he was besieged. Wulf captured Edoras, seated himself in Meduseld, and proclaimed himself king. During the defense of the hall's doors, Helm's son Haleth was slain, the last to fall. The long winter began soon after, burying Rohan in snow for nearly 5 months, from November to March. Both the Rohirrim and their invaders endured terrible hardship from the cold and the prolonged famine that followed. Despair took root in Helm's Deep against the king's counsel. His younger son Harma led a desperate sortie for supplies after Yule, but he and his men vanished into the blizzard. Grief and hunger carved Helm into a figure of fierce, gaunt terror. His mere presence became a powerful defense for the fortress. He would venture out alone, clad in white, moving like a creature of the snow into enemy camps to kill men with his bare hands. It was said no weapon could harm him if he carried none. The Dunlendings whispered a darker tale, that in his starvation Helm had turned to consuming the fallen. That story lingered long in Dunland. The king possessed a great war horn, and men noticed he would sound a mighty blast before each foray, its echo rolling through the deep. The sound alone struck such fear into his foes that they would scatter down the coombe rather than face him. One night the horn was heard again, but Helm did not come back. At dawn, a break in the clouds sent a shaft of sunlight, the first in many days, illuminating a lone white figure standing motionless upon the dike. No Dunlending dared approach. It was Helm, frozen and dead as stone, yet still standing unbowed. Afterwards, men claimed the horn's echo could sometimes be heard in the deep, and that Helm's spectre would walk among Rohan's enemies, slaying them with fear. The winter broke not long after. Then Frelaf, the son of Hild and nephew of the fallen King Helm, emerged from the refuge of Dunharrow with a band of determined men. In a daring raid, he stormed Meduseld, slew the usurper Wulf, and reclaimed the halls of Edoras for his people. That spring, the melting snows brought terrible floods, turning the Entwash Valley into a wide marsh that swallowed many of the retreating invaders from the east. Aid finally arrived from Gondor, its soldiers marching along both the eastern and western roads, and by year's end the Dunlendings were expelled from every stronghold, even the fortress of Isengard. With the realm secured, Freolaf was crowned king. The body of Helm was brought with honor from the Hornburg, and laid in a burial mound, the ninth of its line, where the white cymbal mini flowers grew so thickly they gave the barrow the appearance of a snowdrift. A new line of royal mounds was begun upon Freolaf's own passing. The Riddermark had been brought low by war, famine, and the loss of its herd. It was a mercy that no new peril arose for a long while, for the Rohirrim would not regain their former strength until the days of King Fulquin. At Freolaf's coronation, the wizard Saruman made a timely appearance, bearing gifts and lavishing praise upon the valor of the horse lords. He was welcomed as a friend. Not long after, with the permission of Steward Beren of Gondor, who still claimed authority over Isengard, Saruman took up residence in that fortress and was given the keys to the unassailable Tower of Orthancs. Thus he began to carry himself as a lord among men, initially serving as the steward's warden. Both King Freolaf and Steward Beren were pleased to have such a powerful guardian at their border. For many years, Saruman played the part of a steadfast ally, and perhaps he even believed it himself at the start. Later, however, few doubted that his true purpose had been to seek the lost treasure of Orthanc and to forge a power of his own. After the last White Council, his hidden designs against Rohan turned dark. He claimed Isengard wholly for himself, fortifying it into a stronghold of dread, as if to mirror the Dark Tower in the east, and gathered to him all those who bore hatred for Gondor and Rohan. The Kings of the Mark, first line. Year 1, 2485-2545 at 1 Eorl the Young. He earned this name by succeeding his father as a youth and keeping his golden hair and hearty complexion all his life. His days were cut short by a fresh assault of Easterling. Eorl fell on the battlefield in the Wold, where the first royal mound was raised. His great horse, Felaroth, was buried beside him. 2572 Blego. He cleared the Wold of enemies, securing a long peace. He oversaw the completion of the Golden Hall of Meduseld in 2569. At the celebratory feast, his eldest son Boldor made a rash vow to walk the paths of the dead and was never seen again. Brego died of a broken heart the following year, 2544-2645, 3 Aldor the Old. Brego's second son, he earned his epithet through a long life and a reign of 75 years. In this prosperous time, the people of Rohan multiplied, pushing the last of the Dunlendings west of the Isen and settling the mountain valleys. Little is recorded of the next three kings, for Rohan knew peace and grew rich under their rule. 2573, 2689, 4 Freya, Aldor's eldest son. He was advanced in years when he took the throne. 2594, 2680, 5 Freyawine. 23619-99 the 6 Goldwine. 2644-2718, 7 Deor. In his time, Dunlending raids across the Isen became frequent. In 2010, they seized the abandoned ring of Isengard and could not be ousted. 2668-2741, the 8 Gram. 2691-2759, 9 Helm Hammerhand. His reign ended in disaster with the invasion and the cruel long winter. Helm and his sons, Haleth and Hama, were all lost. The kingship passed to his sister son Freolaf, second line. 2726-2798, 10 Freolaf Hildesson. It was during his rule that Saruman arrived at Isengard, after the Dunlendings had been driven from it. The people of Rohan initially benefited from his friendship during the difficult years of scarcity and vulnerability that came after. Britta, who reigned from 2752 to 2842, was known to his people as Leofa, a name meaning beloved, for his generous nature and aid to the poor. His reign saw conflict with orcs, who, having been driven from the northern lands, sought shelter in the White Mountains. By the time of his death, many believed these threats had been entirely eradicated, though this assumption would later prove tragically false. Walder, king from 2780 to 2851, ruled for a mere 9 years. His reign ended when he and his entire retinue were ambushed and slain by orcs while traveling the mountain paths near Dunharrow. Folker, who ruled from 2804 to 2864, was renowned as a mighty hunter. He made a solemn vow to pursue no game while a single orc remained within Rohan's borders. After the last known orc stronghold was cleansed, he finally journeyed to hunt the legendary great boar of the Everholt in the Firian Wood. He succeeded in killing the beast, but succumbed to the grievous wounds it inflicted. Fulkwyn, reigning from 2830 to 2903, ascended the throne at a time when Rohan's strength had been restored. He reclaimed the western lands between the rivers Adorn and Isen from the occupying Dunlendings. Remembering the crucial aid Gondor had provided in darker days, when he learned of a massive assault on Gondor by the Haradrim, he dispatched a strong force to assist the steward. Though he wished to lead them personally, he was persuaded otherwise, and his twin sons Fulkred and Fastard went in his place. They died together in battle in Ithilien in the year 280-85. In gratitude, Steward Turin II of Gondor sent Fulkwyn a rich wergild of gold. Fengel, who ruled from 2800 and 853, was Fulkwyn's third son. History does not remember him fondly. He was consumed by greed for wealth and food, frequently at odds with his council and even his own family. His only son, Thengel, left Rohan upon reaching adulthood, seeking a life in Gondor, where he earned high esteem in the service of Steward Turgon. Thengel, king from 2905 to 2980, married late in life. In 2943, he wed Morwen of Lossarnac, a woman 17 years his junior. They had 3 children in Gondor, including their only son, Theoden. After Fengel's death, the lords of Rohan summoned Thengel home, a return he made with reluctance. Yet he proved a wise and capable ruler, though his household's persistent use of the speech of Gondor was a custom some of his people viewed with suspicion. In Rohan, Morwen bore him 2 more daughters. The youngest, Theodwyn, born in 2963, was the most beautiful, a late and cherished child of his old age, dearly loved by her brother. It was not long after Thengel's return that Saruman declared himself Lord of Isengard, beginning a campaign of border encroachment and support for Rohan's enemies that would sow the seeds of future conflict. Theoden, reigning from 2948 to 3019, is remembered in song as Theoden Ednew, the Renewed. He suffered a long decline under Saruman's enchantments, but was restored by Gandalf. In the final year of his life, he led his riders to a decisive victory at the Hornburg, and soon after to the epic battle on the Pelennor fields. He fell before the gates of Minas Tirith. His body was laid to rest for a time in Gondor among its kings, before being returned to Rohan to be buried in the 8th royal mound at Edoras, marking the end of a royal line and the beginning of another. In 2999, Theodwyn married Eomund of Eastfold, the chief marshal of the Riddermark. Their son Eomer was born in 2991, and their daughter Eowyn in 2995. This was a time when the shadow of Mordor was lengthening once more, and its darkness began to touch Rohan. Orc bands started raiding the eastern territories, killing and stealing horses. Other threats descended from the Misty Mountains, including many large uruks in the employ of Saruman, a connection that would remain hidden for years. Eomund's duty was to guard the eastern marches. He was a passionate horseman and harbored a fierce hatred for orcs. Whenever word of a raid reached him, he would frequently ride out in furious haste, often with too few men and without due caution. This recklessness led to his death in 3002. He had pursued a small raiding party to the very edge of the Emyn Muil, where a much larger force lay concealed among the rocks, ambushing and killing him. Stricken by grief, Theodwyn fell ill not long after and died, a loss that weighed heavily upon the heart of the king. Theoden took his sister's children into his own home, raising them as his son and daughter. He had but one child of his own blood, his son Theodred, who was then 24, Queen Elfhild had perished giving birth, and the king never remarried. Both Eomer and Eowyn were raised in the halls of Edoras, and there they watched a grim shadow slowly descend upon their uncle's house. Eomer carried the hardy spirit of his forefathers, while Eowyn possessed a slender height, a grace and a pride that flowed from her southern lineage, inherited from Morwen of Lossarnac, whom the horse lords called Steelsheen. While still a young man, Eomer was named a marshal of the Mark and granted command of the eastern marches, his father's old charge. The War of the Ring took Theodred, who fell battling Saruman's forces at the crossings of the Isen. It was in the shadow of this loss, and with his own end nearing on the Pelennor fields, that Theoden declared Eomer his heir and king. On that same field, Eowyn carved her own legend, fighting in disguise. Ever after in the Mark she was hailed as the Lady of the Shield Arm. Eomer proved a great king. Young at his accession, his reign spanned 65 years, surpassing all rulers before him save Uldor the Old. During the war, he forged a lasting friendship with King Elisar and with Prince Imrahil of Dol Amroth, and he became a frequent rider to Gondor. In the final year of the Third Age, he wed Lothiriel, Imrahil's daughter. Their son, Elfwine the Fair, succeeded him. In Eomer's time, those who desired peace found it in the Mark. The people thrived in both valleys and plains, and their herds of horses grew beyond count. In Gondor and in Arnor, King Elisar held the throne, sovereign over all the ancient realms save Rohan alone. For he renewed Sirion's gift, and Eomer once more swore the oath of Eorl, an oath he honored often. Though Sauron was gone, the hatreds he sowed lived on, and the king of the West faced many foes before the White Tree could know true peace. Wherever King Elisar rode to war, King Eomer rode beside him. The thunder of the riders of the Mark was heard beyond the Sea of Rhûn and on the distant fields of the south, and the banner of the white horse on green flew in countless winds until Eomer's hair grew grey. Of the dwarves' beginnings, both the Eldar and the dwarves themselves tell strange tales, but these events are so remote that little is said of them now. Durin is the name given to the eldest of the 7 fathers of that race, the ancestor of all Longbeard kings. He awoke alone, and in the deeps of time journeyed to Azanul-Bizar. There, in the caves above the Mirrormere in the eastern misty mountains, he made his home, a place that would later become the famed mines of Moria. He lived so long he was called Durin the Deathless, yet he did die before the elder days ended, and his tomb lies in Khazad-dûm. His line never failed, and 5 times an heir was born in his house, so like the forefather that he took the name Durin anew. The dwarves indeed believed him to be the Deathless One returned, for they hold many peculiar beliefs about their own nature and fate. After the First Age, the power and wealth of Khazad-dûm grew greatly, enriched by the survivors and the crafts of the ruined dwarf cities of Nogrod and Belegost in the Blue Mountain. The strength of Moria persisted through the dark years, and the reign of Sauron, though Eregion was destroyed and the gates shut. The halls of Khazad-dûm were too deep, too strong, and too valiantly defended for Sauron to take from without. So its treasures long remained untouched, even as its people slowly diminished. And so it happened that in the middle of the Third Age, a Durin was king again, the 6th to bear that name. The shadow of Sauron, once a servant of Morgoth, began to stretch across the world once more, though the darkness gathering in the forest facing Moria was not yet recognized for its true nature. Everywhere, malevolent forces stirred. In those days, the dwarves delved ever deeper beneath Barazinbar, driven by their lust for mithril, a metal of immeasurable value growing scarcer with each passing year. Their relentless mining disturbed a horror from a forgotten age, a Balrog of Morgoth, which had fled the ruin of Thangorodrim and slumbered in the earth's deepest roots since the coming of the host of the West. This creature slew King Durin and his son Nain-I the following year, ending the glory of Moria. Its people were scattered or destroyed, with most survivors fleeing north. Thrain-I, son of Nain, eventually reached Erebor, the lonely mountain, near the eastern edge of Mirkwood. There he established a new kingdom and was crowned king under the mountain, discovering within its depths the magnificent Arkenstone, the heart of the mountain. His son, Thorin I, however, chose to lead many of their people further north to the Grey Mountains, lands rich in ore and largely untapped. Yet in the desolate wastes beyond, dragons grew strong once more. They multiplied and turned their greed upon the dwarves, plundering their halls. After many years of strife, a great cold drake slew King Daini Firstum and his second son Fror at the very doors of their royal hall. This defeat forced Durin's folk to abandon the Grey Mountains. Dain's son Gror led a host to the Iron Hills, while Thror the heir returned to Erebor with his uncle Borin and the remaining people. Thror brought the Arkenstone back to the great hall of Thrain, and under his rule the kingdom flourished. They forged not only objects of stunning beauty, but also weapons and armor of great renown, trading ore extensively with their kin in the Iron Hills. The men living between the River Running and the Redwater grew powerful with this alliance, pushing back enemies from the east. The halls of Erebor echoed with feasting and song, a testament to their restored wealth and security, but such prosperity could not stay hidden. Word of Erebor's treasures eventually reached the dragons, and the greatest of that age, Smaug the Golden, swept down upon the mountain without warning in a storm of fire. King Thror's realm was swiftly destroyed, the nearby town of Dale left in smoldering ruins. Smaug claimed the great hall for his own, settling upon a vast hoard of gold. From the devastation, a handful of Thror's line escaped, with the king and his son Thrain II slipping out through a hidden door last of all. They traveled south with their family and a small band of loyal kinsmen, beginning a long, bitter period of homeless wandering. Years later, an aged and destitute Thror, perhaps a little crazed by misfortune and haunted memories of Moria's ancient splendor, or maybe influenced by the growing malice of the one ring he still possessed, gave that last of the 7 rings to his son. "This might yet be the seed of a new fortune for you, however unlikely that seems," he said at their parting. "But remember, it takes gold to breed gold. Surely you do not mean to return to Erebor?" Thrain asked, aghast. "Not at my age," Thror replied. "I leave our vengeance on Smaug to you and your sons, but I am weary of poverty and the disdain of men. I go to seek what I can find." He would not say where. With a single old companion, Nar, he journeyed north from Dunland, crossing the treacherous Redhorn Pass and descending into the valley of Azanulbizar. When Thror at last stood before the ancient dwarf kingdom, he found the gates of Moria wide open. Nar pleaded with him to be cautious, but Thror paid no attention, striding forward with the confidence of a rightful heir returning home. He never emerged again. For days Nar remained concealed nearby. Then a sudden sharp cry echoed, followed by the blast of a horn, and a lifeless form was cast onto the stone step. Suspecting it was Thror, Nar started to edge closer, but a voice called from the shadowed gate, "Step forward, little beard. We see you lurking, but you need not fear, not today. We have a message for you to carry." Nar approached and saw it was indeed Thror's body, though the head had been cruelly severed and lay face down. As he knelt, harsh laughter echoed from the darkness, and the voice spoke again. "When beggars refuse to wait politely and instead skulk in to steal, this is their reward. Should any more of your kind dare to bring their filthy beards past this gate, they will share this fate. Go and tell them. But if his kin wish to know who rules here now, the name is carved upon his face. I put it there. I ended him. I am the master here." With trembling hands, Nar turned the head. There, burned into the forehead in dwarf runes he could read, was the name Azog. That name seared itself into his memory and into the hearts of all dwarves from that day forward. When he moved to gather the head, Azog's voice rang out once more. "Leave it! Go! Here is your payment, beggar." A small pouch struck him, containing only a few nearly worthless coins. Weeping, Nar fled down the Silverlode River. A single glance back revealed orcs emerging from the gate, hacking the body apart and tossing the pieces to waiting crows. This was the grim tale Nar brought to Thrain. Upon hearing it, Thrain wept and tore at his beard, then fell into a heavy silence. For 7 days he sat without speaking. Finally, he rose and declared, "This will not be borne." So began the long and brutal war of the dwarves and orcs, fought chiefly in the deep, dark places under the earth. Messengers were sent north, east, and west with the news, yet it took 3 full years for the dwarven clans to fully gather their strength. The people of Durin assembled a great host, joined by mighty forces from the other dwarf families, all united by a furious wrath at this dishonor to the heir of their eldest line. When ready, they marched forth, systematically attacking and destroying every orc stronghold they could find, from Mount Gundabad to the Gladden Fields. The conflict was merciless, marked by death and cruelty under both sun and shadow. But the dwarves prevailed, driven by their formidable strength, their peerless weapons, and a burning fury as they hunted for a Zog in every mountain den. Eventually, the fleeing orcs were driven back and gathered within Moria, with the dwarf army in close pursuit, arriving at last at the valley of Azanulbizar. This great vale lay nestled between the mountain arms surrounding the lake of Keld Zarum, once a part of the ancient dwarf kingdom of Khazad-dûm. At the sight of the gate of their ancestral home upon the hillside, the dwarves raised a thunderous shout that echoed through the valley. Yet a vast host of enemies was arrayed on the slopes above, and from the gates poured a multitude of orcs held in reserve by Azog for this final stand. The early advantage lay with the orcs. It was a bleak winter day, sunless and grim. The orcs held the higher ground, outnumbered their foes, and did not falter. Thus began the Battle of Azanulbizar, a memory that still makes orcs shudder and dwarves weep. The first assault, led by Thrain's vanguard, was beaten back with heavy losses. Thrain himself was driven into a nearby wood of great trees that stood not far from the lake. There his son Frerin fell, along with his kinsman Fundin and many others. Both Thrain and his son Thorin were wounded. Across the field, the battle raged back and forth with terrible carnage, until the tide was finally turned by the timely arrival and fierce resolve of the dwarves from the Iron Hills. Arriving late to the fray, the armored warriors of Nain, son of Gror, cut a fresh path through the orcish ranks, straight to the very doors of Moria. Their war cries of Azog, Azog echoed as their mattocks carved through any who dared stand before them. Nain himself planted his feet before the gate and roared a challenge into the darkness. "Azog, if you have any courage, show yourself. Or is the sport in this valley too fierce for your liking?" From the shadows emerged Azog, a massive orc, with a skull encased in iron, yet moving with a terrible agile strength. His personal guard, warriors as grim as himself, swarmed out with him. As his fighters clashed with Nain's company, Azog fixed his gaze on the dwarf lord and sneered. "What now? Another vagrant come knocking. Shall I carve my mark upon you as well?" He charged, and the duel began. But Nain was wearied from long battle and half-blinded by his fury, while Azog was cunning, fresh, and cruel. In a final desperate effort, Nain swung his mattock with all his might. Azog sidestepped the blow, lashing out with a kick to Nain's leg. The mattock shattered against the stone where Azog had stood, and Nain stumbled forward. With a swift, brutal swing, Azog struck his neck. The mail collar held, but the force was so great it broke Nain's spine, and he fell. Azog threw back his head to unleash a victorious roar, but the sound caught in his throat. His gaze swept the valley to see his entire host shattered and in full retreat. Dwarves moved freely through the chaos, cutting down the fleeing orcs who shrieked as they ran south. All around him the bodies of his elite guard lay slain. Panic seized him, and he turned to flee back to the gate. But leaping up the steps after him came a dwarf wielding a red axe. It was Dane Ironfoot, Nain's son. Before the dark doors, Dane caught the fleeing orc lord and struck him down, cleaving the head from his shoulders. This was deemed a mighty deed, for Dane was then considered very young among his people. A long life of many conflicts awaited him, until at last, aged yet unbroken, he would fall in the War of the Ring. But though he was hardy and filled with wrath, it is told that when he descended from that gate, his face was ashen, like one who has glimpsed a profound terror. With the battle won, the surviving dwarves gathered in the Dimrill Dale. They took the head of a Zog, stuffed a small purse of coins into its mouth, and mounted it upon a stake. There was no feasting or song that night, for their losses were beyond mourning. It is said barely half of their number still stood or had hope of recovery. Yet in the morning Thrain stood before them. He was half blind from a wound that would not heal and limped from a leg injury. But he declared, "Good. The victory is ours. Khazad-dûm belongs to us once more." His people answered him, "You may be Durin's heir, but even with one eye you should see more clearly. We fought for vengeance, and vengeance we have had, yet it brings no sweetness. If this is victory, then our hands are too small to grasp it." And those who were not of Durin's direct line added, "Khazad-dûm was never the hall of our fathers. What is it to us but a rumor of treasure? Now, if we are to leave without the rewards and blood price owed to us, we would be far happier returning to our own homes at once." Thrain then turned to Dane. "But my own kin will not abandon me?" "No," said Dane. "You are the father of our folk. We have bled for you and would do so again, but we will not enter Khazad-dûm. You must not enter Khazad-dûm. I alone have seen through the shadow of that gate. Something waits for you beyond it still, Durin's bane. The world itself must change, and a power greater than our own must arise before the children of Durin walk again in Moria." And so, after the battle in the Dimrill Dale, the dwarves dispersed. But first, with heavy hearts and great labor, they stripped their own fallen of all arms and armor, lest any orc scavenger should claim them. It is said every dwarf who left that field walked bowed beneath a grievous burden. Then they built many pyres and gave the bodies of their kin to the fire. The valley was stripped bare of its trees in a great clearing, and the smoke from the burning could be seen rising as far as Lorien. Once the terrible fires had burned down to ash, the allies departed for their own lands. Dain Ironfoot led his father's people back to the Iron Hills. Then, standing beside the great stake, Thrain spoke to Thorin Oakenshield. "Many would say this head came at too high a price. We have traded our kingdom for it after all. Will you return with me to the anvil, or will you go begging at proud men's doors?" "To the anvil," Thorin answered. "The hammer will keep our arms strong, at least, until the day we can wield sharper tools once more." So Thrain and Thorin, along with the remnants of their company, among them Balin and Glóin, journeyed back to Dunland. Not long after they moved on, wandering through Eriador, until they finally established a home in exile east of the Ered Luin, beyond the River Lune. Most of what they forged in those days was simple iron, yet they managed a modest prosperity, and their numbers grew slowly. But as Thror had observed, the ring needed gold to breed more gold, and of that or any precious metal they had little to none. A word should be said here of this ring. The dwarves of Durin's folk believed it to be the very first of the 7 rings forged. They held that it was given to Durin III, king of Khazad-dûm, by the elven smiths themselves, and not by Sauron, though his evil power doubtless lay upon it, for he had aided in the making of all 7. The bearers of the ring did not display it or speak of it, and they seldom parted with it until death was near, so that others never knew for certain where it was kept. Some thought it had remained in Khazad-dûm within the secret tombs of the kings, unless those had been found and plundered. But among the kindred of Durin's heir, it was wrongly believed that Thror had been wearing it when he rashly returned there. What had become of it then, they did not know. It was not found on a Zog's body. Yet it may well be, as the dwarves now believe, that Sauron, through his arts, had discovered who held this ring, the last of the 7, to remain free, and that the peculiar misfortunes of Durin's heirs were largely due to his malice, for the dwarves had proved untamable by such means. The rings held only this power over them, to inflame their hearts with a fierce greed for gold and precious things, so that, if these were lacking, all other goods seemed worthless, filling them with wrath and a desire for vengeance against any who deprived them. But from their very beginning they were made of a stubborn kind, most steadfast in resisting any domination. They could be slain or broken, yet they could not be reduced to shadows enslaved to another's will. And for the same reason their lives were not lengthened or shortened by any ring, all of which only made Sauron hate the possessors more and burn to dispossess them. It was therefore, perhaps partly due to the ring's malice, that Thrain, after some years, grew restless and discontented. The lust for gold was ever on his mind, a whispering hunger that turned his dreams restless. At last, when he could bear it no longer, his thoughts turned to Erebor, and he resolved to return. He said nothing of what was in his heart to Thorin, but with Balin and Dwalin and a few others, he rose, bid farewell, and departed. Little is known of what befell him afterwards. It now seems that as soon as he was abroad with his small company, he was hunted by Sauron's emissaries. Wolves pursued him, orcs waylaid him, evil birds shadowed his path, and the more he strove to go north, the more misfortunes blocked his way. There came a dark night when he and his companions were wandering in the lands beyond the great river, and they were driven by a black, drenching rain to take shelter under the eaves of Mirkwood. In the morning he was gone from the camp, and his companions called for him in vain. For many days the search for Thrain continued, but hope faded with each passing sunset. At last the weary searchers turned back, returning to Thorin with nothing but grim news. It was only much later that the terrible truth was uncovered. Thrain had been captured alive and dragged to the dark pits of Dol Guldur. There he endured torment, his ring was stolen from him, and there in that foul place he perished. Thus Thorin Oakenshield became the heir of Durin. Yet it was a hollow inheritance, a title shadowed by despair. When his father vanished, Thorin was 95, a dwarf of immense pride and stature, yet he appeared resigned to a life in the exile of Eriador. He toiled there for long years, trading and building what fortune he could muster. His following grew as many wandering Longbeards, hearing tales of his western refuge, journeyed to join him. They carved fair halls within the mountains, amassed stores of goods, and their days, while not easy, were no longer marked by sheer desperation. Still, in their songs the memory of the distant lonely mountain never faded. The years stretched on. A slow-burning fire began to stir once more in Thorin's heart, as he brooded over the ancient wrongs suffered by his line and the dragon curse he was destined to confront. In the ringing clamour of his forge, his great hammer falling upon the anvil, he dreamed of gleaming armies and powerful alliances. Yet those armies were scattered, those bonds were shattered, and the axes of his people were too few. A furious, hopeless anger consumed him, each strike on the red-hot iron a futile echo of his desire for vengeance. It was a bitter, lonely labor. Then, by what seemed mere chance, a meeting occurred that would alter forever the fate of Durin's folk. Traveling west, Thorin paused one evening at the inn in Bree. By fortune, Gandalf was also there, en route to the Shire after 2 decades away, seeking a brief respite from his travels. The wizard's mind was burdened by the growing perils in the north, for he knew Sauron was plotting war and aimed soon to strike at Rivendell. The only bulwark against a move from the east to reclaim the lands of Angmar were the dwarves of the Iron Hills, and beyond their realm lay the desolation of the dragon. The thought was chilling. Sauron might wield Smaug as a weapon of terrible power. How could such a menace be removed? It was precisely as Gandalf sat pondering this dark puzzle that Thorin approached him. "Master Gandalf," Thorin said, "I know you only by sight, yet I find myself compelled to speak. Lately, you have often entered my thoughts as if I were being urged to seek you. I would have begun a search had I known where to look." Gandalf regarded him with keen interest. "That is curious, Thorin Oakenshield," he replied. For you too have been in my thoughts. Though my path leads to the Shire, it occurred to me that such a road might also lead to your halls. Call them halls if you wish, Thorin said with a wry, almost sarcastic smile. They are but modest lodgings in exile, yet you would be most welcome should you choose to come. Men say you are wise and know more of the wide world's workings than any other. I carry a heavy burden of thought and would value your counsel. I will come, Gandalf answered, for I suspect we share at least one pressing trouble. The dragon of Erebor weighs on my mind, and I do not imagine the grandson of Thror has forgotten him either. What sprang from that conversation is a tale told elsewhere of Gandalf's bold stratagem to aid Thorin, and how Thorin and his company embarked from the Shire on a quest for the Lonely Mountain, a quest that would lead to ends far greater than any could have foreseen here. We recall only what touches directly upon Durin's line. The dragon was slain by Bard of Lake Town, yet battle swiftly came to Dale. For the orcs, led by Bolg, son of that same Azog slain long ago by Dane, descended upon Erebor as soon as word of the dwarves' return spread. In that fierce first battle of Dale, Thorin Oakenshield was struck down by mortal wounds. He was laid to rest in a tomb deep under the mountain, the Arkenstone resting upon his breast. There, too, fell Fili and Kili, his sister sons, their loyalty ending in final sacrifice. Following the death of Thorin Oakenshield, his cousin Dain Ironfoot, who had marched from the Iron Hills to lend his strength, rightfully ascended as King Dain II. Thus the kingdom under the mountain was reborn, fulfilling Gandalf's long-held hope. Dain ruled with great wisdom, and under his reign the dwarves flourished, regaining their former might. That very year, in the waning days of summer, Gandalf finally convinced Saruman and the White Council to assail Dol Guldur. Sauron, forced to retreat, fled to Mordor, believing himself safe from all foes. This strategic shift meant that when the Great War finally erupted, its fiercest fury was directed southward. Yet Sauron's influence stretched far, and his shadow might still have brought terrible ruin to the northern lands had it not been for the steadfast defiance of King Dain and King Brand of Dale. Later, while dwelling together in Minas Tirith, Gandalf reflected on these events with Frodo and Gimli, after news from the north had reached Gondor. "I mourned Thorin's fall," Gandalf said, "and now we learn Dain has also fallen, fighting anew in Dale, even as we battled here. I would call it a grievous loss, were it not so astonishing that in his venerable age he could still swing his axe with such legendary power. They say he stood over King Bran's body before the gate of Erebor until darkness took the field. Then his tone shifted from solemn reverence to one of wry, pointed emphasis. But let's be utterly clear. Imagine how differently, how much more horribly things could have gone. When you recall the glory of the Pelennor, do not for a moment overlook the desperate struggles in Dale and the courage of Durin's folk. Picture the alternative: dragon fire and cruel blades sweeping through Eriador, darkness swallowing Rivendell. There might be no queen ruling in Gondor today. Our victory here might have been a hollow return to nothing but smoldering ruins. That fate was avoided because I happened to bump into Thorin Oakenshield one brisk evening on the outskirts of Bree, just as spring was hinting at the world, a mere chance meeting, as we say. It is also recorded that Dís was the daughter of Thrain II, the sole dwarf woman named in these chronicles. Gimli noted that dwarf women are few, perhaps no more than a third of their population. They rarely venture out unless driven by great necessity, and in voice, appearance, and travel garb they so closely resemble dwarf men that other races struggle to tell them apart. This has led to the absurd belief among men that no dwarf women exist, and that dwarves simply spring from stone. Their slow population growth and their vulnerability when without secure homes stems from this scarcity. Dwarves wed only once in their lives and are fiercely protective of all their rights, including matrimonial ones. In truth, fewer than a third of dwarf men ever marry. Not all women seek husbands, some wish for none, while others yearn for one particular match they cannot have and will accept no other. Many men deeply absorbed in their crafts likewise feel no pull toward marriage. What follows is the line of the dwarves of Erebor, as recounted by Gimli's son of Gloin for King Elessar, the founding of Erebor in the year 1999, the slaying of Daina by a dragon in 2589, the return to Erebor in 2590, to its sack in 2770, the murder of Thror in 2790 to 2793, the War of the Dwarves and Orcs lasting from 2793 to 2799, culminating in the Battle of Nandohirion in 2799. Thrain's wandering beginning in 2841, his death and the loss of his ring in 2850, the Battle of Five Armies and death of Thorin II in 2941, and Balin's fateful departure for Moria in 2098-1990. Kings of Durin's folk, whether in exile or on the throne, are specially noted of Thorin Oakenshield's other companions on the quest to Erebor. Ori, Nori, and Dori were also of the house of Durin, though more distant kin to Thorin. Bifur, Bofur, and Bombur traced their lineage to dwarves of Moria, but were not of Durin's direct line. Gimli's son of Gloin earned great renown as one of the 9 walkers who set forth with the ring-bearer, and he remained a loyal companion to King Elessar through the entire war. He was called Elf Friend, a title earned through the deep bond he formed with Legolas, son of King Thranduil, and his profound respect for the Lady Galadriel. Following Sauron's defeat, Gimli led a company of dwarves from Erebor to the south, where he was established as the Lord of the Glittering Cave. Under his leadership, they performed mighty labors for the realms of Gondor and Rohan. Their most famous gift to Minas Tirith was a new pair of gates, forged from mithril and steel to replace those shattered by the Witch King. His companion Legolas likewise brought a group of elves from Greenwood to settle in the land of Ithilien, which under their care was restored as the most beautiful region in all the western land. Yet, after King Elessar passed from this life, Legolas finally answered the call of the sea and prepared to depart over the water. A final note in the Red Book offers a curious tale. It is recorded that due to a friendship deeper than any known between elf and dwarf, Legolas chose to bring Gimli, son of Gloin, with him on that final voyage. If this account is true, it presents a marvel that a dwarf would ever forsake Middle-earth for affection, that the elven folk would welcome him, or that the powers of the West would allow it. Some say Gimli's own heart was swayed by a longing to gaze once more upon Galadriel's radiance, and perhaps she, mighty among the Eldar, secured this unique favor for him. Beyond this, nothing more can be said with certainty. Appendix B. The Tale of Years. Chronology of the Westlands. The First Age concluded with the great battle where the forces of Valinor destroyed Thangorodrim and cast down Morgoth. Thereafter, a great number of the Noldor returned to the far west, making their home on the Isle of Rhysea within sight of the Blessed Realm. Many of the Sindar also undertook the journey across the sea. The Second Age reached its end with the initial defeat of Sauron, servant of Morgoth, and the capture of the One Ring. The Third Age met its finish in the War of the Ring, though the Fourth Age was not considered to have truly begun until Master Elrond departed, marking the start of the dominion of men and the waning of all other speaking peoples in Middle-earth. In this Fourth Age, earlier times were often referred to as the Elder Days, though that term rightly belongs only to the era before Morgoth's expulsion. The full histories of those ancient times are not recounted here. The Second Age, these were years of shadow for the men of Middle-earth, yet they were the glorious years of Númenor. Records from Middle-earth itself in this period are scarce and brief, with dates often unclear. At the start of the age, many of the High Elves remained. Most lived in Lindon, west of the Blue Mountains, but before the razing of the Dark Tower, numerous Sindar journeyed eastward. Some founded kingdoms in distant forests, where their subjects were largely Sylvan elves. Thranduil, who became king in the northern part of the vast Greenwood, was one such lord. In Lindon, north of the River Lune, dwelt Gil-galad, the last heir of the exiled Noldorin kings, recognized as the High King of the Elves of the West. South of the Lune in Lindon lived Celeborn, a kinsman of Thingol for a time. His wife was Galadriel, the greatest of elven women. She was the sister of Finrod Felagund, the Friend of Men, former king of Nargothrond, who sacrificed his life to save Beren, son of Barahir. Later, a group of Noldor traveled to the region of Eregion, west of the Misty Mountains and near the western gate of Moria. They were drawn by news that the precious metal mithril had been found in the dwarf mine. The Noldor were masterful artisans, and unlike the Sindar, held less enmity for dwarves. The alliance that flourished between Durin's folk and the elven smiths of Eregion became the closest ever known between the two races. The lord of that realm was Celebrimbor, greatest of their craftsmen and a descendant of Feanor, selected years. Year 1, foundation of the Grey Havens and of Lindon. Year 32, the Idain arrive in Numenor. Circa year 40, many dwarves depart their old cities in the Blue Mountains for Moria, increasing its population. Year 442, death of Elros Tar Miniatur. Circa year 50, Sauron begins to stir again in Middle-earth. Year 521, Silmerion is born in Numenor. The first vessels from Numenor were sighted along the shorelines. In the year 750, the Noldor established the realm of Eregion. Around the year 1000, observing the rising might of the Númenóreans, Sauron grew concerned and selected Mordor as the site for his fortress, commencing the long construction of the Dark Tower Barad-dûr. Tar-Ankalim ascended as the first ruling queen of Numenor in 1075. By 1200, Sauron attempted to sway the Eldar to his side. Gil-galad would have no dealings with him, yet the master smiths of Eregion proved more receptive. During this period, the Númenóreans started building permanent harbors along the coasts. The elven smiths, under Sauron's tutelage, reached the peak of their craft around the year 1500 and began creating the Rings of Power. The 3 rings were finished in Eregion about 1590. A decade later, in the fires of Mount Doom, Sauron forged the one ring to rule them all, and his tower was finally completed. It was then that Celebrimbor finally saw the Dark Lord's true intent. War erupted between the elves and Sauron in 1693, prompting the 3 rings to be hidden away. Sauron's armies poured into Eriador in 1695, and Gil-galad dispatched Elrond to aid Eregion. The realm was devastated in 1697. Celebrimbor perished, and the doors of the dwarven kingdom of Moria were sealed. Elrond led the surviving Noldor to a hidden valley and established the sanctuary of Rivendell. By 1699, Sauron had overrun all of Eriador. His advance was halted the following year when Tar-Minestir of Numenor sent a mighty fleet to Lindon, defeating Sauron's forces. By 1701, Sauron was driven from Eriador, and the western lands knew a long peace. From around 1800, the Númenóreans began to carve out coastal territories for themselves, while Sauron turned his attention to expanding his influence eastward. A shadow of discontent and fear began to grow upon the island of Numenor itself. In 2251, following the death of Tar-Atanamir, Tar-Ankalaman took the throne. His reign saw the beginning of rebellion and bitter division among the people of Numenor. It was around this troubled time that the Nazgûl, the ringwraiths and slaves to the 9 rings, were first seen. The great fortress of Umbar was completed in 2280, and the haven of Pelargir, which would become the chief port for the faithful Númenóreans, was built in 2350. The line of kings continued with Ar-Adunachor in 2899. Tar-Palantir's brief reign and repentance in 315 led to civil strife. In 3255, Ar-Pharazôn the Golden seized power. In a bold move, Ar-Pharazôn sailed with a great host and landed at Umbar in 3261. The following year, Sauron, in a cunning stratagem, allowed himself to be taken as a captive to Numenor. From 3262 to 3310, He slowly seduced the king and corrupted the hearts of the Númenóreans, turning them against the Valar. Ar-Pharazôn, under this dark influence, began constructing the colossal great armament in 3310. In the fateful year 3319, in an act of ultimate defiance, he assailed the undying lands of Valinor. This brought about the downfall of Númenor, with the island swallowed by the sea. Only Elendil and his sons, Isildur and Anarion, escaped the cataclysm. The year 3320 saw the founding of the realms in exile, Arnor in the north and Gondor in the south. The Palantiri, the seeing stones, were divided between them. Sauron, his spirit surviving the ruin, returned in secret to Mordor. He bided his time until 3229, when he launched a sudden attack on Gondor, capturing Minas Ithil and burning the White Tree. Isildur fled down the river Anduin to his father in the north, while his brother Anarion valiantly defended Minas Anor and Osgiliath. In response, the last alliance of elves and men was formed in 3430. Gil-galad and Elendil marched their combined host east to Rivendell the next year. By 3434 they had crossed the Misty Mountains, won the Battle of Dagorlad, and laid siege to Barad-dûr. The siege lasted for years, and Anarion was slain in 3440. Finally, in 3441, Sauron was overthrown in a final duel with Elendil and Gil-galad, who both perished. Isildur cut the One Ring from Sauron's hand. With his defeat, Sauron's spirit fled. The ring-wraiths went into hiding, and the Second Age came to a close. Thus began the Third Age, a long twilight for the Eldar. They dwelt in peace for many centuries, preserving what they could with the power of the Three Rings while Sauron slept and his ruling ring was lost. Yet they became a people living in reflection, creating little that was new, their hearts anchored in a glorious past that was slipping away. The dwarves, for their part, retreated into their deep mountain halls, guarding their hoarded wealth. But as evils slowly reawakened and dragons once more plagued the world, their ancient treasures were plundered one by one, and many dwarves became a rootless folk, wandering in search of a new home. The great city of Khazad-dûm, though long secure, saw its population dwindle until vast stretches of its magnificent chambers lay dark and silent. Even the wisdom and longevity of the Númenóreans diminished as their bloodlines mingled with those of other men. Then, after perhaps 1,000 years, as the first shadow fell upon the vast forest known as Greenwood the Great, the Istari arrived in Middle-earth. These wizards, it was later told, came as emissaries from the far west. Their mission was to contest Sauron's returning power and to unite all free peoples with the will to resist him. Yet they were strictly forbidden to confront his evil with raw force or to seek dominion over elves or men through fear, a rule some found more frustrating than wise as the shadows lengthened. They appeared in the form of men, though they were never truly young and aged with a deliberate slowness, possessing great powers of both thought and deed. Few ever learned their true names, for they went by the names given to them in the lands they walked. The two foremost of this order, said to number 5 in all, were known to the elves as Curunir, the man of skill, and Mithrandir, the grey pilgrim, though in the north men called them Saruman and Gandalf. Curunir travelled often into the distant east, yet eventually made his dwelling at Isengard. Mithrandir, however, held the deepest friendship with the elves, roaming mostly through the western lands and never building a permanent home for himself. All through the Third Age, the secret of who guarded the Three Rings was kept only by their bearers. But in the later years it was revealed they had been held first by 3 of the greatest elves, Gil-galad, Galadriel, and Círdan. Before his fall, Gil-galad passed his ring to Elrond. Círdan, in time, surrendered his own to Mithrandir. For Círdan possessed a sight that pierced further and deeper than any other in Middle-earth, and he greeted Mithrandir at the Grey Havens, understanding both his origin and his ultimate return. "Take this ring, master," he said, "for your tasks will be burdensome, yet this will sustain you against the weariness you have chosen to bear. This is the ring of fire, and with it you may ignite courage in hearts within a world growing cold. But my own heart belongs to the sea, and I shall remain upon these grey shores until the final ship departs. I will be waiting for you. Now, isn't it just wonderfully ironic? Here we have these profound ancient beings weaving the fate of the world, and yet their legacy gets neatly catalogued alongside royal tree plantings and shipping disputes. Let's march through the timeline with a sigh. In the year 2, Isildur planted a sapling of the white tree in Minas Anor and entrusted the South Kingdom to Meneldir before meeting his end, along with his 3 eldest sons, in the disaster of the Gladden Fields. By the year 10, Ortar had carried the broken shards of the sword Narsil to the refuge of Imladris. Valandil ascended as king of Arnor in the year 10. The year 109 saw the marriage of Elrond to Celebrian, daughter of Celeborn, and their twin sons, Elladan and Elrohir, were born in 130. Arwen Undomil entered the world in the year 241. King Ostoher ordered the rebuilding of Minas Anor in 420. The first major invasion by Easterlings came in 490, which was turned back by the victory of Romandasil I in 500, though he was slain in battle by 541. The line of Gondor's ship kings began with Falastur in 830. Arnor was divided following the death of King Erendur in 861. King Eärnil I captured Umbar in 933, making it a Gondorian stronghold, though he was lost at sea just 3 years later. King Ciriandil fell during the siege of Umbar in 1015. Gondor reached its peak of power around 150 under Mendasil, who conquered the Harad. It was about this time that a shadow crept over Greenwood, and men began to call it Mirkwood. The records first mention the Periannath with the arrival of the Harfoots in Eriador. Around the year 1100, the wise, the Istari, and the leading Eldar learned that a dark power had fortified itself at Dol Guldur, believed then to be one of the Nazgul. The reign of Atanatar al-Karin started in 1149. Around 1150, the Folohides entered Eriador, while the Stores crossed the Redhorn Pass, settling in the Angle or in Dunland. By 1300, evil creatures began to multiply once more. Orcs swelled in number in the Misty Mountains, assailing the dwarves, and the Nazgul reappeared, their chieftain moving north to Angmar. The Periannath migrated westward, with many making their home at Bree. King Argeleb I was slain in conflict with Rudar in 1356, around which time the Stores abandoned the Angle, some returning to Wilderland. The Witch King of Angmar invaded Arnor in 1409, slaying King Arveleg I of Fornost and Tern Gorthad were defended, but the Tower of Amansul was destroyed. In Gondor, King Valakar died in 1432, sparking the civil war called the Kin Strife. Osgiliath was burned and its Palantir lost in 1437. Eldakar fled to Rovanion after his son Ornendil was murdered. Eldakar returned to reclaim his rule in 1447, defeating the usurper Castamir at the Battle of the Crossings of Erui and laying siege to Pelagir. The rebels escaped to seize Umbar in 1448. King Aldemir was killed fighting the Haradrim and the Corsairs of Umbar in 1540, but Hiarmendasil Du avenged this by defeating the men of Harad in 1551. A significant migration of Periannath from Bree occurred in 1601, when Argeleb II granted them lands beyond the Baranduin River. They were joined around 1630 by Stores moving up from Dunland. The Corsairs struck Pelagia in 1634, slaying King Minadil, and the Great Plague swept devastatingly through Gondor beginning in 1636. The reign of King Telemnar ended in tragedy, his life, and those of his heirs cut short by the Great Plague. In the city of Minas Anor, the white tree withered and died, a symbol of the kingdom's fading vitality. The sickness swept north and west, leaving vast stretches of Eriador empty and silent. Only beyond the river Baranduin did the Periannath, the little people, endure. though their numbers were grievously diminished. In the year 1640, King Tarandor moved the royal court permanently to Minas Anor, planting a new sapling from the lineage of the White Tree in a gesture of fragile hope. Osgiliath, the ancient capital, was abandoned to decay, and the dark land of Mordor stood unguarded, a sleeping threat. A brief resurgence came when King Telumitar, called Umbar-Dasil, reclaimed the port of Umbar in 1810, scattering the corsair fleets. Yet new perils soon gathered on the eastern horizon. The fierce Wainriders launched their assaults on Gondor in 1851, and by 1856 the eastern provinces were lost, King Narmasil II falling in the defense. His successor, King Kalamitar, rallied the forces of the South Kingdom and achieved a decisive victory over the Wainriders on the Dagorlad in 1899. To commemorate this triumph, he ordered the construction of the White Tower in Minas Anor the following year. A flicker of the old alliance between the two kingdoms appeared in 1940 as Gondor and Arnor re-established ties. The bond was sealed by the marriage of Arvidui, heir of Arnor, to Firiel, daughter of Gondor's King Ondoher. But war returned swiftly. Ondoher was slain in battle in 1944. The general Eärnil stemmed the enemy advance in South Ithilien, then crushed the Wainriders at the Battle of the Camp, driving their remnants into the lethal Dead Marshes. In the aftermath, Arvedui of Arnor pressed his claim to the vacant throne of Gondor, but the crown ultimately passed to the victorious Eärnil II in 1945. Disaster then befell the North Kingdom. In 1974, the Witch King of Angmar overran Arthedain and captured its fortress of Fornost. King Arvedui, fleeing north, perished when his ship was lost in the icy bay of Feroshal the following year, taking with him the seeing stones of Anúminas and Amon Sul. Yet hope arrived from the south as Eärnur, son of Eärnil, led a fleet to Lindon. The united forces defeated the Witch King at the Battle of Fornost, chasing his broken army into the Etenmoors, from whence the Dark Lord vanished from the north. With the kingdom ended, Arvedui's son Aranarth became the first chieftain of the wandering Dúnedain in 1976, entrusting the heirlooms of Arnor to the safekeeping of Elrond in Rivendell. Meanwhile, other peoples were on the move. Frumgar led the horse lords of the Eotheod northward in 1977, and in 1979 Booker of the Marish was chosen as the first Thane of the increasingly settled Shire. Darkness, however, was also stirring. The Witch King entered Mordor in 1980 and began to gather the other ringwraiths to him. That same year, a terror from the ancient world, a Balrog of shadow and flame, awoke in the depths of Moria, slaying King Durin VI. And a year later, his son Nain-I, the dwarves, were driven from their great mansion, and a shadow fell on neighboring Lorien, causing many of its sylvan elves to flee south. In the confusion, the Lord Amroth and his beloved Nimrodel were lost. The dwarves found a new stronghold in 1999, when Thrain-I came to the Lonely Mountain and established the kingdom under the mountain at Erebor. But the forces of Mordor were mobilizing. The Nazgûl emerged from the Black Land in the year 2000 and laid siege to Minas Ithil, the Tower of the Moon. It fell 2 years later, becoming the dread fortress of Minas Morgul, and its palantir was taken by the enemy. In Gondor, King Eärnur, a warrior of great pride and temper, ascended the throne in 2043. He was soon taunted by the Witch King, now Lord of Minas Morgul. When the challenge was renewed in 2050, Eärnur rode alone to the gates of the accursed city and was never seen again. With no clear heir, the stewardship of the realm passed to Mardil, the first of the ruling stewards, and the line of kings went into abeyance. A tense period known as the Watchful Peace began in 2063, after Gandalf the Grey ventured into the stronghold of Dol Guldur in southern Mirkwood and caused the mysterious power dwelling there, whom the wise suspected was Sauron himself, to retreat into the east. This peace lasted for nearly 4 centuries, though the Nazgûl waited silently in Minas Morgul. During this time, The dwarves of Durin's line, led by Thorin the Firsties, abandoned Erebor in 2210 for the Grey Mountains. In the Shire, Isumbras I became the 13th Thane in 2340, founding the influential Took line, while the Old Buck family crossed the Brandywine to settle the new region of Buckland. The watchful peace shattered in 2460, when Sauron returned with greater power to Dol Guldur. In response, the White Council was formed 3 years later. It was around this very time that a fateful event occurred. Deagol, a Stoor hobbit, discovered a golden ring in the riverbed, only to be murdered for it by his kinsman Smeagol, who would soon vanish into the deep places of the Misty Mountains as the creature Gollum. War flared again on Gondor's borders in 2475, resulting in the final ruin of Osgiliath and the destruction of its great bridge. Sauron, working in secret, began to infest the Misty Mountains with orcs, to block the passes, and to populate the halls of Moria with his own vile servants. A personal tragedy struck the Eldar in 2509, when Celebrian, wife of Elrond, was ambushed by orcs in the Redhorn Pass and suffered a poisoned wound. She departed for the Undying Lands the next year, leaving Middle-earth forever. That same year, 2510, saw Gondor nearly overrun as orcs and Easterlings swarmed into the province of Calenardon. Coming to their aid, Eorl the Young and his riders won a stunning victory at the Field of Celebrant. In gratitude, the steward Sirion granted Calenardon to Eorl's people, who became the Rohirrim, the horse lords of Rohan. Eorl would fall in battle in the Wold in 250-45. His son, Brigo, finished building the great golden hall of Meduseld in 2059, but joy was marred when Brigo's own son, Baldur, vanished after daring to pass through the forbidden door under the Dwimmerberg, a loss that cast a long shadow over the house of Eorl. In the distant north, dragons reawakened and began to harry the dwarves. King Dain was slain by one such beast in 2089, prompting a dispersal of his people. Thror, his heir, returned to Erebor in 2590 to reclaim it, while his brother Gror led others to the Iron Hills. Back in the peaceful Shire, a different sort of cultivation began around the year 2660, when Tobold Hornblower first planted the herb known as pipeweed in the South Farthing. The excavation of the vast underground dwelling of Great Smiles was begun by Thane Isengrim II in 2683. And in Gondor, Steward Ecthelion I, in a symbolic act of defiance against the gathering shadows, rebuilt and strengthened the White Tower of Minas Tirith in the year 2698. The years of the Third Age marched on, marked by conflict and the slow gathering shadow. In 2540, orc hordes renewed their assaults upon Eriador, though their advance was checked 7 years later when the formidable hobbit Bandobras Took routed a marauding band in the North Farthing. A great crisis befell Rohan in 2058, assailed from both east and west until it was overrun. Its king, Helm, was forced into a desperate refuge at the fortress of Helm's Deep, while the usurper Wulf seized Edoras. That same year, Gondor faced its own peril from the Corsairs' fleets. The brutal, long winter that followed brought immense suffering and death across Eriador and Rohan, a darkness only slightly alleviated by Gandalf's timely aid to the Shire folk. With the thaw came change. Helm perished, and Frealaf reclaimed Edoras, beginning a new line of kings. Meanwhile, in a move that would later haunt the West, the wizard Saruman quietly took residence in the Tower of Isengard. A different calamity struck the north in 2770, when the dragon Smaug descended in fire upon the lonely mountain, destroying Dale and scattering the dwarves of Erebor. Their king, Thror, escaped with his son Thrain and grandson Thorin, beginning a long exile. 2 decades later, Thror was slain by an orc in the depths of Moria, igniting a bitter war of vengeance that culminated in 2799 with the bloody Battle of Nanduhirion before Moria's eastern gate. In the aftermath, Dain Ironfoot returned to the Iron Hills, while a weary Thrian and Thorin wandered westward, eventually settling in the southern Blue Mountains. Yet peace was fleeting. For over 60 years, orcs from the north harried Rohan, even slaying King Walder in 2861. Driven by a longing for his lost home, Thrain II set out to revisit Erebor in 2041, only to be hunted by the growing agents of the Dark Lord. He was captured and imprisoned in the dread fortress of Dol Guldur, where in 2845 the last of the 7 dwarf rings was taken from him. It was Gandalf, venturing into that black lair in 2850, who confirmed the terrible truth its master was Sauron, returned and seeking all rings of power. There, the wizard found the dying Thrain and received from him the key to the Lonely Mountain. The following year the White Council convened, but Saruman, already harboring his own secret designs, overruled Gandalf's call for an immediate assault on Dol Guldur. The shadow lengthened. In Gondor, the White Tree died in 2872, a symbol of fading hope with no seedling to replace it. Sauron's emissaries stirred the Haradrim to cross the river Poros and attack in 2855, a battle in which the sons of Rohan's king Folkwyne perished, aiding their allies. As the lands grew troubled, a spark of unexpected fortune was kindled with the birth of Bilbo Baggins in the Shire in 2890. Yet Ithilien was largely abandoned due to attacks from Mordor's Uruks, its people retreating to hidden refuges like Henneth Annwn. The cruel, fell winter of 2911 saw rivers freeze and white wolves descend from the north, followed by devastating floods that ruined the ancient town of Tharbad. Amidst these trials, the line of kings endured. Aragorn, son of Arathorn, was born in secrecy on March 1, 2931. After his father's death, his mother Gilraen brought him to the sanctuary of Rivendell, where Elrond raised him as a foster son, under the name Estel, his true heritage hidden from all. Unbeknownst to the council, Saruman had by 2939 discovered that Sauron's servants were searching the Gladden Fields, meaning the Dark Lord had learned of Isildur's fate, a revelation that alarmed the wizard into selfish silence. The tide began to turn with the famous quest of 2941. Thorin Oakenshield and Gandalf enlisted the reluctant Bilbo Baggins for a journey to Erebor. In the dark beneath the misty mountains, Bilbo stumbled upon a lost ring and the creature named Gollum. This event spurred the White Council to finally move against Dol Guldur, a decision Saruman now supported only to hinder Sauron's search of the Anduin. The Dark Lord, his plans set, willingly abandoned his fortress. The subsequent battle of the 5 armies in Dale saw the death of Thorin and the glorious slaying of Smaug by Bard of Esgaroth, with Dan Ironfoot becoming the new king under the mountain. Bilbo returned home to the Shire with his mysterious ring, little knowing the chain of events he had set in motion, while Sauron slipped back into Mordor to rebuild his strength openly. Bard rebuilt Dale and ruled as king. Gollum, consumed by loss, began his long, wretched search for the thief. In 2951, Sauron openly declared himself in Mordor and began the reconstruction of the Dark Tower, Barad-dûr. That same year, in the quiet halls of Rivendell, Elrond at last revealed to Estel his true name and royal lineage as Aragorn, heir of Isildur, and bestowed upon him the shards of the legendary sword Narsil. The stage was set, the players taking their places, as the long twilight of the Third Age deepened toward its final decisive hour. Arwen had just come back from Lothlorien when she encountered Aragorn among the wooded paths of Rivendell. Soon after, Aragorn departed into the untamed wilderness. In the year 2953, the White Council gathered for the final time, their debates circling the fate of the Rings of Power. Saruman, feigning discovery, claimed the one ring had been carried down the Anduin River and lost to the sea. With this deception, he withdrew to Isengard, claiming the fortress as his own and strengthening its defenses. Consumed by jealousy and fear of Gandalf, he set spies to track the Grey Wizard's every step, noting his peculiar interest in the distant Shire. Before long, Saruman's agents were planted in Bree and the South Farthing, weaving a quiet web of watchfulness. In 209-54, Mount Doom erupted once more, its fires rekindled, driving the last dwellers of Ithilien to flee across the Anduin. 2 years later, Aragorn and Gandalf met, and a lasting friendship was forged between them. From 2957 to 2980, Aragorn embarked on lengthy travels and errantries, serving in disguise under King Thengel of Rohan and Steward Ecthelion II of Gondor, known to many only as Thorongil. The year 2996 and the following year Bane, son of Bard, ascended as King of Dale. Boromir, son of Denethor II, was born in 2978. Aragorn entered Lothlorien in 2980, and there was reunited with Arwen Undomil. On the hill of Serin Amroth, he gave her the ring of Barahir, and they pledged their troth, a moment of quiet light before gathering shadows. Around this same time, Gollum crept to the borders of Mordor and came to know the terror of Shelob. In Rohan, Theoden became king, and in the Shire, Samwise Gamgee was born. Faramir, son of Denethor, arrived in 2983. Ecthelion II died the next year, and Denethor II assumed the stewardship of Gondor. Finduilas passed away young in 2988. The following year, Balin left Erebor and entered the mines of Moria, a hopeful venture that ended in tragedy. By 2994, Balin had perished, and his dwarf colony was destroyed. Éomer was born in Rohan in 2991, and his sister Éowyn in 2995. As the year 3000 approached, the shadow of Mordor stretched longer. Saruman, in his pride, dared to use the Palantir of Orthanc, only to become ensnared by Sauron, who held the Ithil Stone. Thus Saruman turned traitor to the council. His spies now reported that the Shire was under close watch by the Rangers. In 3001, Bilbo Baggins held his grand farewell feast, after which Gandalf grew suspicious that Bilbo's ring might be the One Ring. The guard on the Shire was doubled, and Gandalf began searching for news of Gollum, enlisting Aragorn's help. Bilbo became a permanent guest in Rivendell in 3002. Gandalf visited Frodo periodically over the next 4 years, his concern deepening with each call. Brand, son of Bane, became King of Dale in 3007. The same year, Aragorn's mother, Gilrain, died. Gandalf paid his last visit to Frodo in the autumn of 3008. For the next 8 years, Gandalf and Aragorn hunted intermittently for Gollum, scouring the vales of the Anduin, through Mirkwood and Rhovanion, even to the very edges of Mordor. Sometime in those years, Gollum himself ventured into the Dark Land and was captured by Sauron. As the lands east of the mountains grew perilous, Elrond summoned Arwen back to the safety of Rivendell. In 3017, Gollum was released from Mordor, only to be captured by Aragorn in the Dead Marshes and delivered to Thranduil in Mirkwood. Gandalf, meanwhile, journeyed to Minas Tirith, where he at last read the scroll of Isildur, a discovery that changed everything the great years. 3018, April 12. Gandalf reached Hobbiton. June 20, Sauron launched an assault on Osgiliath. Around the same time, Thranduil's realm was attacked, and Gollum seized the chance to escape mid-year's day. Gandalf met with Radagast. July 4, Boromir departed from Minas Tirith. 10, Gandalf was imprisoned in Orthancs. August, all trace of Gollum vanished. It was believed that, hunted by both elves and Sauron's servants, he sought refuge in Moria. But even after finding the West Gate, he found himself trapped, unable to escape its ancient doors. September 18. In the early hours, Gandalf escaped from Orthancs. The Black Riders crossed the fords of Isen 19. Gandalf arrived at Edoras in the guise of a beggar and was turned away at the gates. 20. He finally gained entry, only for King Theoden to command him, "Take any horse you wish, but be gone before tomorrow has aged." 21. Gandalf encountered the great horse Shadowfax, who refused to let him near. Gandalf followed him across miles of open field. 22. At evening, the Black Riders reached Sarn Ford, overwhelming the guard of rangers. Gandalf finally overtook Shadowfax. 23. Before dawn, 4 riders entered the Shire. The others chased the rangers eastward before circling back to watch the Greenway. As dusk settled over Hobbiton, a dark rider entered the quiet village. Frodo made his departure from Bag End under the cover of night. Meanwhile, Gandalf, having mastered the great horse Shadowfax, rode hard from the plains of Rohan. By the 24th he had forded the river Eason. Frodo's own journey led him into the depths of the old forest, where he found refuge with the enigmatic Tom Bombadil on the 26th. The very next day Gandalf crossed the swift waters of the Grey Flood. Frodo spent a second strangely peaceful night in Tom's house, only for the following day to bring terror as he and his friends were seized by a Barrow Wight in the Lonely Downs. That same day Gandalf arrived at Sarn Ford. On the 29th, Frodo reached the town of Bree after dark. Unbeknownst to him, Gandalf was visiting the gaffer back in Hobbiton seeking news. In the early hours of the 30th, both Frodo's new home at Crickhollow and the Prancing Pony Inn in Bree were violently raided. Frodo fled Bree, while Gandalf, arriving at the ransacked Crickhollow, pushed on to reach a tense and wary Bree by nightfall. October began with Gandalf quitting Bree. On the 3rd, he was set upon by enemies under the shadow of Weathertop. Days later, on the 6th, Frodo's own camp at Weathertop was attacked in the night, leaving the hobbit with a grievous wound. As Frodo struggled eastward, the elf lord Glorfindel rode out from Rivendell on the 9th. By the 11th, he drove the pursuing Black Riders from the bridge of Metethel. Frodo crossed that bridge on the 13th, and on the 18th, as daylight faded, Glorfindel finally found the failing hobbit. Gandalf, too, reached the safety of Rivendell. A desperate flight to the ford of Brunnen followed on the 20th, where the pursuing foes were swept away. Frodo awoke, healed, on the 24th. That very night, Boromir of Gondor arrived in Rivendell. The next day, the fateful Council of Elrond was held. On December 25th, as twilight gathered, the Fellowship of the Ring departed from Rivendell. The new year, 3019, found them reaching the region of Hollin on January 8th. Their path was soon blocked by snow on the cruel slopes of Caradhras on the 11th and 12th. In the early hours of the 13th, wolves attacked the company. By nightfall they stood before the west gate of Moria, and here unseen Gollum began his dark pursuit of the ring-bearer. They spent the night of the 14th in the ominous Hall 21. The next day brought tragedy on the bridge of Khazad-dûm with the fall of Gandalf. Heartbroken, the remaining company reached the fair stream of Nimrodel late that night. By the evening of the 17th, they entered the wondrous city of Caras-Galadon in Lothlorien. Far away on the 23rd, Gandalf pursued the Balrog to the peak of Zirak-Zigil. 2 days later, he cast the demon down. But his own life was spent, his body lying cold upon the mountain. In February, on the 15th, Frodo gazed into the mirror of Galadriel. At that same hour, Gandalf was returned to life, though he lay in a deep trance. The Fellowship bid farewell to Lorien on the 16th, observed from the western bank by a hidden, gleaming-eyed Gollum. The next day, the great eagle Gwaihir bore the recovering Gandalf to the Elven realm. On the 23rd, their boats were attacked by night near the rapids of Sarn Gebir. They passed the mighty statues of the Argonath and camped at Parth Galen on the 25th, the same day the first battle of the fords of Eason was fought, where Teodred, son of King Theoden, was slain. The 26th saw the shattering of the Fellowship. Boromir fell, his horn heard faintly in far-off Minas Tirith. Merry and Pippin were captured by orcs, while Frodo and Sam entered the eastern Emin Muil. Aragorn set out in pursuit of the orcs at evening. In Rohan, Éomer received news of the orc band descending from the moors. At sunrise on the 27th, Aragorn reached the western cliffs. Defying orders, Éomer set out from Eastfold around midnight to hunt the orcs. He overtook them just outside Fangorn Forest on the 28th. The next day, Merry and Pippin escaped into that same forest and met the Ent Treebeard. At sunrise, Eomer's riders attacked and destroyed the orcs. Frodo, descending from the Emyn Mule, had a fateful meeting with Gollum. In Gondor, Faramir saw his brother's funeral boat upon the river. On the 30th, the Entmoot began in Fangorn, and Eomer, returning to Edoras, encountered Aragorn. March opened with Frodo beginning the grim passage of the Dead Marshes at dawn. The Entmoot continued. Aragorn in Fangorn met the transformed Gandalf the White, and they set out for Edoras. Faramir departed Minas Tirith on a mission to Ithilien. On the 2nd, Frodo emerged from the marshes. Gandalf reached Edoras, healed the enchanted King Theoden, and the Rohirrim rode west to confront Saruman. The second battle of the fords of Isen was fought, with Erkenbrand defeated. That afternoon, the Entmoot concluded, and the Ents marched on Isengard, surrounding it by night. On the 3rd, Theoden retreated to the fortress of Helm's Deep as the Battle of the Hornburg began. The Ents completed the ruin of Isengard. The 4th saw Theoden and Gandalf riding from Helm's Deep toward Isengard, while Frodo reached the vile slag mounds bordering the Morannon. Theoden parleyed with a trapped Saruman in Orthanc at noon on the 5th. A winged Nazgul passed over the camp at Dol Baran. Sensing greater peril, Gandalf set out for Minas Tirith with a now curious Pippin. Frodo, hiding in sight of the Black Gate, slipped away at dusk. In the early hours of the 6th, Aragorn was met by the Rangers of the North. Theoden left the Hornburg for Harrowdale, with Aragorn following later. On the 7th, Frodo was taken by Faramir to the hidden refuge of Hennith Annwn. Aragorn arrived at Dunharrow at nightfall. At daybreak on the 8th, Aragorn entered the Paths of the Dead, reaching the Stone of Eric by midnight. Frodo left Hennith Annwn. Gandalf came to Minas Tirith on the 9th. Faramir also departed the hidden haven. Aragorn set out from Eric, coming to Callambel. As dusk fell, Frodo reached the dreaded Morgul Road. King Theoden arrives at Dunharrow as a profound darkness begins to pour forth from Mordor, marking the start of the dawnless day. The Rohirrim muster in Harrowdale and ride to war. Beyond the gates of Minas Tirith, Gandalf rescues a wounded Faramir. Aragorn fords the river Ringlow, while forces from the Black Gate seize Caer Andros and push into Anorion. At the crossroads, Frodo witnesses the terrible Morgul host marching out. Gollum visits the monstrous Shelob, but a moment of pity stirs within him as he gazes upon the sleeping hobbit. In the White City, a stubborn Denethor orders Faramir to hold Osgiliath Aragorn's company, reaches Linhir, entering Lebenin, even as eastern Rohan is invaded. The first assault upon the golden woods of Lorien begins. Treacherously, Gollum leads Frodo into Shelob's dark tunnels. Faramir's men make a desperate retreat to the Causeway forts. King Theoden makes camp beneath the slopes of Min Rimmon. Driving his foes south, Aragorn advances toward Pelargia. Meanwhile, the ancient Ents rise to utterly defeat the invaders in Rohan. Frodo is captured by orcs in Cirith Ungol. The farmlands of the Pelennor are overrun, and Faramir suffers a grave wound. A triumphant Aragorn captures the enemy fleet at Pelargia. Theoden finds refuge in the mysterious Druadan forest. With immense courage, Samwise locates Frodo in the tower. Minas Tirith is now fully besieged. Guided through hidden paths by the wild men, the Rohirrim arrive at the edge of the grey wood. In the bleak hours before dawn, the Witch King shatters the great gates of the city. Lost to despair, Denethor commits himself to a fiery pyre. Then, at cockcrow, the horns of Rohan sound across the field. The battle of the Pelennor fields rages. King Theoden falls, but Aragorn raises high the standard bearing the emblem of Arwen. Seizing their chance, Frodo and Samwise escape and begin a grim trek north along the jagged ridge of the Morgai. Far to the north, a battle erupts under the dark boughs of Mirkwood, where King Thranduil turns back the forces of Dol Guldur. A second assault strikes Lorien. The commanders hold council. From his high perch on the Morgai, Frodo gazes out across the vast enemy encampment toward the fiery peak of Mount Doom. War also comes to Dale. There, King Brand and the dwarf Lord Dane Ironfoot are slain. Survivors, both dwarves and men, retreat into the lonely mountain to endure a siege. To the Dark Tower, the Orc Shagrat delivers Frodo's captured cloak, shirt, and sword. The host of the West marches from Minas Tirith. Frodo glimpses the dreaded Isenmouth, only to be overtaken by a troop of orcs marching from Durthang toward Udun. The host arrives at the haunted Morgul Vale. In a daring move, the two hobbits slip away from the road and begin a perilous journey toward the Barad Dur itself. Under a dreadful twilight, they abandon the road entirely, turning south toward the mountain. Lorien endures its third and final assault. The host moves through Ithilien, and Aragorn sends away those whose courage fails. With their mission clear, Frodo and Samwise discard their remaining weapons and supplies. They make their final desperate trek to the very base of Mount Doom, while the host makes a grim camp in the desolate lands before the Black Gate. The army of the West finds itself surrounded on the Slag Hills. At the same moment, Frodo and Samwise enter the Sammath Naur, the Chambers of Fire. There, Gollum seizes the ring, and in his triumph falls into the cracks of doom. The One Ring is unmade. Barad Dur crumbles, and Sauron passes forever from the world. With the fall of the Dark Tower, the shadow lifted from the hearts of all who had resisted it, replaced by a crushing despair among Sauron's servants. Though the borders of fair Lorien were scarred by 3 separate assaults from Dol Guldur, the inherent power of that land, combined with the valor of its people, repelled each attack. Only Sauron himself could have overcome its defenses. When the shadow passed, Lord Celeborn led his host across the Anduin, captured Dol Guldur, and the Lady Galadriel tore down its walls, cleansing the evil from its pits. In the northern forest, King Thranduil's realm had also been invaded, resulting in a long and fiery battle beneath the trees. Ultimately, Thranduil was victorious. On the Elves' New Year, Celeborn and Thranduil met in the heart of the forest. They renamed the vast woodland Erin Lasgalen, the Wood of Green Leaves. Thranduil claimed the northern reaches up to the forest mountains, while Celeborn took the southern woods below the Narrows, naming it East Lorien. The central forest was given to the Burnings and the Woodmen. Yet, a few years after Galadriel's departure across the sea, Celeborn grew weary of his realm. He journeyed to Rivendell to dwell with the sons of Elrond, a quiet end to an age of tumult. In the Greenwood, the woodland elves lived in peace. Yet in Lothlorien, only a handful of its former inhabitants remained, and the light and music had faded from Caras Galadhon. While the great armies laid siege to Minas Tirith, a force allied with Sauron, which had long menaced the borders of King Brand, crossed the River Redwater, driving Brand back to Dale. There he received aid from the dwarves of the Lonely Mountain, and a fierce battle erupted at the mountain's base. The fighting raged for 3 days, ending with the deaths of both King Brand and King Dain Ironfoot, granting the Easterlings victory. However, they could not breach the gate, and many dwarves and men found shelter within the mountain, enduring a bitter siege. When word finally arrived of the triumphs in the south, Sauron's northern host was seized by despair. The besieged warriors surged forth, scattering their foes, and the survivors fled eastward, never again to trouble Dale. Afterward, Bard II, son of Brand, was crowned king in Dale, and Thorin Stonehelm, son of Dain, became king under the mountain. Their envoys attended the coronation of King Elessar, and from that day forward, their realms remained steadfast allies of Gondor, enjoying the protection and sovereignty of the King of the West. The following are the principal events from the fall of the Dark Tower to the close of the Third Age. In the year 3019 of the Third Age, or 1419 by Shire reckoning, on March 27th, Bard II and Thorin Stonehelm drove the enemy from Dale. The next day, Celeborn crossed the Anduin and the dismantling of Dol Guldur began. April 6th saw the meeting of Celeborn and Thranduil. 2 days later, the ring-bearers were honoured on the field of Cormallen. On May 1st, King Elisar was crowned, and Elrond and Arwen departed from Rivendell. A week later, Eomer and Eowyn left for Rohan, accompanied by Elrond's sons. By May 20th, Elrond and Arwen had reached Lothlorien, and Arwen's escort departed from there on the 27th. On June 14th, the sons of Elrond met the escort and brought Arwen to Edoras, setting out for Gondor 2 days after. June 25th marked the day King Elisar discovered the sapling of the White Tree. At the start of Leith, Arwen arrived in the city, and on Mid-Year's Day, Elisar and Arwen were wed. Eomer returned to Minas Tirith on July 18th. 4 days later, the funeral escort for King Théoden set out, reaching Edoras on August 7th. Théoden was laid to rest on August 10th, and by the 14th, the guests had bid farewell to King Eomer. The following day, Treebeard released Saruman. The company reached Helm's Deep on the 18th and arrived at Isengard on the 22nd, taking their leave of the King of the West at sunset. They overtook Saruman on the 28th, who then turned his gaze toward the Shire. On September 6th, the travellers halted within sight of the Misty Mountains. A week later, Celeborn and Galadriel departed, while the others set out for Rivendell, arriving on September 21st. The next day marked Bilbo's 129th birthday. The same day Saruman entered the Shire. Gandalf and the hobbits left Rivendell on October 5th, crossing the ford of Bruinen the following day, where Frodo felt the first sharp return of his old pain. They reached Bree at nightfall on the 28th and departed 2 days later, crossing the Brandywine Bridge at dusk. On November 1st, they were detained at Frogmorton. The next day they arrived in Bywater and roused the Shire folk. November 3rd saw the Battle of Bywater and the passing of Saruman, marking the end of the War of the Ring. The year 3020, or 1420, in the Shire reckoning was known as the Great Year of Plenty. On March 13th, Frodo fell ill, recalling the anniversary of his poisoning by Shelob. The Malorn tree bloomed in the party field on April 6. Samwise married Rose on May 1st, and on Mid-Year's Day, Frodo resigned as mayor, with Will Whitfoot restored to the office. Bilbo celebrated his 130th birthday on September 22nd. Frodo was taken ill again on October 6. In 3021, or 1421, the final year of the Third Age, Frodo was again ill on March 13th. On March 25th, Elenor the Fair, daughter of Samwise, was born, a day that marked the beginning of the Fourth Age in the reckoning of Gondor. On September 21st, Frodo and Samwise set out from Hobbiton. The following day, they encountered the last riding of the Keepers of the Rings in Woody End. They reached the Grey Havens on September 29th, where Frodo and Bilbo departed over the sea with the three keepers, bringing the Third Age to its close. Samwise returned to Bag End on October 6th. The Chronicles of the Shire continued long after the War of the Ring, marking the Fourth Age while still counting the years in their own comfortable fashion. In the year 1427, by their reckoning, a season of change began. Will Whitfoot stepped down, and to no one's surprise, Samwise Gamgee was chosen as mayor. That same year, Peregrine took Wed Diamond of Longcleave, and from the south came a royal decree. King Elisar declared the Shire a protected land, free forever, forbidding any big folk from crossing its borders, a fence of words to guard their peace. The years rolled on, filled with the quiet joys of family. Faramir, son of Peregrine, was born, followed by Sam's own daughter, Goldilocks. Meriadoc Brandybuck, now called the Magnificent, assumed the title of Master of Buckland, receiving splendid gifts from the rulers of Rohan and Ithilien. It was a time of growing stature for the hobbits in the wide world's eyes, though they cared more for their harvests and children. Peregrine later became the Thane, and in a move that would have shocked their younger selves, the king named the Thane, the Master, and the Mayor as his official counselors for the North Kingdom. Samwise, ever reliable, was elected mayor again and again, a role he filled with the same steadfast care he gave his garden. A royal visit brought a shimmer of old magic to the Shire's green hills. King Elisar journeyed north, pausing by the serene waters of Lake Evendim before meeting his friends at the Brandywine Bridge. In a moment of profound honor, he bestowed the Star of the Dúnedain upon Samwise, and Sam's daughter Eleanor was invited to serve as a maid of honor to the ethereal Queen Arwen. It was a bittersweet echo of distant, perilous roads. Life had its rhythms of coming and going. Samwise served his terms, and in 1442 he, Rose, and Eleanor made the long journey to Gondor, staying a full year in the White City while Tolman Cotton minded the Shire. His daughter's life blossomed in turn. Eleanor married Fastred of Greenholm, and as a wedding gift, the king granted the Westmarch lands to the Shire, a new frontier that drew many families westward. Their son, Elfstan Fairbairn, was born there, and Fastred was named warden of those new lands, making a home at Undertowers on the Tower Hills. The family lines intertwined further when Faramir took married Sam's daughter, Goldilocks. Samwise served as mayor a final seventh time, an old hobbit of 96 when he finally laid down the office. The deepest blow fell in 1482 with the passing of his beloved Rose. Heart aching but resolve steady, he left Bag End the following autumn. He journeyed to the Tower Hills, entrusted the Red Book to his daughter Eleanor, and then, as family tradition holds, walked on to the Grey Havens. The last of the ring-bearers took the straight road and passed over the sea, his long task finally complete. Not long after, a summons came from Rohan for Master Hold Wine. Meriadoc, though over a century old, remained hale. After consulting with his dear friend Thane Peregrine, they both handed their duties to their sons and rode out of the Shire, never to return. It was later learned that Meriadoc reached Edoras in time to sit with King Éomer before the old king's passing. He and Peregrine then travelled to Gondor, spending their remaining years in the realm they helped save. They were laid to rest in the silent street of Rath Dinan among the great lords of the south. The final page turned in the year 1541 with the passing of King Elisar himself. It is said the beds of the hobbits were placed beside their king. Soon after, Legolas built a grey ship in Ithilien and sailed down the great river, and with him, legend tells, went Gimli the dwarf. When that ship passed beyond sight, the story of the Fellowship of the Ring reached its true and final end in Middle-earth. The text also offers family details about Samwise, who established the Gardner line, a family that would later become prominent. The numbers following the names indicate the year of birth and of death when it is known. Every date follows the Shire calendar, which starts its count from the year 1, marked by the crossing of the Brandywine River by Marcho and Blanco. This event took place in the Third Age year 1601. Appendix D, the Shire calendar. Applicable to any year. A Shire year always commenced on a Saturday and concluded on a Friday. The mid-year's day and the extra overlythe in leap years stood apart without a weekday designation. The day preceding mid-year's day was one lythe, and the day following was two lythe. Similarly, the Yule at the year's end was one Yule, and the one at the start was two Yules. The overlythe was a grand festival day, though it never fell during the critical years of the Ring's history. It did, however, occur in 1420, that legendary year of bounty and endless summer, a time of celebration said to outshine all others in living memory or old tales. The calendars, the Shire's way of tracking time, differed in key ways from our own. The length of the year was essentially the same, for while those days feel ancient to us now, they are but a brief moment in the life of the world itself. Hobbit lore says that in their early wandering days, they had no concept of a week. Their months were loosely tied to the moon, making their record-keeping rather haphazard. After settling in the westlands of Eriador, they adopted the king's reckoning of the Dúnedain, a system with elvish roots, though the Shire folk soon added their own tweaks and adjustments. This Shire reckoning was later taken up in Bree as well, though Bree continued to use its own founding year as year 1, unlike the Shire. It's a common challenge for historians that the everyday details people took for granted, like the names of weekdays or the length of months, are often the hardest to pin down from old stories. Yet the hobbits, with their passion for family trees and the scholarly curiosity about the past that bloomed after the War of the Ring, became quite meticulous with dates. They even crafted elaborate charts comparing their calendar to others. I must confess, this is not my area of expertise, and my notes may contain mistakes. Thankfully, the chronology of the pivotal years 1418 and 1419 is laid out with such care in the Red Book that we can be confident about the sequence of events. It appears the elves who, as Samwise once noted, seem to have all the time in the world measured in vast stretches. Their word yen, often simply translated as year, actually represents a span of 144 of our sun years. The elves had a fondness for counting in sixes and 12s. Their solar day, or ray, was measured from one sunset to the next. A single yen encompassed 52,596 such days. For ceremonial purposes, they observed a 6-day week, or enkya, and a yen contained 8,766 of these weeks counted in an unbroken sequence. In their daily lives in Middle-earth, the elves also tracked a shorter solar year called a coronar or sun round in astronomical terms, but more commonly referred to as a lower, meaning growth, especially in the northwestern regions where the turning seasons and the life of plants held great meaning. The lower was divided into intervals that functioned as long months or brief seasons, which likely varied from place to place. Our most detailed knowledge of this comes not from the elves themselves, but from the records the hobbits kept concerning the calendar used in Rivendell. The elven calendar recognized 6 distinct seasons, each with its own name in both Quenya and Sindarin tongues. In Quenya these were known as Tuil, Lera, Yavia, Quell, Hriva, and Koyera, which correspond to our spring, summer, autumn, fading, winter, and stirring. The Sindarin equivalents were Ithwael, Lera, Iavas, Firith, Ryu, and Ehuir. The season of fading was poetically called leaf fall in Quenya, or sun waning in Sindarin. Within this structure, summer and winter each spanned 72 days, while the other seasons contained 54 days each. The elven year or lower commenced with Yestare, the day before spring, and concluded with Metare, the day after stirring. A unique feature was the insertion of 3 Endari, or middle days, between autumn and fading, creating a base year of 365 days. To correct for solar inaccuracies, every 12th year saw these 3 Endari doubled, adding extra days. The precise handling of the resulting minor discrepancies remains unclear, though notes from the Red Book mention that in Rivendell's reckoning, the final year of every 3rd age span was shortened by 3 days, a correction said not to have occurred in living memory. The Númenóreans, ever pragmatic, reformed this system entirely. They shifted the year's start to midwinter, a tradition inherited from their ancestors, and organized the low into more regular intervals. Eventually, they established a 7-day week and defined the day from sunrise to sunrise. This Númenórean method, used in their homeland and later in Arnor and Gondor, was known as King's Reckoning. Its standard year contained 365 days, split into 12 astar, or months. 10 of these months had 30 days, while 2, flanking the year's midpoint, had 31. The year's first, middle, and last days, named Yestare, Loende, and Metare, existed outside any month. A leap year system added 2 Endari in place of Loende every 4th year, except at a century's close. Calculations began with the Second Age Year 1, and a small millennial deficit was allowed to accumulate, corrected only every 1,000 years. After Númenor's fall, the exiles continued this calendar, but the transition to the Third Age's new count caused disarray. Designating the year TA4 as a leap year instead of TA3 introduced a further timing error. Millennial corrections were then applied centuries late in TA 1000 and 2000. To address these growing inaccuracies, Stuart Mardill introduced a revised calendar in TA 2060. This followed a special two-day addition to the previous year, which marked 5.5 millennia of the Númenórean system. Yet an 8-hour deficit stubbornly remained. Later, Stuart Hador added another day around TA 236, even before the shortfall was quite full, and after that, with the shadow of war looming by TA 3000, such meticulous adjustments were abandoned. By the Third Age's end, over 6 centuries later, the accumulated error still fell short of a full day. Mardill's system, termed Stuart's Reckoning, was adopted widely by speakers of Westron, though not by the hobbits. It featured months of a uniform 30 days and introduced 2 extra days outside the monthly structure, one between the 3rd and 4th months and another between the 9th and 10th. The Shire calendar featured 5 special days that fell outside the standard months: Yestare, Tuilere, Londe, Yaviere, and Metare, all observed as holidays. Being a traditional folk, the hobbits maintained an adapted version of the King's Reckoning that suited their local habits. Their system divided the year into 12 equal months, each lasting 30 days. However, they also celebrated 3 summer days, known locally as the Leith or Lithodays, positioned between June and July. The final day of the old year and the first of the new were named the Yule days. Since both the Yule days and the Lithodays existed outside the monthly count, the true start of the year was January 2nd, not the 1st. In leap years, which occurred every 4th year except at a century's close, a 4th Lithoday was added. These periods were the primary occasions for feasting and celebration. The extra summer day was placed after Mid-Year's Day and was called Overlythe, a time of particularly lively revelry. The full Yuletide festival spanned 6 days, encompassing the last 3 of the old year and the first 3 of the new. Ever practical, the Shire folk introduced their own modest innovation, later adopted in Bree, which they termed the Shire Reform. They considered the annual shift of weekday names against fixed dates to be messy and bothersome. Therefore, during the time of Isengrim II, they decided that the extra day disrupting the sequence would carry no weekday designation. Henceforth, Mid-Year's Day, and Overleith in leap years, was known only by its name and existed outside the weekly cycle. This change ensured the year always began on the first day of the week and concluded on the last day. Any given date would then always fall on the same weekday every year, a system so convenient that hobbits soon stopped noting weekdays in their letters and journals. This arrangement worked perfectly at home, though it could cause mild confusion for any hobbit traveling beyond Bree in these notes, and the main narrative, modern names for months and weekdays, are used for clarity, though neither elves, Dúnedain, nor hobbits actually employed them. Translating the Western terms was necessary to prevent misunderstanding, and the seasonal associations of our names are roughly equivalent, at least for life in the Shire. It seems Mid-Year's Day was meant to align closely with the summer solstice. If so, Shire dates actually ran about 10 days ahead of our own calendar, making our New Year's Day correspondent approximately to the Shire's January 9th. In Westron, the Quenya names for the months were commonly kept, much as Latin terms are used in various languages today. They were Narvinie, Nenime, Sulime, Vires, Lotes, Nari, Termie, Urime, Yavanie, Narkelie, Hisime, and Ringare. The Sindarin names, used exclusively by the Dúnedain, were Narwain, Ninwi, Gweron, Gwyrith, Lothran, Norui, Serveth, Urui, Ivaneth, Narbaleth, Hitwi, and Girithron, in a charming display of stubbornness. The hobbits of both the Shire and Bree ignored this Westron custom. Instead, they clung to quaint local names likely borrowed long ago from the men of the Anduin valleys. Similar names appear in the records of Dale and Rohan. The original meanings of these man-made names had mostly faded from hobbit memory, even where they were once understood, and the words themselves became worn down over time. The ending math, for instance, is a reduced form of month. The Shire's monthly names are listed in the calendar. It's worth noting that Solmath was often said, and sometimes written as Somath, Thrimage frequently appeared as Thrimich, or the archaic Thrimilch, and Blotmath was pronounced Blodmath or Blommath. Over in Bree, the names varied: Freri, Solmath, Rether, Chithing, Thrimage, Leith, the Summer Days, Mead, Wedmarth, Harvestmath, Wintering, Bluting, and Yulemath. The terms Freri, Chithing, and Yulemath were also in use in the East Farthing. The hobbits adopted their 7-day week from the Dunedain, who themselves had taken the system from the ancient North Kingdom. That older calendar was a translation of the Elvish reckoning. The original Eldar week consisted of 6 days, each dedicated to a celestial body or a great power: the stars, the sun, the moon, the 2 trees, the heavens, and the Valar. In Quenya, these days were Elenya, Anaria, Isilia, Alduya, Menilia, and Valenya. The Sindarin names were Orgillian, Oranor, Orithil, Orgaladhard, Ormenel, and Orbelan. When the Númenóreans adopted this system, they made a key alteration, changing the 4th day to honor solely the white tree, Nimloth, which grew in their king's court. Being a seafaring people, they also inserted an extra day for the sea, Irenya, placing it after the day of the heaven. This 7-day structure was what the hobbits eventually inherited, though over the centuries the original meanings behind the translated names faded from common memory, and the words themselves were shortened in everyday speech. This linguistic borrowing happened long ago, roughly 2,000 years before the close of the Third Age, as the Dundain calendar spread among the northern peoples. While other regions used the Elvish names directly, the hobbits stubbornly kept to their own translated versions. Few old records survived in the Shire, but the most famous was the Yearbook of Tuckborough, known as Yellowskin. Its pages, which began nearly 9 centuries before Frodo's journey, preserve the archaic forms of the weekday names: Sterendé, Sunendé, Monendé, Trosdé, Heavenesday, Mereste, and Hidday. By the time of the War of the Ring, these had worn down to the familiar Sturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Heavensday, Mersday, and Highday. For the reader's convenience, these have been translated into our own weekdays, starting with Sunday and Monday. But here's the amusing twist. The Shire's weekly rhythm was completely backwards from ours. Their Friday, or High Day, was the most important day, a time for feasting and leisure after noon. So, in a delightful bit of cultural confusion, their Saturday felt more like our dreary Monday, and their Thursday carried the festive spirit of our Saturday. Beyond the strict calendar, other poetic terms for time were used, though not for precise dating. The seasons were simply spring, summer, autumn, or harvest, and winter. The elves, with their love for the stars, had a particular fascination for twilight, naming the dawn haze Tindome and the evening gloom Undome. In the Shire, these tranquil periods were called Morodim and Evendim. It's no wonder a place like Lake Evendim got its name. For the Tale of the Ring, all dates and months follow the Shire reckoning as recorded in the Red Book, ensuring every event is anchored in Hobbit tradition. The calendar used in the story differs from our own in a few key ways, particularly around the pivotal time at the end of 3018 and the start of 3019. In that reckoning, October had only 30 days. The new year began on what we would call January 2nd, and February contained 30 days. Consequently, the fall of Barad-dûr on March 25th in their system would align more closely with our March 27th. Yet in both the King's and the Steward's calendars, the event was firmly marked as March 25th. Following the restoration of the kingdom, a new reckoning was established in the year 3019. This system was a revival of the King's calendar, but it was adjusted to start in spring, mirroring the ancient Elvish tradition. This new reckoning deliberately began its year on the old March 25th, a date chosen to honor the downfall of Sauron and the heroic sacrifices of the ring-bearers. The months kept their original names, though they now started with Vir Essay, which we know as April, and each period generally commenced 5 days earlier than before. Every month was allotted 30 days. A special intercalary period of 3 days, called the Enderi or Middle Days, was inserted between Yavania and Narkali. The second of these days was named Loende, and this trio corresponded to the old dates of September 23rd through 25th. In a heartfelt tribute to Frodo, his birthday on the old September 22nd, which became Yavania 30, was declared a festival. Leap years were accommodated by doubling this celebration, known as Cormare or Ring Day. The transition into the Fourth Age was officially pegged to Master Elrond's departure in September of 3021. However, for official records in the kingdom, the first year of the Fourth Age was considered to have started on March 25th, 3021, by the old style. King Elisar eventually implemented this new calendar across all his realms, with one notable exception, the Shire. There, the hobbits stubbornly clung to their old Shire reckoning. They considered the year 1422 to be the start of the Fourth Age, but with typical hobbit contrariness, they insisted it began on the second day of Yule, not in the March prior. You won't find any record of Shire folk formally observing the grand dates of March 25th or September 22nd. They had their own quieter traditions. In the West Farthing, particularly around Hobbiton Hill, a lovely custom emerged of holding a holiday with dancing in the party field on April 6th, weather permitting. The origins were cheerfully debated. Some claimed it was old Samwise Gamgee's birthday. Others said it marked the day the golden tree first blossomed in 1420, and a few whispered it was actually the elves' New Year. Over in Buckland, a more robust tradition took hold. At every sundown on November 2nd. The horn of the mark would sound, signaling the start of bonfires and generous feastings. Appendix E. Writing and spelling. Pronunciation of words and names. The common speech, or Westron, has been translated into English throughout this text. All Hobbit-specific names and terms are meant to be pronounced following English conventions. For instance, the name Bolger uses a G sound, as in the word bulge, and Matham rhymes with fathom. In rendering the ancient scripts, the aim has been to balance a reasonably accurate representation of the original sounds with creating words that appear natural in modern lettering. The High Elven tongue, Quenya, has been spelled in a manner reminiscent of Latin where it sounds permit. This is why the letter C is favored over key in both Elvish languages. For those interested in linguistic details, the following notes on consonants may be of use. The letter C always carries the sound of K, even when preceding E or I. Thus, a word like celeb, meaning silver, is pronounced keleb. The combination CH represents the guttural sound found in the German or Welsh word Bach, not the softer ch in the English church in the everyday speech of Gondor. This sound often softened to an H except at the end of words or before 8T. This shift is reflected in several names, such as Rohan and Rohirrim. The digraph, DH, stands for the soft, voiced th-ouch sound, heard in English words like these or clothes. It frequently corresponds to a D in related words, but it can also stem from historical combinations like NR. The letter F stands for the sound of F, except when it appears at the end of a word, where it takes on the sound of V, as seen in names like Nindolf and Fladrip. The letter G is always pronounced like the hard G in give or get, such as in the word Gil for star, found in names like Gildor, Gilraen, and Osgiliath. When H appears alone, it has its standard sound, as in house. However, in Quenya, the combination oat produces a sound similar to Chicht in German, evident in a name like Telemetar for the constellation Orion. Other notable consonant combinations include LH for a voiceless L sound, historically written as hail in Quenya, but commonly spoken as a regular L by the Third Age. The NG combination is pronounced as in finger, though at the end of a word it sounds like the NG in sing. Interestingly, this latter sound could appear at the beginning of Quenya words, but was simply written with an N, like in Noldo, reflecting the common pronunciation of the era. The digraph PH is equivalent to F and is used in specific linguistic contexts, such as at word endings like in Alf for swan, or in words like Iferianath for the halflings, showing its derivation from an older P. The combination Q represents CW, a frequent pairing in Quenya not found in Sindarin. The letter R indicates a trilled sound in all positions, a feature maintained even before consonants, unlike in some modern tongues. It's said that orcs and certain dwarves employed a guttural, uvular R, which the elves found quite unpleasant. For a voiceless R, the combination RH is used. The letter S is always voiceless, as in so, with no Z sound existing in contemporary Elvish languages. Sounds similar to English appear in languages like Western and Dwarvish, represented by SH. The H denotes the voiceless T, as in thin, though in spoken Quenya this had shifted to an S sound. While the older spelling was retained, compare Quenya Isil with Sindarin Ithil for moon. The combination TY suggests a sound close to the T in tune, often replaced by the CH sound common in Western. The letter V has the sound of English V but is not used in a final position. W is as in English, while HW signifies a voiceless, like in some pronunciations of white. Both V and W appear in Quenya transcriptions due to their distinct historical origins. E in Quenya is a consonant, as in U, whereas in Sindarin it functions as a vowel. The related HY is to we what HW is to we, producing a sound akin to that in hue or huge. This was often substituted by Western speakers with their familiar shoes sound. Finally, it should be noted that double consonants like TT or L represent long-held sounds. In polysyllabic words, these were typically shortened at the end, as seen in Rohan deriving from the older form Rohan. Within the Sindarin tongue, the consonant clusters NG and MB, which were prominent features in the earlier forms of the Elvish languages, underwent distinct shifts over time. The sound MB consistently simplified to M, though it continued to be treated as a long consonant for determining where emphasis fell in a word. To clarify this in writing, it is sometimes represented as m. The cluster ng generally stayed the same, except at the very beginning or end of a word where it softened to the single nasal sound heard in the English word sing. As for nd, it most often transformed into nn, as seen in the name Enor for Middle-earth, which corresponds to the Quenya Endore. However, nd was preserved at the end of certain strong single-syllable words like fond, meaning root, and also when it appeared before the letter R, as in andros or long foam. This older nd form also persists in some ancient names from a prior age, such as Nargothrond, Gondolin, and Beleriand. By the time of the Third Age, the final end in longer words had gradually softened to a simple N, evident in place names like Ithilien, Rohan, and Anorian for representing vowel sounds. The letters I, E, A, O, U are employed, with Y used exclusively in Sindarin. Based on available evidence, the sounds these letters indicated aside from Y were generally standard, though numerous local pronunciations undoubtedly remain undocumented. They roughly corresponded to the vowel sounds in the English words machine, were, father, for, and brute, regardless of how long the sound was held. In Sindarin, the long versions of E, A, and O maintained the same sound quality as their short counterparts, having evolved from them more recently. In Quenya, however, the long A and O, when spoken correctly by the elves, were pronounced with a tighter, more constricted quality than the short vowels. Sindarin stood apart from other living languages of the time by possessing a modified, fronted U sound, somewhat similar to the U in the French word lune. This unique sound developed partly from alterations of O and U, and partly from older diphthongs like U and EU. The letter Y is used to denote this sound as seen in words like league for snake, Quenya, Luka, or in the plural imin for Ammon, hill. In the realm of Gondor, this E was typically spoken more like a regular I long vowels, are usually indicated with an acute accent, a practice borrowed from certain styles of the Fëanorian writing system. In Sindarin, long vowels that appear in stressed single-syllable words take a circumflex accent, reflecting a tendency for extra prolongation in these instances. Compare dun with dunaden. The use of the circumflex in other languages, like Adunaic or Dwarvish, carries no phonetic meaning and serves merely to visually set them apart as foreign tongues, much like the use of the letter K. The letter E at the end of a word is never silent or merely a marker for a long vowel, as it can be in English. To emphasize this, final E is often, though not always, spelled with a diaeresis, as L. The sequences ear, and when ending a word or preceding a consonant, should not be pronounced like the sounds in English fern, fur, or fur, but rather like those in ear, and or. In Quenya, the combinations we, oi, a, and eu function as true diphthongs, meaning they are spoken as a single syllable. Every other pairing of vowels constitutes two separate syllables, a distinction sometimes shown in writing with a diaeresis, as in io, or o. For Sindarin, the recognized diphthongs are a, ui, and au. Any other vowel pairings are not diphthongal. The occasional spelling of final ar as or follows English convention, but interestingly, this was not an uncommon practice in original Fëanorian orthography either. All these diphthongs were of the falling variety, meaning the emphasis rested on the first element with the two vowel sounds blended together. Therefore, I, a, oi, and ui should be pronounced like the vowel sounds in the English words re, not ray, grey, boy, and ruin, respectively. The diphthong ow, or or, sounds like the o in loud, and how not like the o in lord and whore, sounds closely matching I, a, or a in you do not exist in standard English. A, and o can be approximated by the sounds of I and oi. The placement of stress or accent is not specially marked in writing, as in the relevant Elvish languages. It follows predictable rules. For two-syllable words, the stress almost invariably lands on the first syllable. In longer words, the stress falls on the second-to-last syllable, but only if that syllable contains a long vowel, a diphthong, or a short vowel followed by two or more consonants. If that penultimate syllable has a short vowel followed by just one consonant or none at all, which is frequently the case, then the stress moves back to the preceding syllable, making it the third from the end of the word in the Eldarin tongues. Particularly Quenya, words with stress on the final syllable are common. Consider these examples where the emphasized vowel is shown with a capital letter: Isildur, Orome, Eresia, Fanor, Ankalima, Elentari, Denethor, Perianath, Ecthelion, Pelarshir, Silivran. Terms like Elentari, meaning star queen, are rare in Quenya when featuring r or o unless they are compound words. They appear more frequently with e or u, as in Andune for sunset or west. In Sindarin, such patterns are only found within compounds. It is important to remember that in Sindarin, the combinations dh, th at, and et represent single consonant sounds, each corresponding to one letter in the original scripts. For names originating outside the Eldarin languages, the same letter values generally apply unless specified otherwise, with Dwarvish being the notable exception. The Dwarvish language lacked the specific sounds represented by th and e or a. Here, the and inculcate aspirated consonants, similar to the tah in outhouse or the ki in backhand. The letter z carries the sound of English z. Within the Black speech and Orcish, gh denotes a guttural spirant, related to gia's dh is to d, heard in words like gash and og. The Mannish names for Dwarves have been adapted with a northern style, though the letter values remain as described. This principle also applies to the personal and place names of Rohan, where they have not been modernized, with a note that ea and ao function as diphthongs comparable to the ea in the English word bear and the eo in a name like Theobald, and E represents a modified U, modernized forms, mostly seen in place names like Dunharrow for Dunhag, along with exceptions such as Shadowfax and Wormtongue, are meant to be pronounced as in modern English and are easily recognized. The writing systems of the Third Age all trace their roots to the Eldar and were already ancient by that time. They had evolved into fully developed alphabets, though older methods, which only used full letters for consonants, persisted. There were two primary kinds of alphabets, originally independent: the Tengwar or Tu, translated as letters, and the Surtar or Kurth, translated as runes. The Tengwar were created for writing with a brush or pen, with their angular inscriptional forms deriving from these cursive styles. The Turth, in contrast, were designed and typically used for carving or scratching into surfaces. The Tengwar are the older system, developed by the Noldor, the most skilled of the Eldar in such arts, long before their exile from the west. The earliest elder in letters, the Tengwar of Rúmil, never saw use in Middle-earth. The later Tengwar of Feanor, while owing a debt to Rúmil's work, were largely a fresh creation. These were brought to Middle-earth by the exiled Noldor and subsequently became known to the Edan and the people of Númenor. By the Third Age, their use had spread across regions familiar with the common speech. The Kurth were first devised in Beleriand by the Sindar, and for a long time were employed only for inscribing names or short memorials on wood or stone, which explains their angular, rune-like shapes, reminiscent of historical runes, but differing in detail and arrangement. In a simpler, older form, the Kurth spread eastward during the Second Age, adopted and altered by various peoples, including men, dwarves, and even orcs, each adapting them to their own needs and levels of skill. A version of this simple form was still used by the men of Dale, and a similar one by the Rohirrim. However, in Beleriand toward the end of the First Age, the Kurth were reorganized and refined, partly under the influence of the Noldor's Tengwar. Their most elaborate and systematic version became known as the Alphabet of Daeron, named for the tradition crediting its invention to Daeron, the minstrel and lawmaster of King Thingol in Doria. The elves of the West largely abandoned runic writing, adopting instead the elegant script devised by Feanor. Yet in the land of Eregion, the older alphabet of Daeron was preserved and later carried into the deep halls of Moria. There it found its most ardent admirers among the dwarves, who cherished it and carried its knowledge into the northern realms. In later ages it was often known as the Angathas Moria, the long rune rows of the great dwarf kingdom. While dwarves could skillfully use the flowing Feanorian letters for common purposes, they clung to the angular Kurth for recording their own secret tongue, even developing penned forms from these runes. Now, let's talk about those Feanorian letters, a script so orderly it puts our own alphabet to shame. The table displays the formal book-hand shapes commonly used across the Westlands in the Third Age. This was no haphazard collection of symbols. It was a sophisticated, flexible system of consonantal signs, crafted with a consistent style. These characters could be elegantly adapted to represent the sounds of any language the elves observed or invented. No single letter had a fixed sound. Instead, their value was determined by a web of recognized relationships. The core of the system held 24 primary letters, organized into 4 series, each containing 6 grades. A set of additional letters existed alongside them, with only 2 being truly unique. The rest were clever modifications. A variety of tetar or diacritical signs served other purposes, though these do not appear in the main chart. Each primary character was built from a stem and a bow. The standard form featured a full stem and a single bow, but variations abounded. The stem could be raised high or shortened, while the bow could be left open, snapped shut, or even doubled. By the Third Age, custom had gently tamed the system's theoretical freedom. The first series was typically reserved for dental sounds like T, and the second for labials like P. The assignment of the third and fourth series, however, danced to the tune of the language being written. For the common speech, rich with sounds like chi and she, Series 3 covered these. leaving Series 4 for the standard K sound. In the noble Quenya, additional series for palatal and labialized sounds were indicated through diacritical marks, like two dots placed beneath a letter to show a following yi sound. Within this elegant structure, consistent patterns emerged. The basic letters of grade 1 represented voiceless stops, T, P, K, doubling the bow added voice, turning T into D and P into B, raising the stem opened the consonant into aspirant, so that T became 3 and P became F. The original, grander design of Feanor even included a grade with stems extended above and below the line, most often used for aspirated sounds, but adaptable for other subtle variations in speech. In the linguistic systems of the Third Age, the extended letter forms were not strictly necessary, yet they became popular as clearer alternatives to the standard grades 3 and 4, offering a more distinct visual separation from grade 1. Grade 5, covering positions 17 through 20, was typically reserved for nasal sounds, with 17 and 18 most commonly representing N and M. Following the established pattern, grade 6 logically should have denoted voiceless nasals. However, sounds like the Welsh NH or Old English HN were exceptionally rare in the relevant tongue. Consequently, grade 6, comprising the simplest and smallest of the primary characters, was most often employed for the softest semi-vocalic consonants in each series. For instance, character 21 frequently denoted a gentle, untrilled R, which in Quenya was considered the weakest sound of its series. Character 22 was widely adopted for W, and when Series 3 functioned as a palatal set, 23 commonly served as the consonant E. Over time, a phonetic shift occurred where several consonants from grade 4 softened in pronunciation, gradually blending with their counterparts in grade 6. This erosion of distinction meant many letters in grade 6 lost their precise function within the Elvish languages. Ironically, it was from this pool of fading symbols that the characters for vowels were primarily born. Isn't it just like language evolution to take cast-off pieces and build something new from them? What was once deemed weak and superfluous became the foundation for expressing the very soul of a word. The conventional Quenya spelling system often departed from these general applications. In Quenya, grade 2 was used for the frequent combinations ND, MB, NG, and AN, as the sounds B, G, and GB only appeared within these clusters. For the sounds RD and LD, the special characters 26 and 28 were utilized. A curious dialectal preference emerged for the sound LV. Many speakers, elves in particular, pronounced it closer to LB, which was written using characters 27 and 6, since the sequence L and B was phonetically impossible in their speech. Similarly, grade 4 was applied to the exceedingly common clusters NT, MP, NK, and we knew as Quenya lacked the sounds DH and Iwa. The character for V was typically 22. Among the additional letters, 27 was universally used for L. Number 25, originally a modified form of 21, represented a fully trilled R. Its derivatives, 26 and 28, were often used for voiceless R, Reich, and L, respectively, though in Quenya they specifically denoted RD and LD. Character 29 stood for Rs, while 31, with its distinctive doubled curl, represented Z in languages that required it. The inverted forms, 30 and 32, were available as independent signs, but were more commonly treated as mere stylistic variants of 29 and 31, chosen for ease of writing, especially when bearing vowel marks above them. Character 33 originated as a variant representing a weaker form of 11 and was most frequently used for H in the Third Age. Character 34, when used at all, typically denoted voiceless WHW characters 35 and 36, when functioning as consonants, were generally applied to Y and W. Vowels were commonly indicated by tetar, or diacritical marks, placed above a consonant. In vowel-final languages like Quenya, The mark was set over the preceding consonant. In consonant-final languages like Sindarin, it was placed over the following consonant. If no consonant was in the required position, the theta was written above a short carrier, which often resembled a dotless I. The specific theta used for vowels varied greatly between languages. The most common marks, typically applied to variations of E, I, A, O, and U, are shown in the provided examples. In formal writing, 3 dots were standard for O, though quicker scripts often used a circumflex-like shape. The single dot and acute accent were frequently used for I and E, though some modes reversed this assignment. Curls denoted O and U. For example, in the ring inscription, a curl open to the right signifies U, yet on the title page of a certain book, that same curl represents O, while a curl open to the left denotes U. The rightward curl was generally preferred, and its specific meaning depended on the language. In the harsh black speech, for instance, the sound O was a rarity. In the Tengwa script, long vowels were often marked by placing the theta above the long carrier, a character resembling a J without a dot. Alternatively, the vowel marks could be doubled, a practice most common with the curl forms and occasionally with the acute accent. The 2-dot theta more frequently indicated a following Y sound. The inscription on the west gate of Moria demonstrates a full writing mode where vowels are represented by distinct letters, displaying all the vocalic symbols used for Sindarin. Notably, the character numbered 30 served for a vocalic I, while diphthongs were formed by placing the Y theta above the base vowel letter. The sign for a following W necessary for writing O and OR was the U curl or a variant of it, though these compound sounds were also commonly written in full, as seen in modern transcriptions. In this mode, vowel length was typically shown by the acute accent, termed the andaith, or long mark. Beyond these, numerous other theta existed, primarily to abbreviate writing by standing in for frequent consonant combinations. A bar or tilde-like mark above a consonant often showed it was preceded by a nasal of the same series as in NT or MP. A similar sign placed below, however, usually indicated the consonant was long or double. A downward hook attached to the bow of a letter, seen in the word hobbits on the title page, signaled a following S favored in Quenya for combinations like TS and Ks. There was naturally no pre-existing mode for writing English, though a phonetically accurate one could be designed from the Feanorian system. The short example on the title page doesn't aim for this. It's more like something a scribe from Gondor might write, awkwardly caught between the letter values of his familiar mode and traditional English spelling. Interestingly, a dot below, one use of which was for weak, obscured vowels here, represents the unstressed and, but also marks a silent final E. Words like the and of are rendered with abbreviations, an extended DH, an extended V, and the latter with an understroke. Every letter and sign had a name, but these names were tailored to their phonetic function in each specific mode. Yet for discussing the letters purely as shapes, especially when describing their use in other languages, a standard set of names was needed. For this, the Quenya full names were usually adopted, even when they referenced sounds particular to Quenya. Each name was an actual Quenya word containing that letter, ideally as its initial sound. If the sound didn't occur at a word's beginning, it followed right after an initial vowel. The letter names were 1. Tinko, metal, Palmer, book, Kalma, lamp, Kwesi, feather, 2. Ando, gate, Umbar, fate, anger, iron, Ungwe, spider's web, 3. Thul or Sule, spirit, foreman, north, Hama, treasure, or Aha, rage, Wester, breeze, 4. Anto, mouth, Ampa, hook, anchor, jaws, Unque, a hollow, 5. Newman, west, Malta, gold, Noldo, one of the Noldor, older form Nugold, Nualme, torment, Olden Gualme, 6. Ore, heart, inner mind, Vala, angelic power, Anna, gift, Vilya, air, sky, older Vilya, Roman east, Arda region, Lambe, tongue, Alder tree, Silme, starlight, reversed silme, are, sunlight, or esse, name, reversed are, hjaman, south, grey, elven, wester, yanta, bridge, ure, heat. Any variations in these names stem from their being fixed before certain sound shifts occurred in the Quenya spoken by the exiles. Thus, the character known as number 11 was originally named Hama, when it represented the spirant she sound in all positions. However, when this initial sound shifted to a breathy H, while remaining a medial spirant, the new name ha-ha was created. Similarly, are began as arze, but once this sound merged with the 21st character, the sign was repurposed in Quenya for the language's very frequent S, earning it the name S. The character Huesta Sindarinwa, or Grey Elven Hu, received its title because in Quenya the 12th character carried the HW sound, making separate signs for she-ha and hose w unnecessary. The most widely recognized and used letter names were those for 17N, 33, high 25R, and 10F, Newman, Yarman, Roman, Foreman, corresponding to west, south, east, and north. Compare these to the Sindarin terms Duin or Anun, Harad, Run or Amrun, and Forod. These characters commonly denoted the directions west, south, east, and north, even in languages that used entirely different words for them. In the Westlands, they were named in that order, beginning with and facing westward. Interestingly, Harmen and Foreman actually meant left-hand region and right-hand region, which is the opposite orientation found in many human languages. Isn't it just like the elves to have their own unique sense of direction? The Kurth, specifically the Surthus Daron, was first created solely to represent the sounds of the Sindarin language. The most ancient Turth included numbers 1, 2, 5, 6, 8, 9, 12, 18, 19, 22, 29, 31, 35, 36, 39, 42, 46, 50, and a character that varied between 13 and 15. The assignment of phonetic values was rather haphazard at this stage. Characters 39, 42, 46, and 50 were vowels and remained so in all later developments. Numbers 13 and 15 were used for either H or S, depending on whether character 35 was assigned to S or H. This uncertainty in assigning values for ES and H persisted in later arrangements. For those characters built from a stem and a branch, 1 through 31, if the branch was attached on only one side, it was typically placed on the right. The opposite placement did occur, but it carried no phonetic meaning. The expansion and refinement of this writing system, known in its older form as the Angurthas Daron, was credited to the lawmaster Daron. However, the major additions, specifically the introduction of 2 new series, 13 to 17 and 23 to 28, were most likely inventions of the Noldor of Eirigen, as they were used to represent sounds not present in Sindarin. In the reorganization of the Angurthas, observable principles emerged, evidently inspired by the Fëanorian script. First, adding a stroke to a branch added voice. Second, reversing a surth indicated its opening into a spirant. And third, placing a branch on both sides of the stem added voice and nasality. These rules were generally followed, with one notable exception. For representing an archaic Sindarin spirant O or nasal V, the best solution was to reverse the sign for O. Therefore, the reversible character number 6 was given the value M, while number 5 was assigned the value HW, character 36, whose theoretical value was Z, was used in spelling both Sindarin and Quenya for SS character 39, served for either the vowel I or the consonant he. 34 and 35 were used interchangeably for SS, and 38 was employed for the common sequence ND, despite not being clearly related in shape to the other dental characters. In the provided tables of values, those listed on the left, separated by a dash, represent the values of the older Angathas Daron. The values on the right belong to the dwarvish Angathas Moria. The dwarves of Moria, as is clear, introduced several unsystematic changes in phonetic values, along with certain new characters, 37, 40, 41, 53, 55, and 56. This dislocation in values stemmed mainly from two causes: the alteration of characters 34, 35, and 54 to the values h, the glottal stop found in Kuzdul words beginning with a vowel and respectively, and the abandonment of characters 14 and 16, for which the dwarves substituted 29 and 30. One can also observe the resulting use of 12 for r, the invention of 53 for n, and its subsequent confusion with 22, the use of 17 as z to pair with 54 as s, the consequent assignment of 36-2, and the new character 37 for ng. The characters numbered 55 and 56, originally derived from a simplified version of the 46 rune, designed to represent the common vowel sound found in words like butter. This sound occurred frequently in both dwarvish dialects and the common speech. In instances where the pronunciation was faint or trailed off, these symbols were often abbreviated to a simple stroke, lacking the usual vertical stem. This particular style, known as the Angurtha's Moria, is clearly visible in the carvings on Balin's tomb. The dwarves, who later settled in the Lonely Mountain, developed their own variation, referred to as the Erebor mode, which is demonstrated in the pages of the Book of Mazabul. Their adaptations were quite specific. They employed the symbol 43 for the Z sound and used 17 to represent Ks, as in fox. They even invented two entirely new runes, 57 and 58, for the consonant blends Ps and Ts. Not content with that, they brought back into use the characters 14 and 16 for the sounds J and Zij, while repurposing 29 and 30 for G and Ij, essentially treating them as optional substitutes for the existing runes 19 and 21. These local quirks, aside from the unique Ereborian symbols 57 and 58, are not listed in the standard runic tables, Theangurthus. Values Appendix F, Theolanguages, and Peoples of the Third Age. In this chronicle, the English language stands in for the Western or common speech that served as the lingua franca across the western regions of Middle-earth during the Third Age. By this period, it had become the first language for almost every speaking race, with the notable exception of the elves. Living within the former borders of Arnor and Gondor, its reach extended along the entire coastline from the southern port of Umbar all the way north to the icy bay of Foroshal, and stretched inland to the shadows of the Misty Mountains and the Efel Duat. It had also traveled northward along the great river Anduin, filling the lands between its western bank and the mountains as far as the Gladden Fields. By the time of the War of the Ring, these remained the boundaries where it was spoken as a native tongue, though vast stretches of Eriador now lay empty, and the shores of the Anduin between the Gladden and Raros were scarcely populated. In the thickets of the Druidan forest in Anorian, a handful of the ancient wild men still hid, clinging to their old ways. Similarly, in the rugged hills of Dunland, a stubborn remnant of an older people, once the masters of much of Gondor, persisted. These groups fiercely maintained their ancestral languages. Meanwhile, the wide plains of Rohan were home to the Rohirrim, a horse-loving people from the north who had migrated into that land roughly 5 centuries prior. Yet, the Westerns served as a universal second language for all who kept their own speech, even among the elves used not just in Arnor and Gondor, but throughout the valleys of the Anduin and east, to the very edges of Mirkwood. Remarkably, even among the reclusive wild men and Dunlendings who typically avoided outsiders, there were individuals who could manage a rough, broken version of the common speech. Of the elves long ago, in the deep past of the elder days, the elven peoples split into 2 primary lineages, the West Elves, known as the Eldar, and the East Elves. Most of the elven communities within Mirkwood and the Golden Woods of Lorien belong to the latter group, though their languages do not feature in this tale. Every elvish name and term you encounter here is drawn from the Eldarin tradition. Within this history, 2 Eldarin languages are present, the High Elven Quenya and the Grey Elven Sindarin. Quenya was the ancient language of Eldamar across the sea, the first to be set down in written form. It was no longer anyone's mother tongue, but had evolved into a kind of Elven Latin, preserved for ceremonial occasions, profound lore, and lofty song by the High Elves who had returned to Middle-earth in exile after the First Age. Now, here's a twist. For all its lofty reputation, one might sarcastically note that mastering Quenya seemed mainly useful for composing elegant insults or reciting poetry at parties nobody else could understand. Sindarin, in contrast, shared a root with Quenya. It was the language of those Eldar who, upon reaching the shores of Middle-earth, chose not to cross the sea, but instead lingered in the coastal lands of Beleriand. There, under the rule of Thingol Greycloak in the forest realm of Doriath, their language transformed over the long years of twilight, changing with the mortal lands around it and growing very distant from the speech of their kin over the water. The exiles, living among the far more numerous grey elves, adopted Sindarin for everyday conversation. Consequently, it became the language of all the elves and elf-lords who appear in this narrative, all of whom were of Eldarin heritage. Even when they governed folk of lesser kindreds, foremost among the exiles was the Lady Galadriel, born of the noble line of Finarfin and sister to Finrod Felagund, the king of Nargothrond. For those who had left the undying lands, the longing for the sea was a restless, ceaseless murmur in the soul. Among the grey elves, that yearning slept deeply, yet once stirred, it became a hunger that could never be satisfied. The common speech, known as Westron, had its roots in the language of men. It was shaped and softened over long years through contact with the elves. Its origins lay with the Atani, the Edain, whom the Eldar named the fathers of men. These were the peoples of the three houses, those who journeyed westward into Beleriand during the First Age, and stood with the elves in the great wars against the dark power of the north. When that power was finally overthrown, though Beleriand itself was shattered and drowned, a reward was given to these elf friends. Like the Eldar, they were permitted to journey over the sea, yet the undying realm was closed to them. So a great island was set apart, the westernmost of all mortal land. This was Numenor or Westernesse. Most of the elf friends departed and made their home there, growing mighty and proud, becoming renowned mariners and lords of vast fleets. They were tall and fair, and their lives stretched 3 times longer than those of other men in Middle-earth. These were the Númenóreans, the kings of men, called the Dúnedain by the elves. Alone among all races of men, they knew and spoke an elvish tongue, for their forefathers had learned Sindarin and passed it down through generations as a sacred tradition, altering it little over the centuries. Their wise men also studied the high elven Quenya, holding it in the highest esteem, and they used it to craft names for places of great reverence and for men of royal and legendary stature. Yet the everyday language of the Númenóreans remained largely their ancestral mannish tongue, Adunich. In their later days, swollen with pride, their kings and lords turned back to this speech, forsaking the elven languages, save for a steadfast few who clung to the old alliances. At the height of their power, the Númenóreans kept many forts and havens along the western coasts of Middle-earth to support their ships. A chief among these was at Pelagia, near the mouths of the Anduin. There a Dunaic was spoken, and as it blended with words from the tongues of lesser men, it evolved into a common speech that spread along the coasts among all who had dealings with Westernesse. After the catastrophic downfall of Númenor, Elendil led the surviving elf friends back to the northwestern shores of Middle-earth. Many of Númenórean blood already dwelt there, though few remembered the elvish speech. Truth be told, the Dúnedain were always far outnumbered by the lesser men among whom they lived, and whom they ruled as lords of long life, great power, and profound wisdom. They therefore used the common speech in governing their wide realms and in dealings with other peoples, though they enriched and expanded it with many words drawn from the elven tongues. In the time of the Númenórean kings, this refined Westron spread far and wide, even among their foes, and the Dúnedain themselves came to use it more and more. So it was that by the time of the War of the Ring, the elvish speech was known only to a small portion of Gondor's people, and spoken daily by even fewer. These dwelled mostly in Minas Tirith and its surrounding townlands, and in the fief of the princely line of Dol Amroth. Yet, in a quiet irony, nearly all place names and personal names within Gondor retained their elvish form and meaning. A handful like Umbar, Arnach, Eric, and the mountain names Eilenach and Rimmon were of forgotten origin, relics doubtless from the days before the ships of Numenor ever sailed. Even the name for Long belonged to this ancient, mysterious category. The majority of men inhabiting the northern territories of the Westlands traced their lineage back to the Idan of the First Age or their close relatives. Consequently, their languages shared a kinship with Adunaic, with some dialects retaining a noticeable resemblance to the common speech. This linguistic heritage was found among the peoples of the upper vales of the Anduin River, including the Bjornings and the woodmen of western Mirkwood, as well as the men dwelling by the Long Lake, and in Dale further to the north and east. From the lands stretching between the Gladden River and the Carrock emerged the folk known in Gondor as the Rohirrim, the masters of horses. They steadfastly preserved their ancestral tongue, using it to bestow new names upon nearly every feature of their adopted country. They called themselves the Eorlings, the men of the Riddermark. Yet their lords employed the common speech with fluency and a noble grace, mirroring the elegant usage of their allies in Gondor, where Westron maintained a more refined and archaic character. In stark contrast stood the utterly alien language of the wild men who lurked within the Druidan forest. Similarly foreign, or at best distantly related, was the speech of the Dunlendings. These folk were a remnant of peoples who had inhabited the vales of the White Mountains in ages long past, kin to the spectral dead men of Dunharrow. During the bleak years, others of this stock had migrated to the southern dales of the Misty Mountains, with some venturing as far north as the desolate Barrow Down. From these wanderers came the men of Bree, though they had long since become subjects of the North Kingdom of Arnor and adopted the Western tongue. Only in the rugged land of Dunland did this race cling to its ancient language and secretive, resentful ways, a people perpetually suspicious of the Dundain and harboring a deep-seated hatred for the Rohirrim. Their language appears scarcely in any record, save for the derogatory name for Goyle, said to mean strawheads, which they used for the horse lords. The terms Dunland and Dunlending were bestowed by the Rohirrim, referring to their swarthy complexions and dark hair. This has no linguistic connection to the elvish word dun, meaning west. Now, let's talk about hobbits, a shift from the grand histories of men to the more comfortable, overlooked corners of the world. The hobbits of the Shire and Bree had, for perhaps 1,000 years by this time, fully embraced the common speech. They used it with a characteristically casual and liberal manner, though their more scholarly individuals could still command a formal version when the situation demanded it. There exists no historical account of a language unique to hobbits themselves. In ancient times, they invariably adopted the languages of the men living near or among them. Thus, after entering Eriador, they quickly took up the common speech, and by the era of their settlement at Bree, memories of their former tongue were already fading. That lost language was evidently a Mannish dialect from the Upper Anduin, related to that of the Rohirrim. Interestingly, the southern Stores appear to have used a tongue akin to Dunlendish before their journey north to the Shire. By the time of Frodo, faint echoes of these origins persisted in local words and place names, many bearing a close resemblance to those found in Dale or Rohan. The most prominent survivals were the names for days, months, and seasons. Other words, like Matham for a useless keepsake or Smeal for a comfortable hobbit hole, remained in everyday use, while more were fossilized in the geography of Bree and the Shire. Hobbit personal names, too, were distinctive, many descending from ancient days. Hobbit was what the Shire folk typically called themselves, while men referred to them as halflings and the elves as Perianath. The origin of Hobbit was mostly forgotten, though it seems to have been a name initially given by Falohides and Stors to the Harfoots, a worn-down form of a word preserved more completely in Rohan Holbeatla, meaning hole builder. Of the other races, the Ents demand mention. The most ancient people surviving into the Third Age were the Onodrim or Enid. Ent was the form of their name in the language of Rohan, known to the Eldar in the deeps of time. The Ents credited the elves not with the creation of their own language, but with awakening in them the very desire for speech itself, a gift that led to their patient, slow-growing conversation with the forests they guarded. The language crafted by the Ents stood apart from all others, a slow, resonant, and layered tongue, rich with drawn-out sounds and repetition. It was built upon a complex tapestry of vowel tones and subtle qualities of sound that even the most learned elven scholars had never tried to capture in written form. They used this speech solely among themselves, yet felt no need to guard it as a secret, for no other being could ever truly master its depths. The Ents were, in fact, remarkably gifted with languages, absorbing new tongues with swift ease and holding them in perfect memory forever. Still, their hearts belonged to the languages of the Eldar, and they cherished most of all the ancient High Elven speech. Thus, the curious words and names noted by the hobbits in the speech of Treebeard and his kin are Elvish in origin, fragments of elf speech woven together in the distinctive, deliberate pattern of Entish thought. Some are drawn from Quenya, like the lengthy Taurelilomea Tumbalemona Tumbaletaurea Lomeanor, which translates roughly to forest many-shadowed, deep valley black, deep valley forested Gloomiland. In simpler terms, Treebeard meant something close to a deep shadow lies within the wooded valleys. Others come from Sindarin, such as Fangorn, meaning Treebeard, or Fimbrethil, Slender Beach. Now consider the Orcs and their vile speech. The name Orc itself is the form used in the language of Rohan for these wretched folk. In Sindarin it was Orc. This is undoubtedly related to the word Uruk from the Black speech, though that term was typically reserved for the great soldier orcs pouring forth from Mordor and Isengard at that time. The smaller, lesser breeds were often scornfully called Snaga, meaning slave, especially by the Uruk-hai, originally bred by the dark power of the north in the elder days. Orcs are said to have possessed no true language of their own. Instead, they scavenged and twisted bits of other tongues to suit their brutal purposes, crafting only crude jargons that barely served their needs, except perhaps for hurling curses and insults, filled with malice and even hating their own kind. They rapidly splintered into countless barbarous dialects, each tribe or settlement developing its own, making their Orcish speech practically useless for communication between different groups. It's almost laughable, really, a people so consumed by spite that they couldn't even understand each other without help. Consequently, by the Third Age, Orcs of different breeds were forced to use the Western tongue to communicate. Many of the older tribes, like those lingering in the north and the Misty Mountains, had used Western as their primary language for so long that they managed to render it nearly as harsh and unpleasant as their native Orcish. In this debased jargon, the word Tark, for a man of Gondor, was a corrupted form of Tarkil, a Quenya term used in Western for one of Númenórean lineage. It is told that the Black speech was devised by Sauron himself during the Dark Years, with the ambition of making it the common language for all his servants, an ambition in which he ultimately failed. Yet, many words from the Black speech became widespread among the Orcs in the Third Age, like Karsh for fire. After Sauron's first defeat, the ancient form of this language was forgotten by all save the Nazgûl. Upon his return, it was revived as the tongue of Barad-dûr and the captains of Mordor. The inscription on the One Ring was in the ancient Black speech, while the curse uttered by the Mordor Orc was in a more degraded form used by the soldiers of the Dark Tower, such as those under Captain Grishnach. In that tongue, Sharku means old man. As for trolls, the name translates the Sindarin Torog. In their earliest origins, lost in the twilight of the elder days, they were creatures of a dull and lumpish nature, possessing no more language than beasts. But Sauron found a use for them, teaching them what little they could grasp and sharpening their wits with wickedness. Thus trolls adopted what language they could from the Orcs. In the Westlands, the stone trolls spoke a broken form of the common speech. However, by the close of the Third Age, a new and more formidable troll race, unseen before, emerged in southern Mirkwood and along the mountain borders of Mordor. In the Black Speech, they were named the Ologhai. The origin of the Ologhai was a mystery, though all agreed Sauron was their creator. Some speculated they were merely giant orcs, but these beings differed profoundly from even the largest of that kind, surpassing them vastly in strength and stature. They were trolls, yet utterly transformed by their master's malevolent will, a terrible breed, powerful, swift, cruel, and cunning, with hides harder than stone. Unlike the older trolls of the twilight, they could withstand the sun so long as Sauron's dominion held them. They were a silent folk, knowing only the harsh black speech of Barad-dûr. It was a grim irony that creatures so mighty were rendered utterly voiceless, save for the guttural commands of war. As for the dwarves, they remain a race unto themselves. Their peculiar origins and their curious likeness to, yet difference from, elves and men is a matter for older lore. The common folk of Middle-earth in later ages knew little of it, and the tales of men are muddled with legends of other peoples. They are as stubborn, hardy folk, often secretive, industrious, and long in memory, both for wrongs committed against them and for kindnesses shown. They are lovers of stone and gem, of things shaped by craft, rather than things that grow. Yet they are not evil by nature, and few ever willingly serve the enemy, despite what the slanderous tales of men might claim. Much of that enmity sprang from the old greed of men who coveted dwarven wealth and handiwork. Still, in the Third Age, strong friendships between dwarves and men flourished in many lands. It was typical of the dwarves as they traveled, labored, and traded after the loss of their ancient halls to adopt the languages of the men among whom they lived. Yet in private, a secret they guarded more jealously than even the elves guarded theirs. They preserved their own ancient tongue, changing it little over the long years. It had become a language of ceremony and history, tended and cherished as an heirloom. Few outsiders ever learned it. In the accounts of the War of the Ring, it appears only in certain place names shared by Gimli and in his fierce battle cry at the Hornburg. That cry, at least, was no secret, echoing on battlefields since the dawn of days. Baruch Kazad Kazade Menu, axes of the dwarves are upon you. It is noteworthy that Gimli's own name, and those of all his kin, are drawn from northern Mannish tongues. Their true, secret inner names the dwarves have never disclosed to any outsider, not even engraving them upon their tombs on translation. In rendering the Red Book for modern readers, the entire linguistic context has been translated into contemporary terms. Only languages foreign to the common speech remain in their original forms, and these appear chiefly in names. The common speech itself, being the language of the hobbits and their narrative, has been turned into modern English. This process has necessarily smoothed over some of the dialect variations present in the original Westron. Some effort was made to suggest these differences through variations in English style, yet the true gap between the rustic speech of the Shire and the more archaic formal tongue used in Gondor and Rohan is greater than this translation conveys. A particular nuance lost is the Westron's distinction in second-person pronouns between familiar and deferential forms, a subtlety of respect and intimacy impossible to capture neatly in modern English. One of the curious quirks of Shire custom was that formal, deferential speech had largely vanished from everyday conversation. It survived mainly among the country folk, particularly in the Westfarthing, where such terms were used affectionately. This linguistic habit was often cited by the people of Gondor when they remarked on the oddness of hobbit speech. Take Peregrine Took, for example. During his initial days in Minas Tirith, he addressed everyone from the lowest servant to the steward Denethor himself with the same casual familiarity. While the old steward might have found it quietly amusing, his household staff was undoubtedly taken aback. This very lack of ceremony likely fueled the common gossip that Peregrine was a noble of the highest standing back in his homeland. You'll observe that characters like Frodo or figures such as Gandalf and Aragorn don't stick to a single manner of speaking. This is quite deliberate. The more educated hobbits were familiar with what they called book language, and they had a knack for picking up the speech patterns of those they encountered. For seasoned travelers, it was second nature to adapt their speech to their company, a practice especially useful for men like Aragorn, who often needed to hide their true identity and purpose. Yet, in that age, all who opposed the Dark Lord held a deep reverence for antiquity, in language as in all things, and they took a scholarly joy in it according to their learning. The elves, masters of linguistics, commanded many styles, though they spoke most naturally in a mode closer to their own ancient tongue, which was even older than that of Gondor. The dwarves, too, were adept speakers, easily adjusting to their companions, though some found their voices rather rough and throaty. But let's talk about orcs and trolls. Their speech was a different matter entirely, a dreary, hate-filled racket, utterly devoid of love for words or beauty. Frankly, their actual language was far more debased and vile than I've depicted here. I doubt anyone wants a more accurate translation, though examples are sadly easy to come by even now. You can hear its echo in the talk of the orc-minded, monotonous, repetitive, and stripped of all vigor by its long divorce from anything good. It only sounds powerful to those who find strength in squalor. Translating such past languages is, of course, standard and unavoidable. Most narratives stop there. I have gone a step further. I have also translated all Westron names according to their meaning. When an English name appears in this text, it signals that a name in the common speech was in use at that time. Alongside or instead of a name in an older, often Elvish, language, these Westron names were usually translations of older terms: Rivendell, Horwell, Silverlode, Langstrand, the enemy, the Dark Tower. A few shifted in meaning, like Mount Doom for Orodruin, meaning burning mountain, or Mirkwood for the Elvish forest of great fear. Others were slight alterations of Elvish names, such as Lune from Luin or Brandywine from Baranduin. This approach might require some explanation. It seemed to me that leaving all names in their original forms would blur a key reality of that time, especially from the Hobbit's perspective, which I aimed to keep central. The contrast between a widespread, common language, as ordinary to them as English is to us, and the surviving fragments of far older, more revered tongues. Simply transcribing every name would make them all seem equally distant to a modern reader. For instance, if I used both the Elvish Imladris and the Westron Carningul, they would feel equally foreign. But to call Rivendell by its Elvish name would be like someone today referring to Winchester as Camelot, with the key difference that in Rivendell there truly did dwell a lord of legend far more ancient than King Arthur would be if he still ruled in Winchester. Therefore, the name of the Shire and all other Hobbit places have been rendered into English. This was rarely a hard task, as these names were typically constructed from familiar parts, much like our own straightforward English place names. They used everyday words like hill or field, or slightly altered forms like ton instead of town. Yet a few originated from old Hobbit words that had fallen out of use, and for these I found suitable English equivalents, such as witch or bottle for a dwelling, or Michel for great. When it came to personal names, Hobbit customs in the Shire and Bree were quite distinctive for that era, particularly the tradition, established centuries prior, of families carrying inherited surnames. Most of these family names had clear origins, coming from good-natured nicknames, local landmarks, or, especially around Bree, the names of various plants and trees. Translating these was straightforward enough. However, a handful of ancient names had lost their original meanings over time, and for these I simply adjusted the spelling to an English form, like Took for Took or Boffin for Boffin. I approached Hobbit first names with a similar method. It was common for hobbits to give their daughters names inspired by flowers or precious stones. For their sons, they typically chose names that held no particular meaning in their everyday speech, and some of their women's names followed this pattern as well. Names like Bilbo, Bungo, Polo, Lotho, Tanta, and Nina fall into this category. There are inevitably many chance similarities to names familiar to us today, such as Otho, Odo, Drogo, Dora, and Cora. I kept these largely as they were, though I often anglicize the endings, since in the original Hobbit naming, an A was masculine, while O and E were feminine. In certain older families, particularly those of Followhide descent, like the Tooks and the Bolgers, there was a curious fondness for rather grand and lofty first names. Since most of these seemed plucked from the legends of old, tales of both men and hobbits, and many bore a close resemblance to the names used by men in the Vale of Anduin Dale or the Mark. Though they were meaningless to modern hobbits, I rendered them using those ancient Frankish and Gothic names still found in our histories. This approach, I felt, preserved the rather humorous disconnect between the grandiose first names and the humble surnames, a contrast the hobbits themselves were perfectly aware of, and often chuckled over in private. Names drawn from classical sources were scarcely used, for the closest parallel to Latin and Greek in Shire tradition were the Elvish languages, which hobbits rarely employed for naming. Very few of them ever learned what they termed the languages of the king. The Bucklanders, however, stood apart from the rest of the Shire in their naming conventions. The people of the Mirish and their kin across the Brandywine were peculiar in many respects, as has been noted elsewhere. They likely inherited many of their distinctly odd names from the former language of the southern stores. These names I have generally left untouched, for if they seem strange to us now, they were considered just as peculiar in their own time. They possessed a certain flavor one might vaguely describe as Celtic. Given that the lingering traces of the older store and Bremen's speech mirrored the survival of Celtic elements in England, I occasionally echoed this in translation. Thus, names like Bree, Combe, Arquette, and Chetwood are modelled on remnants of British nomenclature, chosen for their meaning, Bree for hill, Shet for wood. Only one personal name was altered following this pattern. Meriadoc was selected because this character's nickname, Callie, meant jolly or gay in the common speech, though it was actually a shortening of the now meaningless Buckland name Callimac. I deliberately avoided using names of Hebraic or similar origin in these transpositions, as there is no corresponding element in Hobbit names. Simple shortened forms like Sam, Tom, Tim, and Matt were common, serving as abbreviations for longer Hobbit names such as Tomba, Tolma, or Matter. Sam and his father Ham were originally named Ban and Ran, which were shortened forms of Banazir and Ranugad. These began as affectionate nicknames meaning half-wise and stay at home, but over time, as the words themselves faded from everyday speech, they lingered on as traditional family names. To capture this feeling in translation, I chose Samwise and Hamfast, modern versions of the Old English terms Samwise and Hamfist, which carry nearly identical meaning. This effort to adapt Hobbit language and names into something familiar led me a step further. It seemed fitting that the Mannish languages connected to Westron should echo forms related to English. So, I rendered the speech of Rohan to resemble ancient English, since it shared roots with the common speech and, more closely, with the old northern tongue of the hobbits, standing as a somewhat archaic counterpart to Westron. The Red Book mentions in several passages that hobbits hearing Rohirric speech caught familiar words and sensed a kinship with their own language, which made it feel all wrong to leave the recorded names and terms of the Rohirrim in a completely foreign style. I've updated some place names in Rohan, like Dunharrow or Snowbourne, though I haven't been perfectly consistent, preferring instead to follow the hobbits' own habit. They tweaked the names they heard if the elements sounded recognizable or reminded them of Shire places, but many they left unchanged, just as I've kept Edoras, meaning the courts. For similar reasons, a handful of personal names were modernized, such as Shadowfax and Wormtongue. This approach also offered a neat solution for handling those distinctive local hobbit words that came from northern origins. I gave them shapes that lost English words might have taken had they survived into modern times. So Matham is meant to echo Old English Matham, reflecting the relationship between the actual hobbit word cast and the Rohirric castu. Likewise, smile or smile for burrow is a plausible evolution from smigel, nicely mirroring the link between Hobbit Tran and Ar Trahan. Names like Smeagol and Deagol were crafted in the same spirit, standing in for the northern terms Trahold, suggesting burrowing or worming in, and Nahald, meaning secret. The more northerly language of Dale appears here mainly through the names of dwarves, who hailed from that region and adopted the local mannish tongue for their outer names. You might notice that in this book, as in The Hobbit, I use dwarves instead of dwarfs, even though dictionaries typically favor the latter. Honestly, if the word had evolved naturally over the ages, we ought to say dwarros or dweros, following patterns like man and men or goose and geese. But let's face it, we don't talk about dwarves nearly as often as we discuss men or even geese, and human memory hasn't held on to a special plural for a race now mostly confined to folk tales, where they retain a glimmer of truth, or worse, to absurd stories where they become mere jokes. Yet, in the Third Age, a trace of their ancient character and power still glimmers, if somewhat faded. These are the heirs of the Nogrim from the elder days, in whose hearts burns the old fire of Orly the smith, and in whose hands lives an unmatched skill with stone. It's to honor that legacy that I've taken the liberty of using dwarves, hoping to lift them a little from the sillier modern yarn. Dwarros would have been more accurate, but I've reserved that form only for Dworodelf, representing the common speech name for Moria, Furunargian, which means dwarf delving and itself already carried an antique ring. Moria is an elven name given without affection. The Eldar, while capable of constructing underground strongholds during their desperate wars against the Dark Lord and his minions, never chose such places for their home. They were beings who cherished the living earth and the radiance of the sky. In their language, Moria signifies the black pit. The dwarves, however, always knew it by another name, one they never concealed, Khazad Dûm, the halls of the Khazad, for that is what they have called themselves since their shaping by Aule in the dawn of time. The word elves has served to translate both Quendi, meaning the speakers, which is the high elven term for their entire kindred, and Eldar, the name for the three kindreds, who undertook the great journey to the undying lands at the beginning of the world, save for the Sindar. This old term was the only one available to men, once used to describe the fading memories or the imaginative tales they preserved about this people. But its meaning has faded over time, and to many it now conjures images that are either quaint or absurd, as different from the ancient Quendi as a fluttering butterfly is from a swift, keen-eyed hawk, though it must be said none of the Quendi ever bore physical wings, a concept as alien to them as to humanity. They were a noble and radiant race, the firstborn of the world, and among them the Eldar were as royalty, a people now departed, the Starfolk, the Wanderers. They were tall, fair-skinned and grey-eyed, with hair typically dark except among the golden lineage of Finarfin. Their voices held a music beyond any mortal speech heard today. They were courageous, yet the history of those who returned to Middle-earth in exile is a tapestry of sorrow, and though their long lives were once intertwined with the destiny of the fathers of men, their ultimate fate is not the gift of mortality. Their reign concluded ages past, and they now dwell beyond the confines of this world, never to return. A note on three peculiar names, Hobbit, Gamgee, and Brandywine. Hobbit is an invention. In the common speech, when this folk was mentioned at all, the term was Banakil or halfling, yet the people of the Shire and Bree use the word Kuduk, uncommon elsewhere. Meriadoc's writings note that the king of Rohan used the term Kudukan, meaning hole-dweller. Given the Hobbits' ancient language was akin to that of the Rohirrim, it is probable Kuduk is a softened form of that older name. I have rendered Kudukan as Holbitler for clarity, and Hobbit itself could easily be imagined as a worn-down version of Holbitler, had such a word existed in our own old tongues. As for Gamgee, family lore in the Red Book states the surname Galbasi, or its shorter form Galpsi, originated from the village of Galabat. This is thought to come from Galab, meaning game, and an old element Bas, similar to our wick or witch. Thus Gamwich, pronounced Gamage, seemed a fitting translation. In shortening Gamgee to Gamgee to mirror Galpsy, no allusion was intended to Samwise's connection with the Cotton family, though such a playful link would be very hobbit-like had their language supported it. Cotton itself represents Hlothran, a common Shire village name, from Hloth, a two-roomed hole, and Ran-U, a cluster of such homes on a hillside. As a surname, it may derive from Hlothram or cottager Hlothram, which I've translated as Cotman, was the name of Farmer Cotton's grandfather. Finally, Brandywine. The Hobbit's name for this river is a playful twist on the Elvish Baranduin, accented on and, from Baron, Golden Brown, and Duin Great River. Baranduin, becoming Brandywine in modern times, feels like a perfectly natural, if cheerful, corruption. The original name for the river in the Shire's history was Brandaneen, which translates to border water. A more direct rendering in the common speech would be Marchburn. Over time, however, the Hobbits developed a playful nickname for the waterway, inspired by its distinctive hue, and it became commonly known as Braldahim, or Heady Ale. It's worth noting that when the Old Bucks later altered their family name to Brandybuck, the brander element was intended to mean borderland, making Marchbuck a more linguistically accurate choice. To call the master of Buckland by the jesting name Braldagamba to his face would have required a hobbit of exceptional and perhaps foolish daring. This index has been prepared by Christina Scull and Wayne G. Hammond. The page numbers in this digital version may not correspond to those in the original printed edition. To find a particular section, please utilize the search function within your e-reader. Our compilation was done separately from the index Nancy Smith created, which was later revised by J.R.R. Tolkien for the 1965 edition of The Lord of the Rings and expanded in subsequent printing. However, we consulted that earlier work to settle questions of content and to retain any additional notes or translations Tolkien himself provided. We also examined the unfinished index Tolkien started in 1954, which he abandoned after only cataloguing place names. He had mentioned in his original foreword a desire to include an index of names and strange words with some explanations. But the project quickly grew to a scale that would have required its own separate volume, a prospect deemed too lengthy and costly at the time. Tolkien's manuscript list of places later guided his son Christopher's work on indexes for the Silmarillion and Unfinished Tales, and it has been a resource for our own companion volume. For years, readers have expressed that the original index is too sparse and disjointed for detailed study. In this new version, we provide more comprehensive citations for characters, locations, objects, and invented terms found within the narrative, though we exclude references from the maps. All entries are now organized into a single alphabetical listing. This is preceded by separate lists for poems and songs, arranged by their first lines, and for verses written in languages other than the common speech. While this index is substantially larger than its predecessor, practical limits on its length were necessary to ensure it could follow the appendices without issue. Consequently, we could not create individual entries or cross-references for every minor variation of the thousands of names in the book. We exercised particular selectivity in indexing appendices D through F, focusing on terms that appear in the main story. Primary entry headings were chosen based on the most frequently used form in the text, or sometimes for general familiarity. For example, you will find Nazgul instead of Ringwraiths, and Treebeard rather than Fangorn, with cross-references from what we consider the most significant alternative name. Geographical features like bays, bridges, and towers are typically entered under their principal name, such as Belfalas, Bay of Battles and Mountains are entered directly, like Battle of Bywater or Mount Doom, with the sole exception of Rose Cotton. Married female hobbits are listed under their husband's surname, though we include selective references from their maiden names, that's I Poems and Songs. A Elbereth Gilthaniel 309, A Elbereth Gilthaniel, another poem, 954, A Elbereth Gilthaniel 345. I Loria Lantar Lassi Surinen 492, Alive Without Breath 811, All that is gold does not glitter. 222, 322, arise, arise of the Theoden. Einon N96, arise now, arise, riders of Theoden. The chill of winter seeps into hand, heart, and the very marrow of the bone. In the cold, hard lands, a mariner named Erendil once sailed. An elven maid lived long ago, timeless as the stars. The earth-born Ents, ancient as the mountains themselves, walk the deep forest. This was before iron was ever mined or shaped. A faithful servant can yet become a master's doom, a bitter twist of fate. We bid farewell to hearth and hall, venturing out from places of warmth and light. From the shadowed heights of dark Dunharrow in the dim grey morning they came down. Begone, you ancient wight, dissolve into the sunlight. Gil-galad was a king among elves, his memory a bright flame. Gondor, Gondor, lying between the mighty mountains and the boundless sea. Her cloak was grey as a field mouse, a colour for moving unseen. Hey, come Derry Dole, let's go, my friends, with hearts light. Hey, come merry Dole, Derry Dole, my dear one. Hey, Dole, merry Dole, ring a dong dillo. Ho, now, come hoy now, where do your footsteps wander? Ho, 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 to the bottle, I go for warmth and cheer. Ho, Tom Bombadil, Tom Bombadillo, a name sung with joy. Hop along, my little friends, up the winding Withywindle. My purpose there was simple, to gather pale water lilies from the still pools. I sang a song of leaves of gold, and from that song leaves of gold did truly grow. I sit beside the fire's glow and let my thoughts wander far. In the golden wood of Lorien, in hidden Dwymordene, in the willow meads of Tazaranan, I once walked when the world was in its spring. In western lands beneath the warm sun, hope still endures. Learn now the deep lore of all living creatures. The leaves were long, the grass a vibrant green, a picture of peace. Legolas Greenleaf, who walked long under the living canopy. Long live the halflings, let our great praise be sung for them. Do not mourn overmuch, though mighty indeed was the one who fell. Now let the song begin in earnest. Let us lift our voices together. O Orophane Lasimista Carnimirie, names like falling water. O slender as a willow wand, O clearer than the clearest water. O wanderers in this shadowed land, take heart. Old Tom Bombadil remains a merry fellow, bright as his yellow boots. Out of doubt, out of dark, to the day's rising we march. Out of uncertainty, out of darkness, to the dawn's early light. Over all the land there stretches a long and weary shadow. The road goes ever on and on, a winding ribbon without end. Seek for the sword that was broken, for in its mending lies a fate. Silver flow the streams from Selos down to the Erue like ribbons of light. Sing hey, for the bath at the close of a long, dusty day. Sing now, ye people of the Tower of the Sun, let your voices rise. Snow white, O lady clear and fair as winter's first fall. Still round the next corner a new path or a friendly face may wait. Tall ships and tall kings, 3 there were, of a forgotten age. There is an inn, a wonderfully merry old inn, beneath an ancient grey hill. 3 rings were made for the elven kings under the open sky. Through Rohan, over fen and field, where the long grass whispers and waves, to Isengard, though Isengard be ringed and barred with doors of solid stone, to the sea, to the sea. The white gulls are crying a lonely beckoning call. Tom's country ends here. He will not pass these old borders. A troll sat all alone on his cold seat of stone, chewing an old bone. Upon the hearth the fire is red, a welcome sight. Wake now, my merry lads, wake and hear me calling you to the day. We come with horn and drum, Taruna runa runa rum. We come with roll of drum, Tarunda runda runda rum. We heard the echo of horns in the distant hills, ringing clear. When evening in the Shire turns soft and grey, a peace settled. When spring unfolds the tender beechen leaf, and sap is rising in the bough. When the black breath blows, a chill not of this world. When winter first begins to bite with its sharp, frosty teeth, where now are the men of the west? Elisar, Elisar. Where now is the horse and the rider? Where is the horn that was once blowing? The world was young then, the mountains a fresh, vibrant green. In tongues older than common speech, other words hold power. A Elbereth Gilthanil, a star-kindler, revered. A Elbereth Gilthanil, a cry for light in darkness. A lighter te, lighter te. Andava Leituval met, we praise you, we bless you. A lala lala rumba commander lind, or barume, the slow rumbling speech of the Ents. I lori lantar lassie surinen, golden leaves fall in the wind. I Nevedui Dunadan, Meg Ovanen, well met at last, ranger. Hail Arundel, brightest of stars, a star shines bright upon our meetings hour. An elven door open now for us. Arwen, lovely and noble, farewell. One ring to rule them all, a dark binding spell. Axes of the dwarves are upon you. Reborn from the great river, be praised. Ring-bearers, praise to their high destiny. May the halflings live long, glory to the halflings. A conqueror and a hope. Reborn from the great river, be praised, a star shines on the hour of our meeting. The doors of Durin, lord of Moria, the prince of the halflings. Out of the great sea to Middle-earth I am come. Hail, Theoden, in good health, tree-woven lands of Middle-earth. O Elbereth, star-kindler, the dwarves are upon you, the forest of singing golden trees, the land of the valley where the Malorn trees grow, a place of deep enchantment and timeless beauty, fire for our salvation, fire to consume the wolf host. Ride fast, ride swiftly, Asphaloth, O Orophane, Lassamista, Carnemirie. I gave hope to the Dunedain. I have kept no hope for myself. The forest shadowed deep valley black, the valley forest deep shadow, Ugluk to the cesspool, the filth, Saruman's filth, stinking muck, be thou well, Theoden, lo, I have found it. The entries chronicle a vast array of persons, places, and things from the annals of Middle-earth, spanning from the early days of Numenor to the events of the War of the Ring. The timeline is marked by pivotal years, such as the accursed years of 1031 and the reign of Ar-Pharazôn the Golden in 1355. Significant locations are detailed, from the blessed realm of Aman in the uttermost west to the dark fortress of Barad-dûr in Mordor. The great river Anduin, with its vast delta and the sentinel pillars of the Argonath, forms the central artery of the land. Key figures are enumerated, tracing the lineages of kings and stewards. The house of Elendil is represented through the lines of Isildur and Anarion, culminating in Aragorn II, the heir who was known by many names, Strider, Estelle, and Elisar. His journey from ranger to king, his healing arts with Athelas, and the standard wrought for him by Arwen Undomiel are all noted. The hobbits of the Shire receive extensive documentation, with the Baggins family tree showing connections to the Tooks, Brandybucks, and Bolgers. Bilbo Baggins of Bag End and his heir, Frodo the Ring-bearer, are central, their adventures intertwined with the fate of the One Ring. Major conflicts are indexed, including the Battle of the Pelennor Fields, the battles of the fords of Isen, and the Battle of Bywater. The languages and scripts of the free peoples and their enemies are catalogued, from the Angathas runes of the dwarves to the black speech of Mordor. It's a dry academic list, a meticulous ledger of epic grandeur that somehow manages to make dragons and balrogs feel as administrative as tax records. Every sword, every hill, every minor noble with an unpronounceable name is dutifully recorded, offering a comprehensive, if somewhat overwhelming, reference to the people and history of a world, both magical and meticulously documented. The Brandybuck family, a prominent clan of hobbits from Buckland, features numerous members with rich histories. Meriadoc, the magnificent Brandybuck, also known as Holdwine of the Mark and Master of Buckland, is celebrated for his deeds. His horn, the Horn of the Mark, is a famed heirloom. Other notable brandybucks include Merrimack, Merrimass, Miramela, Nay Took, Orgulas, Rorimac Goldfather or Old Rory, Sadok, Saradas, Saradoc Scattergold, and Seradic. The family's legacy is deeply intertwined with the land around the Brandywine River, known in the elven tongue as Barranduin. This river flows past the Brandywine Bridge, also called the Bridge of Stonebows or the Great Bridge, which features a bridge house and the welcoming Bridge Inn. The town of Bree, nestled in Breeland, is a unique settlement where hobbits, referred to locally as the little folk, and men, known as the big folk, live side by side. It is a place of crossroads and news, so much so that the phrase "strangers' news from Bree" became a common saying. The community is guarded by its south gate and west gate, with Bree Hill rising nearby. The language and names found here have their own distinct character. Not far off lies the Chetwood and the village of Combe, each with its own story within the wider tapestry of the region. The geography of the land is vast and varied, from the bleak brown lands to the rushing river Bruinen or Loudwater, with its crucial ford near Rivendell. The landscape holds many secrets and histories, such as the ancient burial mounds of the Barrow Downs and the formidable peaks known as Caradhras the Cruel, Celebdil the White, and Fanuid Hall the Cloudy Head. The pass between them, the Redhorn Gate, is a treacherous path. In the fair realm of Lothlorien lies the city of Caras Galadon, the city of the trees, home to the Lord Celeborn the Wise and his people, the Galadrim. Great events center on locations like the Citadel of Gondor, the high city of Minas Tirith, with its white tower, court of the fountain, and the hall of the kings. The crossroads, marked by a fallen king's statue, is a pivotal junction. The dark and terrible places are equally significant. The crack of doom within Mount Doom, the haunted pass of Cirith Gorgor leading into Mordor, and the dreaded tower of Cirith Ungol. The dead marshes, with its mere of dead faces and the paths of the dead, sealed by the dark door, are places of dread and oath-breaking. The peoples and their leaders define the age. The Dunedain, the men of the West, include the Rangers of the North and the Guardians of Gondor. Their chieftains, like Aragorn, carry the legacy of Numenor. The Dwarves, or Khazad, are a stout and ancient race, with Durin I being the first of their 7 fathers. Their great smith, Celebrimbor, forged items of great power. The Druedain, or wild men of the Druedan forest, are a reclusive folk whose drums echo in the hills. Then there are the foes, the corsairs of Umbar, who raid the coasts, and the Dunlendings, wild hillmen from Dunland who bear old grudges. Key conflicts are etched into the land's memory: the Battle of the Field of Celebrant, the Battle of Dagorlad on that vast plain, and the Battle of Bywater fought by the pool in the Shire. The Deeping Wall at Helm's Deep and the Deeping Combe below it were sites of heroic defence. The field of Cormallen was a place of joyous reunion and healing after the war. The story is carried by its companies and companions. The Company of the Ring, also called the Fellowship of the Ring, or the 9 Walkers, set out on a pivotal quest. Later, the Captains of the West led the final campaigns against the Dark Tower. Their journeys are marked by calendars and reckoning, from the King's Reckoning of Gondor to the Shire Reckoning of the Hobbits, and the common speech, or Westron, that binds many of the free peoples in communication. The dwarves, a proud and ancient people, are first recorded in the year 1494 of the Third Age. Their secret tongue, known as Kuzdul or Dwarvish, is a language of stone and deep places, referenced in chronicles at 372, 400 and 416-17, among others. They guard their true names with fierce privacy, as noted at 1465 and 1488. Their relationship with the elves has always been one of respectful distance, occasionally strained, as seen at 352-3 and 395. For their records, they developed the Angular Cirth script, detailed at 1467-8 and 1475-9. Specific clans are renowned. The Dwarves of Erebor, also called the folk under the mountain, are noted at 298 and 313. The Lost Dwarves of Moria, a tragic tale of ambition and shadow, are referenced at 313 and 1418. Then there are the Stout Dwarves of the Iron Hills, mentioned at 1416. The term Dwemerlike appears as a term of dark magic at 1100. The landscape holds its own dread names. The Dwimmerberg, the haunted mountain, looms over the paths of the dead at net N28 and 2030-44. Dwimmerdern is another name for the golden wood of Lothlorien. The great eagles, majestic and timely in their interventions, soar through the narrative at 340, 357, and 488, with specific lords like Gwaihir playing crucial roles. The legend of Erendil the Mariner, a pivotal figure of the elder days, is found at 253 and 304-8. His star, a beacon of hope, is cited at 470 and 474-55. The line of kings flows from him: Erendur at 1358, Irnil I and II at 1359, and the ill-fated Ernur, who vanished into Minas Morgul at 875 and 1376-9. The East, a vast and often threatening region, is the Eastlands at 836. Key locations include the East Dales of Rohan at 711, the East March of the Shire at 12, and the formidable East Wall of the Emin Mule. Binding the lands is the great East-West Road, the vital artery of travel mentioned from 57 to 1360. The Eastamnet is the eastern grassland of Rohan at 555. From the east came the Easterlings, formidable foes of Gondor and Rohan, appearing at 319, 522, and 1269. The Shire's East Farthing is at 8 and 12, and Rohan's Eastfold at 1048. In Gondor, the stewards Ecthelion I and II held office, noted at 1360. The Edain, the fathers of the Númenóreans and elf friends of old, are described at 887 and 1352-4. The royal seat of Rohan is Idoras, its name analyzed at 1493, with the golden hall of Meduseld at its heart. The Beacon Hill Eilenac is at 978. The beauty of the elves is captured in the golden starflower Eleanor, found in Lorien at 456 and 457. The elves revere Elbereth, also called Gilthanil or Vada, the Queen of Stars, invoked at 104, 256, and 492. The Eldar, or High Elves, including the Noldor and Sindar, are the firstborn detailed from 9 to 1495. Their languages are the root of Elvish tongues. Eldarion is the son of King Elisar, noted at 1393. The Elder Days are the mythic First Age, referenced at 320 and 337. The foundational hero is Elendil the Tall, the last lord of Andúnie, who founded the kingdoms in exile after the downfall. His legacy, his sword Narsil, his crown, and the star of Elendil permeates the tale from 11 to 1482. His heir is Aragorn, who takes the name Ilisar, which is also the name of the green elfstone he carries, a symbol of renewal at 305 and 1029. The title Elf Friend is bestowed upon the noblest of men, including Frodo, Beren, and Aragorn himself at 1006 and 447. All things of elven craft, their subtle magic and timeless lords, are encompassed by terms like elfkin. This section provides a comprehensive index of names and terms related to the elves, beginning with a general entry for elves themselves. The elf towers are cross-referenced to the White Towers. Following this are entries for specific individuals of note. Elfhelm appears across numerous pages, indicating his significant role in various events. Elfhild is noted on a single page. The name Elfstone has a dual reference, pointing both to Aragorn II, who bore it as a name, and to the Elisar jewel. Elfwine the Fair is listed with his page reference. The entries for Elladan and Elrohir, the twin sons of Elrond, are extensive, showing their involvement throughout the narrative across many key pages, from their early introductions to their later actions. Their father, Elrond the Half-Elven, Lord of Rivendell, has the most substantial entry by far. His listing spans a vast number of pages, underscoring his central and enduring presence in the story. The entry details his participation in pivotal moments, his hosting of the council, and references to his household and his sons. It even includes a note about his brother, Elros Tar Miniature, the first king of Númenor, highlighting the profound choice and divergent paths of the two siblings, a moment of deep mythical significance that contrasts with the more immediate chronicle of events. The section concludes with broader terms like the Elven Door of Moria and items such as elven cloaks, rounding out the index of elvish subjects. The elves, known as the Firstborn or the Elder Kindred, are a foundational people woven throughout the narrative. They are the fair folk, a race of profound beauty and ancient wisdom, distinct from the mortal world of men. Their influence is seen in the majestic halls of the Elven King in Mirkwood, the hidden sanctuaries of Lothlorien, and the scholarly refuge of Rivendell. The elves possess unique arts and crafts, creating exquisite brooches, weaving cloaks of exceptional quality that seem to shift with the light, and crafting ropes of remarkable strength and memory. Their languages, primarily Quenya and Sindarin, are melodic and complex, carrying the history of their people. Their perception of the world is different. They experience time not as a fleeting rush, but as a deep flowing river, and they possess a keen sight that pierces shadow and distance. A subtle melancholy, a sea longing often touches their hearts, a whisper from the west they once called home. Their relationship with the dwarves has historically been one of rivalry and mistrust, a tension felt in places like the abandoned realm of Irigen, though rare alliances, such as the Last Alliance, have shown moments of unity against a common darkness. The specific communities of elves each have their own character. The elves of Lothlorien, the Galadrim or Tree People, dwell in the Golden Woods, protectors of a fading light. The Sylvan elves of Mirkwood are the folk of the wood, more rustic and wary guardians of their forest realm. Then there are the legendary elven smiths, most famously those of Eregion in the Second Age, whose supreme skill and tragic pride led to the forging of the Rings of Power. Their legacy is a double-edged sword, a testament to both sublime creation and catastrophic folly. Other key figures and places tie into their story. Elwing the White, who bore a Silmaril, is a pivotal figure from the ancient tales. The lands associated with them range from the haunting Emyn Muil and the Ifel Duath, the mountains of shadow-fencing Mordor, to the lost beauty of Eregion or Hollin. The Ents, the shepherds of the trees, share a deep ancient bond with the elves, and their slow, rumbling language, Entish, is one of the oldest in the world. It's almost ironic. While elves compose elegant songs about sun and starlight, the Ents spend centuries debating the proper classification of a single leaf. This contrast highlights the vast, often incomprehensible scales of time these ancient beings inhabit. In the realm of men, the Rohirrim, the sons of Eorl, have their own storied history in Rohan, the Mark. Key figures include Eomer, who rises from marshal to king, and his sister Eowyn, the Lady of Rohan, whose restless spirit and hidden courage defy the confines of her courtly role. Their homeland is defined by places like the Entwash River, the fortress of Helm's Deep, and the capital, Edoras. Far to the south lies Gondor, with its beacon hills like Erelas, its errand riders, and its great city of Minas Tirith. The stone of Erech stands as a haunted monument to a broken oath. The geography of power is marked by strongholds: the lonely mountain of Erebor, the Dwarven Kingdom, the forsaken hills of the Emyn Muil, and the twin threats of the Ered Lithui and the Ethel Duath that guard the dark land of Mordor. Looming over all is the pervasive threat of the enemy Sauron, often symbolized by the Great Eye, a lidless, terrible presence that searches tirelessly from his tower of Barad-dûr. This red eye is his emblem, a mark of fear stamped on armor and banners. The struggle against this shadow defines the age, drawing together free peoples, elves, men, dwarves, and even the humble hobbits of the Shire, like the Fairbairns of Westmarch, in a fragile alliance where hope is a stubborn, carefully tended flame. The text provided is an index or reference list, not a prose narrative suitable for rewriting into a coherent paragraph. It consists of character names, place names, and page number citations from a larger work. To create a rewritten prose passage, I would need a segment of actual narrative text describing events, dialogue, or settings. For example, a passage about Gandalf's arrival in the Shire, a description of the Fellowship traveling through Lothlorien, or a conversation between Sam and Frodo. If you can provide a section of narrative text, I would be happy to rewrite it according to your detailed instructions, ensuring it is engaging, fresh, and appropriate for a US YouTube audience while respecting the original story's spirit. The Goodbody family, including Lily Goodbody, née Baggins, and Togo Goodbody, were among the notable Shire folk. In darker corners of the world, the orc Gorbag schemed, while the desolate plateau of Gorgoroth stood as a grim testament to the land's sorrow. The name Gothmog echoed from older legends of shadow. In the north, the Grey Mountains held their ancient silence, and the Grange, an old farmstead, was a quiet landmark. The concept of the great encompassed many things: the great armament of Numenor, the great battle that ended an age, and the great danger that once threatened all. This was tied to the great darkness unleashed by Morgoth, the great enemy. His dread mace was named Grond, the hammer of the underworld, a title later given to a mighty battering ram. The great gate of Minas Tirith and the great gates of the lost realm of Moria were formidable entrances. The great jewel referred to the legendary Silmarils, and the Great Lands was another name for Middle-earth itself, bordered by the great river Anduin. The great ships of Numenor sailed into myth, and the great siege was a time of trial. The great signal was a call to arms, while the great smiles, or the great place of the Tooks, were the extensive burrows of that influential family. The great wars shaped history, and the great years were a period of profound change. Life in the Shire centered on cozy inns like the Green Dragon and the rolling green hills. Families like the Green Hands, including Halfred and Holman, were known for their skill with growing things. The Greenway, or North Road, was a major route with a key crossing point. The vast forest, once called Greenwood the Great, was later known as Mirkwood. The Grey Company, a band of rangers, arrived in the south with timely aid. The Grey Elves, or Sindar, were a people of deep lore, and the Grey Host was another name for the spectral dead men. The Grey Havens, with its harbours of Forlond and Harlond, was the final departure point for the elves. The Grey Pilgrim was a title for the wizard Gandalf, and the Grey Wood was a forest in Rohan. The river Greyflood, also called Gwathlo, flowed through ancient lands. In the ranks of both heroes and villains were figures like Grima, called Worm Tongue, and the loyal warrior Grimbold. The orc Grishnach met a fitting end, while the dwarf Gruin was part of a noble lineage. The battering ram Grond shattered gates, a name borrowed from Morgoth's weapon. Guards of the citadel of Minas Tirith, in their black and silver livery, were ever vigilant. The guarded city was another name for Minas Tirith itself, and the guardians were the Valar, the powers of the world. From the cold peak of Gundabad to the southern lands of Harad, conflict simmered. The Haradrim, also called Southrons or Swirtings, were fierce warriors from the sun-baked south. Places like Hardbottle were Shire villages, and Harding was a name borne by men of Rohan. The Harfoots were one of the three breeds of hobbits. The harbour of Harland at Minas Tirith saw the arrival of allies. The river Harnen marked a southern border, and Harrowdale was a refuge in the White Mountains. The horse Hasufel carried a king. The haunted mountain was the Dwimmerberg, and the haunted pass was Cirith Gorgor before the Black Gate. The Shire's simple geography included the Haygate into Buckland and Hazend on the river. Hob Haywood was a gatekeeper, and surnames like Hithertoes were common, such as Mat Hithertoes. The High Hay was a protective hedge around Buckland. The healers worked in the houses of healing. The hill in Hobbiton was a central landmark, and the hill road led to it. Hill trolls were a fearsome breed, and hillmen often referred to the men of Dunland or Rhudaur. Messengers like Hergen rode desperately, and lords such as Herluin the Fair answered the call to war. The hither shores were the lands of Middle-earth. A rope of Hithlane, elvish cord, proved incredibly strong. The river Horwell or Mittithel flowed from the north, crossed by the last bridge. The Hobbit was Bilbo Baggins's famous memoir. Hobbiton was the heart of the Shire, a place of green gardens and round doors. Hobbits, also called halflings or the little folk, were the resilient inhabitants of that land known in Rohan as Holbitland. Their quiet courage against all odds would forever change the fate of all the great lands. The Periannath, known more commonly as hobbits, are a remarkable folk whose history is detailed across numerous chronicles. Their culture is deeply rooted in the comforts of home and community, with a particular skill in architecture and the craft of building comfortable dwellings. This extends to a natural affinity for boats and travel upon water, though such journeys are often undertaken with a measure of reluctance. Their calendar, known as the Shire Reckoning, structures their peaceful years. In character and appearance, they are a sturdy and unassuming people, valuing practical education and lore passed down through generations. A defining trait is their profound passion for family history, a subject discussed at length around hearth and table. Their enjoyment of food and drink is legendary, with a noted, almost reverent fondness for mushrooms, yet they possess a common and pronounced dislike of heights. While generally peaceable, their history includes episodes of hobbitry in arms, demonstrating a latent toughness and resilience that often surprises outsiders. Their language is unique, and their many legends and stories are cherished traditions. The naming conventions for both their race and individual hobbits are complex and storied. Social customs are important, including the generous tradition of giving presents on birthdays. The practice of smoking pipe weed is a beloved ritual, a cornerstone of conversation and contemplation. Their physical and spiritual endurance is notable, and they maintain the art of writing and penmanship for letters and records. Their society is further defined by its connection to places like Bree and the broader Shire, and by the distinctions between families like the Fallowhiddes, Harfoots, and Stores, with Matham being their term for a stored, sentimental possession. A curious, seldom mentioned detail is that many hobbits harbor a secret fear of large bodies of water, a quiet dread that makes their rare aquatic adventures all the more courageous, and their love for rainy days spent indoors all the more understandable. Holbitla, also known as hobbits, are the small folk of the Shire. The term hold refers to the refuge of Dunharrow. The land once called Hollin is the elven realm of Erigen, and the Hollin Gate is the western entrance to the mines of Moria. Holman, often called the Green-Handed, is noted in the annals of the Shire. Among the riders of Rohan, one is simply recorded as Horn. The distinctive horn call, a cry of alarm, is unique to Buckland. The great horn of Boromir, son of the steward, is a relic of Gondor, its blast heard at key moments in the war. The horn of the Mark, a gift of King Eomer to Meriadoc Brandybuck, becomes a treasure of the Shire. The Hornblower family are well-known Shire tobacco farmers, and their pipeweed brand marks are widely recognized. The founder of their trade is Tobold Hornblower, remembered as Old Toby. The fortress of the Hornburg, often called simply the Burg, stands guard at the mouth of Helm's Deep. It is the site of a great battle. The Horn Rock is the central keep of that stronghold. The Horsemen's Road is the ancient way of the Rohirrim. Several forces are called the Host of the West. One marched against the Witch King long ago. Another was the army from Valinor at the close of the First Age. In the War of the Ring, the term denotes the final alliance of men that marched against Sauron's Black Gate. The Hound of Sauron is a title for the fearsome wolves that serve him. The House of Húrin is the line of the stewards of Gondor. The House of the Kings, also called the Houses of the Dead, are the silent tombs in the mountain behind Minas Tirith. The separate House of the Stewards also contains its own solemn tombs. The Houses of Healing in Minas Tirith are where the wounded are tended after the battle. The healers there, including the herb master and the warden, work tirelessly. The eldest among them, Ireth, is a woman of folklore and memory, her chatter hiding a deep well of ancient wisdom. It was she, in a moment of exasperated clarity, who recalled the old rhyme about the kingsfoil plant, a detail that would prove crucial to a healing beyond her own skill. The hundredweight feast is a grand Shire celebration. The hunter's moon is a name for the autumn moon. Huar was a hero of men in the First Age. The Huarns are the sentient, moving trees of Fangorn Forest, whose creeping darkness aided the Rohirrim at Helm's Deep. Hurin was a mighty lord of the First Age. Later, stewards of Gondor bore his name, including Hurin II and Hurin of Emin Arnen, from whom the steward's line descended. In the time of the war, Hurin the Tall is the warden of the keys of Minas Tirith. Hjarmendasil, meaning South Victor, is a royal name in Gondor, borne by a king also called Siriaher. A later king took the name Hjarmendasil II, who was originally named Vinyarion. Iarwain ben Adar is the elven name for Tom Bombadil. Idril, Celebrindel, was an elven princess of Gondolin. Ilmarin is the mansions of the Valar upon Taniketil. Imlad Morgul is the Morgul Vale. Imladriz is the common speech name for Rivendell. Imloth Melui is a valley of flowers in Gondor. Prince Imrahil of Dol Amroth is a noble and steadfast lord, leading his swan knights to the aid of Minas Tirith. His name and lineage are recorded in the histories. Ingold is a guard captain on the Ramaz Ekor. Eolas is the uncle of Bergil, a boy of the city. Iron Saga is one of the mountain peaks in the White Mountains. The Iron Crown was the dread crown of Morgoth. The Iron Hills are a dwarven realm in the far northeast. The river Isen flows from the Misty Mountains. The fords of Isen are a strategic crossing, site of several battles. The term also refers to the river's mouths. Isengard is the great fortress of Saruman, also called Angrenost. Its emblem is the white hand. The ring of Isengard is the circle of stone that surrounds the plain. Its creatures are the orcs and wolves in Saruman's service. The Tower of Orthanc stands at its heart. Isengrim II was a thane of the Shire. The Isenmuth, or Carriage Angren, is a grim gate into Mordor. Isildur, son of Elendil, was the king who cut the ring from Sauron's hand and later perished with it. His heirs are the northern line of kings, which includes Aragorn. A scroll written by Isildur held vital knowledge about the One Ring, which was itself called Isildur's Bane. The Istari are the order of wizards. An Ithil stone is a palantir from Minas Ithil. Ithildin is the star metal used by elves for moon letter inscriptions. Ithilien is the fair wooded province of Gondor east of the Anduin, long under shadow but reclaimed after the war. Ivorwin was the mother of Gilrain and thus grandmother to Aragorn. The Ivy Bush is an inn on the Bywater Road in the Shire. The Three Jewels are the Silmarils of legend. Khand is a land in the far southeast whose men fought for Sauron. Khazad is the dwarves' name for themselves, and Khazad-dûm is Moria. Keld-Zarum is the Miromere. Kuzdul is the secret language of the Dwarves. Kibil-Nala is the elvish name for the river Celebrant. Kili was one of the two dwarf brothers who fell defending Thorin Oakenshield. The King of the Dead is the spectral lord of the Men of the Mountains, who swore an oath to Isildur. The King of the Mark is the title for the ruler of Rohan. This section delves into the intricate tapestry of Middle-earth history and geography, referencing key locations and figures. It notes the King of the Mountains in the year 1023 and the King's court in Númenor during 1457. The text distinguishes the King's men, later known as the Black Númenorians, and mentions the King's messengers and the official known as the King's writer, Findigil. References to various kings are catalogued under their respective realms, such as Gondor, or by individual names like Théoden, with the kings of men being synonymous with the Númenorians. The kings under the mountain of Erebor are cited, alongside the King's Reckoning calendar system. The entry for Kingsfoil clarifies it is another name for the healing herb Athalas. The kin strife, a devastating civil war in Gondor, is recorded across several years. Titles for powerful women are listed, such as the Lady of Lothlorien, also called the Lady of the Golden Wood, who is Galadriel, and the Lady of Rivendell, who is Arwen. A minor character, Lagduf, is noted. Lake Town is identified as Esgaroth. The region of Lamadon and its lord, Angbor, are mentioned along with the Lampright Street or Rath Celadane in Minas Tirith. The land of shadow is Mordor. The great eagle Landroval appears. The coastal area of Langstrand or Anfalis is described with its name origin. A broad entry covers the many languages of Middle-earth, pointing to specific sections on the tongues of dwarves, elves, and groups like the Adunaic. The forest of Lasemista is listed. A pivotal historical event, the last alliance of elves and men, is referenced. Geographic features include the Last Bridge, also called the Bridge of Mythythel, and the Last Mountain, Mithidras. The concepts of the Last Ship and the Last Shore, Aman, are noted. Laurelin, the golden tree and one of the two trees of Valinor, is described. Laurelin Doranan is given as another name for Lothlorien. The term leaf is noted as slang for pipeweed. The Ent leaflock or finglas is mentioned. The fertile province of Lebenin and the wood of Lebethron are cited. The river Lefnui appears. A lengthy entry details the elf Legolas Greenleaf, a member of the Fellowship and one of the three hunters. The elvish waybread Lembas is described in detail. Historical figures of Rohan, Leod, and Leofa, also called Britta, are noted. The importance of libraries in preserving knowledge is mentioned. The lidless eye refers to the Eye of Sauron. A horse named Lightfoot is listed. The river Limlight is noted. An elf named Lindir and the elvish country of Lindon are referenced. The town of Linhir is mentioned. The holiday of Leith is described. The region of Lithlad is noted. The term little folk refers to hobbits. The Lockholes, a prison in the Shire, are cited. The lonely mountain is Erebor, and the long lake is by Esgaroth. The harsh long winter is recorded. Longbeards is a name for dwarves. The area of Longbottom and the famous Longbottom leaf pipeweed are mentioned. A surname, Longholes, is listed. A dwarf named Loni is noted. Titles for dark powers include the Lord of Barad-dûr and the Lord of the Ring, both being Sauron. The Lord of the Mark of Rohan could be Eomer or Théoden. The Lord of the Nazgul is the Witch King. The ruler of Minas Tirith is the Steward, like Denethor II, also called Lords of the City. Lorien is a common shortening for Lothlorien. The region of Losarnak or Arnak is described. The Lossoth, the snowmen of Foroshal, are noted. Lotiriel, a princess of Dol Amroth, is mentioned. A comprehensive entry details the enchanted land of Lothlorien, also called Lorien, the Golden Wood, and Elf Country. It lists its many poetic names: Dreamflower, Dwymordine, Egladil, and Laurelin Doranan, the land of the Valley of Singing Gold. The elves of this realm are the Galadrim. The unique passage of time within its borders is highlighted, a detail that often disoriented visitors, making a week feel like a day and a month feel like a season. The entry also references the East Lorien, the Nath of Lorien, and the northern fences. The river Loudwater is the Bruinen. The black speech name Lugburs for Barad-dûr is given. An orc named Lugdush is noted. The river Lune or Luin, its firth, gulf, and the associated mountains of Lune, the Blue Mountains, are all described. The legendary elf maiden Lúthien Tinuviel, subject of the Lay of Lúthien, is celebrated. A soldier of Gondor named Mablung is listed. Finally, the Maggot family of the Shire is introduced, including Farmer Maggot, his wife, and their hospitable farm, a welcome haven of simple food and stout ale for weary travelers. The ancient records list the numbers 121, 125, 127, and 133. Malbeth, the seer, a figure of great renown, is noted in the chronicles for the years 1023 and 1375. Another entry speaks of Mala, recorded in the year 1358. Finally, there is the Malorn, often called the Golden Tree, with its plural form simply Malorn trees, a symbol of enduring light and growth in a world that often forgets such beauty. It is said that in the year of Mala's record, a strange, unseasonal frost touched the leaves of a single Malorn, a detail the scribes noted with unease, hinting at shifts in the world's deeper rhythm. The ancient Malorn trees, with their silver bark and golden leaves, were a defining feature of the elven realm of Lothlorien, their presence noted in the chronicles of the Third Age. In the Shire, the Matham house of Michel Delving served as a quaint museum for hobbit curiosities, a place where old gifts and forgotten trinkets found a home. Far to the south stood the mighty fortress of Minas Tirith, the Tower of God, its seven-tiered city carved into the shoulder of Mount Mindalluin. Its great gate faced the looming shadow of Mordor, a constant reminder of the threat from the east. This was the stone city, also called Mundburg by the horse lords of Rohan, a bastion of the race of men in the waning years of an age. Men, the big folk, were the dominant race of the later eras, their languages and calendars shaping the recorded history of Middle-earth. Their dominion was contested, however, by the dark power that lingered in Mordor, the Black Land, beyond the Ephel-Duath mountains. The fate of the free peoples often hinged on places like the Chamber of Mazarbul within the lost dwarf kingdom of Moria, or the Golden Hall of Meduseld in Rohan, where kings and stewards made weighty decisions. From the humble mill in Hobbiton to the Palantir stones in the White Towers of Gondor, every corner of the world felt the tremors of the greater conflict. It was a time of fading magic, where the swift Merra's horses were as prized as the rare mithril mail found deep in the mines, and where a simple word like melon could hold the key to ancient doors. The journey from the Midgewater marshes to the Morgai Ridge outside Mordor traced a path from simple peril to profound despair, a road walked by both the smallest of hobbits and the greatest of kings. The ancient realm of Moria, also known as Khazad-dûm or the Dwaradelf, is referenced extensively throughout the chronicles. Its many features are noted, from the legendary doors of Durin, the west gate crafted in Hollin, to the great gates at the Dimril exit in the east. Within its vast depths lay the first hall, the bridge of Khazad-dûm, spanning a chasm in the second hall, and the deep chambers like the 21st hall at the north end. The very walls of Moria and the upper armories of the third deep speak to its former grandeur, a stark contrast to the darkness that later consumed it. This darkness is mirrored in other lands, such as the Vale of the Morthond, the Blackroot River, whose archers hailed from its uplands. In the south, the fiery heart of Sauron's power, Mount Doom, also called Orodruin, or the Mountain of Fire, looms over all. It is the destined end for the ring, its slopes leading to the crack of doom within Sammath Naur. Far to the west stands the noble Mount Mindalluin, a sentinel over the city of Minas Tirith, its peaks holding ancient secrets. The text also notes the stark duality of the world, from the blessed Mount Everwhite to the dreaded mountains of shadow and the forsaken mountains of terror. Among the names listed is the Mouth of Sauron, the lieutenant of the tower who served as a grim messenger, and even minor figures like a man surnamed Mugwort. The passage concludes with a mention of the great beast, the Mumak, a creature of war from distant Harad. The great beasts known as Mumakil are also called Oliphants. The city of Mundburg is another name for Minas Tirith. The name Musgash appears on page 1184. Nain, who was the father of Dain II, is referenced on pages 1411 and 1418. Nain is found on pages 1407, 1418, and 1427, while Nain II is noted on page 1418. The Nath of Lorien, also called the Tongue or the Gore, is mentioned on pages 451, 455, 485, 485, 486, and 491. Nerli is listed on page 4020. The nameless enemy, or the One, refers to Sauron. The nameless land is Mordor, and the nameless pass is Cirith Ungol, references to nameless. gnawing things, appear on page 654. Nan Curonir, known as the Wizard's Vale or the Valley of Saruman, is detailed across pages 635, 687, 720, 720, 722 to 3, 723, 6, 7, 725, and 769. Nan Tassarian is another term for Tassarinan. Nanduhirian is identified as Dimril Dale. Nar is noted on page 1409. Narcost is one of the Towers of the Teeth. Nardol appears on pages 978, 1053, and 1091. The ancient realm of Nargothrond is referenced on pages 412, 464, 1364, 1421, 1464, and 1481. The kings Narmasil I and Narmasil II are recorded on pages 1359, 1367, 1369 and 1359, 1373 to 4, 1375, 1426 respectively. The narrow ice is synonymous with Helcaraxy, noted on page 305. The sword Narsil, also called the sword that was broken or the sword of Elendil, features prominently on many pages, including 224 to 5, 316, 317, 321, 322, 323, 349, 359, 367, 696, 868, 67, 885, 1022, 1110, 1386, 1424, and 1430. Its reforging into Anduril is described on pages 359 to 60. The dwarf Narvi is noted on page 398. Narya, the third ring or the Ring of Fire, is listed on pages 1348 and 1424. Norgrim is another name for the dwarves. The Nazgul, known by many names such as Ring Wraiths, Black Riders, Fell Riders, the Nine and Messengers of Mordor, appear extensively throughout the text. Their terrifying cries described on pages 792-3, 795, A23, 1002, 1058-9, 197, 198, 1002, and 1011. Their city is Minas Morgul. The darkness associated with them is called the Black Breath, and their lord is the Witch King. They are later depicted mounted on winged creatures on pages 504, 5581, 777, 77, 782, 823, 843, 1058, 1059, 1061, 1131, 243, 1433, and 1435. Their heightened senses are noted on pages 99, 2128, 2889 to 90, and 823. The Necromancer is another title for Sauron. Nika-breakers are mentioned on page 239. The Forest of Neldoreth, also called Tower Naneldor, appears on pages 253, 610, and 1387. The Lake Nen Hithuel is on page 479, 513, and 1369. Nenuil is Lake Avendim. The ring Nenya, the ring of adamant, is referenced on pages 475, 476, 506, and 1346. The New Age begins on page 1282, and the New Reckoning on pages 1459 to 60. New Row is on page 1338. The New Year is noted on page 1247, and the Elven New Year on pages 1438 and 1460. Nicotiana is another term for pipe weed. The Night of Naught is on page 305. Nimbrathil is listed on page 304. Nimloth is the white tree. The elf maiden Nimrodel, her people, and the lay named for her are found on pages 441, 4, 1447, 1481, 1078, and 1141. The river Nimrodel, its bridge and falls are described on pages 441, 442, 445, 448, 450, 451, 50, 455, 158, 14540, 54, 150, 1444. Nindalf, also called the Wetwang, is on page 486 and 1462. The nine riders, or nine servants, are the Nazgul. The nine walkers, or nine companions, form the Company of the Ring. The flower Nifredil is noted on pages 456, 457, 1391, and 1395. The character Noakes is on page 29 and 30. Nob the Hobbit appears on pages 221, 217, 219, 293, 226, 227, 228, 233, 235 to 6, 1297, and 1302. The dwarf city of Nogrod is referenced. The Noldor are among the Eldar. The Nomanlands are on page 486 and 825. Norbury is foremost. The dwarf Nori is on page 298 and 1420. The North, or Northerland, is a significant region mentioned on pages 11, 197, 259, 288, 317, 323, 328, 347, 442, 487, 564, 713, 886, and 978. Its palantir is noted on pages 1361, 1363, and 1377. The North Gate leads into Buckland. The North Kingdom is Arnor. The North Moors are on pages 58 to 9. The North Road is the Greenway. The North Stair is by Rauros. The North Tooks hail from Long Cleave, page 1448. The northern fences border Lothlorien, page 483. The North Farthing of the Shire is on pages 12, 58, 375, 848, 1329, and 1339-40, site of the Battle of Greenfields. The Northmen are referenced on pages 1369, 1370, and 1407-8. The North Way is the West Road. The great island realm of Numenor, also called Westernesse, is central to the history, appearing on pages 5, 21, 68, 253, 308, 310, 318, 779, 884, 885 to 6, 888, 123, 1078, 136, 1261, 1354-7, 1366, 1372, 1420, 1421, 1421, 1422, 1423, and 1482. It was also called Elena, the Isle of the Star. Its calendar was the king's reckoning. Its tragic downfall, or Akalabeth, is on pages 316, 1354, 1454, and 1483. Its kings and queens are listed on pages 253, 1354-7, 1 through 93-4, 5, and 1493-4. The king's court is on page 1457. Its languages included Adunaic. Its people were the Numenorians, or Men of the Sea, page 11, 620, 633, 887, 1375, 1467, and 1482. Among them were the faithful, or exiles, page 14356 and 1357-8, and the Black Numenorians, or Kingsmen, page 163 and 1368. Some Numenorians became the Nazgul, page 905. Their descendants in Middle-earth, the Dunedain, or Men of Westernesse, are noted on pages 5, 68, 303, 316, 318, 347, 520, 522, 647, 838, 861, 875, 878, 84, 885 to 6, 160, 1060, 1078, 1177, 1264, 1374, 1375, 1379, and 1487. Their great works include Minas Tirith, or Thank, the Seat of Seeing, and the Swords from the Barrow. The inland sea of Nurnen in Mordor is on pages 831-28 and 1269. The Oath of Eorl refers to Eorl the Young. The Oathbreakers are the dead. Ota is noted on page 317 and 1424. Two dwarves named Owen appear, son of Gloin on page 1418 and son of Gruin on pages 298, 313, 420, and 1418. Oilosi is Mount Everwhite. The mysterious and perilous Old Forest is described on pages 29, 129, 134, 140, 14, 14 fourth, 60, 68, 170, 17, 178, 192, 198, 231, 285, 345, 609, 614, 1305, an old man is seen at the door of the dead on page 1445. The malevolent old man Willow dwells within the forest. The old road is the east-west road. Old Toby is a variety of pipeweed, page 11. Old Wynyards is a wine, page 49 and 89. A note on old words and names in the Shire is on page 21. The old world is the northwest of the world, page 3. Over heaven is mentioned on page 782. Over hill is a location on page 58. Over Lythe is a holiday on pages 1451 and 1455. The Palantiri, or seeing stones, are powerful artifacts noted on pages 779 to 84, 907, 978, 985, 991, 1119, 19149, 1357, and 1422. There were 7 stones in total. Specific stones include those of Amonsul, pages 780, 1361, 1364, 1426. Anuminus, pages 780, 1364, 1426. Arnor, page 1425. Gondor, page 780. Minas Ithil, or the Ithil stone, pages 780, 11119, 1121, 1378, 1384, 1427, 1431. Minas Tirith, or the Anor stone, pages 780, 11117, 1119, 1121, 1286, 1384. The North, pages 1361, 1364, Orthanc, or the Orthanc stone, pages 761 to 2, 763, 770, 84, 841, 11450, 1286, 1441, Osgiliath, pages 780, 1370, 1425, and the Tower Hills or Illindil's stone, page 780, 1364. They were originally the stones of Numenor, pages 907 and 909. The Green Lawn of Parth Galen by Rauros is on pages 515, 529, 538, 542-6, 860, 1001, 1212-1, and 1435. The party field in Hobbiton is on pages 34, 42, 47, 1339, and 1460. The party trees stood there, pages 34 and 36, 1330. The dreaded paths of the dead are described on pages 656, 1015, 2020, 1022, 22-3, 1024, 25, 1026, 1041, 25, 1042, 1043, 1047, 1109, 1135, 1144, 1148, 1401, and 1436, including the door of the dead. Pelagier, the ancient port, is on pages 1034, 1449, 153, 955, 121072, 1368, 1371, 1372, 1383, 1422, 1425, 1436, and 1383. The Pelennor, or the fields of the Pelennor, are the farmlands before Minas Tirith, pages 980, 981, 999, 1056, 1058, 1059, 1059, 1069, 1070, 30, 1034, 1094, 1095, 1095, 1098, 1107, 1109, 1111, 149, 1156, 1202, 1254, 1392, and 1336, protected by the Rama's Ekor Wall. The great battle of the Pelennor Fields was fought here. Pennies are mentioned on pages 33 and 234. The people of the Great Journey and the people of the Star are the Eldar. Peredil means half-elven. Peregrine, son of Paladin, is Pippin Took. Periane is the elvish word for hobbits. The Feel of Galadriel, also called the Star Glass or the Lady's Glass, is a gift of light appearing on pages 490-1, 554, 925, 932, 942-4, 948, 954, 956, 959, 1173, 1180, 193, 1197, 1212, 1227, 1236, 1247, and 1434. The New Age begins on page 1282. The New Reckoning calendar starts on pages 1459 to 60. New Row is on page 1338. The New Year is page 1247. The Elven New Year is pages 1438 and 1460. Pickthorn, Tom, is on page 1299. The Green Hills of Pinath Gelin are on pages 1009, 34, 1010, 51, 1107, 111, 11, and 1012. 5 pipe weed or leaf is a beloved herb, pages 10 to 11, 728 and 1138. It is also called nicotiana, sweet galenas, or Westman's weed. Varieties include long-bottom leaf. The plague is a historical event on pages 6, 1362, 1373, 1396, and 1426. The plays is a constellation also called the sickle. Ponies include Bill, Sam's loyal steed. The Poros River and its crossing are on pages 1374, 1382, and 1429. The postmaster is an office in the Shire. The Prancing Pony is the famous Inn of Bree, pages 11, 193, 195 to 112, 220, 221, 222, 427, 1296, 1298, 13012, and 1433. Precious is the name Gollum, Bilbo, and Isildur used for the One Ring, pages 15 to 16, 44, 74 to 5, 329, 801, 802, 803, 803, 805, 807, 8154, 1234, 1235, and 1235 and 1238. The Proudfoot family includes members like Bodo, Lindonay, Baggins, Odo, Olo, and Sancho, pages 37, 38, 40, 51, 1445. The Puddifoot family is on page 120. The ancient Pukelmen statues are on pages 1039, 1040, and 28. Quendi means elves, page 1495. Quenya is the High Elven or ancient speech, pages 105 to 6, 11492, 1129 to 30, 1358, 1359, 1453, 1456 to 77, 1480, 1441, 1486, and 1495. The quest primarily refers to the journey to destroy the ring, pages 80, 86, 351, 438, 464, 465, 478, 493, 51, 58, 538, 54, 878, 885, 9612, 1192, 1230, 1249, 40, and 1342. The earlier Quest of Erebor by Bilbo and Thorin is on page 1417 and 1414. The Quest of Mount Doom is on page 365. Quickbeam, an Ent named Bregalad, appears on pages 629, 728, 736, 741, 1281, and 1384. Radagast the Brown, the Wizard, is on pages 334, 335, 337, and 1432. Radbug is an Orc name, page 1184. The Ramaz Ekor is the wall around the Pelennor, pages 981, 982, 984, 1067 to 8, 1076, 1076, 1084, 1094, 1095, 1111, 111, Throud, Win 1 Throde, 1307, 1395, 1011, 1013 left, 1013 left, 1000 3033, 1027, 333, 1337, 3000, 3337, 327, 1393, and 134. The Rohirrim, also known as the Riders of Rohan, the Knights of the Mark, or the Sons of Eol, are a proud people of horse lords and warriors. Their culture is defined by their mastery of steeds, their stirring war horns, and their own distinct language. They are often called the Eorlingas, a name echoing their legendary founder, and have been known by other titles throughout history, such as the Forgoil or the Horsemen of the North. Their calendar and systems of writing are unique to them. The great kings, Roman de Furies and II, whose names mean East Victor, are figures from the deep history of Gondor, remembered for their military triumphs. In the Shire, families like the Sackville Bagginses are well known, often for their contentious nature. Lobelia, Otho, and their son Lotho, who would later become the unpopular chief or boss during the troubling times of Sharkey's rule, are central figures in Hobbiton's social dramas. Other Shire folk include the Sandyman family, millers by trade, and individuals like Andwise Roper and Holman Greenhand. The ruffians, also called Sharkey's men, brought a period of fear and harsh rules to the region, disrupting the Shire's ancient customs and peaceful way of life. The wizard Saruman, once called the White, fell from wisdom into treachery. His voice held a dangerous power of persuasion, and his schemes extended from his fortress of Isengard to the invasion of the Shire, where he was known in the end only as Sharkey. His great enemy was the Dark Lord Sauron, the Nameless One, whose shadow stretched across Middle-earth. Sauron, a servant of the original dark power Morgoth, sought dominion through fear, his will enforced by hosts of orcs and the dreaded Nazgul. His seat of power was the dark tower of Barad-dûr in the land of Mordor. Other creatures of darkness dwelled in his service, like the great spider Shelob, who lurked in her lair of Torek Ungol, and orc captains such as Shagrat. Against them stood forces of light and freedom. The mighty horse Shadowfax, lord of the Miraz, was a steadfast companion to Gandalf. The history of the world speaks of ages past, the Second Age, the great sea that divides lands, and artifacts like the Seven Stones, the Palantiri. The very geography is epic, from the river running to the peaks of the Misty Mountains, and places like Sarn Ford and the dangerous rapids of Sarn Gebir. The Shire itself, the beloved home of the hobbits, is a land of gentle hills, farthings, and simple pleasures. It has its own reckoning of time, its holidays, and a quiet order. Yet it was not untouched by the wider world's conflicts, as seen when the shadow of Sauron's influence even reached its borders, challenging the resilience of the Shire folk and their cherished way of life. Within the meticulous chronicles of the Shire reckoning calendar marks pivotal years such as 734 and 1441, alongside the establishment of sheriff houses in 1311 and 1337. The sheriffs, including the first sheriff, maintained order from the year 1310 onward. In the night sky, the constellation known as the Sickle, also called the Plough or Great Bear, was a familiar guide. The prolonged siege of Barad-dûr concluded in the year 1423. The Silent Street, referred to as Rath-Dinan, and the foreboding Silent Watchers guarded the approaches to Dark Towers. The noble line of Silmarillion is recorded, and the legendary Silmarils, the great jewels, are central to the ancient tales compiled in the Silmarillion. The Sylvan Elves, or Wood Elves, with their distinct language, dwelled in forest realms. The silver tree, Telperion, is remembered alongside the white tree of Gondor. Geographical features include the river Celebrant, known as Silverlode, and the peak Celebdil, called Silvertine. The white flower Cymbalminnie or Evermind grew upon the burial mounds of Rohan. The grey elven tongue Sindarin was widely spoken and studied. The Siranan or Gate Stream flowed near the ancient stairs. Kings such as Siriondil ruled in the south. Among the Ents Skinbark, also named Fladrif, was a guardian of the trees. The desolate Slag Hills marked a scar upon the land. A sheriff named Robin Smallborough served his community. The great dragon Smaug the Golden, whose likeness was once a firework at a party, brought terror to the north. The creature once known as Smeagol is infamous as Gollum hobbit homes, or smiles, like the expansive Brandy Hall, were comfortable dwellings. The term Snagga was a derogatory label for enslaved peoples. The river Snowbourne wound through the fields of Rohan. The noble horse Snowmane met his end in battle and was buried at Snowmane's Howe. The snowmen of Foroshal, the Lossoth, were a hardy folk of the far north. The dreaded sorcerer king of Angmar is known as the Witch King. Travellers from the south, viewed with suspicion by northerners, were sometimes seen in Bree, including a particular squint-eyed southerner whose presence stirred unease. These regions encompassed lands from Belfallas and fair Dol Amroth to the proud realm of Gondor and the distant mysterious Harad. The southern lands of Ithilien are noted in the chronicles for the years 981, 143, 1374, and 1426. The South Lane appears in the records of 1317, and the South Road is referenced in the year 21007. A vessel named the Southern Star is catalogued under entry 11. A character described as a squint-eyed southerner is mentioned across several entries, specifically 204, 210, 215-16, 227, and 1314. The South Farthing, a region of the Shire, is a frequent subject, appearing in entries 10, 12, 49, 99, 1496, 1288, 1298, 1304, 1309, 1328, and 1431, with its famous pipeweed leaf, noted in entry 750. The locale of Southlinch is recorded in 1298. The South Runs are also known as the Haradrim. In Ithilien, the southward road is detailed in entries 903-4 and 918. The legendary spear of Gil-galad, known as Aeglos, is catalogued. A hobbit dance called the Springle Ring is noted in entry 38. The village of Staddle is referenced in entries 1905, 196, 203, 235, 237, and 1299. The gift of staffs from Faramir is recorded in entries 908, 9, 950, and 956. The stair by Moria is described in entries 394-5, 392, and 393, while the stair by Raros, also called the North Stair, is in entries 508 and 524. The stair falls are mentioned in entry 392. The daunting stairs of Cirith Ungol are referenced, comprising the straight stair and the winding stair. The Gondorian custom of the standing silence is noted in entries 884 and 1250. Ancient standing stones are mentioned in entries 179 and 180. The Star of Elendil, also called the Elendilmere, is catalogued. The Star of the Dundain appears in entries 101 Neta, 1382, and 1441. The mountain peak of Starkhorn is noted in entries 661, 235, 1039, and 1040. Various stars serve as emblems for kingdoms and figures, including Arnor, Durin, Elendil, and Fëanor. The stewards of Gondor, who ruled the city in the king's absence, are a major subject across numerous entries, including 328, 700, 875, 886, 989, 1078, 1081, 1112, 1121, 1127, 8, 1152, 1159, 1359, 60, and 1379-85, with individual stewards like Denethor II listed separately. Their banner is noted in entries 984, 1265, and 1379, and their seat was the House of the Stewards. The Stewards' Reckoning, a calendar system, is detailed in entries 1454-5 and 1459. The Elvish blade Sting, a sword of renown, is logged across a vast number of entries: 15, 18, 41, 361, 364, 4421, 421, 423, 439, 449, 515, 102, 859, 953, 956, 962, 963, 963, 969, 70, 971, 173, 1180, 183, 1186, 1019, 1193, 1227, 1250, and 1250 and 2092. The village of Stock is referenced in entries 93, 100, 173, 122. The village of Stock is referenced in entries 93, 100, 170, 123, 12, and 29, with the Stockbrook in 177 and 1994. The Stone of Erech, a mysterious black stone, is mentioned in entries 1023, 1024, 1024, the LA 11444 and 1446. Creatures known as stone trolls are listed under trolls. The Bridge of Stonebows, also called the Brandywine Bridge, is in entries 5-6. The stones of seeing are the Palantiri. The Stonewain Valley is noted in entries 1090, 10,174. The Stoors, a branch of hobbit kind, are mentioned in entries 4, 8, 69, 1362, 1425, 1426, 1485, and 1492, with their language and naming conventions in 1485 and 1492-3. The straight stare of Cirith Ungol appears in entries 841, 927, 928, 966, and 967. The nickname Strider refers to Aragorn II. A pony named Strider is noted in entry 1344. The steed Stibba is in entries 1019, 1049, and 1052. A month in the Shire calendar, Summerfilth, is entry 1004. Fourth is entry 1404 in 56. The sun, which Gollum disdainfully called the Yellowface, is referenced in entries 812, 838, 846, 852, 863, and 899. The sundering seas are simply the Great Sea. Sunlending is another name for Anorian. The sunless year is entry 104. The swan emblem of Dol Amroth is catalogued. A swan ship is noted in entries 485 and 486. The Swanfleet River is entry 1289. Black swans are mentioned in entry 498. The Swirtings, or swarthy men, are the Haradrim. A horse named Swishtail is entry 188. The sword that was broken is Narsil. Various legendary swords are listed individually, such as Sting. Swords recovered from the Barrow Downs are noted in entries 191, 255-6, 257, 278, 361, 422-3, 538, 591, 941, 943, 4, 117 Wenthed, 10 1337, with one melting in entry 1105. A talon is a flet or elvish platform. The tale of Aragorn and Arwen is entries 20 and 1385-95. The tale of years is entries 21 and 1420-43. The mountain Taniketil is entry 306. A series of Númenórean rulers are catalogued. Tar Alcarin, 1354. Tar Aldarion, 1355. Tar Amandil, 1354. 1355, 1421. Tar Ankaliman, 1354, 1422, Tar Ardamin, 1354-5, Tar Atanamir, 1354, 1355-6, 1422, Tar Kalmasil, 1422, Tar Siriatum, 1422, Tar Elendil, 1355, 1324, 1324, 1375, Tar Mineldur, 1354, 1375, Tar Minestir, 1354, 1355, 1422, Tar Minyatur, Elros, Tar Miriel, 1355, Tar Palantir, the far-sighted, 1355, 1356, 1422, Tar Surian, 1354, Tar Talamete, 1324, Tar Telemate, the far-sighted, 1325, 1326, 1422, Tar Surian, 1354, Tar Telemete, 1354. Taranan Falastur, Lord of the Coasts, is entries 1359 and 1367. The rulers, Tarsil, 1358, and Tartsirian, 1359, are noted. A soldier named Targon is entry 998. The term Tarks for Gondorians is in entries 1185 and 1487. Tarlang's Neck is entry 1034. Tarmanel is entry 359, 3003, 1426, and Tarastar, also called Romindasil I, are listed. Tazarinan, or Nan Tazarian, is entries 610 and 1285. Taters, the Hobbit term for potatoes, appears in entries 29, 31, 855, 856, and 1327. Tower Naneldor is Neldoreth. Tower Nufwin is entries 252-3. Tower Monolomi is entry 611. The Teeth of Mordor are the Towers of the Teeth. The Smith Telchar is entry 667. Telcontar is another name for Aragorn II. The Kings Telemnar, 1359, 1373, 1426, are recorded. Telperion, the Silver Tree or White Tree, eldest of the trees, is mentioned in entries 779, 842, 1273, and 1352. It was one of the two trees of Valinor, 1352, 1353. The Elvish script Tengwar is covered in entries 32 and 66. with details in 1463-9. The title of Thane is in entries 6, 12, 13, and 1426. The Thane's Book is entries 20 and 1481. Thangorodrim is entries 932, 1352, 1407, and 1421. Tharbad is entries 4, 357, 4087, 1360, and 1429. Tharkun is Gandalf. King Thengel is entries 670, 755, 1382, and 1403. He was the father of Theoden. King Theoden, son of Thengel, lord of the Mark, is referenced in a great many entries: 341, 56371, 650, 653, 658, 661 93, 700 to 12, 717 to 21, 726 to 9, 746 to 9, 767, 776, 783, 983, 987, 990, 996, 1 the 13 to 20, 10 3 10, Footen 22, 10 24 to 5, 10 35 63, 10 55, 10 86 to 1106, 11 11, 11 21, 11 21, 11 28, 11 34 to 8, 1149, 1202, 1235, 1253, 1277 to 80, 1397, 95 to 1633, 78, 10017, 10333, 1433, 1430, 1431, 1433, and 1433, and 1453. His son Theodred is in entries 669, 683, 687, 756, 1404, and 1435. His sister Theodwyn is entries 1403 and 1404. Thingol Greycloak is entries 252, 253, 1332, 1421, 1468, and 1481. The Third Age is defined in entries 1, 3, 14, 19, 21, 324, 1269, 1272, 1347, 1351, 1378, 1395, 1401, 1405, 14, 1420, and 1420, 43, 43, with its beginning noted in 1467. The surname Thistlewool is entry 203. The dwarf lords Thorin I, 1408, 1418, 1427, and Thorin II Oakenshield, 14297, 349, 364, 361, 414, 1140, 08 to 18, 1438, and 1430 are listed. Thorin III Stonehelm is entries 1418, 1438, and 1438 and 1439. Thorindir is entry 1360. Thorondor is entry 1241. Thorongil is another name for Aragorn II. The dwarf lords Thrain I, 1407, 1418, 1427, and Thrain II, son of Thror, 3499, 387, 1408 to 18, 1428, are recorded. King Thranduil is entries 312, 332, 355, 461, 1419, 1420, 1432, 1437, and 1438. The Three Farthing Stone is entries 1313 and 1339. The three houses of men, the Edain or elf friends, are catalogued. The three hunters, Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas, are entry 546. The three kindreds are entry 546 and 1495. The three rings are the rings of power. The mountain Three-Hern is entries 687, 689, and 779. The throne of Gondor is mentioned in entries 549, 987, and 1268. The dwarf lord Thror is entries 313, 349, 387, 1407, 1408, 9, 1413, 1408, and 1428. His ring is noted in entry 349. Tyfield is entries 798 and 1450. A character named Tim appears in a troll song in entry 270. Tindrock is Tolbrandir. Tinuviel is Lúthien. The city of Tirion is entries 306, 485, and 781. Tobacco is pipeweed. Tolbrandir, the Tindrock, is referenced in entries 486, 495, 508, 513, 5117, 52, 531, 54, 54, 54, 56, and 7733, 823, and 872. A character named Tom appears in a troll song in entries 270 to 1. Tom Bombadil is catalogued. Tombs include the Barrows, the Hollows, the House of the Kings, and the House of the Stewards. The tongue is the naith of Lurien. The took, the title of the family head, is entry 13. The extensive took family is noted in entries 4, 12, 13, 37, 38 to 9, 40, 48, 196, 600 to 1, 771, 1139, 1321, 327, 8, 1348, 1458, and 1458, and 1491, with their names in 1491. See also the Great Smiles and Tookland. Individual tooks are listed: Adolgrim, 1448, Adamantani Chubb, 1448, Adelard, 48, 1448, Bandobris Bullroarer, 2, 7, 388, 1292, 1366, 1428, 1448, Diamond of Long Cleave, 1441, 1441, 1448, Eglantine Knee Banks, 1448, Everard, 38, 1448, Faramir, 1442, 1450, 1348, Ferrambras, 1348, Ferrambras 340, 1448, Frombras 348, 1448, Ferrambras 348, Ferrambras 346, 14 Bras Ho 4048, 14 Bras 39 1460, 1348, Hierontius the Old Took 28, 29 56, 60s 13 2092, 1346, 1346, 1428, 1429, 4048, Goldilocks Knee Gamgee 1347, 1441, 1448, 13 T Heel Debrand 1348, Hildebrand 1448, Iowi Diebrand 1448, Hildebrand 4048, Isengar 1348, Isengrim 348, Ions Bold 1448, Isengar 1448, Isengrim the Lyssi 1348, Isengrim the Leven 1341 348, Isengrim the Lyrthi 32 1348, Isengrim the Lyrthi 348, Ionsbras IV 1428, Azenbold 1448, Isengrim the Lyrthi 348, Ionsbras IV 1327, Ionsbras 348, Isengrim the 334, Esengrim the Lyrthi 1348, Halizumbras IV 1427, Ionsbras 348, 1348, Esengras IV 1348, Paladin 989999199433321, Father of Peregrine, Pearl 1348, Peregrine I Pippin, son of Paladin 2 20 21 56 89 2081 2085 6 290 291 2092 294 296 311 354 357 300 times 59 364 50 28 500 357 359 363 763 353 357 57 359 363 563 3063 337 63 63 9 653 60 43 50 40 53 337 638 63 8 63 333 337 63 333 333 333 333 333 333 53 53 53 53 53 50 53 53 53 1063 54 54 369 763 53 50 63 53 363 56 333 63 8 63 53 63 1096 38 63 10 11 leaving there in 16 33 53 1121 leaving 30 leaving 30 33 11 33 1 11 33 133 11 36 11 33 33 locked 11 11 11 11 11 11 11 3 8 to 9, 174, 12, 12, 12, 1 22, 12, 11, 3, 3, 4, 11, 3, 3, 6, 12, 162, 11, 3, 12, 12, 3, 3, 6, 12, 8, 9, 1, 3, 3, 12, 12, 5, 1, 12, 3, 3, 3, 40, 11, 3, 3, 11, 3, 3, 12, 3, 3, 3, 8, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, Tookland is entries 12. This index of names and places from the Great Chronicle serves as a guide to the vast lands and their histories. It points the reader from the warden of the houses of healing to the wild roses of the Druidan forest, and from the ancient white council to the final white ship that sailed into the west. The entries trace the paths of heroes and the domains of shadow From the Weather Hills and the watchful peak of Weathertop to the deep vales of the Westfold and the towering white mountains of Gondor, one might chuckle at the thought of diligent scribes meticulously cataloguing everything from the noble white tree to Farmer Maggot's dog, Wolf, or the humble Westmansweed enjoyed in a pipe. It is a testament to the depth of this history that it holds space for both the siege of the White Tower and the peaceful comings and goings of the Whitfoot family in the Shire. The journey spans from the quiet Withywindle Valley to the dread window of the Eye in Mordor, mapping a world where the wisdom of the Eldar and the treachery of Wormtongue are recorded with equal care. The land itself is a character here, from the wilds of the wold to the stone of the winding stair. This record preserves the memory of those who stood against the Long Shadow, the free folk of the Westlands, the riders of Rohan beneath their white horse emblem, and the forgotten wild men who emerged from the trees to aid the kings of men. It is a chronicle of loss and renewal, marked by the withered tree in the court of Gondor and the hope it once represented. These names are more than references. They are echoes of a profound struggle for the very soul of Middle-earth, a story that continues to captivate those who turn its pages. Upon payment, you have obtained a limited, personal license to view this digital book's text on your screen. This grant does not permit you to copy, share, distribute, or alter the content in any way. You may not save it to any device or system, nor attempt to decipher or reverse engineer its format through any method currently existing or developed in the future, without securing direct written authorization from HarperCollins eBooks. This EPUB publication carries the copyright date of March 2009. The publisher maintains offices in several nations. In Australia, HarperCollins Publishers is located in Pymble, New South Wales. Their Canadian operations are based in Toronto, Ontario, while their New Zealand branch is situated in Auckland. In the United Kingdom, their offices are found in London, and in the United States, HarperCollins Publishers, Inc. is headquartered in New York City. Turning to the narrative notes, the Shire calendar marked 30 days in the month corresponding to March. The term used likely derives from an Orcish word for old man. Several page citations follow, pointing to specific editions of The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. These references discuss lingering legends, such as the wild white cattle near the Sea of Rhûn, fabled to be descended from the herds of the Vala Orome. Other notes describe the Lossoth, a reclusive people of the far north, survivors from ancient times who are hardened to a cold that persists not far from the Shire. They dwell on the Cape of Ferocial, building snow houses and using bone skates and sleds, largely isolated on the shores of that great bay. A significant historical detail is preserved. The ring of the House of Isildur was rescued, later ransomed by the Dundain. Tradition holds it was the very ring given by Finrod Felagund to Barahir and later reclaimed by Beren. Furthermore, of the ancient seeing stones, the Palantiri, those from Annúminas and Amon Sul were lost. The sole remaining stone in the north was the one set by Elendil in the tower on Emin Bered, which gazed only westward over the sea. Guarded by the elves, it was meant to offer a clear view towards the lost land of Erese, a final poignant link to a drowned Númenor now hidden forever beneath the waves. It was a silent witness to an age that had slipped beneath the horizon, a stark reminder that some history is not just read, but felt as a profound absence. This stone, out of sync with the others, was ultimately placed aboard the last ship bearing Elrond to the Undying Lands, severing that final visual thread to the past. The primary symbol of kingship in Númenor was the scepter, a tradition that carried over to Arnor, where rulers forswore crowns in favor of the Elendilmere, a radiant white gem known as the Star of Elendil, secured upon the brow with a slender band of silver. When Bilbo spoke of crowns, his mind was undoubtedly on Gondor, showing his deep familiarity with the heritage of Aragorn's lineage. The original scepter of Númenor was lost forever with Ar-Pharazôn, while the scepter of Annúminas, originally the silver rod of the Lords of Andunia, endures as perhaps the oldest artifact crafted by men still existing in Middle-earth. It had witnessed over 5 millennia pass before Elrond finally presented it to Aragorn. The crown of Gondor itself evolved from the design of a Númenórean warhelm. Initially a simple, functional helmet, tradition claims it was the very one Isildur wore on the field of Dagorlad, his brother Anarion's own helm having been shattered by the deadly barrage from Barad-dûr. Centuries later, under King Atanatar Alcuin, this plain helm was replaced by the magnificent jeweled version that would grace Aragorn's brow at his coronation. The vast peninsula and sheltered harbour of Umbar had been a Númenórean possession since ancient times, but it stood as a bastion for the king's men, later known as the Black Númenóreans. Corrupted by Sauron's influence, they harboured a profound hatred for the followers of Elendil. Even after Sauron's defeat, their lineage faded or blended with other peoples of Middle-earth, yet their enmity toward Gondor never waned, making the eventual capture of Umbar a costly and bloody victory. Succession laws in Númenor were formally changed during the reign of Tar Aldarion, the sixth king, who had but a single heir, his daughter. She ascended as the first ruling queen, Tar Ankelime. Prior to this, the custom differed. Tar Elendil, the fourth king, was succeeded by his younger son, Tar Meneldur, despite his elder daughter Silmarien. It is from Silmarien's line, of course, that Elendil himself was descended. The name of the river signifies ship of long foam, for the island at its mouth was shaped like a great vessel with a high prow facing north, where the white spray of the Anduin crashed endlessly upon the sharp rocks. A poignant reflection from the text lingers. I gave hope to the Dúnedain. I have kept no hope for myself. In the climactic battle, Éowyn's shield arm was broken by the mace of the Witch King. Yet he was utterly destroyed, thus fulfilling Glorfindel's ancient prophecy to King Eärnur that no living man would be his end. The songs of Rohan tell that in this deed, Éowyn was aided by the king's own esquire, a halfling from a distant land, and no man at all. Though Éomer granted him great honor in the mark and the name Hold Wine, one can't help but marvel at the irony. The mightiest of Terra's lieutenants brought low, not by a warrior of renown, but by a hobbit and a shield maiden in a moment of desperate, glorious defiance. Concerning the dwarves, it is recorded that Thorin's shield was split asunder in battle. Casting it aside, he seized a great branch from an oak tree, wielding it in his left hand to parry blows or swing as a crude club, an act of such sheer, stubborn improvisation that it earned him his enduring epithet, Oakenshield. Their practices regarding the dead were a matter of deep cultural solemnity. The custom of burning their fallen kin was a profound departure from tradition, for dwarves hold that their dead should rest in stone, not earth, and such proper tombs require years to construct. Yet, faced with the desecration of the battlefield, they chose the cleansing fire over leaving their loved ones to scavenger or carry an orc, a decision made in grief and grim necessity. The fallen of Azanulbizar are remembered with solemn pride, their sacrifice a permanent mark of honor. To this day, a dwarf might speak with reverence of an ancestor, saying simply he was a burned dwarf, and no further explanation is needed. Their numbers were greatly diminished, with few women among them. Dis, daughter of Thrain, was present. She was the mother of Fili and Kili, both born later in the Ered Luin. Thorin Oakenshield himself never took a wife. It later became evident that Saruman had already begun to covet the One Ring for himself. He allowed Sauron a measure of freedom, hoping the ring might stir and reveal itself in search of its master. She was called the Fair, for her beauty was remarkable. Many remarked she resembled an elf maiden more than a hobbit. Her hair was a rare golden hue in the Shire, though later 2 of Samwise Gamgee's daughters shared this trait, as did many children born in that hopeful era. In the Shire calendar, it was observed that no month ever began on a Friday. This oddity spawned a local joke. To speak of on Friday the 1st was to reference an impossible day, a time for utterly unlikely events like pigs taking flight, or, in the Shire, trees deciding to go for a stroll. The full phrase was on Friday the 1st of Summerfilth. Over in Bree, They had their own jest, poking fun at winter filth in the muddy Shire, though Shire folk insisted the Bree version was a corruption of an older name related to the harvest's end. The records kept account of births, marriages, and deaths among the Tooks, along with land sales and notable Shire happenings. A common, though rustic, pronunciation in the Shire elongated certain vowel sounds so that long years innumerable might come out sounding roughly like Yaini o Noatimi to an educated ear. Frodo Baggins, interestingly, was noted for his unusual skill with foreign sounds and languages, a quiet talent that served him well in his travels. The script used by the Eldar held complexities that would seem strange to us. The relationships between letters like P, B, F, M, and V, clear to them, would appear oddly separated and illogical in our own alphabet. The transcription of sounds here follows the same system described earlier, with a few clarifications. Sh stands for the sound in church, J for the English J, and G for the sound in azure. Consider the West Gate of Moria inscription, which showcases a Sindarin spelling mode, where one series of symbols represented simple nasals, while another denoted the long or double nasals common in that tongue. Quenya, with its frequent vowel A, often omitted the sign for it entirely. The word kalma, meaning lamp, could thus be written as clem, which would naturally be read correctly as kalma, given Quenya's phonetic rule. A misreading as kalama was technically possible, but no such word existed. For the breath sound H, Quenya initially used a tall stem-like mark called hala, placed before a consonant. It indicated a voiceless, breathed quality, often used for sounds transcribed as he, r, and hail. Later practice adopted a different symbol for standalone h, while its older high value was shown by adding a mark for a following y. Symbols noted in parentheses are found only in Elvish use, while those marked with an asterisk were exclusive to Dwarvish Turth. In Lorien during this time, Sindarin was the spoken language, though coloured by a distinct Sylvan accent, as most of its inhabitants were of Sylvan descent. This accent, combined with Frodo's own limited grasp of Sindarin, led to some misunderstandings, a point later noted by a Gondorian scholar in the Thanes book. Nearly all the Elvish terms and names appearing in these chapters are, in fact, Sindarin. Names like Lorien, Caras, Galadon, Amroth, and Nimrodel are likely of Sylvan origin, later adapted into Sindarin. Quenya, by contrast, gives us names such as Numenor or Numenore, Elendil, Isildur, Anarion, and all the royal names of Gondor, including Elisar, meaning Elfstone. Most names of the Dundain, like Aragorn, Denethor, and Gilrain, are Sindarin in form, often drawn from legends of elves and men of the First Age, such as Beren and Húrin. A few, like Boromir, are of mixed linguistic origin. The stores of the Angle who returned to Wilderland had already adopted the common speech, though names like Deagol and Smeagol belong to the Mannish language spoken near the Gladden River. The hobbits' transcriptions of Entish are particularly fascinating and hilariously inadequate. Their written attempts to capture the Ent's deep, rumbling murmurs, like the fragment Alala Laura Rumba Kamanda Linda Buruma, stand as the only known, and likely very inaccurate, effort to record a piece of genuine Entish speech. It's no more Elvish than a stone is a songbird. In a couple of instances, shifts between you and the archaic, thou are used inconsistently to hint at social nuances, though generally signals formal or ceremonial address, but a switch from you to thou or thee is sometimes meant to indicate a deliberate move from polite deference to intimate familiarity, especially between characters, as there was no other written way to show this change in tone. This linguistic borrowing does not mean the Rohirrim were carbon copies of the ancient English in culture, art, or warfare. Any resemblance stems from a general historical parallel, a simpler, more rustic people dwelling on lands that were once part of a grander, ancient kingdom and living in the long shadow of its venerable culture. Their circumstances shaped them, but their spirit was entirely their own. The text then lists structural elements: a cover page, title page, synopsis, table of contents, and the chapter listings for Book 5 and the beginning of Book 6, including chapters such as Minas Tirith, the passing of the Grey Company, the muster of Rohan, and proceeding through the siege of Gondor, the ride of the Rohirrim, the battle of the Pelennor Fields, the pyre of Denethor, the houses of healing, the last debate, and the Black Gate open. Book 6 begins with the Tower of Cirith Ungol, the Land of Shadow, Mount Doom, and the Field of Cormallen. Chapter 5, The Steward and the King.